My name is Wang Xie. By day, I may appear timid and cautious should you jestingly refer to me as Wang Tsong. I would harbor no offense. However, when darkness envelopes the earth, I remove my black-rimmed glasses and don a striking crimson trench coat. How, then, shall you address me? Initially, the masses believed it to be a mere downpour. Yet, the rain soon turned a sanguine hue, and those who were touched by the blood rain mysteriously vanished. Simultaneously, under the shroud of night, peculiar silhouettes began to manifest. They heralded calamity, and the people designated them as Fate's Calamity. On March 21st, 2020, in Jiangcheng, just past midnight, in the night sky, crimson raindrops cascaded like beads of blood surging from the depths of hell, piercing through the dense clouds and plummeting from 10,000 meters above. The droplets sliced through the air with a faint whistling sound, bearing an ominous portent. On the highway, a truck sped forward with great haste. Its headlights carved two blinding beams through the rain-soaked night, illuminating the slick road ahead. The driver, old Duan, gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze intensely fixed forward, his mind consumed by a singular, though the must return home swiftly. Today was his son Zai's birthday, and he had promised his wife he would arrive on time. A faint sound shattered the silence within the cab. Old Duan instinctively squinted at the windshield. A drop of crimson liquid was slowly sliding down the glass, leaving behind a bizarre trail. What could that be? Old Duan frowned, an inexplicable unease swelling within him. A red liquid? Blood? Before he could ponder further, a rapid series of pattering sounds erupted, akin to countless tiny hands frantically beating against the window. Old Duan was momentarily stunned. He turned to glance out the left window, his pupils contracting sharply. The once tranquil midnight had transformed into a torrential downpour. The raindrops fell like arrows, mercilessly battering the ground. However, this was no ordinary rain. It was a vivid crimson, akin to blood. Under the illumination of the truck's headlights, the rain shimmered with an eerie glow, casting the entire night sky in a shade of sanguine. What is happening? Old Duan's voice trembled, his palms now clammy with sweat. Just then, the sudden ring of his phone shattered the oppressive silence within the vehicle. Old Duan hurriedly answered, activating the speakerphone. "Honey, don't forget today is Zai's birthday," came his wife's gentle voice from the other end. "How could I forget, dear? Rest assured, they'll be home on time." Old Duan suppressed his growing anxiety and replied with a smile. Yet, before his smile could fully unfold, his heart seized in terror, and he froze. This is bad. His pupils shrank as he fixated on the road ahead. Not far off, a frail figure stood. It was a small boy, seemingly no older than 11 or 12, his slight frame appearing especially helpless on the rain-soaked highway. Strangely, the aura emanating from him sent chills down one's spine. The moonlight and headlights glinted off his silver hair, casting a cold sheen. His eyes were a haunting crimson, as if steeped in blood, radiating an unsettling glow. On his youthful face was an expression of audacious delight, as if he were utterly indifferent to the impending peril. "Get out of the way!" Old Duan screamed in terror, slamming the brakes with all his might. However, the formidable inertia combined with the slick surface caused the truck to lose control, the tires screeching in protest as the vehicle violently swayed, ultimately toppling over just a meter away from the boy. Boom! The truck crashed like a wild beast, obliterating the roadside barrier and crashing heavily into the muddy earth. The vehicle contorted grotesquely, and the acrid scent of gasoline rapidly filled the air. Ah! Old Duan's agonized cries echoed through the stormy night. His left leg was trapped beneath the mangled front of the truck, blood gushing from the wound and mingling with the crimson rain, flowing away into the unknown. The cacophony finally drew the boy's gaze from the heavens. He slowly turned his head, coldly surveying the overturned truck, devoid of any compassion. Instead, a frown creased his brow, as though his enjoyment had been rudely interrupted. "Annoying little insects." The boy's voice was icy. He slowly raised his hand, extending a finger towards the writhing old Duan. Simultaneously, a blinding red hue rapidly coalesced at his fingertip, as if poised to unleash a cataclysmic force. TSK. Just as the crimson was about to erupt, the boy suddenly clicked his tongue, and the red vanished in an instant. "Wang Xie, oh Wang Xie, you truly are a nuisance." The boy's expression twisted suddenly, as if ensnared in an invisible struggle, his voice brimming with resentment and fury. Immediately after, his left hand involuntarily dove into his pocket and trembled as he retrieved a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Wang Xie, listen closely. You may thwart me once, but you cannot impede me for eternity. This world I shall ultimately. The boy's words were cut short as the black-rimmed glasses settled firmly on his nose. In the next moment, his tone shifted abruptly from arrogance to panic. What to do? What to do? An accident has occurred. Is it because of me? Right? Call the police. I must report this. Simultaneously, his appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. His once silver hair and red eyes morphed into ordinary black, and his devilishly charming face was now etched with panic and fear. The rain continued to fall, the sanguine droplets washing over the earth, as if to bury all secrets beneath this endless night. In 2025, at 11:55 p.m., near the convenience store by No. 2 High School, the store's lights were bright yet cold, the surroundings so quiet that only the faint hum of the refrigerator could be heard, as if the entire world had succumbed to slumber. Wang Xie stood behind the counter, his slight frame clad in a somewhat worn but immaculately clean work uniform, exuding an air of simplicity. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes, unable to stifle a yawn, fatigue written all over his face. Just 5 more minutes until I clock out. I can hold on a bit longer, but I'm so tired. He murmured softly, his tone laced with both resignation and anticipation. Ding-dong, the doorbell suddenly chimed, shattering the stillness of the store. Welcome to Lawson Convenience Store. Wang Xie instinctively straightened, lowering his head slightly to reveal a professional smile. Hey little brother, are you 18 yet? Out here working? A soft, melodious female voice teased, tinged with a hint of mockery. Wang Xie looked up to find 3 men and 1 woman standing before him. They appeared to be college students in their 20s, clad in fashionable attire, their expressions frivolous. The speaker was the girl, adorned with exquisite makeup and wearing a pink coat, her gaze laced with provocation. Like what you see. How about letting her entertain you for a night? Remarked a blonde-haired man beside her, his irritation evident as he noticed Wang Xie's scrutiny. He was tall and wore a flashy jacket, and without hesitation, he slapped Wang Xie on the head. The sound echoed painfully in the quiet store. Ouch! Cried Wang Xie, lowering his head silently. A sense of helplessness flashing across his face, he didn't even attempt to retaliate or argue. Coward, the man sneered, casting a disdainful glance at him before swaggering away with the girl, heading towards the merchandise. Soon, the trio returned, arms laden with snacks and alcohol. Check out, the man commanded, his demeanor audacious. Wang Xie kept his head lowered, expertly tallying the items. After packing them into plastic bags, he finally raised his head, striving to maintain a calm tone. Hello, the total is 179 yuan. Would you like to pay by scan or cash? Scan or cash? The man's brow arched, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Don't think I didn't notice you sneaking glances at my girl while we were picking out stuff. I didn't, sir. I wasn't looking at your girlfriend. Wang Xie exclaimed, panic surging within him, his eyes wide with innocence. I said you looked, so you looked. The man retorted, glaring menacingly. Kid, I won't make it hard for you. Just pay the 179 yuan, and I won't pursue you for ogling my girl. But Wang Xie attempted to explain that he hadn't been staring. Before he could finish his sentence, another slap landed on his head, this one forceful enough to leave his head ringing. But what? You think you have a right to protest after peeping at my girl? With that, he winked at the girl, who promptly understood, pulling out her phone to point it at Wang Xie. In an instant, she transformed her demeanor, her voice sharp and exaggerated. Everyone look, it's this seemingly innocent little brat who just secretly filmed under my skirt. How disgusting. Confronted by the sudden appearance of a phone camera, Wang Xie felt a wave of panic wash over him. His mind raced as he sought to defend himself, but before he could react, the woman snatched her phone back. Little brat, let me remind you, I am a beauty blogger with 120,000 followers. Whether this video ends up online depends entirely on your behavior. With that, she raised her phone, a triumphant grin plastered across her face. Wang Xie, fraught with urgency and indignation, retorted, Miss, you have no evidence. Even if you post it online, no one would believe it. No. The girl waggled her finger, her smile mischievous. Little brother, you don't understand. In this day and age, it's easy to spread rumors, but hard to refute them. Believe it or not, Your panicked face in the video, coupled with my little narrative, will lead to a barrage of online harassment, regardless of the truth. She tilted her head slightly, a glint of malice in her gaze. You wouldn't want to ruin your reputation over this mere 179 yuan, would you? Huh? Upon hearing her words, Wang Xie's brows furrowed deeply. He was acutely aware of the power of online public opinion once the video went viral. The unfounded accusations from oblivious netizens could indeed destroy a person's life. Filled with helplessness and grievance, he found himself at a complete loss. In his fluster, he even forgot that the store was under surveillance. After a moment, Wang Xie sighed resignedly. Fine, they'll cover the cost of these snacks and drinks. Haha, how understanding. The trio erupted into laughter, their mirth ringing sharply in Wang Xie's ears. What bad luck. It wasn't until the three of them exited the convenience store that Wang Xie let out a soft sigh, his face etched with exhaustion and disappointment. This uproar had rendered his efforts for the night futile. The meager earnings he made were insufficient to cover the losses. At that moment, the time displayed on the computer screen turned to midnight. Ding-dong, the doorbell chimed as a middle-aged man entered, clad in a simple shirt, his expression warm and welcoming. Well done, Xiao Xie. You should head home and rest. School starts tomorrow, right? Entering my senior year, I need to study hard to get into a good university, so I won't have to work part-time here anymore. The newcomer was the store manager, come to relieve Wang Xie from his overnight shift. Wang Xie nodded at his boss with a weary smile. He stepped to the corner by the door to grab his raincoat and silently exited the convenience store. Outside, the night was thick with darkness, and crimson raindrops began to fall softly, pattering against the raincoat with a dull sound. Wang Xie looked up at the sky. The scarlet rain appeared particularly eerie beneath the streetlights. This world is becoming increasingly unreasonable. He tightened his grip on the raincoat and stepped into the rainy night, his silhouette exuding an air of profound solitude. In the dim alley, the damp air felt as if it had solidified, oppressive enough to stifle one's breath. Raindrops dripped from the eaves, producing a rhythmic tick-tock reminiscent of a peculiar timer. Deep within the alley, two men lurked beneath the eaves, whispering furtively. Qin Xiao, is this dream capsule really as miraculous as you claim? One of the men scrutinized the capsule in Qin Xiao's hand, skepticism evident in his eyes. Of course. Qin Xiao's lips curled into a smug smile, his gaze shimmering with an unusual light. This little thing guarantees you'll have sweet dreams when you sleep. The key is that you'll be aware you're dreaming. Feeling like the master of the world, it's utterly exhilarating. He spoke animatedly, as if already lost in that wondrous dreamscape, unable to extricate himself. But it's so expensive, 5,000 yuan for one capsule? The man remained hesitant, concern etched on his face. After all, 5,000 yuan was no trifling sum for him. Come on, Zhang Yun, your father is a real estate mogul. 5,000 yuan shouldn't be a bother. Qin Xiao scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. Zhang Yun's face flushed slightly. Feeling embarrassed, he hurriedly replied, It's not that I'm stingy. 5,000 yuan is nothing compared to my drinking expenses. I just find it hard to believe this thing is truly that miraculous. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes. You think I would deceive you? I specially brought this from Yang District. Besides, if I tricked you, wouldn't you mock me tomorrow? All right. Finally, with a determined bite of his lip, Zhang Yun snatched the capsule from Qin Xiao's hand and transferred him 5,000 yuan via his phone. Don't worry, little brother, I guarantee you'll have a blast tonight, and you'll come looking for me tomorrow. Qin Xiao patted Zhang Yun's shoulder, brimming with confidence. At that moment, through the veil of rain, he spotted a familiar figure passing by the alley. Hey, fun times are coming. Qin Xiao grinned widely, a glint of mischief in his smile. He opened his umbrella and dashed after the figure. Qin Xiao, where are you going? It's raining, wait for me. Zhang Yun cautiously stowed the precious 5,000 yuan capsule in his pocket and hurriedly followed suit, opening his umbrella. Hey, little brat, what a coincidence. The figure Qin Xiao had spotted was none other than Wang Xie on his way home from work. When he caught up to Wang Xie, he showed no restraint in his arrogance and delivered a harsh slap. Smack! Wang Xie stumbled forward, his black-framed glasses clattering to the ground, the lenses glinting coldly in the rain. Chapter 2. The transformed Yue. Qin Xiao, brimming with arrogance, wrapped his arm around Wang Xie's neck and taunted, What is the rush to get home? At that moment, Wang Xie hunched over, his head bowed, not uttering a single word. Noticing his silence, Qin Shao's temper flared. His gaze fell upon the umbrella clutched in Wang Xia's hand, and a sinister smile crept across his face. "You little brat, tell me, what do you think would happen if you were to be caught in the red rain?" His voice echoed ominously through the downpour, laced with malice. "Listen closely, kneel down and call me daddy 3 times, and I shall let you go." Otherwise, as he spoke, Qin Shao suddenly seized Wang Xia's hand that held the umbrella. "I'll take your umbrella and make you disappear from this world 5 years prior." An unanticipated deluge enveloped the globe. Initially, people dismissed it as an ordinary rain, until it turned crimson, and those caught in it began to vanish. More bizarrely, from that point onward, the red rain fell punctually every night after midnight, ceasing only at 6 in the morning. Each night, families shut their doors and windows, hiding indoors in fear of the ominous rain. Those compelled to venture outside donned full protective gear to avoid contact with the eerie precipitation. Yet, even in the face of Qin Shao's threat to take his umbrella, Wang Xia remained hunched and silent. "Damn it, do you think I won, T?" Seeing Wang Xia's silence as disbelief, Qin Shao's anger surged. He abruptly flung Wang Xia's hand aside, causing the black umbrella to slip from his grasp and splash onto the ground. In the next instant, Wang Xia was fully exposed to the red rain. Strangely, as if by some illusion, his black hair began to take on a crimson hue, appearing as though drenched in blood. Slowly, Wang Xia lifted his head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes that gleamed with a chilling light. Locking onto Qin Shao with a gaze filled with mockery and superiority, at that moment, Qin Shao remained oblivious to Wang Xia's transformation. He stared at the youth before him, confusion etched on his face. How is this possible? He has been doused in red rain, yet he hasn't vanished. Just then, Wang Xia spoke slowly. "Wang Xia does not kneel." "Why is that?" "Kneel." Qin Shao was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "Ha ha ha, you little brat, are you out of your mind? Do you know who I am?" Before he could finish, a sudden realization struck him. He found himself utterly speechless. He rubbed his hand across his face, his eyes widening in sheer terror. The area where his mouth should have been was inexplicably smooth and devoid of any features. Panic seized his mind. He desperately tried to scream but could only emit muffled whimpers. Standing before him, Wang Xia remained calm, his tone eerily flat as he declared, "Those who do not kneel before Wang shall perish." With that, the red rain descending from above seemed to transform into acid, corroding the surface of Qin Shao's umbrella with a hissing sound. Soon, the droplets penetrated the umbrella, dripping onto him. The crimson droplets eroded his clothing, tearing through flesh and muscle. The relentless rain fell like bullets, leaving behind smoking wounds that exuded a nauseating stench of decay. Extreme agony tormented Qin Shao, yet he was rendered incapable of even a cry of anguish. He stood frozen, as if ensnared by an unseen force, slowly absorbing the pain of the rain's penetration and the despair of his impending demise. At that moment, his eyes, filled with terror and hopelessness, were fixated solely on the strange figure cloaked in red before him. The boy, once clad in a school uniform, now wore a flowing crimson coat over a meticulously tailored black suit. The torrential red rain cascaded down, seemingly parting in deference to this terrifying sovereign. Avoiding the figure draped in scarlet, the boy extended a hand, gently brushing aside the tousled silver strands that fell across his forehead, and then turned away to that instant, with a sound reminiscent of a television short-circuiting. His figure vanished from sight. Just as the silver-haired boy disappeared, the red rain around Qin Shao intensified, crashing down with a furious onslaught. Suddenly, Zhang Yun rushed in, trembling violently, nearly dropping his umbrella. His eyes were wide with fear and disbelief. As if he had witnessed the most horrifying scene imaginable, before him lay a gruesome tableau. A pool of mangled flesh and blood mingling with the rainwater, flowing freely into the sewer on a chilly morning in early March. A faint chill hung in the air, and mist enveloped the alley behind Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. The sun had yet to fully pierce the cloud cover, casting a dim light over the street. A boy, dressed in the school uniform, slowly sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Where is this?" he murmured softly, confusion lacing his voice. Surveying his surroundings, his gaze swept over the familiar streetscape, and he muttered to himself, "This is the fallen street behind the school." The shops lining the alley had yet to open. The street was deserted, save for a few leaves caught in the morning breeze, gently spiraling to the ground. The boy glanced down at his uniform and tousled hair, seemingly unperturbed by the scene before him. He began to search the ground and soon felt a pair of black-framed glasses. The lenses were somewhat scratched, the frame bulky and slightly outdated, with rough symbols etched upon it, resembling haphazard doodles. How strange, I usually only dreamwalk after falling asleep at home. Last night, I lost consciousness right after leaving the convenience store. Could it be that I was simply too exhausted and fell asleep on the way? As he deftly donned the glasses, he murmured to himself, a hint of resignation in his tone. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his pants, scanning his surroundings for something. Where's my umbrella? He frowned, a flicker of pain crossing his face. That umbrella had cost him 10 yuan. What a pity, sighing. The boy turned to leave the alley, his steps light, as if he were unconcerned about waking up on the street. The morning light gradually bathed the street, casting a stark silhouette of the boy in the sunlight. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his uniform, he lowered his head, humming a tuneless melody as he strolled toward the school. Wang Song, come here. A familiar yet loathsome voice interrupted Wang Xia's reverie. He looked up to see a group of boys congregated at the corner of the school gate. Among them, a dark-skinned boy beckoned him with a smirk plastered on his face. Wang Xia surveyed the malicious expressions surrounding him. His reluctance palpable, yet he hunched his shoulders and approached obediently. Hey Pai, what's up? Wang Xia mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. The dark-skinned boy tilted his head and grinned broadly. First day back at school. Same old rules. Same old rules? What rules? Wang Xia raised his head, confusion evident on his face. Come on, are you playing dumb? Pai's expression darkened instantly as he seized Wang Xia by the collar. Glaring fiercely. Did you forget about the 300 yuan protection fee for the week? Or do you want to get beaten up? As soon as he finished speaking, Pai raised his fist threateningly, and the boys behind him began to jeer, relentlessly taunting Wang Xia. The surrounding students quickly scattered, eager to avoid being caught in the fray. Wang Xia swallowed hard at the sight of the raised fist. After a long moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to say, Hey Pai, I really don't have any money. No money, is it? Very well. Pai released his grip on Wang Xia's collar and lightly patted his shoulder. Just as Wang Xia breathed a sigh of relief, he sensed a hint of danger lurking behind the seemingly benign expression. Sure enough, Pai suddenly stepped back, revealing a menacing grin as he called over his gang. 1 punch for 10 yuan, 50 punches in total. Who wants to go first? I'll go first. I'll go first. Perfect for a morning workout. At his command, the others perked up, eagerly rolling up their sleeves and closing in with malicious intent. Wang Xia stood frozen, instinctively clutching his backpack tightly. He shut his eyes, trembling slightly, thinking to himself that he was surely about to be beaten. In that critical moment, a loud thud echoed through the air. Suddenly, Wang Xia felt a powerful gust of wind rush past him. He instinctively opened his eyes to find a tall figure standing protectively in front of him. This was a lanky boy, standing tall and confident, currently lifting his left foot in a graceful manner. Meanwhile, the formerly arrogant Pai inexplicably collapsed to the ground, his face etched with shock. Duan Wu, as Pai struggled to rise. Duan Wu lunged forward, delivering a fierce kick to Pai's face. The force of the blow was tremendous, accompanied by another loud thud as Pai fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Several teeth flew from his mouth, mingling with blood that splattered onto the pavement, creating a gruesome scene. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers, who had been itching to join the fray, utterly dumbfounded. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions shifting from arrogance to sheer terror as they stood frozen in confusion. Bah! Duan Wu spat at the downed Pai, his face full of disdain. You think you can just call my name? Remember to call me Brother Duan next time. With that, Duan Wu turned his gaze coldly upon the remaining boys. After a winter break of no contact, have you all collectively lost your memories? Have you forgotten what I said? Duan Wu let out a cold laugh, then reached out to wrap his arm around the bewildered Wang Xia's shoulders, declaring loudly, Wang Xia is my little brother. No one is permitted to bully him but me. Have you all forgotten? In an instant, the atmosphere turned silent. Everyone lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet Duan Wu's gaze. Have you lost your voices? Duan Wu narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression radiating a chilling aura. We haven't forgotten. We haven't forgotten. The group of black-skinned followers seemed to awaken from a dream, hurriedly nodding in agreement. Excellent. Duanwu nodded in satisfaction before continuing. Apologize to Brother Xia. No need. Really, Wang Xia attempted to refuse, but before he could finish, the others chimed in unison. We're sorry, Brother Xia. They all bowed in unison, drawing curious glances from passing students. What on earth is happening here? It's all right. Wang Xia scratched his head awkwardly, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. Get lost. Duanwu waved his hand impatiently. The group, as if granted a pardon, immediately turned and vanished into the crowd. Thank you. Wang Xia turned to Duanwu, gratitude etched on his face. Duanwu, however, tilted his head, suddenly breaking into a grin and said, On the first day of school, the old rules apply. Wang Xia paused, wondering why so many were speaking of old rules today. Where did all these rules come from? Yet, before he could react, he felt a weight in his hands. When he looked up again, Duanwu was striding confidently into the school, leaving Wang Xia holding a thick stack of winter holiday homework, which belonged to Duanwu. Wang Xia shook his head helplessly, his heart a tumult of emotions, unsure whether to feel happy or sad. He had no choice but to silently follow Duanwu towards the classroom, his silhouette stretching long in the morning light. Fortunately, with Duanwu around, no one dared to trouble him along the way. Unlike most orphans who emerge from orphanages, Wang Xia was neither reclusive nor obstinate. On the contrary, he was obedient and well-mannered, regarded by elders as a polite and academically gifted child. However, among his peers, he resembled a soft persimmon, easily squeezed by anyone. Wang Xia's gentle nature led him never to resist. It remained unclear whether it was a habit of submission or an innate timidity. Over time, the bullying escalated. It was said at school that the big fish eat the small fish eat the shrimp, and the shrimp eat Wang Xia. He was evidently at the very bottom of the food chain. This situation persisted until the second year of high school, until Duanwu transferred in. Rumors circulated that he had fought with a group of delinquents, holding his own against the odds. He ended up in the hospital but managed to drag a few of them down with him. They were indeed real adults, illustrating how much fiercer Duanwu was than his peers. Consequently, he was expelled from his previous school and transferred to Jiangqing No. 2 High School. His arrival unexpectedly improved Wang Xia's situation. Since Duanwu declared that Wang Xia was his little brother, only he was allowed to bully him. Thus, Wang Xia transitioned from being bullied by many to becoming Duanwu's exclusive little brother. In a sense, this could be seen as a positive change. Jiangqing No. 2 High School, Class 3-2. With the winter break just concluded, the students had yet to shake off the leisurely holiday spirit, each one drooping their heads, lacking energy. Sisters, look quickly, there's a handsome guy. A shout instantly shattered the tranquility of the classroom, and everyone turned to look. He is so handsome. Is there really someone this attractive in our school? How have I never seen him before? Excited gasps erupted within the classroom. A group of girls gathered at the door, their eyes fixated outside, turning into infatuated admirers. Wang Xia, who had been engrossed in helping Duanwu with his holiday homework, was drawn by the commotion and slowly lifted his head. A tall boy strode confidently into the classroom. He stood over 1.83 meters tall, his posture upright, with exquisite features that outshone many stars. Is he in our class? A transfer student? With exams approaching, transferring now seems odd. Wang Xia furrowed his brows slightly, confirming that this person had never appeared in their class before. As soon as the handsome boy stepped into the classroom, the girls went wild. The extroverted literary committee member, Zhang Haiyan, was the first to boldly approach the handsome boy. With a warm smile on her face, she extended her hand and said, "Hello, classmate. What is your name?" The handsome boy slightly lowered his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Don't you remember me, Zhang?" "Huh?" Zhang Haiyan blinked in bewilderment, trying to recall where she had seen such a handsome boy. Was it at a bar? Or somewhere else? Just as she was lost in thought, the handsome boy gently took her hand, saying, "Wei Wei? Which Wei?" Zhang Haiyan blinked, confusion etched on her face. Wei raised his hand, pointing to the empty seat behind Zhang Haiyan, a playful smile spreading across his face. "Which Wei could it be, except for the one sitting right behind you? The one you always call the fat nerd." "What did you say?" Zhang Haiyan abruptly withdrew her hand, her eyes widening in disbelief. She stared at Wei, her face a mask of incredulity. You mean? You re that fat nerd Yue? This is impossible? The moment those words left her lips, the entire class was stunned, erupting into a flurry of discussion. Oh my gosh, is it really Yue? No wonder they say that chubby people are potential stocks. He is so handsome after losing weight. Are you silly? It's only been a month since the winter break. How could he possibly lose so much weight? How is that even possible? Sure, there are plenty of examples online of people losing weight, but come on, what about his height? Wasn't he the fat nerd only about 1.68 meters tall? He is suddenly 1.83 meters tall in just a month. Is that reasonable? Everyone began to debate, each person chiming in. While becoming handsome might be achievable through cosmetic surgery and losing weight through dieting is possible, height is a different matter. At their age, even if they could grow a bit more, there's no way one could shoot up from 1.68 meters to 1.83 meters in a mere month. The magnitude of this change was far too bizarre, exceeding common understanding. Wang Xie, too intrigued to continue assisting Duanwu with his homework, scrutinized Yue with keen interest, his mind swirling with questions. What on earth is going on? Duanwu strode over, plopping down directly onto Wang Xie's desk, his gaze fixed on the commotion surrounding Yue. Wang Xie shook his head, saying, I don't know. Let us listen to what Yue has to say first. That makes sense. Duanwu nodded, jumping off the desk and striding towards Yue. Wang Xie opened his mouth. Hey, I meant for you to listen, not to ask him. Excuse me, beautiful, could you step aside? Before Wang Xie could finish, Duanwu patted Zhang Haiyan's shoulder and then approached Yue. Even though Yue had grown quite a bit taller, Duanwu still towered over him by half a head. Duanwu narrowed his eyes and said, Now, explain how this transformation came about. Despite the change in his appearance, Yue's inherent insecurity remained unchanged. Facing the delinquent Duanwu, his legs quivered uncontrollably. He had always been a mere shadow in class, lacking presence, and his situation wasn't much better than Wang Xie's Yue stammered, his nerves making it hard for him to articulate. What with the and Just answer plainly. Duanwu suddenly thrust his hand forward, pinning Yue harshly against the wall, demanding, What exactly is going on? The sudden aggression startled Yue, who shouted in panic. It's the Ruyuan Forum. It's the Ruyuan Forum. The Ruyuan Forum? What's that about? Speak clearly. Duanwu's grip tightened further, but fortunately, Wang Xie's voice rang out just in time. The Ruyuan Forum is a recently popular online community forum. It's said that if you post a wish, it can come true. Wang Xie gently tapped Duanwu's hand on Yue, saying calmly, Let him go. Duanwu shot Wang Xie a glance, hesitated for a moment, but eventually released his grip. Yue felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily shooting a grateful look at Wang Xie before slinking back to his seat. A post can fulfill a wish? Isn't that just a childish tale? Duanwu's face twisted into a smirk, but as he observed Wang Xie's half-squinted eyes and serious demeanor, his smile gradually faded. He frowned slightly and asked, You can't be serious, can you? Chapter 3. The Ruyuan Forum in Class 3-2. Duanwu knew Wang Xie better than anyone else. He understood that Wang Xie's greatest virtue and flaw was his unwavering honesty, an innocence that felt out of place in the present day, a forum that can fulfill wishes. That's quite intriguing. Duanwu draped an arm around Wang Xie's shoulders and said, After school, let us head to the internet CAF. I want to see how this forum helps people fulfill their wishes. In a way, Duanwu. Wang Xie shook his head. I still have a shift at the Lawson convenience store tonight. Before he could finish his sentence, Duanwu tightened his grip on Wang Xie's shoulders. Wang Xie sighed in resignation. Fine, we'll go to the internet CAF after school. Behind number 2 high school lay a food street, catering specifically to local students, affectionately dubbed Decadent Street by the students. With student-friendly businesses, it was only natural that the street had its own internet CAF.in, the private room of Xinshin Internet CAF. Wang Xie sat upright on the sofa, his back straight, hands resting on his knees. Duanwu lounged casually on the arm of the sofa, one leg swinging back and forth, both of their gazes glued to the computer screen. Duanwu, I think just a regular computer will suffice. There's no need for a private room, Wang Xie said with a pained expression. Since the internet CAF had rebranded, the prices had risen significantly, from the initial 2 yuan per hour to now 5 yuan. This is merely an ordinary area. The room they occupy has an internet fee of 15 yuan per hour. What do you understand? Duanwu lightly tapped Wang Xie's head and lowered his voice, saying, We are here to secretly investigate the Ruyuan Forum. How can we conduct a proper inquiry in such a crowded and noisy ordinary zone? While his reasoning was sound, it is not his money being spent. Wang Xie thought to himself, daring only to roll his eyes in secret, for Duan Wu's fists could deliver quite a sting. Enough of the chatter. It's only a few dozen yuan. Duan Wu threw a punch into the air, the whoosh of his fist resonating, proclaiming, "Once I conquer Zhejiang and dominate the 9 major universities, you shall stand one person beneath me, yet above the masses at that time, simply standing at the school gate, brandishing my banner to collect a protection fee, would be far superior to working at a convenience store. Duan Gu, it is wrong to extort fellow students." Wang Xie turned his head, his expression grave. "If you are in need of money, I can recommend you to the store manager. Though you possess a certain brutality, your intellect is somewhat lacking, and your movements are rather clumsy. Still, are you seeking to test my fists?" Duan Wu shot him a fierce glare, prompting Wang Xie to promptly shut his mouth and redirect his gaze to the computer screen. Expertly opening the browser and inputting a series of URLs in an instant, a forum page with a red theme materialized. Is this the Ruyuan Forum? Duan Wu felt intrigued. It did not appear particularly remarkable. The homepage of the Ruyuan Forum was quite simplistic, featuring only 3 sections: wishes, sharing, and trash bin. Duan Wu stared at these 3 sections for a while, curling his lip in disdain. Is this not merely an ordinary forum? In the year 2025, the design resembles an antiquated relic from 2008. By the way, how did you come to know of this forum? Duan Wu turned to Wang Xie. Wang Xie remained fixated on the forum's homepage, only responding upon being questioned. "I generally enjoy browsing the internet." "What kind of answer is that?" Duan Wu scoffed, lacking the desire to delve deeper, and continued. "How does this forum facilitate the realization of one's wishes?" Here, Wang Xie moved the cursor to the wishes section, explaining, "Enter the wishes section to post, articulate your desire, and once approved, the post appears on the forum, indicating that the moderator has accepted the wish." Is it really that simple? It is indeed that simple. Fine. Duan Wu shoved Wang Xie aside, eager to take a turn. The two switched places, and Duan Wu eagerly clicked on the wishes section, causing a post window to pop up. "What is going on?" Duan Wu inquired, turning back. "That I don't frequent the internet much, but I do know that clicking on a section should first show content. Why is a posting window appearing directly?" Wang Xie shook his head. "I'm not sure either." "You're not sure?" Duan Wu regarded him with suspicion. Wang Xie scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. The Ruyuan Forum is quite popular among the youth in Jiangxing. Most who frequent the internet are familiar with it. I clicked in out of curiosity last time, intending to browse posts, but like you, as soon as I entered the wishes section, this posting window popped up. And then, Duan Wu interrupted him, asking, "You didn't T-post anything?" No. Wang Xie shook his head again. "I was merely curious, without any particular wish to fulfill, so I closed it and a wishes." Duan Wu shot him a glance. Is there truly anyone in the world without desires? After saying that, Duan Wu turned his attention back to the posting window. He swallowed hard, feeling an exhilarating thrill. If I write my wish here, it can come true? That's what the rules state. Wang Xie nodded, but I've heard that wishes deemed too absurd will not pass the moderator's approval and thus cannot be realized. Absurd? Duan Wu scoffed. The transformation of Fat Yu is quite absurd, and compared to that, my wish is rather reasonable. With that, Duan Wu ceased to engage with Wang Xie and focused on writing his wish in the post. Wang Xie glanced over, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is this what you call reasonable? If that wish were to be approved, I would eat your excrement. Done? Soon, Duan Wu completed the content of his wish. His wish was straightforward and brimming with a youthful exuberance. I, Duan Wu, aspire to become the strongest man in the world. Wait. Just as Duan Wu was about to press the publish button, Wang Xie swiftly grabbed his hand. What is the matter? Duan Wu turned back, bewildered. Wang Xie frowned. I can't shake the feeling that this is too uncertain. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Even if deities truly existed, they would not assist individuals in realizing their wishes for no reason. Fool, do you genuinely believe I trust this forum can grant wishes? Duan Wu shrugged off Wang Xie's hand, laughing nonchalantly. Then why make a wish? Just for fun. It won't cost me anything. Saying this, Duan Wu clicked send, and the post entered the approval process, leaving Wang Xie no time to intervene. Though he too did not believe the forum could truly fulfill wishes. How could one explain Yui's astonishing transformation? Duan Wu leaned back in his chair, noticing Wang Xie's confusion, and turned to him. Fat Ye's family is wealthy. Appearance and height can be altered through surgery. In 2025, height enhancement surgeries are not uncommon. Moreover, I tested it this morning. You tested it? Wang Xie looked at him in bewilderment. Duanwu nodded, squinting his eyes. When a person reaches a natural height of 183 meters, their bone structure and density undergo changes. However, when I grasped his neck and pressed him against the wall, the sensation was no different than before, indicating that his height was not a result of natural growth, but rather aided by external forces. In simpler terms, it was surgery, where artificial bone material was injected beneath the periosteum, merely creating an illusion of height without any substantial change to his physique. I see. Wang Xie nodded thoughtfully. Although Duanwu appeared reckless, he demonstrated a depth of understanding, not merely a simpleton. Just as they were conversing, the computer emitted a notification sound. Both immediately perked up, looking towards the screen. Wish not approved? Duanwu raised an eyebrow slightly, clicking on the site's message. The content of the wish is too vague. It needs to be more specific. Duanwu displayed a mocking expression. Laughing, as if this were a serious matter. Fine, I'll change it that I wish to enhance my strength 5-fold. Is that specific enough? Initially, he had intended to wish for a 100-fold increase, but deemed that far too exaggerated and likely to be rejected. At this moment, Duanwu had essentially grasped the forum's modus operandi. The Ryuan Forum, in its quest to cultivate a sense of authenticity, would not easily approve outlandish wishes. After all, unconditionally approving every wish would seem implausible. However, wishes that appeared extravagant yet were not entirely impossible to realize could perhaps pass muster. The second section was the sharing area, where internal personnel likely shared their joy after realizing their wishes under the guise of ordinary users. Perhaps once his wish post passed approval, someone would impersonate him and post in the sharing section the next day. A mere 5-fold increase in strength could surely be manipulated to create visual effects. This would attract more people to the forum, ultimately profiting from the traffic. Perhaps the next step would involve viewing advertisements before posting a wish, or even requiring direct payment. As for now, Duanwu merely wished to observe what would transpire once the content was approved. As for whether the wish could come true, he held little expectation in his heart. Wang Xie, however, furrowed his brow, feeling an increasing sense of unease. Ding! The forum notification sound echoed once more. As Wang Xie and Duanwu exited the internet CAF. The night had deepened, and the chaotic streets came alive. Food stalls lined the streets in long queues, with students in Air Zhong uniforms and nearby office workers converging. This street primarily catered to students, and the vendors offered delicious and reasonably priced snacks. Standing before the internet CAF, the two exchanged glances when Duanwu suddenly extended his hand. What is going on? A sense of foreboding washed over Wang Xie. Instinctively taking a step back, Duanwu grinned, stepping forward to drape an arm around his shoulder, saying, "What's with the avoidance? At this hour, is it too much to ask for a meal?" Wang Xie rolled his eyes, knowing this would happen. Duanwu, how about this? Wang Xie shifted aside, freeing himself from Duanwu's embrace. He rummaged through his pants pocket for a while, finally pulling out a crumpled 10-yuan bill and handing it over. "I want to dine with you. I still have to work at the convenience store. This 10 yuan is for you. Consider it a meal for my big brother." "Just 10 yuan? Duanwu's expression immediately soured. With current prices, 10 yuan would barely buy a portion of vegetarian stir-fried noodles, not even allowing for any meat. As he spoke, his peripheral vision caught Wang Xie's worn-out sneakers. Duanwu narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling that since he had met Wang Xie, the guy had always worn those same shoes, never having changed. Not just the shoes, Wang Xie seemed to perpetually be in his uniform. Duanwu's gaze flickered momentarily before he accepted the 10 yuan bill. He waved his hand dismissively. 10 yuan is still 10 yuan. I'll manage with a bowl of vegetarian stir-fried noodles today. All right, I'm off then. Duanwu turned dramatically, swaggering away. Upon seeing this, Wang Xie secretly sighed in relief, finally free from this troublesome individual. However, just as Wang Xie was about to step forward, Duanwu abruptly halted, turning back. "Hey!" Wang Xie heard the call. His heart skipped a beat. Fearing the worst, did this guy think 10 yuan was insufficient? What to do? I have barely 4,000 left. Just as Wang Xie felt anxious and at a loss, Duanwu stretched out his hand through the crowd. His fist clenched tightly. "Listen well, Wang Xie. I, Duanwu, will undoubtedly conquer Zhejiang, become the strongest high school student, and surely rise to greatness at that time. You shall be the strongest man's little brother. And I, the strongest man, Duan Wu, will gift my sole little brother a set of the world's most expensive suit and the most eye-catching pair of shoes. Duan Wu finished speaking, grinning widely. Ready to say more, at that moment, a commotion erupted from the other side of the crowd. What the hell? That loudmouth over there. I see Duan Wu from Zhejiang. Indeed, boss, that's him. Damn it, he thinks he can conquer Zhejiang. Chase him down and take him out. Duan Wu turned at the sound, only to see a group of a dozen boys clad in Zhejiang uniforms. Their faces fierce as they pushed toward them. A hero does not suffer losses in the face of immediate danger. He slips away. Duan Wu grinned widely, waved farewell to Wang Xie, and vanished into the throng. As he watched Duan Wu gradually being swallowed by the crowd, Wang Xie, concealed behind thick lenses, appeared somewhat lost in thought, pondering something elusive. After a significant pause, he gently adjusted his glasses and turned to stroll down the other end of the street. Although this route was longer, it offered a semblance of safety. No one could predict whether Duan Wu would engage in a brawl with that group of unruly youths from Zhejiang. Should a confrontation arise, he might be mistaken for an accomplice while merely passing by. Moreover, he had no combat skills. Even if he did, he saw no justification for intervening on Duan Wu's behalf. Thus, it was prudent to take the longer route home. Chapter 4. A secret gift. The fallen street seemed divided by an invisible line into two disparate worlds. The front half bustled with noise and activity, while the latter half lay in desolate silence. As night fell, Wang Xie emerged from Fallen Street, traversed 6 thoroughfares, and after nearly an hour, arrived at Zhangqing's infamous slum, Hongqiao Village. Although termed a village, Hongqiao was essentially a large courtyard housing dozens of families. Towering buildings surrounded it, encasing this courtyard like an isolated island, starkly contrasting the bustling exterior, seemingly frozen in the 1980s. Upon entering the courtyard, Wang Xie was greeted by a wave of stale air. The yard was cluttered with dilapidated items. A rusted bicycle lay abandoned in the corner, and the garbage bin emitted a pungent odor, overflowing with refuse. Meow. A few gaunt stray cats scavenged through the trash, arching their backs and issuing wary growls upon noticing Wang Xie's arrival. Paying them no mind, he proceeded directly to a tiled house. Before he could knock, a violent coughing fit erupted from within. Wang Xie retracted his hand and retrieved a black plastic bag from his backpack. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching before placing the bag at the door of the tiled house and gently rapping on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A hoarse voice called from inside. Shortly thereafter, there were sounds of movement, shoes scraping against the floor, and the thud of a hard object striking the ground. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal a weary man in his 50s. His face etched with deep wrinkles, making him appear older than his years. "Anyone there?" The man peered outside, seeing no one, just as he assumed it was a prank by local children and turned to retreat inside. He noticed the black plastic bag on the ground. "What's this?" The man fully opened the door, revealing himself. His left hand leaned on a cane, while the pant leg of his left trousers hung emptily, swaying in the cold breeze. The man set down the cane, braced himself against the door frame, and slowly crouched down. His movements labored. He untied the black plastic bag and, upon seeing its contents, his eyes widened in astonishment. His voice trembling. The bag contained a stack of cash, at least 4,000 yuan. Gazing at the money, the man's eyes flickered, and after a long pause, he sighed deeply. He tied the bag back up, scanned the surroundings once more, but still saw no one. Shaking his head, he stooped and returned inside. At that moment, Wang Xie emerged from a nearby corner. He cast a lingering glance at the tiled house, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes, before turning to leave the Hongqiao courtyard. Approximately 10 minutes later, he reappeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Approaching the garbage bin, the stray cats immediately arched their backs and emitted warning growls. Ignoring them, Wang Xie reached the bin, retrieved a large bag of cat food from his backpack, tore it open, and poured it onto the ground. The aroma instantly attracted the strays, who eyed the food hungrily yet hesitated to approach due to their wariness of Wang Xie. Lingering at a distance with longing gazes, Wang Xie turned and beckoned gently to the stray cats, smiling tenderly, "Come and eat." After uttering this, he walked out of the courtyard. Once he was certain he had left The strays rushed forward to feast, producing soft sounds of contentment. Creak. At that moment, the door of the tiled house swung open again. The man, leaning on his cane, stared at the courtyard entrance, murmuring, "Child, it's not your fault." Jiangqing is divided into 3 districts: Wu District, Han District, and Yang District, by the Yangtze and Han rivers. Hongqiao Village resides in Wu District, as does Wang Xia's residence at 602, Building 7, in the Lydian community. The Lydian community is an 8-story building, modest compared to commercial housing complexes but vastly superior to the dilapidated courtyard, providing protection from winter drafts and summer sun, which was a source of satisfaction for Wang Xia. With a preferential rental policy for orphans, the government subsidizes him with 1,000 yuan monthly, allowing him to save 200 after paying rent, a sum that sustains his daily life. With just 18 yuan left and 13 days until payday, he was perilously close to eating dirt. Seated at a small wooden table, Wang Xia gazed at the few coins scattered on its surface, lost in contemplation. His stomach rumbled, reminding him that he had not eaten dinner. He swallowed hard, letting out a resigned sigh. Perhaps I should just sleep. Once asleep, hunger will fade away. Rising, he glanced at the nailed-shut window and the tightly closed bedroom door. Adjusting his glasses, he approached the bedroom door and turned the doorknob with a click. RRRR, the door opened, pulling away the tape affixed to the inside, half of which fell to the ground. Wang Xia looked at the piece of tape on the floor, his gaze shifting behind his thick frames. While today's scenario was a consequence of his sleepwalking after not returning home last night, it was a common occurrence. Bending down, he picked up the piece of tape from the floor and tore the other half from the wall, discarding both into the trash bin. Approximately 5 years ago, when Wang Xia was 12, he discovered he seemed to suffer from sleepwalking. The following morning, he would often awaken on the floor in various places: his bedroom, the living room, or even at the front door. Initially, he paid little heed, dismissing it as ordinary sleepwalking. However, in the past 2 years, the situation had taken a bizarre turn. He would wake up in unexpected locations, sometimes outside his home. While sleepwalking at home was one thing, wandering the streets unconsciously posed risks of being hit by a car or harassed by drunken individuals, leaving him with no recourse. Thus, Wang Xia ensured to lock all doors and windows tightly each night before sleeping. Yet, upon waking the next day, he would still find himself in unfamiliar places. Eventually, he purchased a pair of novelty handcuffs online and secured one hand to the bed before sleeping, believing it might solve the issue, but to no avail. During that time, he tried every conceivable method, yet he would still wake up elsewhere the next morning. Desperate to understand the cause, Wang Xia bit the bullet and installed a second-hand surveillance camera at his door. Strangely, the camera functioned normally after installation, but as soon as midnight struck, the feed turned to static, only resuming at 6 in the morning, by which time Wang Xia's presence had vanished from the footage. Each night, he would also tape the doors and windows in the same manner. Logically, the tape should break if he exited the door, but the tape on the inside remained untouched. This perplexing situation left Wang Xia bewildered. There was no sign indicating he had left, yet every morning he was not in his room, a phenomenon beyond ordinary comprehension. Fortunately, he had not encountered any further dangers or accidents, as the days of experiencing bizarre and terrifying events wore on. Wang Xia grew numb to it all now. He simply hoped to wake up not too far from school, as he could not afford taxi fares. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Wang Xia removed his black-framed glasses, revealing an unremarkable face. In truth, his features were not unattractive, but together they appeared quite ordinary, as if all brilliance had been deliberately erased. He placed his glasses on the bedside table, took a deep breath, lay flat on his bed, and soon slipped into slumber. Yet, just before closing his eyes, he faintly glimpsed the vanished black umbrella leaning against the wardrobe. What is going on? Did I bring it back while sleepwalking last night? Before Wang Xia could ponder further, a wave of drowsiness overcame him, and he lost consciousness. In his dreams, he indulged in hot pot, gnawed on chicken legs, and drank cola, wishing the dream would not end too swiftly. Outside the dream, across the street, a man on the 6th floor of Building 3 lowered his binoculars. "So, how is it?" A short-haired woman reading a book inquired. The man in the pink jacket stretched lazily and replied, "Just like usual, very regular. If he doesn't work the night shift, he's in bed by ten. By the way, the director wouldn't be mistaken, would he? Are we sure it's this kid?" We've been watching him for a year. The man continued. He works at the convenience store right after school, comes home at midnight, and goes to sleep. The next morning, he leaves home at 6, jogs in the park for half an hour, feeds stray cats and dogs, and then walks to school. There are no other social activities or entertainment, just the same routine every day, without any variation. I am already tired of watching him. All right, the short-haired woman set her book down and waved her hand. That's enough for today. Let us head back. Back? We're not staying until 6 in the morning? The man appeared perplexed. No need. If we monitor for another year, or even 10 years, it's unlikely to change. The short-haired woman approached the window, gazing at Building 7 across the street, and said slowly, I suspect that the boy's distorted perception is likely related to his sensory awareness. What we see may not necessarily reflect reality, similar to an illusion. So can we ascertain that he is indeed the rain-soaked individual? The man queried. The short-haired woman retracted her gaze, organizing the documents on the table as she replied, Perhaps, but to confirm entirely, we'll need to use an entropy detector. Once we ascertain that the entropy around him exceeds 100, we can confirm that he possesses abilities. Doesn't he that just bring us back to square one? The man spread his hands in exasperation. The director is worried about alarming the subject and flatly refuses to allow us to use the entropy detector. The short-haired woman narrowed her eyes. The director's directive for us to make our own judgments is meant to hone our chaotic perception abilities. Now that we've uncovered a clue, if we apply again, the director should approve. How itchy Wang Xie, in a daze, felt a dampness on his cheek, a tickling sensation, and slowly opened his eyes. Woof, woof, woof. A large yellow dog's face was before him, licking him incessantly. Away. Is that you? Wang Xie sat up and surveyed his surroundings, sighing in relief. This time he had awakened in the neighboring community, which felt relatively normal. Wang Xie rose, affectionately rubbed the yellow dog's head, and said, I'm sorry, Wei, but I can't feed you today. I'm starving myself. As he spoke, Wang Xie furrowed his brow. Though he had not partaken of dinner, one would expect him to feel hunger the following day. However, he found himself devoid of any appetite, even feeling somewhat bloated. Just then, Wang Xie suddenly noticed an empty box on the ground nearby, which, judging by its size and appearance, seemed to have contained a cake. Remembering how Wei had licked his face earlier, Wang Xie's expression shifted dramatically. Trembling, he touched his own face, and indeed, aside from dog saliva, there was a considerable amount of cream. Wang Xie's brow furrowed in alarm. What on earth did I do yesterday? The thought flitted through his mind, prompting him to hastily toss the cake box into the garbage and leave in a hurry. Upon reaching the school entrance, Wang Xie spotted Duan Wu lurking suspiciously, waiting for him. With a resigned sigh, he approached. Duan Wu quickly pulled Wang Xie into a corner, glancing around before retrieving something resembling a greeting card from his pocket. What is this? Wang Xie asked. Casting a quick glance, Duan Wu looked around again, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. This is an invitation from the forum moderator. An invitation from the moderator? Wang Xie echoed, incredulously. Indeed, Duan Wu affirmed eagerly. I thought there would be no follow-up after last night. But then this morning, I found this invitation at my bedside. Wait, Wang Xie interrupted. You found it at your bedside. Your bedside? Of course, my bedside. Where else would it be? Yours? Duan Wu retorted, rolling his eyes. No, I meant. Wang Xie attempted to clarify. But Duan Wu waved him off, saying, I know what you're getting at. You want to ask how it ended up on my bedside, right? Duan Wu's expression turned thoughtful as he lowered his voice. Honestly, it is peculiar. I discovered the invitation this morning and immediately checked my room. Guess what? The door was locked. My bedroom door, the front door, and the windows all showed no signs of having been opened. This means no one entered. Yet somehow, an invitation appeared on my bedside. This revelation. An inexplicable chill ran down Wang Xie's spine as he recalled his own experience with sleepwalking. The absence of evidence of entry was eerily similar. By the way, Wang Xie exclaimed urgently, did you read the invitation? What does it say inside? I did, Duan Wu replied, nodding. A person claiming to be the moderator invites me to the Earl's Bar after midnight, stating that my wish has been acknowledged and will be fulfilled there. Is that so? Wang Xie asked, incredulous. And you plan to go? Of course, Duan Wu grinned broadly, shrugging. What else would one do? Wang Xie's brow furrowed. This situation feels too bizarre. I think it would be best to decline. Decline? No wonder they call you Wang coward. You're truly a coward, Duan Wu exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Just think, if the moderator can so stealthily place the invitation at my bedside. Whether it's a prank or something else, they must possess some skill. Who knows, they might genuinely be able to grant our wishes. Wait. Wang Xie interrupted him again, speaking earnestly. This is your wish, not ours. PSH, Duan Wu scoffed. As my only little brother, isn't your wish my wish? Wang Xie rolled his eyes, recognizing that Duan Wu was being rather self-serving. By the way, Duan Wu suddenly said, didn't Yi Wei mention that his changes were related to the wish forum? Let's probe him for information. I won't mention the invitation. If he knows the process, it means he must have made a wish. His transformation might have nothing to do with surgery, it could be a result of wishing. If that's the case, Duan Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I might actually be able to wish for my strength to increase fivefold. With that, he seized Wang Xie's arm, eager to seek out Yi Wei. Ah, what is that? As they neared the classroom door, they were met with a chorus of gasps from within. Moments later, Zhang Haiyan stumbled out of the classroom, her face pale and eyes wide with terror. Collapsing at Duan Wu's feet. Duan Wu frowned slightly, while Wang Xie, quick to react, helped Zhang Haiyan to her feet and asked, what happened inside the classroom? Still in shock, Zhang Haiyan buried her head in Wang Xie's chest. Trembling as she pointed toward the classroom door, someone is dead. What? Dead? Wang Xie and Duan Wu exchanged alarmed glances, swallowing hard. Surely it Ku Xiaotian shook his head, a grave expression on his face. It is quite literal. We simply cannot access this forum. Is it possible they shut down the server upon realizing we were investigating? Huang Tianming speculated. No. Xiaotian shook his head again. We have been monitoring the Ru Yuan forum in real time. Yet we are unable to log in, while simultaneously, other users continue to gain access. What did you say? Huang Tianming was taken aback, then asked, could it be that your IP has been counter-monitored, and they have restricted your login? I have pondered that as well. Xiaotian's tone was heavy, but no matter how I change devices, even attempting to log in discreetly from an internet CAF, it remains futile. In fact, I even asked my son to have his classmate try logging in with his own device. I thought, after such a roundabout approach, even a top hacker would struggle to prevent this. Yet the outcome was still the same. Access denied. Strangely enough, my son's classmate had successfully logged in before. Aside from that, I have utilized various connections to seek assistance, even without showing my face, asking informants to find people from all walks of life to log in. Yet, all have met with failure. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianming opened his mouth but was momentarily at a loss for words. If the Public Security Bureau's objectives were clear and the other party was focused on preventing logins, it would make sense. However, Xiaotian has gone through such extensive efforts and still cannot log in, which defies reason. Xiaotian narrowed his eyes. To be frank, the Ru Yuan forum gives me a rather absurd feeling. A rather absurd feeling, indeed. Xiaotian took a deep breath. It feels almost sentient, as if it possesses life and can discern the true intentions of its users. Those who approach it with ulterior motives are invariably blocked. Nonsense. Huang Tianming reprimanded loudly. Xiaotian, you are a public security officer. What nonsensical thoughts are you entertaining? Yet, Xiaotian gazed out the window, his eyes glinting. Since the Crimson Rain 5 years ago, have there not been enough bizarre occurrences in this world? Upon hearing Xiaotian mention the Crimson Rain, Huang Tianming fell silent. Director Huang, he is not wrong. There are indeed many strange happenings in this world. A middle-aged man in an administrative jacket entered. Both Huang Tianming and Xiaotian turned to look at him simultaneously. The middle-aged man was approximately 40, with thinning hair. May I ask who you are? Huang Tianming furrowed his brows. The man clasped his hands behind his back and approached Huang Tianming. He stood about 1.70 meters, not particularly tall, yet exuded an imposing presence. Apologies, Director Huang, for the sudden intrusion. I hope you will pardon me for not being invited. The middle-aged man handed over a business card. Huang Tianming took it with confusion, and upon glancing at it, his expression changed dramatically. He abruptly stood up, respectfully bowing to the middle-aged man. Greetings, leader. Xiaotian, startled, quickly followed suit, imitating Huang Tianming's BOW.AT the same time. He caught a glimpse of the card's content, 749 Bureau, Jiangxing Branch, Director Li San. What department is this? Xiaotian had never heard of it. Although he was the captain of the criminal investigation team and held a modest rank, he had extensive connections in Jiangxing, yet this 749 bureau was entirely unfamiliar. Nevertheless, Xiao Tian understood that anyone capable of commanding such respect from the district police chief was certainly not to be underestimated. Li Sin chuckled lightly, waving his hand. Director Huang, my department is rather special, so let us dispense with the formalities. Come, let us sit down and converse. With that, Li San walked over to the sofa and warmly beckoned the two men. Xiao Tian looked towards Huang Tianming, who gave a slight nod. They hastily took their seats in front of Li San. Huang Tianming personally poured tea for Li San, inquiring, Director Li, what brings you here? Li San lifted his teacup, taking a sip, and leisurely replied, Director Huang, there have been 38 suspected suicide cases in the Wu district over the past 7 days, correct? Upon hearing this, Huang Tianming's hand trembled as he held the teacup. He quickly set it down and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, offering a sheepish smile. I am ashamed. I did not expect this matter to reach your ears, however, please rest assured. Our Wu district branch will solve these cases promptly. Solve them promptly? Li San regarded him with a knowing smile, as if fearful that they would ultimately conclude all cases as suicides. This? Huang Tianming's lips twitched, internally lamenting. The 38 suspected suicide cases showed no signs of foul play at the crime scenes, and the manner of death essentially ruled out homicide. Yet the key issue was that none of the 38 deceased had any motive for suicide, nor had there been any indications during their lifetimes. Hence, they had been classified as suspected suicides. To be honest, if Xiao Tian was unable to uncover the issues surrounding the Ruyuan Forum, Huang Tianming had intended to conclude these 38 homicide cases as suicides by the end of the month. Now that Li San had brought this to light, how could he not feel anxious? Fortunately, Li San's subsequent words eased Huang Tianming's tension. Director Huang, you need not be overly self-reproachful. This case was never one that your Public Security Bureau could handle. I have come to assist you in resolving it. Really? That is splendid. Huang Tianming immediately feigned excitement, though a faint unease lingered within him. He was aware that the 749 Bureau only dealt with special cases. However, upon reflection, the obstacles in investigating the Ruyuan Forum seemed to align perfectly with the complex cases they typically handled. May I ask, Director Li, how can we assist you? Huang Tianming inquired, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. It is quite simple. Release this juvenile. Which juvenile? Huang Tianming and Xiao Tian exchanged bewildered glances, unable to grasp the situation. Li San smiled faintly, gently tapping his fingers on the table twice. Knock, knock. Something miraculous transpired. The tea in the cup seemed to come alive, leaping out. The pale green liquid ascended into the air, gradually coalescing into an oval-shaped water sphere. Before the astonished gazes of Huang Tianming and Xiao Tian, the water sphere morphed, as if molded by an invisible hand, slowly taking on the form of a young boy. This is Duan Wu? Chapter 7. Foreknowledge. Xiao Tian had only just regained his composure from the astonishing scene before him when he recognized the face and gasped in surprise. What, do you know him? Huang Tianming suppressed his shock and turned to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian hurriedly nodded, swallowing hard as he said, This boy is a notorious troublemaker. Though young, he has committed numerous offenses and is a frequent visitor at the Bureau. However, Xiao Tian glanced at Li San, furrowing his brow as he continued, Director Li, I can assure you that this boy was not at the Bureau to date. No, wait. Upon realizing something, Xiao Tian suddenly looked up. The 38th suspicious case. This boy was one of the witnesses. However, he was released about 3 hours ago after the routine questioning. So, Xiao Tian shook his head, asserting that he had not been released, for he was simply not present at the Bureau. Upon hearing this, Li San merely smiled indifferently and offered no further comment. With Li San silent, Xiao Tian found himself at a loss, casting a pleading glance towards Huang Tianming. Huang Tianming, too, was unable to decipher Li San's intentions. In his eyes, the personnel from the 749 Bureau were shrouded in mystery. For a moment, the office fell into silence, with all three men refraining from speaking. Li San leisurely sipped his tea, while Huang Tianming and Xiao Tian felt increasingly restless. After all, Li San's earlier display had been nothing short of astonishing, shattering their previous understanding. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, Xiao Tian's phone vibrated. Huang Tianming and Xiao Tian both jolted, the sudden vibration startling the tension-filled duo. Huang Tianming felt he had lost his composure and shot a fierce glare at Xiao Tian.
Xiao Tian, feeling wronged. Wished the call had come at a different time. Apologies, Director Li. Xiao Tian awkwardly glanced at Li Sa and Li San smiled knowingly and said, No problem, Captain Xiao, go ahead and take the call. Very well. I shall step outside to answer. Xiao Tian just rose when Li San gestured for him to sit back down, saying, No need, Captain Xiao, you can take the call right here. Xiao Tian hesitated. Glancing at Huang Tianming, his expression troubled. Huang Tianming cleared his throat twice, stating, Since Director Li has asked you to take the call here, you should do so. All right. Xiao Tian acquiesced, putting the call on speakerphone as he connected. Captain, an urgent voice from the other end exclaimed, There has been a malicious assault incident on Erzhong Back Street. A malicious assault incident? Xiao Tian frowned, displeased as he replied. Such matters are within your purview. There is no need to report to me. However, the assailant is that Duan Wu. What did you say? Xiao Tian sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Li San. Li San remained nonchalantly sipping his tea. Xiao Tian, suppressing his shock, asked in a low voice, What are the specifics? Captain, this situation is different. The voice on the other end continued. A group of about 20 individuals from Jiuzhong has arrived, clearly prepared, and are surrounding Duan Wu on Erzhong Back Street. Duan Wu was caught off guard, surrounded by over 20 people. With no chance to escape, a scuffle broke out, and no matter how fierce Duan Wu was, he was but one against many as the fight escalated. Duan Wu became enraged, pulling out a butterfly knife from his pocket, and without hesitation, he lunged at the leader of Jiuzhong, striking him 3 times. One to the right thigh, one to the neck, and one to the left chest, all aimed at vital areas. Fortunately, he retained some rationality, gripping the blade's edge so that only a small portion of the tip was exposed. Although these 3 strikes appeared alarming, targeting critical areas, they did not inflict life-threatening injuries. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, drawing a weapon is a serious offense. Hence, I am reporting to you for guidance on how to handle this young man. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Tian and Huang Tianming were left in shock. It was not the incident involving Duan Wu that astonished them, but rather Li Sa and it seemed as though he had anticipated this outcome and had suggested releasing Duan Wu beforehand. Xiao Tian took several deep breaths, slowly stating, First, restrain Duan Wu and wait for my instructions. After hanging up, he turned to face Li Sa and it that moment. Li San set down his teacup, leisurely raising his head with a knowing smile, saying, Captain Xiao, would you be so kind as to cooperate with me? Well, Xiao Tian's face revealed his hesitation. Duan Wu's altercations had not been uncommon at the Bureau. Typically, minor skirmishes, even those with a bit of noise, were not overly problematic. With the addition of his being under 18, typically a brief education and a small financial penalty would suffice for his release. However, this time, with the use of a knife and bloodshed involved, the situation is markedly different. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tian remarked, Director Li, it is indeed evident that Duan Wu's situation is quite serious. To say it requires no action would be inappropriate. Nevertheless, considering his age, the punishment should not be excessively harsh. Perhaps a 7-day detention for educational purposes before his release. I can inform my colleagues at the Bureau and ensure that he faces no difficulties during these 7 days. Possibly even negotiate for a mere 72 hours of confinement before his release. Would this be acceptable? At this juncture, Xiao Tian comprehended that Li San was not merely there to assist with the case. He was clearly using the investigation as a pretext to seek leniency. He had encountered such social intricacies, where public matters intertwine with private ones, numerous times before. Yet, he had not anticipated that Duan Wu was acquainted with such influential figures. In this predicament, he could neither agree outright nor refuse directly. The partial concession would allow him to extend a courtesy while maintaining his principles. Moreover, despite Li San's unique position, they belonged to the same system. And thus, Li San would naturally understand these nuances. However, to Xiao Tian's astonishment, Li San shook his head after hearing his proposal. Open the door, Wang Xie. I know you're home. Stop playing dead, Duan Wu shouted at Wang Xie's door, pounding it with force. Yet, no response came from behind the door. With a quick thought, Duan Wu raised his voice. Wang Xie, listen carefully. I will count to 3, and if you do not open the door, do not blame me for kicking it down. You know I have the capability, and you also know I won't compensate for any damage. He began his count, 3, 2, 1. Upon reaching 1, Duan Wu gritted his teeth, took 2 steps back, and launched a flying kick at the door. The ordinary iron door, thin and frail, was no match for his powerful strike. Just then, the door creaked open, and Wang Xie, seeing the incoming kick, swiftly dodged to the side. Damn it, Duan Wu lost his footing, his expression shifting dramatically. With a tearing sound, he kicked into empty air, sprawling onto the ground with his pants now torn at the crotch. Chapter 8. A rainy night appointment. Wang Xie approached his wardrobe, rummaging through the scant few articles of clothing, and ultimately handed Duan Wu a pair of sweatpants. Duan Wu scrutinized the pants. Frowning, "Big brother, Adidas with 4 stripes. Do you have any other pants?" Wang Xie shook his head. "None left. I wear a uniform to school and work part-time, so I rarely go out." Despite his disdain, Duan Wu accepted the pants, grumbling, "If you had opened the door sooner, none of this would have happened, and I wouldn't have to wear your knockoff pants." Wang Xie shot him a glance. "If you hadn't come looking for me, there wouldn't have been any issues." "Hey, Duan Wu," while pulling up the pants, playfully jabbed his fist at Wang Xie. "Have you grown some wings? Dare to talk back?" Wang Xie rolled his eyes, ignoring him. "All right, enough chit-chat. It's about time. Follow me." Duan Wu glanced out the window and lowered his voice. "Where to?" Wang Xie feigned ignorance. "What do you think?" Duan Wu patted his shoulder. "Accompany me to find the moderator." "I'm not going." Wang Xie vehemently shook his head, refusing to budge. The Liyuan Forum was too eerie. With He Wei's recent incident, he had no desire to provoke the moderator. "You have no choice." Duan Wu reached for Wang Xie's arm, attempting to pull him into the living room. Duan Wu yanked forcefully but found himself unable to budge Wang Xie. After a moment of surprise, he grinned. "Oh, I didn't realize you had such strength." Wang Xie stood firm, resolute. "Tonight, I'm not going out, no matter what." "Oh really? If you won't come with me." Duan Wu rolled up his sleeves, eyeing Wang Xie with a sinister grin. "What are you planning?" Wang Xie, sensing mischief, felt a twinge of fear. "What am I planning?" He. Duan Wu cracked his knuckles, joints popping ominously. "I intended to let you experience the taste of Iron Fist barbecue." Wang Xie startled, but then thought it through. Taking a beating was better than losing his life. He clenched his teeth. "Come on then. If you have the guts, kill me, huh?" Surprised by Wang Xie's defiance, Duan Wu was taken aback. Usually, a mere pretense of threatening him with Iron Fist barbecue would make Wang Xie concede immediately. What was different today? Nevertheless, Duan Wu remained unperturbed. He had an ultimate trump card. "How about this?" Duan Wu casually lowered his sleeves and sat on the bedside. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a thick stack of 100 yuan bills. "Where did you get so much money?" Wang Xie's eyes widened in disbelief at the substantial wad of cash. This amount easily exceeded 10,000 yuan, a sum he had never encountered in his life. Though Wang Xie was not avaricious, he currently had a mere 18 yuan left. Oh no, that was inaccurate. He had only 15 yuan remaining after spending 3 earlier on 2 buns. With prices rising, the sight of a 10,000 yuan sum was hard to resist for someone with only 15 yuan to their name. Theo Wang Xie, that represented not just 10,000 yuan, but 6,666 buns, enough to last for over a year. "So, what do you say?" Duan Wu regarded Wang Xie with a teasing glint in his eyes. "Accompany me to meet the moderator, and this 10,000 yuan is yours." Gulp. Wang Xie swallowed hard, his breath quickening. "Where did you get this money?" Duan Wu shrugged. "Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you're in or out." Wang Xie's gaze flickered between the stack of bills and Duan Wu. Though he was merely accompanying Duan Wu, it would not implicate him in any trouble. Plus, the prospect of earning 10,000 yuan seemed too good to pass up. That moment, Wang Xie forgot all about the forum's ominous reputation. His mind solely fixated on the 10,000 yuan. Perhaps in his eyes, his life was worth less than that amount. All right. After a lengthy hesitation, Wang Xie inhaled deeply and gritted his teeth. "I'll go with you." Upon hearing this, Duan Wu felt as though a weight had lifted. A smile broke across his face. "Great. So what are we waiting for? Let us go." Wang Xie shot Duan Wu an incredulous look, as if he were staring at a fool. "What, do I have something on my face?" Duan Wu touched his face, puzzled. Wang Xie retorted, "I want to know what time the moderator asked to meet you." "At 12 o'clock. Why?" "Well, why do you think?" Wang Xie shot him a glare before turning back to rummage through his wardrobe, pulling out a raincoat. Damn it. Only then did Duan Wu realize what was happening. After Wang Xie donned the raincoat, he glanced at Duan Wu. "You didn't bring your own raincoat, did you?" "Just so you know, this is the only one I have. I'll buy your raincoat." "No way." Wang Xie's refusal was firm. Accompanying Duan Wu to meet the moderator could be dangerous, but venturing out without a raincoat was certain to lead to peril. No, not just peril, but outright disappearance. What to do? Duan Wu glanced at the time. It was nearly 12 o'clock, the shops were closed, and there was nowhere to buy a raincoat. If they returned home first, they wouldn't make it in time. I have an umbrella, but I must warn you, it won't guarantee you won't get wet. So, Wang Xie pointed to a black umbrella by the door, shrugging. Duan Wu furrowed his brows, hesitating for a while before finally deciding. An umbrella it is then. As long as I don't stand directly in the rain, a few splashes shouldn't make me vanish. Wang Xie glanced at him. You really are daring. What are you mumbling about? Let us go. Duan Wu snatched the umbrella and exited the room first. Wang Xie cautiously tucked the stack of cash beneath the bed, pondering before taking a single 100 yuan bill for his pocket. A man shouldn't leave without some money. Only then did he feel reassured to leave the room. On the 6th floor of Building 3, a man watching Wang Xie's movements suddenly shifted in demeanor. Jiang Li, it's changed, it's changed, it's changed. The man set down his binoculars and quickly turned to a short-haired woman. What's changed? Jiang Li put down her comic book, looking displeased. The man swallowed hard, hastily responding, it's no longer the same stagnant scene. That guy has gone out. What did you say? Jiang Li sprang to her feet, striding to the window, just in time to see Wang Xie and Duan Wu exiting the building. It's almost midnight. Where is he off to? I remember he took a leave today. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Jiang Li's eyes. Quick, follow them. The chance to verify this guy's true identity might be tonight. Earlier that day at the bureau, Jiang Li had sought permission from the director to use the entropy detection device. However, the director had denied her request, instructing her to monitor the target as usual. This left Jiang Li and Sun Xiaowu feeling frustrated. They had anticipated another night of watching reruns, but unexpectedly, the target had ventured out. This was a rare opportunity. Follow that taxi. Meanwhile, across the street from the Lydian community, in a black Santana parked by the curb, Xiao Tian abruptly straightened in his seat. Observing Wang Xie and Duan Wu getting into a taxi, his expression hardened, and he quickly instructed the driver to follow. Chapter 9. The Earl's Bar, located in the Han district, lay across the river from the Wu district. Even by taxi, it would take at least 40 minutes to reach from Wang Xie's home. Leaning languidly against the back seat of the taxi, Wang Xie watched the city's nightscape whiz by. As the car traversed the Cross River Bridge, the clock struck midnight. Attention to citizens outside the city. Please be alert for red rain. Wear raincoats, rain shoes, and carry umbrellas. A rumble of thunder echoed. The dark night sky seemingly torn apart as a blinding red light suddenly spread, engulfing the heavens in a fiery hued pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The raindrops began to fall, shattering the tranquility within the car. Wang Xie blinked in astonishment, turning to the window to find red rain cascading down, each drop resembling blood. In the blink of an eye, the rain intensified, intertwining in countless scarlet strands, draping the city in a bizarre crimson veil, while the once calm river surged violently. Do you think this red rain is a natural phenomenon or a supernatural one? The driver suddenly inquired. Wang Xie shot him a glance, but remained silent. Duan Wu could not restrain himself from speaking. It must be a supernatural phenomenon. Haven't you heard that those who are drenched in red rain tend to vanish? Ha ha ha, you're just a child. Too young to understand. The driver, wearing an expression of someone who knows everything, replied, Let me ask you, have you ever witnessed someone disappearing in the rain? Duan Wu was taken aback. Upon reflection, he realized he had never seen such a thing. 5 years ago, when the red rain first appeared, the government issued a Level 1 disaster notice, warning that exposure to red rain could lead to human evaporation. Who would dare to doubt an official notification? After all, no one would risk their life to test it. At least in Duan Wu's circle, such incidents were unheard of. Haven't seen it, right? The driver, noticing Duan Wu's silence, became even more self-satisfied. You see, young one, you lack understanding of national affairs. Duan Wu scoffed disdainfully. Pfft, what are you pretending for? Then tell me, what is the deal with the red rain? The driver, pleased to have someone to converse with, perked up. Hey, little one, let me enlighten you. There are no monsters or supernatural phenomena in this world. Everything is man-made. Duan Wu was unimpressed and countered. Are you suggesting that the red rain is artificially created? Precisely, the driver replied, his expression one of knowing everything. You're aware of artificial rain, right? Just add some chemical dye and voil. The rain turns red. What is so extraordinary about that? Huagua is developing too rapidly. A price must be paid. Industrial development generates vast amounts of industrial waste and chemical refuse. In the past, when the internet was underdeveloped, waste was indiscriminately discharged without oversight. But now, everyone has a mobile phone, and the pressure of public opinion is immense. Those in power fear losing their positions. Guess what happened? The driver continued animatedly. 5 years ago, the head of the environmental department devised a scheme to use the principle of artificial rain to mix garbage into the rainwater and discharge it. They even fabricated the notion that those who got drenched in the rain would disappear, fearing that someone might test the rainwater and expose the scandal. Such devious thoughts, such malicious intent. Therefore, at this point, the driver looked at Duan Wu and earnestly advised, "Young man, from now on, work hard to earn money, save enough to quickly go to the lighthouse nation. That is the true center of civilization." Damn it, Duan Wu fumed. If it weren't for the red rain outside, I would surely beat the living daylights out of you. You dog. Duan Wu was furious, realizing that this old man was an anti-nationalist, spouting conspiracy theories and blaming the state. Damn it, there will always be fools like you in this world, blaming heaven, earth, and even the air without reflecting on yourselves. If a child doesn't study well, it is due to a lack of effort. If you can't earn money, why not reflect on yourself? So, if others are at fault, it's their mistake. But if you fail, it's still their fault? Uncle, you truly have double standards. Duan Wu rolled his eyes and pointed at Wang Xie in the back seat. Don't use age as an excuse why little brother is not old. Yet he is an orphan, suffering more than you, and he doesn't blame heaven or earth. So if one is incapable, don't blame the road for being uneven. Wang Xie looked bewildered. Are you complimenting me? The driver opened his mouth to retort. But Duan Wu raised his fist. Stop rambling here. I don't want to hear it. Focus on driving. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of the Earl's bar. Damn it, don't let me see you again. If I do, I'll beat you up every time. Duan Wu gestured rudely at the driver as he got out of the car. Wang Xie cautiously checked his raincoat, confirming it wouldn't get wet before stepping out. You haven't paid yet. Seeing the two about to leave, the driver finally shouted. Wang Xie glanced at Duan Wu, who had no intention of paying, and helplessly pulled out a 100-yuan bill. I knew I shouldn't have left home without money at this time. The street outside the bar was soaked with rainwater, the ground gleaming ominously. The bar's entrance was tightly shut, and the security guard, clad in a raincoat, stared blankly ahead, his face eerily illuminated by the red glow. Something feels off. Wang Xie tugged at Duan Wu's sleeve and whispered, What's so off about it? Duan Wu dismissed. People guard this door every day. Over time, everyone becomes numb. Don't make a fuss with that. He strode confidently towards the security guard. Open the door, Duan Wu shouted, pointing at the closed entrance. The guard, however, seemed oblivious, not even glancing in his direction. Damn, a mere doorman, and he is so arrogant. Duan Wu, with a fiery temper, couldn't tolerate being ignored and pushed the guard. However, he discovered that the guard was as immovable as a wall. I refuse to believe this. Duan Wu gritted his teeth and shoved again. Just then, the guard seemingly came to life. His vacant gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked behind Duan Wu, then shifted to the side, causing the tightly shut door to creak open. What the hell again? Duan Wu's eyes widened, his expression frozen. Due to the force of his shove, he stumbled forward and fell into the bar, landing in a most undignified manner. Wang Xie. Duan Wu turned back, disheveled, only to see Wang Xie innocently holding his invitation. Don't shout. I didn't mean to. I had no idea that pulling this thing out would make the guard open the door. Wang Xie's gaze drifted nervously to the side, clearly feeling guilty. Chapter 10. The eerie bar. This bar seems a bit off. As Wang Xie stepped inside, he instinctively looked up, stunned. This place was entirely different from the bar he remembered. There were no flashing stage lights, nor was there lively music. The lighting was dim, everything shrouded in a haze. The dance floor, which should have been bustling, was eerily empty, devoid of any patrons. The entire bar exuded a lifelessness. As if it had lost its soul, however, it wasn't entirely devoid of life. Shadows occasionally flitted in the corner booths, though it was unclear if they were staff. This is called a bar? It resembles a funeral parlor. Duan Wu got up from the floor, also sensing the bar's strangeness. You shouldn't say anything. The more you talk, the scarier it gets. Wang Xie frowned and hesitated. Should we head back? Before he could finish, the iron door behind them slammed shut with a thunderous bang, startling him. He quickly turned to push the door, but it wouldn't budge, as if it had been welded shut. This door couldn't have been locked from the outside, could it? Panic surged in Wang Xie's heart as he turned to Duan Wu, shouting, Duan Gu, you're strong. You give it a try. Duan Gu? Wang Xie was shocked to find the space behind him empty. Duan Wu had vanished without him noticing. A chill ran up his spine, and he felt as though his blood was freezing. Stop messing around, Duan Gu. I'm not brave. Come out. Wang Xie leaned against the door, his eyes darting around in a panic. The bar was filled with shadowy figures, yet Duan Wu was nowhere to be found. He swallowed hard, his palms sweaty. This doesn't make sense. It was only a few seconds. How could Duan Wu disappear so suddenly? Wang Xie forced himself to calm down, but the more he thought about it, the more bizarre it seemed. Unease washed over him like a tidal wave, nearly drowning him. Duan Gu, Duan Wu, Duan Dog. Wang Xie shouted, even calling out Duan Wu's nickname, "By all rights," with such a loud voice. Those in the booth should have reacted, but the bar echoed only with his own voice, with no one responding. Wang Xie could only continue leaning against the door, too afraid to move. Don't mess around. Duan Gu. You know I'm timid. I said I wouldn't come, yet you insisted on bringing me. Time ticked by, and the situation remained unchanged. Wang Xie pushed the door several more times, but it was still futile. At that moment, a chilling voice came from a booth to the left. The one making wishes is Duan Wu, not you. The moderator only sees him, not you. Don't worry, Wang Song. After the moderator fulfills Duan Wu's wish, he will send him back, and then you both can leave together. Who? The voice nearly caused Wang Xie to faint. He turned to look, and in the left booth, a shadow was beckoning him, as if inviting him to join for a drink. However, in this eerie atmosphere, it felt inexplicably strange. Was this the person who just spoke? What does it mean to beckon me over? Wang Xie didn't rush over. Instead, he stood still, pondering. That voice felt oddly familiar. Also, Wang Song. It's not surprising that the other party knows Duan Wu's name, but how could they know my nickname? Logically, only students from the senior year of Zhong would know that. Wang Xie's mind was filled with confusion, and his curiosity was piqued. Just then, the voice called out again. Come here, Wang Song. Now that you're here, let us have a drink. To be honest, I owe you a great deal of gratitude. If it weren't for you, my high school years would have been miserable. Gratitude for me? Wang Xie furrowed his brows even tighter, his mind swirling with questions. What do you thank me for? The tone of the voice sounded like a fellow student from Zhong, someone who knew him. Come on, I toast to you, thanking you for your contributions over the past 2 years. The voice continued to urge. The more Wang Xie listened, the more muddled he became, curiosity gradually overtaking his fear. Never mind. I'll see who you really are. Wang Xie steeled himself and walked towards the left booth. He thought to himself, what comes as fortune is not a disaster. What comes as disaster cannot be avoided. If the other party intends to harm me, it wouldn't make a difference whether I go or not. I might as well find out what's going on. As Wang Xie approached, he found the person facing away from him. The lighting was dim, yet he immediately recognized the familiar school uniform of Zhong. Could it really be a classmate? Who could it be? Wang Xie took a deep breath and, mustering his courage, asked, Classmate, who are you? What? Wang Song, you don't recognize me after just one day. That is so disappointing. The person, still facing away, spoke in a high-pitched voice, its tone eerie and unsettling. Wang Xie felt a chill run down his spine. From a distance, the voice hadn't sounded so clear, but now, hearing it up close sent shivers through him, making him instinctively want to turn and flee, because the voice belonged to Yue. But wasn't he already dead? At that moment, the figure, still facing away, slowly turned around. More accurately, its head twisted around. The body below the neck remained empty despite Wang Xie being mentally prepared. He could not help but scream upon witnessing the scene before him. The face that confronted him was indeed that of Yue from before his wish was granted. However, at this moment, it bore a ghastly pallor, tinged with an eerie green glow. His eyes had bulged out of their sockets, dangling grotesquely at the sides of his cheeks, creating a truly horrifying visage. What on earth is this? Is this the reaction one should have upon meeting an old classmate? Come, sit down, let's share a drink, Yue said, patting the space beside him, motioning for Wang Xie to take a seat. His gesture was as casual as one would expect when inviting someone for a drink. Yet in this bizarre context, it was chillingly disturbing. What on earth is going on? This is absurd. A black Santana was parked across from the Earl Bar, where Xiao Tian, seated in the passenger seat, was seething with rage, vociferously reprimanding the driver. The driver, looking aggrieved, retorted, "Captain Xiao, you can't blame me. The car broke down halfway. Did you not think to check the vehicle's condition before setting out?" Xiao Tian fumed, his temper flaring at the driver's audacity to retort. The driver lowered his head, muttering softly, "This vintage car is older than I am. Checking it is pointless. The district police are already using the latest Volkswagen SUVs. While we're still stuck with a 97 Santana." Xiao Tian shot him a fierce glare and barked, "What are you mumbling about?" "And nothing." The driver straightened up hastily, changing the subject. "Captain Xiao, I believe our immediate priority is to hurry into the bar and catch up with those two brats." "Do I need to remind you?" Xiao Tian retorted. "But the entrance is packed. If we try to go in now, it will surely be too late." He smacked the driver on the back of the head and then gazed across the street, exhaling a soft sigh. Outside the Earl Bar, stylishly dressed men and women were entering and exiting. Even the torrential rain did little to deter their pursuit of revelry. Two uniformed security guards stood at the entrance, their lecherous eyes roving over the girls outside, completely oblivious to the prior stillness, exuding an air of vibrant life. Chapter 11. The rain soaked in the afternoon. Xiao Tian had initially intended to refuse Li San's request and confine Duan Wu for 72 hours. However, unexpectedly, Wang Tianming's phone rang. After hanging up without further explanation, Wang Tianming ordered Xiao Tian to release Duan Wu. Xiao Tian understood that this call bore significance. Upon inquiry, he discovered that the call had come from the provincial bureau. Xiao Tian was acutely aware that while he could disregard Li San's authority, after all, they were part of the same system. He could not ignore the provincial bureau's directives, as the county official held no sway over the present situation. Just as Xiao Tian was about to release Duan Wu, Li San interjected. He stated that releasing Duan Wu was not about personal favors, but rather because accompanying Duan Wu would lead to uncovering the true culprit behind 38 suspicious cases. Xiao Tian recognized that Li San's assertion must have been based on solid grounds. Yet, he was puzzled as to why Li San had specifically handed over 10,000 yuan for him to give to Duan Wu under the guise of compensation, when it was Duan Wu who should be covering the medical expenses. Thus, Xiao Tian complied on the surface, releasing Duan Wu and giving him the money. In secret, he kept a close watch on Duan Wu's every movement. He followed closely until he saw Duan Wu meet Wang Xie in the evening, and the two proceeded to the Earl Bar together. Unfortunately, a mishap occurred en route when their vehicle broke down, leaving him helplessly watching as the two entered the bar while he could not catch up. Frustrated, Xiao Tian took a deep drag from his cigarette, pushed open the car door, and stepped out. Since he was already there, he could not simply return. He decided to go inside and perhaps he might run into them. Tossing the cigarette butt to the ground, he walked to the driver's side door and knocked twice with force. "What are you dawdling for? Get out!" After issuing the command, he tightened his coat and briskly made his way towards the Earl Bar across the street. "Captain Xiao, be gentle when knocking. This old car can't handle it." The driver protested, drawing his neck in as he hurriedly exited the vehicle and jogged to catch up. Just as the two entered the bar, the street erupted with the thunderous roar of an engine. Moments later, a pink Harley motorcycle elegantly drifted to a stop in front of the bar, drawing the attention of many young onlookers. However, these youths were not filled with envy or curiosity. They were merely there to witness a spectacle. While the pouring rain did not deter people from venturing out, those who did at least took precautions, either driving or taking a taxi to avoid the downpour. Who would ride a motorcycle out in the rain? That would be foolish. What on earth were these two doing, braving the rain to dance? Wait a moment. Why have they not disappeared despite being soaked? They were bundled up tightly and wearing helmets. Perhaps they managed to shield themselves from the rain? No, look, they are completely dry. What is going on? The peculiar stares and murmurs from the crowd left Zhongli feeling exceedingly awkward. She quickly exited the vehicle and lowered her head, hastening towards the bar to escape their gaze. "Wait, Zhongli, wait for me," Sun Xiaowu called out, but Zhongli had already blended into the crowd entering the bar. Sun Xiaowu, however, was indifferent to the opinions of others, gracefully dismounting the motorcycle and even throwing a flirtatious glance at a nearby beauty, exuding an air of flamboyance. Just as Sun Xiaowu prepared to enter the bar, he suddenly squinted, fixating on the open iron door. Scrutinizing it repeatedly, something felt off. The sensation was distinctly unsettling. Even without my entropy detector, I can sense that the entropy levels here are abnormal. Sun Xiaowu furrowed his brow, increasingly perplexed. There was certainly a cognitive dissonance at play. Where was it? He did not rush into the bar but instead surveyed his surroundings, sensing something was amiss but unable to pinpoint it. Perhaps I should ask Zhongli. Her perception of entropy is stronger than mine. She should be able to discern the problem. Sun Xiaowu thought, pulling out his phone to call Zhongli. Beep, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Oh dear, could the signal be poor inside the bar? Sun Xiaowu helplessly set down his phone with a sigh, lamenting that the female Tyrannosaurus had a thin skin. If she hadn't been so eager to enter the bar, her abilities would have surely allowed her to notice the issue. Female Tyrannosaurus? You call me that in private? A chilling voice came from behind Sun Xiaowu. The sound sent a shiver down his spine. He slowly turned around, forcing a stiff smile and stammering, Jiangjia. Heh, you didn't go in? Zhongli shot him a sidelong glance, her tone icy as she replied, even someone as dull as you can detect a problem. Do you think I wouldn't notice? I'll settle the score with you later. After saying this, Zhongli turned her gaze back to the bar's entrance. The door appeared unremarkable, with the security guards on either side diligently scanning the incoming crowd. Open! Zhongli suddenly stomped her foot down with force. With a soft sound, an almost invisible ripple emanated from her foot, swiftly spreading outward. As the ripple passed, everything transformed. The bar's entrance, which had been wide open, instantly slammed shut. The ripple enveloped the guards. The one on the right vanished in an instant, while the one on the left lost his previous lecherous demeanor, his eyes glazed and devoid of life. Resembling a soulless puppet, the ripple continued to spread, erasing the once crowded throng outside the bar as if wiped away by an unseen hand. The music from within the bar and the surrounding noise were muted as if the world had been silenced in an instant. It was a deafening stillness that sent chills down one's spine. The torrential red rain inexplicably ceased. A bizarrely glowing purple moon emerged in the sky, casting an eerie light that cloaked everything in a more mysterious and sinister hue. I say, Zhongli, at least give me a heads up before you enter the inner world. You nearly left me outside, Sun Xiaowu remarked, glancing around. Aside from a small area in front of the bar, everything else was shrouded in thick fog, obscuring the distance. If you can't even react to this, you might as well stay outside to avoid dragging me down. Zhongli coldly retorted, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized the security guard in front of them. An omen of calamity, Zhongli murmured softly to At that moment. The guard who had previously seemed lifeless suddenly lowered his head, and his hollow gaze reflected Zhongli's figure. The rain-soaked must die. Chapter 12. To kill you or him on the third floor of the bar. In the VIP room at the end of the corridor, Duan Wu, who had vanished for some time, was now languidly reclining on a deep red sofa, flanked by a beauty on either side. One voluptuous and the other demurely innocent. With a smile of delight, he embraced both women. Opposite him stood a woman in her 20s, clad in a purple qipao, exuding warmth like a spring breeze. She had a face as lovely as a peach blossom, exuding an air of ethereal grace, and her captivating eyes were fixed intently on Duan Wu. After a moment, the woman softly inquired, Young Master Duan, have you made a decision? Duan Wu released the beauty in his arms, straightened up, and narrowed his eyes at the woman before him. After a brief silence, he pressed his thumb onto the contract lying on the table, a smirk playing on his lips. Are you saying that if I sign this wish contract, I will gain 5 times my strength, but in exchange, I must kill the four-eyed lad who came with me in the hall? If I fail, I will meet the same fate as Yi Wei, with my soul eternally bound here as your servant, correct? Modem, precisely. The woman maintained her gentle smile, nodding slightly. May I ask how much longer you intend to deliberate? Young Master Duan? I am quite busy, haha. Duan Wu shrugged indifferently, then pushed the 2 women aside as he stood up, fixing his gaze on the modem with cold resolve. This wish I shall not grant. Farewell with that, He elegantly waved his hand and turned to exit the room. Young Master Duan. The modem called after him. Duan Wu turned, raising an eyebrow. What is it? The modem squinted her enchanting eyes, a smirk playing on her lips. I have a question. That lad downstairs is merely your subordinate. Giving up your subordinate for 5 times the strength seems quite a lucrative deal, does it not? Moreover, from my perspective, you ought to be the type who dares to do anything in pursuit of power. There seems to be no reason for such a foolish choice, does there? Additionally, allow me to remind you that once the wish sticker passes the review, regardless of whether you sign the contract or not, you must see it through to the end. Should you abandon it midway, it could very well cost you your life. Upon hearing that giving up would lead to death, Duan Wu's expression shifted. Yet, he quickly inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. Hey, you must be mistaken. That guy is not my subordinate. With his hands shoved into his pockets, Duan Wu bent forward, craning his neck, defiantly staring at the moderator. Wang Xie. He is my only friend. After declaring this, Duan Wu's eyes narrowed fiercely as he suddenly lunged forward, aiming a punch directly at the moderator's attractive face without hesitation. The wind from his punch howled. Bursting with vigor, Duan Wu knew that the person before him could easily take his life with a mere thought, but that was not a reason for him to refrain from striking. No one could bully Wang Xie in his presence, not even a deity. What a pity, though. Suddenly, I've thought of some amusement. The moderator's voice echoed eerily in Duan Wu's ears. A jolt of surprise coursed through Duan Wu as he regained his senses, discovering he was back on the sofa, unable to move. What just happened? Duan Wu was both shocked and furious, struggling to rise yet finding himself powerless, glaring fiercely at the moderator. What have you done to me? The moderator merely shrugged lightly, her calm smile suggesting that everything was under her control. It's nothing. I merely wish to invite you to witness a splendid show. A splendid show? Duan Wu felt an unsettling premonition. Xia Nu, turn on the television. Yes. The alluring woman to Duan Wu's left complied, swaying her hips as she approached the television and pressed the remote with her long fingers. This is, Duan Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen. The television displayed a scene from the bar's main hall, where Wang Xie sat nervously beside Yue. He held a glass, his hands trembling slightly, his face a mask of hesitation, unsure whether to drink, looking exceedingly anxious and frightened. Bastard, if there's any trouble, come at me. That guy is merely here to accompany me. Duan Wu's eyes reddened, resembling a frenzied beast, furiously glaring at the moderator, yet his body remained trapped on the sofa. The moderator, seemingly oblivious to his fury, wore a cruel smile as she stepped aside, granting him the best view of the unfolding drama. She chuckled. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? Of course, I merely wish for young Master Duan to witness his brother's demise. She burst into laughter. Her voice sharp and piercing. Ah ha ha ha, drink up. Once you do, you shall be liberated. I in the bar's main hall. Yue's ominous voice echoed in Wang Xie's ears. Wang Xie stared at the glass in his hand, the liquid sloshing within, reflecting his terrified visage. Suddenly, as if steeling himself for a tremendous decision, he slammed the glass down, splattering a few drops of liquid onto the table. Suppressing his fear, he turned to Yue, his eyes pleading, his voice trembling. Yue, ah no, Wei Gu, for the sake of our shared past as classmates, let me and Duan Wu go. Yue's eyes, hanging low on his cheeks, twisted upward in a disconcerting manner, fixated on Wang Xie with an unsettling intensity. I don't quite understand. I can comprehend your fear and desire to flee, but isn't it advantageous for you if Duan Wu dies here? Why do you plead for us to let you both leave? Well, Wang Xie swallowed hard, hesitating before speaking. Duan Wu is indeed quite detestable, but I believe that if we can survive together, it's far better to live together. Upon uttering these words, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes, even as his body continued to tremble slightly. Is that so? Yue's lips curled into a sinister grin. Then, if I were to let you go, on the condition that Duan Wu must die here, how would you choose? Wang Xie shot his head up. What did you just say? Meanwhile, in the VIP room, the moderator regarded Duan Wu with an enigmatic smile, a hint of mockery flickering in her eyes. Young Master Duan, how do you believe your only friend will choose? Upon hearing this, Duan Wu's formerly defiant demeanor wilted. His bravado dissipating, he muttered begrudgingly, Need it be said? I know he detests playing the game of elder brother and younger brother. Given this opportunity, he can rid himself of me while ensuring his own survival. He will undoubtedly. I refuse. Before Duan Wu could finish, the television emitted Wang Xie's resolute voice. How is that possible? Is that guy an idiot? Duan Wu stared in disbelief, his body trembling, his expression a tumult of shock and emotion. Even the moderator, who had been wearing a playful smile, could not help but direct her gaze at the youth on the screen, her eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. This seemingly cowardly boy possesses such unwavering resolve? Yue appeared equally taken aback by Wang Xie's refusal, a look of confusion crossing his face as he could not help but inquire, why? Wang Xie simply shook his head, his expression serene. There is no reason. I have a responsibility to him. As these words left his lips, both the patrons in the bar's hall and those in the VIP room fell silent, an unusual stillness enveloping the space. He, young Master Duan. I never expected you two to share such an intriguing story. The moderator turned her gaze to Duan Wu, her beautiful eyes glinting with mockery, as if she had unearthed a delightful secret. Even Xia Nu and Xiao Nu, who were beside Duan Wu, regarded him with peculiar expressions, as if they had stumbled upon a new discovery. Why, you mustn't listen to his nonsense. Duan Wu's face flushed crimson. Stammering, I truly had no idea he harbored such sentiments towards me. Damn it. Just kill him. Kill him. How can he be so disgusting? Chapter 13. The head is gone as you wish. The moderator exchanged a meaningful glance with Duan Wu before softly saying, Xiao Yi, proceed. No, I was joking. Don't harm him. Duan Wu's face paled instantly, his voice rising in desperation. His eyes widened in fury and despair. Yet he could do nothing but watch helplessly as the scene unfolded on the television. Yue slowly turned to face Wang Xie, his movements stiff and slow, as if manipulated by strings. His previously drooping eyes suddenly rose, fixated on Wang Xie with a piercing intensity. What are you going to do? Wang Xie swallowed hard, his body involuntarily tensing. What am I going to do? Yue's lips curled upward, revealing a sinister smile. I offered you a choice earlier, which you rejected. Now, I wish to savor the taste of your head. Rip. As he spoke, Yue's entire head split open at the mouth, as if cleaved in two, exposing the pink, writhing walls of his throat. A nauseating stench of rotting flesh and blood surged forth, overwhelming the senses and provoking a gag reflex. No, stop. Wang Xie stared in horror, his eyes wide, shaking his head frantically, desperate to flee yet unable to move. Bang. Just as Yue was about to lunge at Wang Xie, a loud crash resounded from the entrance. Wang Xie caught a glimpse of a security guard bursting through the door like a cannonball. Crashing heavily into the bar's main hall, he slid across the floor for a short distance before coming to a halt, raising a cloud of dust. Weak, far too weak. Following this, a man clad in pink leather sauntered in leisurely. He was tall and slender, his steps light, casually surveying the surroundings with an air of nonchalance. His gaze swept through the bar before locking onto Wang Xie's terrified eyes. Sister Jiang, that kid is over there. What should we do? Sun Xiaowu inquired as he turned around. Find a spot and watch the show, a cool female voice responded, imbued with calmness and detachment. Subsequently, a short-haired woman clad in black leather entered. She stood tall, her features severe, her eyes sharp enough to render one hesitant to meet her gaze. Watch the show? I enjoy watching shows. Sun Xiaowu nodded, unfazed by the strange and tense atmosphere, swaggering over to a booth and waving at the shadow in the corner with a playful smile. Waiter, bring me a glass of 82 La Fight. The shadow hesitated momentarily. What is happening? Yue stared blankly at the two, confusion etched across his face. His mouth hung open, caught in a moment of indecision, looking like a fool frozen in time. Helpless, he turned to the moderator for assistance. Moderator, these two seem rather formidable in the VIP room. The moderator's gaze remained fixed on the television screen displaying Jiang Li and Sun Xiaowu, her beautiful eyes flickering with uncertainty. She murmured to herself, drenched in rain. From the 749 Bureau? They've ultimately drawn this crowd, but how did they find this place? Suddenly, her gaze fell on Duan Wu. Suspicion clouding her expression. Is this guy a bait? A fishing operation? She quickly dismissed the notion, shaking her head. No, the Wish Forum can discern others' intentions. Even if they are from the 749 Bureau, those with ulterior motives cannot enter. The moderator's brow furrowed deeper, a cold snort escaping her lips as she turned her attention back to Wang Xia on the screen, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Xiao Yi, what are you dawdling for? Kill him. The moderator understood that if the 749 Bureau's members had arrived yet made no move, it could only mean one thing. They were awaiting reinforcements. If that were the case, then the priority was to eliminate the youth in the hall. She doubted the members of the 749 Bureau would sit idly by. Once they took action, she could utilize Yue to ascertain their strength. Should they prove weaker than herself, she would eliminate them. If they were stronger, she would flee. Yue remained oblivious to the moderator's intentions, obeying her commands without question. Hee, Wang Song, back in school, thanks to your presence. I was no longer the most suitable target for bullying, and I enjoyed 2 years of comfort. Now that I am here, I hope you will continue this fine tradition and take my place as the one being tormented. Well then, I shall not hold back. Yue's voice dripped with mockery and pride in the next moment. His severed head lunged at Wang Xia like a flash of lightning, a nauseating stench assaulting the senses. Wang Xia turned to look, nearly losing his wits in terror. The gaping maw, with its jagged teeth and bumpy tongue, was alarmingly close. Wang Xia wanted to flee, yet his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, leaving him in a state of despair, awaiting his demise. Are we truly just going to watch? Sun Xiaowu glared at Wang Xia, seeing him on the verge of being devoured by Yue. His brow furrowing in concern. It is merely a fusion of soul and decaying flesh, hardly deserving of the term life-threatening. Zhongli maintained a calm demeanor. That boy may distort our senses, but his strength is unlikely to surpass ours. And dealing with such a minor character should pose no. The words died on her lips as her gaze suddenly filled with shock and disbelief. Creak, creak, creak. The once quiet bar hall was abruptly filled with an unsettling sound of chewing. Damn it, didn't you say there was no problem? Sun Xiaowu sprang to his feet, the sudden movement knocking over the wine glasses on the table, spilling liquid everywhere. He fixed a piercing stare at the booth on the left, his face a mask of disbelief, his scalp tingling. Creak, creak, creak. Yue was savoring whatever he was chewing, blood and fragments of flesh bursting from his mouth, splattering onto the floor and creating ghastly blood stains. Beside him lay a headless corpse. Red blood gushed from the neck, staining the school uniform of number 2 high school, particularly glaring under the dim light. Jiang Li's face went pale, her beautiful eyes swirling with shock and self-recrimination. How could this happen? Could it be that I was wrong from the very beginning? This child was merely an ordinary person. What we witnessed each night was not an illusion, but his mundane existence. Was it because of my misjudgment that I condemned an innocent life? She felt as though struck by a heavy blow, her mind in a haze, her body swaying slightly, as if she might collapse at any moment. Jiangli, pull yourself together. Now is not the time for self-blame. Sun Xiaowu slammed his palm on the table, the loud noise startling Jiangli back to her senses. In a hushed voice, he said, "The mistake has been made and cannot be undone. But now, we must." He glanced at the chewing Yue, gritting his teeth, determined to at least kill this bastard. Crack. In the hall that was silent save for the sound of chewing, a clear sound rang out. Sun Xiaowu turned in astonishment. He saw a distinct handprint appearing on Jiang Li's left cheek, the red mark stark against her fair skin. At this moment, she had regained her composure, her gaze now filled with resolve and a murderous intent. You are right. Jiang Li slowly lowered her hand, her icy gaze piercing like an arrow towards Ewei. It is my fault. I will bear the responsibility, but these monsters must die. With that, she resolutely stood up and strode towards Yue. As she moved, the shadows lurking in every corner of the bar, once hidden and exuding malice, began to converge upon her, slowly encircling her. Chapter 14. The Whale in the Sea of Blood. Wang Xia. In the private room, Duan Wu's eyes widened in anger, bloodshot and filled with despair and sorrow. It is my fault. All my fault. Had I not forced you to come, this would not have happened. But I truly did not anticipate this. I merely wanted to take this opportunity to give you that 10,000 yuan. Duan Wu slumped onto the sofa, utterly devoid of strength, his eyes vacant. Beside him, the moderator watched Jiang Li on the television, her expression gradually turning grave. They all must die. You all must die in the bar hall. Jiang Li repeatedly uttered this phrase, each word dripping with killing intent. In the next moment, she slowly extended a finger, pressing it into her own forehead. Pft, pft. Her finger twisted in her brow, blood spraying forth. Zhongli showed no reaction to the excruciating pain, allowing the crimson liquid to stain her face and body. At that moment, she resembled a malevolent spirit emerging from a pool of blood, exuding a terrifying aura. "You all must die." Zhongli spoke again, her voice devoid of its usual clarity, now cold and hollow. Like a decree from hell, she advanced slowly towards Yi Wei. With each step, blood began to seep ominously from the ceiling of the bar hall. At first, the blood trickled slowly, but soon the flow quickened, pooling into a thick layer of sanguine liquid on the floor. What is this trait? What has she shattered? The moderator observed this bizarre scene, her brow furrowed, her eyes filled with vigilance and confusion. Zhongli continued forward, the blood from the ceiling flowing faster. Soon, the entire hall was inundated with blood, the stench filling every inch of the space. The blood pooled around the ankles of the people present, and the shadows that had once surrounded Zhongli now struggled to move through the thick liquid. Suddenly, one shadow found itself in free fall, a powerful sensation of weightlessness hitting it, as if sinking into an abyss of blood. It thrashed desperately, but could not escape, surrounded by the viscous crimson liquid, seemingly trapped in an endless sea of blood. Splash! From a distance, the sound of rushing water could be heard, as if some colossal creature was approaching. What is this monster? The shadow turned in terror, only to behold a gigantic blood whale breaking through the waves. Its crimson body parted the blood water as it passed, creating tumultuous blood-red ripples that spread outward, its presence commanding. As the blood whale drew near the shadow, it suddenly opened its abyssal mouth. In an instant, a powerful suction emanated from within, mercilessly pulling everything nearby into its maw. The shadow struggled, but could not resist the force, helplessly being drawn into the blood whale along with numerous other shadows. Whale after consuming everything, the blood whale emitted a sound of delight. It then began to swim slowly into the depths of the blood sea, soon vanishing into the endless crimson, leaving only fading ripples behind to testify to its previous rampage. With a whoosh, accompanied by a sound akin to receding tides, the bar hall returned to its original state, not a trace of blood remaining, not even a drop. "Where is everyone?" Yi Wei slowly lifted his head, gazing around in confusion, only to find the bar hall utterly deserted. The shadows in the various booths had vanished, and the two intruding humans were nowhere to be seen. In the private room, the moderator's eyes flickered. She was uncertain what she had shattered, but judging by the manifestation of this trait, the entropy value must have exceeded 500. Damn it, this woman is more powerful than I am. Moreover, that man has yet to make a move. Since they are partners, their strengths should be comparable. If they have reinforcements, the situation will become even worse. No, we must relocate our base. The moderator recognized that the situation was turning against her and quickly turned to Xiannu and Qiannu, urging, "There is no time. Kill this kid. We abandon this place and find another base." She pointed at Duanwu on the sofa, turning to push open the door of the private room. "Preparing to flee this perilous location, I told you, you all must die." Just as the moderator pushed open the door, she saw a woman standing quietly outside, blocking her path. The moderator was so startled by the sudden appearance that her complexion paled. She instinctively took a few steps back, retreating into the private room, warily watching the woman before her. "How is this possible? How could you be here? You were supposed to..." Before the moderator could finish her sentence, Jiang Li's cold visage had drawn near like a specter. Her smooth, white forehead bore no trace of a blood hole, as if the horrifying scene from before had never occurred. Simultaneously, a slender arm shot forth like lightning. Plunging into the moderator's chest, the palm emerging from her back, blood gushed forth, pooling onto the floor in a shocking crimson puddle. Chun Nu! Chun Nu! Upon witnessing this, Xiannu and Qiannu's faces changed drastically. The two simultaneously screamed in anger. Their eyes filled with shock and urgency, rising to assist. Hey, could you not ignore my existence?" Just as they made a move, another figure flashed before them, blocking their way. It was Sun Xiaowu. Sun Xiaowu extended his hands, pressing one against one of their heads. "Sit down." Instantly, Xiannu and Qiannu felt an immense weight pressing down upon them. their bodies sinking sharply, pinned to the sofa, unable to move despite their struggles. Sun Xiaowu glanced at Duan Wu and casually asked, "Kid? You okay?" Kill them. Avenge Wang Xie." Duan Wu forced the words out of his throat, his voice hoarse with rage. "Avenge?" Sun Xiaowu looked bewildered. "Avenge what? For whom? Has anyone here sacrificed themselves?" Duan Wu abruptly raised his head. "Huh?" Sun Xiaowu's words left everyone present momentarily stunned. "What does that mean?" The moderator furrowed her brow, suppressing the intense pain in her chest, turning to the television, trying to find answers in the images on the screen. Chapter 15. The silver-haired youth in the dim and eerie bar hall. Yue Wei's face twisted in disgust as he violently spat out what he had in his mouth, upon closer inspection. It turned out to be a pair of black-framed glasses, glinting oddly in the murky light. Damn it, what material are Wang Song's glasses made of? My head is chewed to bits, yet these glasses remain unscathed. Yue Wei muttered curses under his breath. At this moment, he was alone in the hall, save for Wang Xie's gruesome headless corpse. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the atmosphere felt oppressive. Where did everyone go? Who cares? At least I saved my life. I am truly fortunate. Yue Wei grinned, revealing a mouth stained with blood. As he spoke, he cast a fleeting glance at Wang Xie's corpse, instinctively licking his lips as he remarked, "Although he is but an ordinary person, consuming him will not enhance my power. Yet, adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, he must be devoured." While muttering to himself, Yue Wei reached for Wang Xie's body, only to suddenly sense something amiss, unable to pinpoint precisely what felt wrong. What could be amiss? He scratched his head, his eyes filled with confusion as he scanned the hall. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on Wang Xie's corpse, and his eyes widened in horror, as if he had perceived something profoundly terrifying. His expression shifted erratically. "No, this is exceedingly strange. Why hasn't this body fallen?" It was only then that Yue Wei realized the headless body of Wang Xie remained upright beside him, not having collapsed despite death. Was this reasonable? Certainly not. This illogical scene caused his heart to constrict violently, an inexplicable dread surging within him. Earlier, Zhongli had utilized her trait and keenly sensed that Wang Xie's aura still lingered. Thus, after eliminating the shadow, she hurried to confront the moderator, leaving Yue Wei to contend with. "Ants, who permitted you to gaze upon this king? Kneel." A voice, brimming with arrogant malice, erupted suddenly, reverberating through the hall like thunder. With a sickening crack, Yue Wei's knees shattered in an instant, blood and flesh splattering as he uncontrollably knelt before Wang Xie's corpse. The excruciating pain contorted his face, cold sweat pouring down like rain. What has happened? At this moment, Wang Xie's once jet-black hair transformed into silver, shimmering with a frosty glow in the dim light. His eyes, now a deep crimson, exuded a sinister charm that sent chills down one's spine. A wild smile gradually crept onto his once innocent face, radiating an arrogance that demanded reverence. The silver-haired youth propped his chin on one hand, casually crossing his legs, regarding Yue Wei with his blood-red gaze, as if scrutinizing the most insignificant of insects. "You kneel here and have no intention of conversing with this king. Wang Xie, or rather." The being who had now supplanted him tilted his head, his tone bland yet laden with an unassailable pressure. What should I say?" Yue Wei pressed his forehead to the ground, trembling violently from fear. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, panic swirling within him, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet, he understood that the figure before him was no longer the Wang Xie who could be easily bullied. "State your allegiance to the evil king." The silver-haired youth remained indifferent, yet the authority in his words brooked no dissent. "I pledge my allegiance to the evil king." Without hesitation, Yue Wei complied, his voice quavering with a sob, revealing his abject cowardice. For he could feel that this person had the power to take his life with ease. "Very well, you may now perish." The evil king nodded in satisfaction, his tone flat, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. "Yue Wei, snap." The silver-haired youth snapped his fingers, and before Yue Wei could even beg for mercy, he exploded into a mist of blood, akin to fireworks. The blood mist sprayed in all directions, instinctively veering away from the silver-haired youth, as if an invisible barrier surrounded him. Inside the private room, Everyone gazed in shock at the spectacle. Jiang Li and Sun Xiaowu maintained their composure, having anticipated this outcome. Yue was merely the lowest-tier amalgamation of flesh, and while they were astonished, they did not lose their composure. Duan Wu was a different story. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the television screen. His jaw nearly dropping, he could not fathom that the subordinate he was meant to protect, who had just lost his head, could resurrect, and that a mere snap of the fingers could obliterate him into blood mist. At that moment, his understanding of this world shattered completely. Damn it, that bespectacled fool is also a Rain person. The moderator glared at Jiang Li, her voice sharp with fury and resentment. Wait, speaking of which... She stiffly turned to glance at Duan Wu, who appeared even more shocked than herself. Surely he cannot also be. Jiang Li refrained from shattering the moderator's delusions, instead coldly stating, "It is good that you understand. As the representative of the 749 Bureau, today I shall impose upon you a punishment for your transgressions." With that, Jiang Li forcefully slashed the moderator's hand to the left. Rip! The sound of flesh tearing echoed as the moderator's chest was nearly ripped apart. Her heart exposed. The gruesome sight caused everyone present to gasp in shock. Spring servant. Seeing this, Xia Nu and Qiu Nu's eyes turned crimson, screaming in outrage. Yet at that moment, they, like Duan Wu before them, found themselves immobilized on the sofa. They struggled desperately, yet could not break free from Sun Xiaowu's grasp. "Do not fret. It will soon be your turn." Jiang Li shot them a cold glance, her murderous gaze causing Duan Wu to shudder. This woman truly harbors a murderous intent. The moderator, now feeble, stood no chance against Jiang Li's resolved intent to kill. "You are so weak. You cannot truly be the moderator. Can you?" Jiang Li did not hurry to strike, but instead posed the question, her voice tinged with mockery and testing. Upon hearing this, the moderator's eyes snapped open, locking onto Jiang Li's scornful gaze. "Ha! You wish to test me? Do not delude yourself. I am indeed the moderator of the Rain Forum, is that so?" Jiang Li narrowed her eyes, a surge of murderous intent emanating from her. "Then allow me to fulfill your wish." With that, she struck like lightning, aiming directly for the moderator's exposed heart, her movements swift and resolute. Just then, an icy voice pierced the AI. "Is this how the 749 Bureau operates with such arrogance in the inner world?" As the voice rang out, Jiang Li and Sun Xiaowu's expressions shifted dramatically. "Xiaowu," Jiang Li called out, simultaneously accelerating her grasp towards the moderator's heart. The two had worked in tandem for years, their synergy impeccable. Sun Xiaowu immediately understood her intent, abandoning Xia Nu and Qiu Nu on the sofa, his form flashing as he positioned himself at the door of the private room. However, before he could ready himself to strike, an eerie white mist surged from the corridor's end. The white mist rolled like a living entity, instantly passing through Sun Xiaowu and flooding into the private room. So cold. The chilling aura caused Sun Xiaowu to shudder, a layer of frost forming on his skin as the mist penetrated him. All of this transpired in an instant. When the white mist entered the room, Jiang Li had yet to reach the moderator's heart. Evidently, this white mist was aimed directly at Jiang Li. As the white mist surged into the room, Jiang Li's hand, reaching for the moderator, was rapidly encased in frost. Seizing the opportunity, the moderator reacted swiftly, retreating hastily to escape Jiang Li's attack range. Jiang Li frowned. What a ruse! She raised her left hand and brought it down fiercely upon her frozen right hand. Bang! Ice shards, bone fragments, and flesh flew in all directions. Jiang Li's strike shattered her left forearm along with the frost. Drip, drip, blood dripped from the severed limb. Yet Jiang Li's expression remained placid, as if it were not her own hand that had been severed. Strange, a monster. This scene shattered Duan Wu's worldview once more. Chapter 16. The seasonal servants a splendid opportunity. The moderator, witnessing Jiang Li's self-inflicted injury for self-preservation, felt a surge of elation. She disregarded her body, nearly torn asunder, and clenched her teeth. Raising her hand, in her palm bloomed a black mandrake, dark runes swirling around it, emanating an eerie aura. Sister, no! At that moment, a frantic cry erupted from within the white mist. However, it was too late. The black mandrake, enveloped in a chilling black light, sliced through the air, hurtling towards Jiang Li's brow. Drip, drip. Yet, within the private room, the sound of dripping water suddenly echoed. The black mandrake hovered before Zhang Li, seemingly ensnared by an invisible force. Zhang Li's gaze was as sharp as a cold star, locking onto the moderator not far away, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. She slowly raised her severed arm. Blood gushing from the wound, splattering onto the ground and forming a small pool beneath her feet. Simultaneously, a bloodline leapt from the pool, coiling around the black mandrake like a serpent. I warned you. You shall all perish. Zhang Li's voice resonated, thick with the scent of death. The next moment, with a swoosh, another bloodline shot forth from the pool, piercing the moderator's heart like lightning. Everything transpired too swiftly. The figure within the mist could not intervene in time. This is impossible. The moderator slowly lowered her head, gazing at the bloodline that had penetrated her heart, voraciously devouring her life force, her beautiful eyes gradually losing their luster. Spring servant, freed from Sun Xiaowu's grasp, Xianu and Qiu Nu's eyes reddened as they seethed with fury, ready to confront Zhang Li. However, the figure within the white mist acted first. Flashing to block their path as the mist gradually dissipated, a young woman emerged. She was clad in pure white, her skin resembling frost, and her hair as pristine as the first snow of winter. Like a snow fairy who had emerged from a frosty realm, both cold and breathtakingly beautiful. Yet at this moment, her face was filled with solemnity and sorrow. Third sister, second sister, you are no match for her. Dong Nu's voice was crisp yet carried a hint of chill, awakening the two. Dong Nu, kill that woman and avenge Spring Servant. Flames enveloped Xianu as she gritted her teeth. Although Qiu Nu appeared frail, her eyes brimmed with murderous intent as she glared at the severed-armed Zhang Li. Sister Zhang, what do you think? Sun Xiaowu stepped beside Zhang Li, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, narrowing his eyes as he assessed the pure white woman. Her strength does not fall below mine, Zhang Li replied in a low voice. Understood. Sun Xiaowu's lips curled upward, indicating that with his assistance, they stood a chance against her. Arrogance. Sun Xiaowu's words enraged Xianu. Though Dong Nu is the youngest, she is the strongest, indeed. Qiu Nu furrowed her brow. Do not assume you are so formidable. Even united, you cannot rival Dong Nu. In response to their provocation, Sun Xiaowu scoffed derisively. With a graceful flick of his wrist, a vintage revolver materialized in his hand. The firearm exhibited a distinctive design, its muzzle divided into a profound obsidian hue on one side and a rare silvery sheen on the other, casting an eerie glow within the dimly lit private chamber. Upon witnessing Sun Xiaowu brandishing the weapon, the three sisters, Xia, Qiu, and Dong, dared not show any signs of complacency. Dong Nu exhaled a breath of white vapor. Her breath seemingly infused with millennia of frost. In an instant, the temperature within the room plummeted, leaving a thick layer of frost in its wake. Icicles dangled menacingly, exuding an intense chill. The pool of blood beneath Zhang Li's feet had transformed into a glistening crimson ice surface. On the other side, Qiu Nu was enveloped in swirling silver wind blades, their whistling and rotation exuding an extraordinary aura, each blade seemingly capable of slicing through space itself. Look at how tense you all are. Sun Xiaowu smirked, a hint of irreverent amusement gracing his features. Under the vigilant gaze of the three sisters, he suddenly pivoted, aiming the gun's muzzle at Zhang Li's head, his movement so swift it caught everyone off guard. Bang! The sharp crack of the gun echoed. Zhang Li flinched as the silver bullet burrowed into her temple, leaving the three sisters momentarily stunned. Xianu was the first to regain her wits. Her voice a low growl. What an opportunity! With that, she transformed into a blazing humanoid flame, charging towards Zhang Li. Uncertain whether the gun could slay Zhang Li, she intended to deliver a finishing blow to eliminate any future threats. Don't, Dong Nu reacted, only to be aghast at the sight of Sun Xiaowu's weapon, now entirely white. Sensing something amiss, she sought to stop Xianu, but it was too late. Everyone's shock. Zhang Li did not collapse despite being shot in the head. Her severed forearm had miraculously restored itself, and she seized Xianu by the throat. With a swift motion, Xianu's head tilted at an unnatural angle, her life extinguished as Zhang Li snapped her neck. Tossing aside Xianu's lifeless body, Zhang Li raised her gaze, her eyes icy. Who's next? I am terrifyingly powerful now. You? Qiu Nu recoiled a step, her bravado faltering. Don't get cocky. Dong Mei will take care of you. Right? Dong Mei? Dong Mei? Xiao Nu glanced at Dong Nu, only to find her brows furrowed, showing no inclination to strike at that moment. Dong Nu's mind was in turmoil, from the hall to the private chamber. She had been secretly observing Jiang Li. Through Jiang Li's 2 attacks, she believed she had discerned her traits, assuming it was a unique form of self-harm that converted pain into power. Dong Nu felt that Jiang Li's strength was comparable to her own, perhaps even slightly superior, yet Jiang Li had already inflicted harm upon herself twice and was in a weakened state. She did not believe Jiang Li could contend with her in perfect condition. Thus, she had revealed herself, even contemplating a 1-against-2 strategy to eliminate both opponents. However, she had not anticipated that the other man's trait could aid Jiang Li in recovering her physique. One was draining blood to inflict damage, while the other specialized in replenishing it. This combination was indeed formidable. To defeat Jiang Li, one must first eliminate the healer, that man. Yet she had witnessed the man effortlessly subduing Xian Nu and Xiao Nu. He was capable of both healing and offensive maneuvers. The plan to first eliminate the healer and then the damage dealer was unfeasible. Damn that 749 bureau. It's utterly monstrous. After a brief silence, Dong Nu's eyes brightened, and she exhaled. I understand now. You all should leave. Huh? The words left Xiao Nu, Jiang Li, and Sun Xiaowu momentarily stunned. Ha ha ha, beautiful lady, are you joking? Sun Xiaowu placed his hands on his hips, extending his neck. We hold the advantage now. Your tone suggests you are letting us go. What? Is it not I who will let you go? Dong Nu regained her composure, retorting coldly, you claim the upper hand. Yet why not simply kill me and my sisters? Oh? Jiang Li, who had remained silent, narrowed her eyes. As you wish. Just as Jiang Li was about to act, Sun Xiaowu grasped her arm, urging her to remain calm. Jiang Li frowned but ultimately restrained herself. Observing this, Dong Nu secretly sighed in relief, knowing her gamble had paid off. However, she understood that she could not provoke them further and spoke softly. Some matters are clear to all. You can discern that my elder sister is not the moderator. Thus you should realize that the moderator's strength exceeds that of the 4 seasoned sisters. You are uncertain of the moderator's whereabouts. Losing a Xian Nu is acceptable, but should you wish to kill me, the stronger Dong Nu, it would inevitably provoke the moderator's wrath. At that moment, the moderator will strike, and you shall find no escape. With that, Dong Nu shrugged. The deaths of Chun Nu and Xian Nu can be seen as a concession to the 749 bureau. Now, may I kindly ask you to leave? Gazing at Dong Nu's composed and triumphant expression, Jiang Li's countenance darkened, yet she could not deny the truth in Dong Nu's words. She could take down Chun Nu and Xian Nu, but Dong Nu's strength was comparable to her own. And in a short span, she could not hope to defeat her, even with Sun Xiaowu's assistance. Given enough time, not to mention the unseen moderator, they were within the inner world, where even more terrifying entities lurked. If they caused too much commotion, they would attract the true monsters, leaving them with no means of escape. Jiang Li sighed, glancing toward Duan Wu on the sofa. What are you dawdling for? Come here. Duan Wu, startled, struggled to rise before helplessly looking up. Sister, I can't move. Jiang Li frowned, narrowing her eyes at Dong Nu. What does this mean? Dong Nu turned to Xiao Nu. Let him go, third sister. Xiao Nu appeared bewildered, shaking her head. Not me. I didn't trap this kid. Not you? Dong Nu's heart raced, her gaze swiftly scanning the chamber. Then who? Chapter 17. The security officer Duo. Not you. How could that be? Dong Nu furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with confusion and wariness. She glanced at the corpses of Chun Nu and Xian Nu, shaking her head. If it's not you, nor me, they are both dead. Then who has trapped this kid? She then turned her gaze toward Jiang Li and Sun Xiaowu, seemingly pondering. Could it be that I see now? Humph. So this is your human ploy of self-mutilation, is it? Self-mutilation? What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Li narrowed her eyes. It seems you all are reluctant to let him go, deliberately stalling to keep us within the inner world. As she spoke, a crimson glint flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. She bit her tongue, blood trickling down her chin. The ceiling began to ooze blood, reminiscent of the earlier scene in the hall. You humans are truly hypocritical. Dong Nu's eyes gleamed silver, the temperature within the chamber dropping further. The freshly oozing blood was instantly frozen, suspended in mid-air. Dong Nu pointed at Jiang Li, declaring, The one who has trapped that kid is neither me nor Qiu Nu. It is you, am I correct? At this revelation, Duan Wu and Sun Xiaowu turned to Zhang Li, their expressions filled with disbelief. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Li frowned, her gaze fixed on Dong Nu, brimming with murderous intent. Don't rush. Dong Nu continued, her eyes narrowed. Your objective is to destroy the Ruyuan Forum. This time, due to insufficient personnel in the inner world, you have followed my lead, but this is not what you desire. Thus, you have trapped that kid here, intending to shift the blame onto me or my third sister. In doing so, you can return to fetch reinforcements and then use the guise of rescuing him to continue your assault against us. If I am not mistaken, when you trapped him, you certainly left a mark on him to facilitate your next entry into the inner world, allowing you to locate us swiftly. Utter nonsense. Dong Nu's words ignited Zhang Li's fury. Her eyes blazing with crimson light, as if influenced by Zhang Li's wrath. The blood seeping from the ceiling turned chaotic, breaking through the ice layer, cascading down in a torrent of blood and ice. Forming a pool upon the floor, Zhang Li and Sun Xiaowu had stumbled into this situation by sheer accident while pursuing Wang Xie. They had no prior knowledge of the Ruyuan Forum's lair. Had they known earlier, they would not have approached with only 2 individuals. Stop pretending. All this talk is merely an excuse to drag things out and wait for your moderator to arrive. Right? Zhang Li seethed. Enough. If we are to fight, let us do so directly. I previously agreed to step back. Do you truly believe I fear your moderator? How dare you insult our moderator? You've got quite the audacity. Dong Nu and Qiu Nu's faces flushed with anger, glaring fiercely at Zhang Li as the atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from the entrance of the private chamber. Security Bureau. Everyone get down and cover your heads. Everyone froze. Duan Wu looked up and gasped. Xiao Laogo. No, Captain Xiao, what brings you here? Xiao Tian shot him a glare, striding into the chamber, followed by his driver and assistant. Are there dead bodies? Upon entering, Xiao Tian immediately spotted the corpses of Chun Nu and Xia Nu. Drawing from his experience, he quickly deduced that these 2, along with the other 2 women, were part of the same group, likely all employees of the bar. This implication caused Xiao Tian's heart to tighten as he hastily drew his handgun, aiming it at Sun Xiaowu. The assistant reacted swiftly, similarly drawing his gun and pointing it at Zhang Li. Both men shouted in unison. Put your hands up, the 2 of them. Sun Xiaowu and Zhang Li exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with helplessness. Dong Nu's brow furrowed, her mind racing. This bar seemed to be under Chun Nu's management, yet her authority surpassed that of Chun Nu by a considerable margin. The inner world and the outer world Esserl bar were both under her surveillance. These 2 security officers, she recalled, were supposed to be at the outer world Esserl bar.in the inner world S bar. Only 4 people had entered tonight. Duan Wu and Wang Xie, who had been permitted entry by Chun Nu, while Zhang Li and Sun Xiaowu had barged in uninvited. Ordinary individuals could not access this place, yet Dong Nu was certain these 2 were mere humans. How could they possibly be here? Damn it, I told you to raise your hands. Didn't you hear me? Xiao Tian, infuriated by Sun Xiaowu's non-compliance and eye-rolling, felt his temper flare. Xiao dog, you fool. They are good people. They are here to rescue me. Just as Xiao Tian was about to act, Duan Wu suddenly yelled, the problem lies with them. They are members of the Ruyuan Forum. What did you say? They are the ones from the Ruyuan Forum? Xiao Tian turned, shock evident on his face as he regarded Duan Wu.at that moment. A silver glimmer flashed in Dong Nu's eyes, and shards of ice from the pool of blood shot toward Xiao Tian like arrows. Captain, watch out! The assistant cried out. Xiao Tian turned to see the incoming shards of ice, instinctively moving to the left. However, as he exerted force with his foot, the blood-soaked ground caused him to stumble and, with a thud, he fell to the floor. Bloodied shards of ice flew past Xiao Tian's head, piercing into the wall with a series of sickening thuds. Observing the myriad of holes in the wall, Xiao Tian swallowed hard, secretly relieved. Had he been struck by those shards, he would have faced severe injury, if not death. Damn it, a monster! Xiao Tian scrambled to his feet, raising his gun to aim at Dong Nu. Vowing, I'll take you down, bang! He fired, a silver bullet hurtling forth. Bang! In quick succession, another gunshot rang out. Ah! In the next moment, the air was filled with anguished cries, but they did not belong to Dong Nu. They were Xiao Tian's. Zhang Li's pupils constricted as she exchanged a grave glance with Sun Xiaowu. Xiao Tian, who should have been standing at the door, now occupied Dong Nu's original position, while Dong Nu stood where Xiao Tian had just fired. Thus, Xiao Tian's shot had struck his own left shoulder. Thankfully, Sun Xiaowu reacted swiftly, sensing the anomaly and immediately firing again, deflecting the bullet Xiao Tian had fired. Otherwise, Xiao Tian would likely have been hit in the heart and lost his life. Moderator! The repositioned Dong Nu quickly grasped the situation, kneeling on one knee, her face alight with joy. The same went for Chiu Nu, who stood before the sofa. Tap tap, tap tap. As footsteps approached from afar, a cold, deep voice resonated. You have delayed too long. The Mediterranean is on its way. We must depart. Chapter 18. The moderator's puzzle as the voice faded. A man clad in a somewhat tattered security uniform appeared at the door of the private room like a ghost. Dust clung to the hem of his uniform, shrouded in an aura of mystery beneath the dim lighting. It's you. Sun Xiaowu recognized him and furrowed his brow. The man standing at the door was indeed the security guard from outside the bar. Yet Sun Xiaowu distinctly remembered eliminating this guard. How could he possibly be here? A calamity. No. You are the moderator. Zhang Li's gaze was fixed on the security man, and she inhaled sharply. 2 seconds later, she resolutely took a drastic measure. With a swift motion, she pierced her finger into her forehead once more. Unlike the previous time when she had only inserted half a finger, this time, she plunged her entire digit deep into her flesh. This level of self-harm, even for someone as strong as Zhang Li, contorted her features in agony. Her brows knitted tightly, beads of sweat trickled down, her teeth clenched, and her muscles tensed in the midst of self-infliction. The pain and injury were palpably real. If the intensity was too great and timely assistance was not rendered, it could even threaten her life. But with the moderator's appearance, Zhang Li understood that matters could not end well. The moderator would not spare her or Sun Xiaowu. The only option was to fight back desperately, perhaps offering a glimmer of hope. Unlike the main hall, this time, blood no longer merely dripped from the ceiling. It surged forth from the floor, walls, ceiling, and various corners of the room. The thick, metallic scent of blood spread rapidly, as though it sought to engulf the entire private room. How bold, Dong Nu, kneeling on the ground, observed Zhang Li's proactive assault on the moderator, her eyes flashing with silver light. Centered around Dong Nu, the ground beneath her feet was instantly coated in frost, swiftly spreading in an attempt to encase the oncoming waves of blood and ice. Crack, crack. This time, Zhang Li was evidently unleashing her full power, and no longer in a stalemate. The torrent of blood crushed the frozen frost completely. How is this possible? Dong Nu's complexion shifted dramatically, and in the next instant, the blood surged over her feet. In that moment, an intense chill coursed through her body, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Zhang Li's self-inflicted pain became vividly apparent as the blood flowed beneath her feet. Manifesting in Dong Nu as well that in an instant, negative emotions surged like a tide, eroding her mental state. Dong Nu's eyes lost their luster, trapped in confusion. She knelt there vacantly, allowing the blood to flow beneath her. Advancing towards the security-clad man at the door, the man stood quietly, observing coldly, making no move at all, even as the blood pooled around his feet. This pool of blood resembled a black hole, continuously consuming the blood within the room. As the blood flowed in, the pool's color shifted from light red to deep, ultimately becoming a dark purple, with a plop, reminiscent of the earlier scene in the hall. The man fell into the blood pool and vanished. Moderator, with all the blood converging at the moderator's feet, Dong Nu barely managed to escape her self-inflicted state. Witnessing this scene, her complexion paled. It's done? Sun Xiaowu exclaimed with joy, quickly glancing at Zhang Li. You've dragged that guy into the sea of blood. I'll restore your body right now and trap him in the blood sea. No, just as Sun Xiaowu was about to fire, Zhang Li, enduring the excruciating pain in her forehead, raised her hand to point at the blood pool, switching to annihilation mode, and fired at it. What did you say? Sun Xiaowu, though puzzled, moved in perfect sync with her. As Zhang Li's words fell, he immediately turned, aiming his gun at the blood pool and pulling the trigger. Click click. His fingers squeezed the trigger, the gun's muzzle swirling between black and white, transforming into complete darkness in an instant. A wave of annihilation energy rushed forth, boom. Following that, a pitch-black beam shot out like lightning, piercing into the blood pool. Ugh! The moment the black beam entered the pool, Jiangli let out a muffled groan. Blood seeped from her eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, indicating the immense harm this shot inflicted upon her. Sigh. Jiangli knelt on one knee, gasping for air, her eyes barely open, her face contorted in pain. One could well imagine the torment she was enduring. The blood pool on the ground had transformed into a deep black hue. The annihilation bullet, combined with the blood whale, and the collision of the annihilation bullet with the blood sea, layering upon the self-inflicted damage, it was hard to believe. Blood trickled down Jiangli's cheek, plopping onto the ground. Yet her gaze remained bright, harboring a mad resolve. I refuse to believe he can still survive. In the boundless sea of blood, the man continued to plummet. Soon reaching the seabed, enveloped by the thick, black blood. Simultaneously, a colossal blood whale surged forth once more. However, the whale's hue had shifted from crimson to a dark purple, emanating an aura of evil and frenzy. It appeared that in this life-and-death struggle, the Four Seasons knew truly was no match for her. As the blood whale charged towards him, the man nodded, his demeanor calm, even finding time to comment. Roar! As the blood whale neared him, it opened its massive maw and inhaled deeply. In an instant, the blood surged chaotically, drawing the man towards its gaping mouth. Even so, the man maintained a tranquil expression. Just as he was about to be swallowed, he gently blinked. With that blink, his gray pupils shattered like a broken puzzle into countless fragments. These fragments swiftly rearranged, reforming into new pupils. Strangely, the originally tumultuous blood began to settle. The terrifying suction that threatened to consume him vanished. The man hovered before the whale's maw. He looked up, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Well, you seem much more agreeable now. In the deep sea where black and red intertwined, the blood whale floated in a bizarre form. Its body resembled a disassembled puzzle, its organ structures chaotic, yet reassembled in a distorted logic, losing its original shape and becoming a grotesque monster. The disassembled and reformed blood whale had not perished. It no longer attacked the man. Instead, it displayed a posture of submission towards him. Good, take me out of here, the man said coolly. The whale seemed to comprehend. Lifting its massive head, opening its maw to inhale, creating a wave that swept the man along. Surprisingly, the blood whale did not swallow him. Instead, it gently carried him atop its head. Following that, the whale's tail swung powerfully, sending up a spray of water as it swam towards the surface. Just as the man and the whale were about to breach the surface, a glimmer of cold light streaked through the water like a meteor, carrying an aura of destruction aimed directly at the man. The man blinked once more, his figure and the blood whale swapping places in a remarkable fashion. The imposing blood whale instantly shielded him, resembling an indomitable barrier. However, the black beam surged forward without restraint. With a sickening sound, the black light easily tore through the body of the blood whale. The dark beam plunged downward, instantaneously splitting the massive whale's body in half. Crimson blood spread through the water, blooming like a captivating flower, the scent of blood saturating the entire space. Chapter 19. Li San Ugh. Inside the private room, Jiangli suddenly collapsed heavily to the ground. Her body convulsing violently, blood, which had previously oozed from her orifices, now erupted like a fountain. Jiangli, I'm coming to fix you. Sun Xiaowu realized her dire situation. She was on the brink of death. He quickly raised his gun to aim at her. Bang! The gun barrel shimmered with a silver light as a bullet whistled forth. Little one, didn't your elders teach you not to play with guns in someone else's home? At that moment, a mocking voice rang out from where Jiangli had been moments before. Sun Xiaowu focused intently, his pupils dilating in shock. Where Jiangli had stood, only the man in the security uniform remained. He extended his hand, lightly pinching a silver bullet between his thumb and index finger. Sun Xiaowu felt every hair on his body stand on end, a chill racing from his toes to his head. He hastily turned to flee, only to discover that the blood pool had vanished, and Jiangli was nowhere to be found. Bastard! Where did you take Jiangli? Sun Xiaowu roared. The man grinned, casually flicking his fingertip. Bang! Accompanied by a sharp sound of air being split, the silver bullet struck Sun Xiaowu's left leg in an instant. Without the enhancement of traits, this was merely an ordinary bullet, causing real harm. Plop, plop. Sun Xiaowu knelt, a bloodied hole appearing in his left leg, droplets of blood falling to the floor. You ask where that girl has gone? I sent her to the sea, The Blood Sea. This is impossible. Sun Xiaowu knelt, disbelief etched across his face. The Blood Sea was one of Jiang Li's traits. How could he confine her within his own trait? Who told you the Blood Sea is her trait? The man shrugged, his tone suddenly turning cold. The Blood Sea is a real place. Even I would not dare to recklessly trespass. Were it not for the fact that the girl can currently only connect to the Blood Sea's edge, I would have become fodder for the Blood Sea's monstrous beasts long ago. The man's gaze turned icy as it swept over Sun Xiaowu. Time is running short. In a few minutes, the Mediterranean will arrive. So farewell, little one. As his words fell, cracks slowly began to appear on the surface of his gray, corpse-like pupils. Better early than late. Just then, the driver who had been keeping vigil beside Xiao Tian slowly stood up. HM? The man's split pupils momentarily widened in surprise as he turned to squint at the driver. After a brief pause, he shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, I never expected you to open the second door. The Mediterranean. Oh dear, I've been calling out Mediterranean incessantly. Do I have no pride at all? The driver scratched his head and spoke. Director. Sun Xiaowu was initially taken aback, but soon a look of joy spread across his face. For the voice emanating from the driver was unmistakably that of the director. Li San cast a sidelong glance at Sun Xiaowu and teased, Tut. You really are in quite the predicament, Xiaowu. Sun Xiaowu grinned sheepishly and hurriedly explained. Director, this fellow is the moderator. His trait is likely related to space, and then he swallowed hard, recalling how he had exchanged places with Jiang Li, who should have been here, while he was trapped in the Blood Sea. From the moderator's multiple exchanges with others, Sun Xiaowu deduced that his trait was most probably connected to spatial manipulation. Consequently, he speculated that the moderator had ingeniously utilized the blood pool created by Jiang Li to establish a reverse connection between the two spaces, effectively swapping himself, trapped in the private room, with Jiang Li, who was ensnared in the Blood Sea, thereby extricating himself from peril. The Blood Sea? Li San furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of gravity flashing across his eyes. He could not continuously inhabit the driver's body, lest the moderator notice. Thus, most of the time, the driver remained himself, with Li San only commandeering his body in critical moments. This meant he was not privy to all that transpired here. The Blood Sea was one of the 9 forbidden zones of the inner world. Li San had just opened the second door and lacked the strength to rescue anyone from the Blood Sea. After pondering for a moment, he quickly formulated a plan. He turned to the moderator and suggested, Shall we negotiate a deal? The moderator, with a semblance of a smile, scrutinized him and replied, Go ahead, I'm listening. Li San smiled in return and continued, You can send my employee to the Blood Sea, so surely you have a way to bring him back. Originally, I intended to kill you, but now, if you return my employee, I shall spare your life. The Mediterranean, oh the Mediterranean, if your true self were here, I might regard you with some caution, but you have merely crowned a follower. Why do you presume to threaten me? The moderator waved his hand dismissively, his tone dripping with disdain, deeming the deal worthless. Is that so? Li San appeared to have anticipated this response, remaining unfazed as he continued. If you truly do not care, why rush to reveal yourself? Intending to kill my employee and then depart? He chuckled. You must know. My true self is already en route, and will arrive in no more than a minute. As for you, you are but a vessel. Li San's gaze turned steely, brimming with murderous intent as he declared, I could easily confine your vessel here, waiting for my true self to arrive and trace your essence through I. Do you still believe my terms lack value? Upon hearing Li San's words, the moderator's eyes narrowed slightly, plunging him into silence. At this moment, he realized that everything was merely a trap set by Li San. The earlier visitor, Duan Wu, had been a bait to pinpoint the location of the Wish Forum, while the 2 security officers who arrived later were shields to facilitate his clandestine entry into the base. After all, if Li San's true self were to come, the moderator would inevitably detect him, disrupting the entire plan. However, if ordinary security officers arrived, it would raise no suspicions. Once the 2 security officers entered the Earl's Bar, Li San could connect the 2 worlds through the driver's body and stealthily infiltrate the Wish Forum's headquarters. Yet, Sun Xiaowu and Jiang Li had inadvertently followed Wang Xie and stumbled into the Wish Forum's base, an unforeseen complication in Li San's plan. Were it not for Jiang Li's entrapment in the Blood Sea, the assassination attempt against the moderator would have been a foregone conclusion. The situation would have unfolded as Li San had threatened the moderator. He alone could control the vessel and the Four Seasons slaves. Once his true self arrived, he would capture the moderator and dismantle the Wish Forum. However, with Jiang Li's unexpected predicament, Li San could only leverage this trap to coerce the moderator into rescuing Jiang Li. The problem was that the blood pool connecting to the Blood Sea vanished along with Jiang Li. The moderator lacked the capability to traverse such a vast distance to connect with the Blood Sea and save Jiang Li. Yet, he dared not voice this. Should Li San discover that the moderator lacked bargaining chips and could not rescue Jiang Li, he would undoubtedly unleash his full wrath upon the Wish Forum. Externally calm, the moderator was internally fraught with unease. Aren't you all going to fight? I have yet to see enough. Just as the moderator found himself in a quandary, a voice brimming with malice and mockery emanated from the television. Chapter 20. The Coronation of Cognition inside the private room. The air instantly thickened, and all eyes turned to the television screen. Dim yellow light cast shadows across the screen, revealing a scene steeped in mystery and eeriness. A silver-haired youth clad in a second middle school uniform was lounging in the dark, legs crossed. He observed the crowd through the screen with a smile that hinted at amusement, as though watching an intriguing play. With the individuals in the private room as the actors, I see. So Jiang Li and the others were pursuing this lad. Li San scratched his head, squinting, yet he pondered how this boy could possibly be here. Was it mere coincidence, or did he have ulterior motives? Initially, Li San's plan only involved Duan Wu and the Security Bureau as his pawns. The investigation of the Wish Forum and the surveillance of Wang Xie were conducted separately. The individual investigating the Wish Forum was one from the 749 Bureau whose trait pertained to network information. This person could not directly pinpoint the location of the Wish Forum, but had cracked the forum's back-end data 3 days prior. Focusing on Yi Wei, intending to follow him to uncover the moderator and dismantle the forum. Unfortunately, the members of the Wish Forum were cunning and quickly realized that Yi Wei was being monitored by the 749 Bureau, leading them to promptly relocate their base, leaving the 749 Bureau empty-handed. They were also concerned that the trait lingering on Yi Wei might be discovered, prompting them to eliminate him the next day. Yi Wei had not yet fulfilled the price of his wish and, upon death, reverted to being an oily fat man. At this juncture, the investigator intercepted the back-end data of Duan Wu's wish and shifted the target to him. Learning from the previous lesson, he proposed assigning ordinary individuals to keep an eye on Duan Wu. The 749 Bureau of Jiang City had only Li San who was capable of opening the second door and possessing the ability of cognition coronation. The one who opened the second door could cultivate followers, imbuing them with his own cognition and traits, akin to possession. Thus, Li San was also drawn into this line of inquiry. To ensure the 2 security officers tailing Duan Wu acted credibly, Li San manipulated individuals from the 9th middle school to provoke Duan Wu. Young and impetuous, Duan Wu reacted violently and ended up in custody. Subsequently, Li San visited the Security Bureau, extricated Duan Wu, and subtly nudged Xiao Tian to follow him. Xiao Tian, eager to catch the culprit and solve a major case, believed that trailing Duan Wu would present an opportunity, thus this was not an act of coercion. The Wish Forum could perceive no flaw, as long as those arriving were not from the 749 Bureau. They assumed it unnecessary to relocate, merely needing to separate Xiao Tian and Duan Wu, allowing Xiao Tian to enter the Earl's bar without hindrance. However, they did not foresee that Li San had bestowed cognition coronation upon Xiao Tian's driver, enabling him to utilize his body at will. This encapsulated the events surrounding the Wish Forum. Originally, Jiang Li, Sun Xiaowu, and Wang Xie were not part of this narrative. Li San had not been continuously inhabiting the driver. Thus, he remained unaware of many developments. It was not until he beheld Wang Xie on the television that he understood why Jiang Li and Sun Xiaowu were present. Suddenly, an ominous voice echoed from the television. "Who permitted you to gaze upon me? Kneel before me." As the voice faded, the private room fell into a profound silence. Puff. The moderator could not suppress a laugh, turning to Li San with a teasing remark. "Oh Mediterranean, is this what you brought to the table?" He believed the silver-haired youth on the screen to be another one of the 749 Bureau's rain-soaked individuals, and since he remained in the hall, it was evident he lacked the strength to partake in direct combat. "Wait!" The moderator's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the silver-haired youth on the screen, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes as he glanced at Dong Nu, quickly blinking in the next moment. Dong Nu vanished into thin air. Ha ha ha! Having executed his plan, The moderator was in high spirits, addressing Li San. Now, let us negotiate a deal. What do you mean? Li San squinted, his tone cautious. I have already stated. If you return Zhongli, I will spare your life. No, the deal has changed. As long as you agree not to kill me, I shall release. The moderator pointed at the television screen, a smirk gracing his lips. The moderator, troubled by how to escape this predicament, found himself unable to fulfill Li San's terms and rescue Zhongli. Upon seeing the silver-haired youth on the television, he conceived a plan. If he could utilize his trait to send Dong Nu to the hall and control the silver-haired youth, he could replace Zhongli with the boy, compelling Li San to spare him. Li San scrutinized the television screen, chuckling. You might want to take a closer look, a facade of calm. The moderator, noticing Li San's indifference to his new terms and the latter's laughter, furrowed his brow and turned his attention back to the television screen. How could this be? Upon realizing the image on the screen, the moderator was left dumbfounded. The silver-haired youth was casually lounging, a beautiful head beneath his feet. Dong Nu's silvery hair lay strewn across the ground, her exquisite face marred by disbelief. Impossible. How could this happen? The moderator remained in denial, convinced that even that self-harming lunatic could not have dispatched Dong Nu so swiftly. Meanwhile, Li San narrowed his eyes, observing the youth's demeanor, which appeared even more formidable than Zhang Li's. You not only refuse to kneel but dare to strike at me, he. The silver-haired youth chuckled softly, the television screen crackling with static, sending a chill down the spine. The image quivered momentarily before the silver-haired youth slowly rose to his feet. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he moved towards the camera with an air of casual elegance. Exuding formidable presence, as the youth approached the screen, his crimson eyes became discernible, prompting Sun Xiaowu to furrow his brows and remark, even if he wishes to assist, he ought to come down the staircase. What is he trying to do? Does he intend to step out from the screen? No sooner had he spoken than a long, powerful hand emerged from the screen. The onlookers gasped in unison. Behold, what a ghastly sight! Duan Wu lay sprawled upon the sofa, his mind a blank canvas, muttering incoherently. The others wore solemn expressions. Although each exhibited their own peculiar traits, the spectacle of stepping forth from the television was utterly chilling. With a series of clicking sounds, a youth cautiously emerged, his visage stern and his deep-set eyes curving slightly, resembling a blood-red waning moon, instilling fear in those who gazed upon him. The moderator instinctively retreated a few steps. Eyeing him warily, then, the boy's upper body squeezed through the screen, as he crossed the threshold. His ordinary school uniform instantaneously transformed into a fitted suit of crimson and black, draped with a long, dark red trench coat. The scarlet edges of his attire trailed behind him like claws, rustling against the ground. At that moment, the youth elegantly lifted his left leg, stepping over the screen, and in the next instant, a pair of black boots landed upon the floor before the television. With a sound that resonated through the room, the entire compartment seemed to tremble lightly. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the silver-haired boy's every movement. Not daring to breathe in the following heartbeat, he fully emerged from the television, standing at the center of the room. His coat billowed dramatically, and he held his head high, surveying his surroundings as if he were a sovereign surveying his domain. The air around them felt thick and suffocating. After a prolonged silence, the silver-haired youth spoke coolly. Within 3 breaths, those who do not kneel shall perish. Chapter 21. 2 types of traits. Had this been any other time, the silver-haired youth's brazen proclamation would have invited mockery. Yet now, the occupants of the room held their breath in trepidation. Confronted by this enigmatic youth, all disdain was cast aside, replaced by unease and vigilance. Director, what should we do? Sun Xiaowu leaned closer to Li San, whispering anxiously. Li San shrugged nonchalantly, replying, kneel. It's not as if we'll lose a chunk of flesh. With that, to Sun Xiaowu's astonishment, he calmly knelt before the silver-haired boy. You, very well, the silver-haired youth remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Li San, nodding in approval. Kneeling on the ground, Li San maintained a smile, obsequiously declaring, Our king is mighty. Good heavens, what of your integrity? You're a department head. And you kneel at a whim? Sun Xiaowu's eyes widened in disbelief. Him, the silver-haired youth, despite his apparent strength, could never rival the director. What was Li San thinking? At that moment, The boy's blood-red gaze fell upon Sun Xiaowu. With a thud, Sun Xiaowu wasted no time, sliding into a kneel beside Li San, both aligning themselves in perfect symmetry. You knelt rather swiftly yourself, didn't you? What of your integrity? Li San teased. Sun Xiaowu's face flushed crimson, stumbling over his words in panic. Suddenly, a glint appeared in his eye, and he hastily defended himself. My left leg was shot. I've been half kneeling here for a while. I'm merely shifting position. And what of you, director? What of me? Li San squinted playfully. I kneel for Xiao Tian's driver. What does that have to do with me, Li San? Sun Xiaowu opened his mouth, but could find no words, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Damn, age truly brings wisdom. The silver-haired youth redirected his gaze to the others. Xiao Tian, bewildered, had no inkling of what was transpiring. Yet, witnessing the boy emerge from the television like a figure from a horror film, survival took precedence. He promptly fell to his knees. Moreover, with no outsiders present, kneeling bore no shame. Besides, with everyone from the 749 Bureau kneeling, why should he stand firm? After observing for a time, his seasoned instincts kicked in. It was clear that everything here defied logic. His driver was likely possessed by some monstrous entity. In a fleeting moment, only the moderator and Duan Wu remained standing. As for Chunu, she had been kneeling since the moderator's appearance. Never rising. 3 breaths have passed. Those who do not kneel shall perish. With that, the silver-haired youth slowly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, landing squarely on the moderator. The moderator's heart raced. But soon he realized something. He bellowed, "Stop this charade. I wish to see how you intend to kill me." On the surface, he boasted defiantly, but inwardly, he relished the thought. He did not plan to resist. Rather, he hoped the silver-haired youth would swiftly strike him down. After all, with the host dead, when Li San's true form arrived, there would be no need to pursue his original body. Oh, the untrained eye. It would appear as though the host had died here, while in truth, it would pave a new path for him. Li San, realizing the gravity of the situation, opened his mouth to halt the silver-haired youth, but suddenly froze. The moment he spoke, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him, as if uttering a word would lead to his own demise. The perception of a rain-soaked individual is keen. Such instincts should not be disregarded. After a moment's hesitation, Li San sealed his lips, exhaling softly. Fearing the silver-haired youth might hesitate to act, the moderator deliberately provoked him. Come now, I stand here unmoving. Let us see if you possess the means to kill. Before he could finish the sentence, a hand clasped over his mouth, silencing him completely. Even the moderator, who had wished for death, felt his scalp prickle with terror. For the silver-haired youth remained stationary, mockingly observing him. Yet he had not made a move, so who, then, had seized his mouth? The moderator could not see, but that did not mean others were blind. Witnessing this surreal scene, the onlookers gasped in horror, their faces awash with fear. No one was physically restraining the moderator. Rather, a hand had inexplicably emerged from his own mouth, gripping it tightly. Strange. What were the implications of his shattered understanding? Li San furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. The manifestations of traits may be bizarre, but they usually reveal their categories and rules. The moderator, whether through spatial exchange, division, or reassembly of objects, remains rooted in spatial phenomena. That core does not shift. Li San glanced up at the silver-haired youth, his eyes brimming with confusion. How on earth did he accomplish this? Earlier, his emergence from the television could be construed as a spatial-related trait. Yet now, a hand protruding from the moderator's mouth defied explanation. Was it a distortion or a gestational trait? Yet this diverged entirely from the spatial trait. Could it be that he possessed 2 types of traits? But how could one individual harbor 2 distinct traits? Wait, it might indeed be possible. Li San stroked his chin, the logic solidifying in his mind. Traits stem from shattered perceptions, manifesting as the reformed products of new understanding. For instance, a person cannot merely punch an elephant to death. This is common knowledge. Should that understanding fracture, and one perceives that a person can strike down an elephant with a single blow, with an entropy exceeding 100 at the moment of cognitive collapse, reality could reflect that perception, thus granting one the trait of being able to slay an elephant with a punch. However, an individual only possesses one opportunity for cognitive collapse in a lifetime. and it is impossible to hold two conflicting perceptions regarding the same matter simultaneously. If you find her beautiful, you cannot simultaneously deem her ugly. Perceiving her as ugly means your previous understanding of her beauty has shifted. Point 1's perception of another's beauty or ugliness changes with circumstances. Yet it is impossible to feel both simultaneously. The only circumstance under which one could possess two perceptions of the same target at the same time would be this thought. Lee San's eyes sparkled. A dual personality. A dual personality could enable one to hold two perceptions of the same entity. When both perceptions undergo collapse and reconstitution, one could possess two distinct traits, two types of traits. From a long repressed, dutiful self, a second persona emerged, desirous of manipulating everything with arrogant hubris. This was an extraordinary treasure. Kneeling upon the ground, Lee San's gaze remained locked on the silver-haired youth, trembling with excitement. Sun Xiaowu shot him a sidelong glance, muttering under his breath. This old fellow must be a masochist, kneeling with such fervor. That moment, the moderator had lost all semblance of humanity, enveloped in an abyss of fear. Not only was his mouth restrained, but peculiar little hands erupted from various parts of his body, akin to sinister buds of malevolence. With the absurd and horrifying spectacle left the worldly wise Lee San momentarily paralyzed. His gaze vacant and his expression one of incredulity. Damn it, this trait is utterly repulsive. Sun Xiaowu could not suppress his retching at that moment. The silver-haired youth had somehow seated himself beside Duan Wu, elegantly cradling a glass of wine. One arm casually draped over Duan Wu's shoulder, a faint smile graced his features. The silver-haired youth inquired, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you find my show entertaining? Indeed, it is splendid." The others, not lacking in wit, chimed in enthusiastically. "And what about you? Have you lost your voice?" The silver-haired youth cast a sidelong glance at the kneeling and nearly fainting Xiao Nu. Just then, a small hand, seemingly merged with the moderator's eyeball, hopped eagerly before Xiao Nu, fixated upon her. In the next heartbeat, something bizarre transpired. The surface of the eyeball revealed a dividing line, which subsequently fragmented into variously sized squares. These squares then reassembled. How is this possible? Lee San could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in astonishment. For he clearly observed that Xiao Nu's body began to shatter into countless tiny pieces, mirroring the transformation of the eyeball. Moments later, these fragments reconfigured, and Xiao Nu morphed from a stunning beauty into a grotesque abomination. Was this not the manifestation of the moderator's trait? Chapter 22. Who do you say to save? After the small hands disassembled the moderator, the newly formed entity astonishingly inherited the moderator's trait. This was truly unfathomable. Though Lee San was well versed in the extraordinary, the scene before him left him utterly speechless. His voice lost for a prolonged moment. Wang Xie, possessing a secondary persona that wielded two traits, was already a rarity. Now, it seemed this second trait could even usurp others' traits, a notion bordering on the absurd. Lee San's eyes were fixed intently on the silver-haired youth, glimmering with excitement as though he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. He silently resolved that no matter the cost, he must recruit this youth into Bureau 749. If the Jiangxing branch gained such a formidable ally due to him, he would undoubtedly secure recognition in the upcoming year-end evaluations. How hideous vanish! The silver-haired youth glanced at the reformed Xiao Nu, his brow slightly furrowing, and nonchalantly snapped his fingers. Snap! In the next instant, Xiao Nu inexplicably disappeared before everyone's eyes, without a trace of forewarning. Indeed, she was utterly gone, neither exploded nor slain, as though she had simply evaporated into thin air. What sort of ability is this? Lee San's eyes widened, and he instinctively murmured. Could it be another trait? Perhaps one related to space? An ability that allows one to vanish without a trace, if not an optical illusion. It must pertain to spatial manipulation, likely using spatial transfer to whisk Xiao Nu away in an instant. Judging by the display of abilities, the silver-haired youth's spatial trait surpassed even that of the moderator. Wait, if the youth's trait is related to space, could he retrieve Zhongli from the Sea of Blood? As Lee San contemplated how to persuade the youth to save Zhongli, the silver-haired youth suddenly turned his attention to Duan Wu. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile as he slowly spoke. Well then, you are the only one remaining unbowed. At that moment, within the private room, the moderator had transformed into a horde of diminutive monsters. with only Duan Wu still standing. Gazing upon this familiar yet somewhat alien visage, Duan Wu hesitated momentarily before erupting in fury. Wang Song, you bastard. Can't you tell the difference between a major and minor Wang? Do you dare command me to kneel? As he spoke, Duan Wu shrugged off the silver-haired youth's arm draped over his shoulder, rising abruptly to point an accusatory finger at the youth's nose, cursing, "No matter what you become, or your identity, to me, you will always be my subordinate. Little brother, do you understand?" The more Duan Wu spoke, the angrier he became. The supernatural events he had endured that night had left him feeling utterly powerless, stifled to the extreme. Now, Wang Xie, who typically cowered before him, was exhibiting such arrogance. He simply could not swallow this indignation. In any case, he was all in. Yet beyond all this, the unfamiliar presence of the silver-haired Wang Xie instilled a deep sense of unease within him. He felt instinctively that this youth's existence might pose a threat to Wang Xie himself. "Wang Song, can you hear me?" The audacious youth said, "You little brat, don't put on airs in front of your brother Duan. Or Duan Wu had intended to say, "I'll beat you to death." But upon witnessing the youth's expression, which had lost its mirth, a chill ran down his spine, and he choked back the latter half of his threat. This brat, has he always been this courageous? Kneeling beside Li San, Sun Xiaowu was rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. It was evident to any onlooker that before Li San's true form arrived, the silver-haired youth had the power to determine the life and death of anyone present. At this juncture, why gamble with pride? If one must yield, then yield. How amusing, the last person to speak to me in such a manner was that little brat. The silver-haired youth narrowed his eyes slightly, and within his blood-red irises ignited a flame of destruction. This is bad. Li San's complexion shifted, realizing that the silver-haired youth harbored murderous intent towards Duan Wu. However, Duan Wu was not like the moderator or the seasonal slave. He was merely an ordinary person. As the director of the Jiangxing branch, Li San could not stand idly by while an ordinary individual perished before him. "Wang Xie, oh Wang Xie, are you going to thwart me once more?" Just as Li San prepared to intervene recklessly, the silver-haired youth suddenly uttered these words. Li San looked up to see the silver-haired youth's blood-colored eyes had morphed into one black and one red. The black pupil resembled a deep abyss, seemingly capable of swallowing everything. Simultaneously, the silver-haired youth's body trembled uncontrollably, his silvery strands of hair flickering rapidly between black and white, akin to a rapidly changing slide show. "Duan dog, I heard your voice," the silver-haired youth suddenly bellowed. While the others could not discern it, Duan Wu instantly recognized it, exclaiming in exhilaration, "Wang Song, that's Wang Xie's voice." In his excitement, he momentarily disregarded the youth's condescension towards him. Though Li San was not fully cognizant of the situation, he acted swiftly. As soon as Duan Wu's words fell, Li San hastened to his side. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaowu seamlessly approached Xiao Tian. The two extended their hands, resting them on Xiao Tian and Duan Wu's shoulders, respectively. In the next heartbeat, they stomped their feet forcefully, boom, like a droplet falling into a lake. Peculiar ripples radiated outward from beneath them. As the ripples spread, the surrounding scenery abruptly transformed. Within the VIP room of the Earl Bar, several young men and women gathered around a table. The surface was strewn with white paper, on which lay a powder resembling fine salt. This is the stuff. It's exhilarating. One man inserted a straw into his nose, plunging the other end into the powder, and inhaled sharply, revealing a look of rapture on his face. "Boss, it's my turn." Another man eagerly reached for the straw. Yet just as the straw was nearing his nose, a large hand gripped his shoulder and forcefully pinned him down onto the table. "What the hell? Who are you?" The man turned in anger only to be met with a punch. Bang! The already overstimulated individual was knocked unconscious by the blow. "Damn it, a bunch of trash." Xiao Tian shook the blood from his fist and turned to the bewildered driver, coldly stating, "Get the car ready." After that, he plopped down at the table and pulled out a cigarette. The occupants of the room suddenly became significantly more alert. One astute individual hurried forward, eagerly igniting Xiao Tian's cigarette. "Big brother, can you spare us? Get lost." Xiao Tian kicked the person over, lighting his cigarette, and slowly raised his gaze toward the now open door of the private room. Outside the Earl Bar, Sun Xiaowu wore a troubled expression. "What are we going to do now?" Due to unforeseen circumstances, he and Li San had left the inner world prematurely, yet Zhang Li remained trapped in the sea of blood. Zhang Li's trait usually allowed her to linger at the edge of the blood sea without excessive peril. However, she had suffered serious injuries when the moderator had swapped her position, without Sun Xiaowu's restorative bullets. Even in the absence of external threats, her injuries could very well prove fatal. Beep beep. Just as Sun Xiaowu pondered how to rescue Zhang Li, the sound of a car horn jolted him from his thoughts. He looked up to see a black Audi A6 parked in front of him. Director! He recognized it as Li San's official vehicle. Sun Xiaowu hurried over to the driver's side window, knocking anxiously. Director, we need to think of a way to rescue Zhang Li. The window slowly descended, revealing not Li San, but a short-haired woman. She turned coldly, her gaze fixed on Sun Xiaowu, her tone indifferent. Who are you saying to save? Chapter 23. Return Zhang. Zhang Li, how are you? Sun Xiaowu gazed at Zhang Li inside the car, his eyes instantly reddening, overwhelmed with emotion and struggling to articulate his words. What's wrong, Zhang Li? Noticing his distress, allowed a rare smile to grace her typically stern face. Look, I'm not dead. We still have to continue our partnership. Are you so heartbroken that you want to cry? You couldn't he say something nice? Sun Xiaowu hastily wiped his eyes and moved to the passenger seat, opening the door to sit beside her. By the way, where's the director? Sun Xiaowu instinctively glanced at the back seat, only to find it empty. The car contained only him and Zhang Li. Duan Wu walked home, holding a floral umbrella he had purchased at a steep price in front of the bar. The one that had somehow been lost in the chaos. Damn, Duan Wu scowled, kicking a discarded can across the ground, feeling utterly stifled. 10 minutes ago, Li San and Sun Xiaowu had simultaneously opened the passage back to the inner world, escorting Duan Wu and Xiao Tian back. Upon returning to the real world, they encountered a group of individuals engaging in drug use in their respective rooms, prompting Xiao Tian to remain behind to deal with the situation. The director had vacated the body of the believer, leaving only the bewildered driver. Duan Wu followed Sun Xiaowu out of the bar, intending to ascertain what had transpired that night, but Sun Xiaowu remained tight-lipped, stating only that his memories would soon be erased. Upon hearing the unsettling news, Duan Wu's face turned ashen, and he hastily concocted an excuse to make a swift exit, while Sun Xiaowu made no effort to stop him. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, Duan Wu halted, gazing intently at the end of the narrow alley before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. He had traversed this alley countless times, its length barely exceeding 30 meters. At his pace, he could easily exit within a minute. Yet now, Duan Wu felt as though he had been ensnared in this alley for nearly 5 minutes, with the exit glaringly near, yet perpetually out of reach. Damn it, tonight is simply cursed. He tightened his coat, fixating on the exit a mere 10 meters away, took a deep breath, and bolted forward. Damn. Duan Wu exerted every ounce of strength, sprinting for a minute. He should have covered several hundred meters by now. Yet, when he finally paused to catch his breath and looked up, he was horrified to find that he was still a mere 10 meters from the exit in a fit of rage. He cursed aloud. Damn it. Come out. Whatever you are, show yourself. Duan Wu glared menacingly around him, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had been toyed with all night, and this moment was inconsequential. First, there were those women who treated him like a dog. As he raged, he paced back and forth. Then, out of nowhere, 2 individuals from the 749 Bureau appeared and began clashing with those women. Just when it seemed they would prevail, the security personnel arrived to join the fray. None of them resembled humans or ghosts, employing techniques he could not comprehend. Damn. The only source of solace throughout this ordeal had been Xiao Go. Ha ha ha, a dignified detective captain rendered utterly useless in such a situation. Reduced to the status of a mere dog. But what infuriated him most was that foolish Wang Song song. Duan Wu seethed, almost shouting. Damn it. How dare he command me to kneel, and I nearly did. I truly almost did. How embarrassing, utterly humiliating. At that moment, I felt a surge of fear towards Wang Song song, almost on the verge of kneeling before him. Ha ha ha, what a disgrace as he recounted this. Duan Wu felt utterly spent, his legs giving way as he squatted on the ground, gasping for air, yet muttering to himself, I, Duan Wu, the mightiest man from number 2 high, am on the verge of dominating the academic realm of Jiangcheng. destined to become the strongest high school student and ultimately the world's mightiest man. Why? Why? Duan Wu's hands clutched his hair tightly, his gaze fixed on the ground, filled with resentment and bewilderment. I have envisioned countless times that in Wang Songsong's moment of peril, despair and resignation, it would be I, descending from the heavens, to rescue him from danger. Yet why am I the one in need of salvation? I am utterly useless. With a furious roar, Duan Wu swung his fist violently, striking the alley wall with tremendous force. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding thud, a deep imprint appeared on the red brick wall. Why? Duan Wu slowly retracted his fist, oblivious to the imprint. His spirit shattered as he turned to continue towards the alley's exit. Ha ha, indeed, your perception has crumbled. Just as Duan Wu turned, a raspy voice resonated behind him. Damn! Duan Wu froze momentarily, quickly recognizing the voice, and without a second thought, turned to deliver a punch. Young man, there's no need to be so hasty. Standing behind Duan Wu was a middle-aged man clad in an administrative jacket, the true form of Li San. He held a black umbrella, and upon seeing Duan Wu turn, a faint smile graced his face. Li San remained stationary, yet the water pooling on the ground inexplicably began to rise, swiftly coalescing into a sphere before him. Who? Duan Wu's fist struck the water sphere squarely, yet the ferocity of his blow dissipated as if striking cotton, losing nearly all its force. Quick to react, Duan Wu attempted to withdraw his fist and maneuver around the water sphere to attack the middle-aged man. However, as he tried to retract his punch, the water sphere suddenly generated a powerful suction, ensnaring his fist within the watery mass, rendering him immobile. Li San leisurely approached his side, gently patting his shoulder, and said, "Have you not yet realized?" Duan Wu turned his head, glaring at him with malice, and retorted, "I realize your mother. Let me go." Hey. Li San raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, stating, "After all, he is your savior, having rescued you twice. Why be so hostile?" Ugh, Duan Wu feigned disgust, his face contorted in disdain. "At your age, what are you even trying to play at?" Li San shrugged, not taking Duan Wu's remarks to heart. He turned to the wall, reaching out to touch the imprint left by Duan Wu's punch. Can an ordinary person leave such a mark on a wall? Duan Wu, hearing this, paused in surprise, his gaze snapping to the wall's imprint, his expression shifting from shock to exhilaration. Moments ago, he had been overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions, completely oblivious to the significance of the imprint. Now, if he still failed to grasp its implications, he ought to seek medical attention. Duan Wu slowly raised his other hand, clenched his fist, and murmured, My body has undergone a transformation? No. Li San waved his hand dismissively. It is not your body that has changed, but your perception. So, how did you manage to survive? Sun Xiaowu leaned against the passenger seat, his eyes scrutinizing Zhang Li. He noted that Zhang Li bore no injuries. The bloodstain that had once marked her brow had vanished without a trace, and her clothing remained pristine, devoid of any blood. She appeared as though she had never endured that harrowing battle. Zhang Li's hands trembled slightly as she grasped the steering wheel. After a prolonged silence, she gently shook her head and replied, I am not entirely certain of the specifics. You are uncertain? Sun Xiaowu regarded her incredulously. Zhang Li spoke softly. After being swapped with the moderator and plunging into the sea of blood, I lost consciousness almost immediately due to my injuries. When I awoke, I found myself in this car. Sun Xiaowu furrowed his brow. This is the director's car. If you are in his vehicle, then where is he? Zhang Li shook her head once more. I do not know. The car was parked at the bar's entrance, and as for the director, I did not see him. However, when I opened my eyes, I vaguely discerned the silhouette of a young boy's silhouette. What characteristics did he possess? Sun Xiaowu's heart raced, urgently inquiring. Zhang Li blurted out. He wore a red trench coat, and he walked in a rather ostentatious manner. Zhang Li was so engrossed in her recollection that she failed to notice Sun Xiaowu's mouth agape in astonishment. She continued, however, what left the most profound impression on me was his silvery hair. Moonlight filtered through the interwoven branches, casting a violet glow over the secluded courtyard hidden from the world. In the center of the courtyard, a man sat cross-legged upon the smooth bluestone slab. Clad in black attire, he exuded a powerful aura, his presence both commanding and restrained. At that moment, it was as if an invisible force stirred within him, prompting him to abruptly open his eyes. His gaze was as deep as an abyss, and under the moonlight, the intricate lines dividing his pupils were vividly discernible. These lines segmented his pupils into countless fragments, which shifted positions intermittently, creating an eerie and mysterious effect. The losses incurred this time are indeed substantial. The man spoke slowly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he did so. He lowered his head, his gaze falling to the ground before him, revealing an expression of regret and helplessness. The 4 seasoned slaves, including my vessel, have all perished. I had intended to lure more humans into the inner world through the desired forum, shatter their perceptions, and ultimately harvest a bounty to open the second door. Yet, unexpectedly, the man shook his head, his tone heavy with sorrow, ultimately disrupted by the 749 Bureau's intervention. At this juncture, a strange smile crept onto his lips. However, to be fair, I must extend my gratitude to that silver-haired lad. Had he not thwarted the 749 Bureau's plans, it is likely that Li San would have already discovered my whereabouts. Li San? The Mediterranean would never dream that my true form is not within the inner world, but rather concealed in the outer world. Such is the irony of darkness beneath the lamp. Fortunately, I have preserved my life. As long as the Green Mountains remain, I need not worry about firewood. The man chuckled softly, then gradually rose, preparing to return to the villa. Just then, a sinister and unassailable voice pierced the silence behind him. Like a blade slicing through the tranquil night air, I have stated before, those who do not kneel before the king shall perish. Chapter 24. Clue. As dawn broke, the first rays of light began to emerge, akin to a hand drawing back the curtain of night. After a night of relentless crimson rain, it transitioned from a torrential downpour to a gentle drizzle. As the sun rose, the rain ceased, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The chirping of birds penetrated the dreams of a youth sleeping by the roadside. "Oh, not eat me." Wang Xie jolted awake. Sitting up abruptly, he gasped for breath, his eyes wide with terror, as though still ensnared in the horrifying scenes from the previous night. Once he regained his composure and focused on his surroundings, he realized there was no gaping maw nor any trace of Yi Wei. Only a few birds perched on branches, tilting their heads curiously, their beady eyes resembling black beans. I was not devoured. Wang Xie touched his head, sighing in relief. So, what exactly transpired? How am I still alive? I only recall Yi Wei lunging at me, and after that, my memory fades. Furthermore, where am I? As he murmured to himself, he surveyed his surroundings. Trees surrounded him, and behind him stood an opulent manor. A faint scent of blood wafted from the estate. This place is clearly not a bar, nor is it in close proximity to one. Could it be? A flicker of realization struck Wang Xie as he hastily retrieved his phone, and indeed, it was 6 o'clock in the morning. Each day at this hour, I inexplicably awaken in a random location, which means I have once again experienced sleepwalking. Taking a deep breath, Wang Xie's mind began to race. Could it be that I entered a state of somnambulism just before being devoured by Yi Wei, thereby narrowly escaping a dire fate? Yet, even in a sleepwalking state, I am still myself. Is it conceivable that I could slip away from Yi Wei's clutches? Could this be connected to those 2 individuals? Wang Xie recalled the enigmatic pair who had intruded upon the bar the previous night. If anyone could save him, he would rather place his faith in those mysterious figures than in his own unclear state while sleepwalking. What has become of Duan Wu? Wang Xie suddenly remembered Duan Wu, who had vanished from sight since they entered the bar. However, he quickly shook his head, reasoning that if he was unharmed, it was likely Duan Wu was fine as well. Even if he were in trouble, it was of no consequence to him. He had not abandoned him, at least, not while he was conscious. Yes, indeed, it is of no concern to me. Wang Xie nodded, resolving not to let such matters drain his energy. He then opened his navigation app. To his astonishment, he found himself in Yang District. Upon recognizing his location, Wang Xie exclaimed. The app indicated he was in a secluded suburban area of Yang District, resembling a high-end resort. The Earl Bar he had visited last night was situated in Han District, a considerable distance away. Typically, during his episodes of sleepwalking, he would not stray beyond Wu District, yet this time he had wandered into Yang District. Wang Xie furrowed his brow, perplexed. Could it be that the bizarre events of last night had altered something? The thought of those terrifying scenes from the previous night sent a shiver down his spine, particularly the revolting visage of Yi Wei. Yet, to label his nightly escapades as strange would be an understatement. Was it possible that these two extraordinary occurrences had collided, resulting in some inexplicable transformation? Regardless, he resolved to treat it as merely a nightmare. Today was Wednesday. He wondered if classes would resume. 5 years of sleepwalking had rendered Wang Xia particularly adept at adapting to such uncanny phenomena. He had concluded that if something was beyond his comprehension, it was perhaps best not to dwell on it. Wang Xia adjusted the collar of his school uniform. The early March morning air still carried a chill. Just as he prepared to turn and depart, his foot brushed against a hard object beneath him. Wang Xia looked down and revealed a faint smile, nearly having forgotten about it. He bent down to retrieve a pair of black-framed glasses, dusted them off, and securely placed them upon his face. After completing this task, Wang Xia walked along the tranquil tree-lined path toward the nearest bus station. Shortly after his departure, around 7 o'clock, a woman dressed as a maid appeared at the entrance of the estate. Did I forget to close the door when I left last night? Observing the ajar entrance, the woman muttered a few words before hastily entering the estate. Death. There's been a murder. In the next moment, her terrified scream echoed throughout the estate. It wasn't long before the shrill wail of police sirens shattered the morning calm. Several police cars came to a halt at the estate's entrance. The doors swung open, and a group of officers swiftly disembarked, their expressions grave as they hurried toward the estate. The team leader, tall and imposing, had sharp eyes. He strode through the estate's entrance. But the sight before him caused even this seasoned officer to furrow his brow. The front yard was in disarray, strewn with dismembered flesh, and blood flowed freely, glistening in the morning light with a sinister dark red hue. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, making it difficult to breathe. The scattered remains were so mangled that it was impossible to discern the identity of the deceased. One could only vaguely ascertain that this had once been a human body. The leader suppressed his discomfort and turned his gaze to the woman collapsed on the ground. She was pale, her eyes vacant, trembling uncontrollably, emitting soft whimpers. The leader furrowed his brow and, in as gentle a tone as he could muster, inquired, "Is there any surveillance footage?" The woman flinched at the sound of his voice, her body shuddering, and after a moment, she stammered, "Yes, but only Boss Huang's computer can access it." Boss Huang. The leader's expression turned quizzical, and a flicker of contemplation passed through his eyes. The woman took a deep breath, attempting to compose herself, but as her gaze fell upon the grotesque remains, her stomach churned violently, and her throat convulsed. She quickly covered her mouth, staggering to the side, where she bent over and violently retched, her body convulsing in tandem with the heaving. The leader exchanged glances with his subordinates, nodded slightly, and quietly issued a firm command. "Investigate who the owner of the estate is, and look into Boss Huang's background to see if he has any enemies." Then, glancing at the dismembered remains, he added, "Furthermore, compare the DNA of the remains with that of Boss Huang. It's challenging to ascertain the identity of the deceased based solely on these fragments." The officers promptly took their orders and set to work. After giving his instructions, the leader approached the woman. He bent slightly, gently patting her shoulder, striving to make his voice sound less severe. "Could you please tell me where Boss Huang's computer is?" The woman slowly lifted her head, her face ashen. Her lips quivered as she managed to utter a few words after a long pause. "It's in his bedroom. I will take you there." With that, she wiped her mouth with trembling hands, and with the leader's support, she wobbled her way deeper into the estate. In Boss Huang's bedroom, the atmosphere was stifling. The leader stood before the computer screen, his eyes fixated on the footage, his expression grave. "What are your thoughts?" he inquired. The other two officers were equally stunned by the scene displayed on the video, their eyes wide with astonishment, their lips quivering as they struggled to articulate their thoughts. The video footage revealed a man sitting cross-legged on the ground in the front yard at 4:15 a.m., the surroundings eerily quiet. Suddenly, as if propelled by some unseen force, the man slowly rose to his feet. His movements stiff and sluggish, he then turned and walked toward the villa, disappearing from the view of the surveillance camera. After a moment, the man reappeared, brandishing a butcher's knife that glimmered ominously in the dim light. Unsteadily, he approached the center of the front yard, his demeanor completely transformed, as though possessed by a malevolent spirit. He raised the butcher's knife high above his head and without hesitation struck down upon his own body. With the first blow, a large chunk of flesh fell away, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Yet, he seemed impervious to the pain, continuing to frantically carve away at his own flesh. He then directed the knife toward his legs, the blade slicing into skin and muscle, producing a chilling sound. With a forceful chop, his legs severed, and he collapsed to the ground. Yet he had not lost consciousness. The man lying on the ground bore a frenzied and ecstatic expression. He extended his right hand, grasping the butcher's knife, and struck down at his left hand. With a dull thud, his left hand fell away. Even more astonishingly, at this moment, he appeared to possess boundless strength. With his remaining right hand trembling, he raised the knife once more, this time targeting his neck. The blade sliced through, separating head from body, the footage grotesquely bloody. The officer on the left remained silent for quite some time before slowly shaking his head. This is utterly impossible. A normal person couldn't achieve this. Merely severing one's legs would exceed the limits of human endurance. Even if one were mentally unstable, it would be inconceivable to still possess the strength to sever one's own hand in such a condition. To entertain the most extreme scenario, even if some unknown cause rendered him mentally unfit, leading to abnormal behavior, it would be unfathomable to still have the capacity to decapitate oneself while on the brink of death. He paused, then asserted with conviction, "It is absolutely impossible." Indeed, the leader sighed softly, extracting a cigarette to light, inhaling deeply. The swirling smoke could not obscure the contemplation in his gaze. It was indeed implausible. "What do you think?" Another officer squinted, pondering for a moment before stating, "I suspect the surveillance footage may have been tampered with." The leader fixed his gaze on the screen, his voice low and grave as he inquired, "Are you suggesting that the murderer pre-recorded this footage, killed Boss Wong, and then replaced the original surveillance?" The officer nodded. "That seems likely. But what would the motive be?" The leader furrowed his brow, skepticism flickering in his eyes. If the murderer aimed to conceal their actions, wouldn't it have been more prudent to substitute it with a standard suicide video? This footage raises far more suspicion. The officer hesitated, his mouth opening but failing to produce an immediate response. Indeed, if the intent was merely to disguise it as a suicide, a common suicide video would have sufficed. Just then, with a loud bang, the bedroom door was thrust open. A breathless officer rushed in, panting heavily as he exclaimed, "Captain, we have a new development with that." He gestured for attention. Soon, a young couple entered the room. The young man was tall with a somewhat youthful complexion, while the young woman clung to his arm. Her expression tense and anxious. "What is going on?" the leader asked sharply, directing his gaze toward the officer. The officer wiped his brow, promptly explaining, "While we were gathering clues in the vicinity, we found this couple. They were watching the sunrise nearby." He then pulled out the girl's phone from his pocket, handing it to the leader. "Take a look at this." The leader accepted the phone, and the screen displayed a cheerful selfie of the girl. Her radiant smile set against a backdrop of the orange-red sky at dawn. In the corner of the photo, the estate's grand entrance was just visible. The captain gently tapped the screen to enlarge the image, revealing a dark-haired youth standing at the entrance of the manor, his face etched with panic, eyes wide open as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The captain's gaze sharpened instantly, commanding, "Find this individual." Chapter 25. Suspect steps forward in the classroom of Class 2. Senior 3 at Jiangqing No. 2 High School. The atmosphere was stifling. Sunlight streamed through the windows and illuminated the desks, yet Wang Xie was engulfed in confusion. Sitting at his desk, he stared vacantly at two empty seats. One belonged to Yi Wei, whose absence was unsurprising. The seat was naturally vacant. However, the other seat, that of Duan Wu, struck Wang Xie as peculiar. The homeroom teacher had mentioned that Duan Wu had applied for withdrawal from school, and it was done at his own request. Withdrawal? Wang Xie found himself utterly perplexed. Duan Wu's academic performance was poor, making university prospects bleak, yet it seemed illogical for him to withdraw at this juncture. It was only the third day of the new term. After such a lengthy winter break, if he had no intention of completing his senior year, he should have contemplated this long before. Wang Xie propped his chin on his hand, lost in thought, muttering softly to himself, "It's hard not to connect this with yesterday's events." His mind was a tumult of speculations regarding what had transpired last night that led Duan Wu to choose withdrawal. Moreover, Considering Duan Wu's character, after experiencing such a terrifying ordeal, he should have sought Wang Xia out to boast about how their survival was thanks to him, shouldn't he? If he had come to school to submit a withdrawal application, there was no reason not to meet Wang Xia at least once. Wang Xia racked his brain, unable to fathom why Duan Wu would come to school yet remain unseen. Truthfully, he was quite eager to see Duan Wu and inquire about what had transpired later that night. However, since there was no chance for a meeting, Wang Xia resolved not to dwell on it further. At the very least, he knew Duan Wu had withdrawn and was not in any danger, which offered him a modicum of relief. Additionally, with Duan Wu gone, perhaps school would be a bit easier for him. Wang Xia, are you in there? Just as he was lost in thought, a commanding voice echoed from the classroom door. Wang Xia snapped back to reality and looked up to see the academic dean standing at the entrance, scanning the classroom before his gaze finally settled on Wang Xia. What could the academic dean want with him? Wang Xia felt a surge of confusion. He had little interaction with the dean, so why was he suddenly seeking him out? Nevertheless, he promptly stood up, the chair scraping against the floor with an unpleasant screech. The dean glanced at him and gestured lightly, saying, "Come to my office for a moment." Yes. Wang Xia nodded obediently, his heart racing with apprehension about the reason for the dean's summons. As he passed by his classmates, he felt their curious gazes upon him. The two walked side by side down the corridor toward the dean's office, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the empty hall, while Wang Xia's heartbeat quickened. Stealing a glance at the academic dean, he sought any hint of information from his expression, but the dean's countenance was stern, revealing nothing. Finally, they arrived at the office door. The dean pushed it open, and Wang Xia peered inside to find no other teachers present. The curtains were drawn, casting the room in dim light, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through the window. It resembled more of an interrogation room than an office. Seated at the dean's desk was a man clad in a black coat, his demeanor grave and authoritative. Upon noticing Wang Xia enter, the man slowly lifted his head, his sharp gaze locking onto Wang Xia. Captain Xing, this is Wang Xia." The dean broke the silence, his tone laced with a hint of reverence. Xing Rong nodded slightly, his voice low and steady. "Thank you, Dean. May I speak to this young man privately?" The dean quickly comprehended, responding, "Of course, that's no problem." He then turned to Wang Xia with a serious expression and admonished, "This is the criminal team leader from the Yang District Public Security Bureau. He wishes to inquire about certain matters, so you must cooperate fully, understood?" Wang Xia's heart sank, a sense of dread creeping in as he thought, "Yang District Public Security Bureau? Captain Xing. Why is he looking for me? This is bad. Could it be that I sleepwalked into Yang District and caused trouble last night?" The fears that had haunted him for years had finally come to fruition. Having sleepwalked for 5 years, Wang Xia was not only concerned about his safety but also dreaded the possibility of committing a grave mistake during his episodes. Bang! The office door closed, enveloping the room in silence, leaving only Wang Xia and Captain Xing. The air felt thick, stiflingly oppressive. "Do not be afraid. I will only ask a few simple questions. Please, have a seat." Captain Xing beckoned Wang Xia, attempting to ease his tension. Though Wang Xia was anxious, he dared not disobey. Forcing himself to approach, however, the thought of sitting down filled him with trepidation. He stood rigidly before Captain Xing, his hands unconsciously clutching the hem of his shirt, palms slick with sweat. Captain Xing scrutinized him, seemingly perceiving his unease, and without further ado, fixed his gaze on Wang Xia's eyes, asking, "Where were you between 4 and 6 o'clock last night?" Indeed, it was related to his sleepwalking. Wang Xia's heart dropped again. From 4 to 6 o'clock, he had been in a sleepwalking state. He had no idea where he was during that time. What to do? Wang Xia felt his heart racing, his grip on his shirt trembling slightly. He did not wish to be uncooperative. He simply had no recollection of where he had been during that period. Yet, if he were to admit ignorance, Captain Xing would likely suspect him of guilt. Believing he was hiding the truth in that moment, Wang Xia opened his mouth several times, words swirling on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not bring himself to articulate them. Captain Xing maintained his unwavering gaze, not missing any subtle changes in Wang Xia's expression. Observing Wang Xia's struggle, Captain Xing slowly stated, "Let me rephrase the question. What were you doing at the entrance of Huanglong Manor between 6 and 6:10 this morning?" Huanglong Manor. Wang Xia was momentarily taken aback, his mind jolted into a clearer state. He quickly realized that the Huanglong Manor Captain Xing referred to was the opulent estate he had seen upon waking that morning. Wang Xie hesitated, weighing his options before deciding to speak the truth, no matter how absurd it might sound. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and said, "You may not believe this, but I have a sleepwalking disorder. And I don't know how it happened, but I woke up at the entrance of Huanglong Manor." Upon hearing this, Captain Xing raised an eyebrow, the previously stoic expression on his face shifting into one of incredulity. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes filled with disdain, as if he were listening to an utterly preposterous joke. "You're saying you sleepwalked all the way to Huanglong Manor?" "Yes, that is one way to put it," Wang Xie replied, his gaze averted, unable to meet Captain Xing's penetrating eyes, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, soaking his collar. At that moment, he felt like a condemned criminal awaiting judgment, his heart racing with anxiety. Bang! Captain Xing suddenly slammed his hand on the desk, the sound reverberating like thunder in the quiet office, startling Wang Xie into a shudder. Captain Xing's voice rose in anger. "Are you mocking me? Your home is in Wu District, while Huanglong Manor is in Yang District, a considerable distance apart. Are you claiming you sleepwalked across a district?" Captain Xing's eyes blazed with fury, his tone dripping with derision. "What, do you expect me to believe that you hailed a cab while sleepwalking?" Chapter 26. Crossing boundaries. The atmosphere in the office was suffocating, the tension palpable. Wang Xie, an ordinary high school student, had never encountered such a situation before. His mind was blank, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. Moreover, he truly could not explain why he had found himself at the entrance of Huanglong Manor. Surely, he could not recount the bizarre experiences at the Earl's bar. That would only add to the absurdity. Captain Xing narrowed his eyes, his gaze brimming with scrutiny and skepticism. The boy's flimsy excuse was riddled with holes, intensifying Captain Xing's belief that he was somehow entangled in the gruesome case at Huanglong Manor. Yet, with years of investigative experience, he sensed something was amiss. A meticulous murderer capable of expertly tampering with surveillance should be astute enough to concoct a plausible alibi. Shouldn't they? Furthermore, investigations revealed that the crime was committed between 4 and 4:20. There was nearly a 2-hour gap before the couple captured Wang Xie at the manor's entrance. If this youth were the murderer, why would he linger at the scene for so long after committing the act? Considering all these factors, Captain Xing surmised that the boy was likely not the true culprit. Had he been forthcoming about his reasons for being at Huanglong Manor from the beginning, Captain Xing would not have felt the need to press him so insistently. However, because he had concocted such an absurd excuse about sleepwalking, Captain Xing was convinced that even if he were not the murderer, he was still connected to the case. After all, why fabricate a story if one had nothing to hide? "This case is more complex than I initially thought," Captain Xing muttered quietly, then rose and approached Wang Xie, firmly placing a hand on his shoulder. "All right, you're coming back to the station with me." "What?" Wang Xie felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the gravity of the situation. With a mournful expression, he asked, "Captain Xing, what exactly have I done?" "What have you done?" Captain Xing turned back, his gaze laden with meaning. "You don't even know what you've done? If you're unaware, perhaps you should reflect on it for your future. Don't think that being a minor exempts you from legal consequences." Wang Xie's brow furrowed tightly, filled with confusion and grievance. "But I truly don't know what I've done." "Wait." In an instant, Wang Xie's complexion drained of color, as if struck by lightning. "Did you just say that murder? Are you referring to me?" "Humph." Captain Xing let out a cold laugh, the sound sharp as ice. He opened the door, firmly gripping Wang Xie's shoulder as he ushered him outside, coldly stating, "Whether it's you or not, the evidence will determine that. Of course, if you possess evidence proving your innocence, that would be a different matter altogether. So, you'd best think carefully. The future is long. Don't let a moment of folly lead you astray." But at that moment, hearing himself suspected of murder, Wang Xie's mind was in turmoil, unable to process Captain Xing's words. He stood there, utterly bewildered, his gaze vacant and dazed, allowing Xing Rong to escort him out of the office. "Captain Xing, what is the meaning of this?" the headmaster inquired, his face etched with concern and confusion. Xing Rong waved his hand dismissively, his tone impatient. "There are certain matters I need to address back at the bureau." But the headmaster interjected, blocking his path, hesitating before continuing, "Captain Xing, have you perhaps made a mistake? I have faith in this student, Wang Xie, that I know him well. He is diligent and excels academically, consistently ranking among the top 3 in his class. He would not resort to murder. What connection does murder have with academic performance? Captain Xing narrowed his eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. He shot a glance at the headmaster, his tone icy. Moreover, are you aware of the consequences of eavesdropping on an officer's interrogation? The headmaster's expression shifted, yet he remained steadfast, resolutely arguing, firstly, this is my office, and I kindly lent it to you. It is not a formal interrogation room. Hence, your actions do not adhere to the proper procedure, and I cannot be accused of eavesdropping. Furthermore, Wang Xie is a student of our school. If you possess concrete evidence and follow the proper protocol to take him away, I will raise no objections. However, you currently have no evidence. The headmaster shook his head. I truly find myself in a difficult position. I cannot allow you to take him. Wang Xie felt a surge of warmth as he watched the headmaster stand up for him. Humph! Xing Rong scoffed, his expression one of disdain, his tone firm. Headmaster, have you ever heard the saying, when a scholar meets a soldier, reason cannot prevail? Huh? The headmaster was momentarily taken aback, still processing the words. When Xing Rong forcefully pushed past him, holding Wang Xie firmly as he made his way outside, declaring loudly, all protocols will be followed, and nothing will be overlooked post-event. But now, if you continue to obstruct my official duties, I will include you in the report for hindering law enforcement. The headmaster, initially intent on preventing Xing Rong from taking Wang Xie, stood frozen in place, paralyzed by the threat. Observing this, Xing Rong snorted dismissively and continued to escort Wang Xie out. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this the enforcement style of the Yang District Bureau? Truly, seeing is believing. As they hastened out of the office building, a mocking voice rang out. Xing Rong looked up, slightly furrowing his brow, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Long time no see. Captain Xiao. Xiao Tian glanced at Xing Rong, and as his gaze passed over Wang Xie, he frowned slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Was this timid child truly the same enigmatic youth from the previous night? The stark contrast stirred doubts within him. However, he quickly suppressed his curiosity and donned a warm smile. Captain Xing, why didn't you drop by to say hello while visiting the Wu District? If you need anything, our Wu District Bureau will fully cooperate. Xing Rong paused, momentarily taken aback by the implication in Xiao Tian's words, suggesting that the Yang District Bureau had overstepped its boundaries. Maintaining his composure, he accepted the cigarette offered by Xiao Tian. Just as he was about to light it, the headmaster cleared his throat, his expression serious. Gentlemen, the school prohibits smoking. Oh, my apologies. Xiao Tian chuckled awkwardly, hurriedly extinguishing the cigarette he had just lit, offering a sheepish smile of apology to the headmaster. Xing Rong, unperturbed, tucked the cigarette into his pocket, his demeanor calm. Captain Xiao, shall we discuss this elsewhere? Of course, Xiao Tian replied, his smile unwavering as he gestured invitingly, his tone warm. Let us go. Captain Xing Rong nodded, instinctively tightening his grip on Wang Xie's shoulder. The pressure made Wang Xie wince slightly, but he bowed his head, obediently preparing to follow at that moment. Xiao Tian suddenly remarked, Captain Xing, leading him out in such a conspicuous manner. What will the other students think? Xing Rong paused, glancing down. It was recess, and the playground was filled with students laughing and playing. The corridors of the teaching building were bustling with activity. If he were to escort Wang Xie through the crowd, it would undoubtedly attract attention and tarnish Wang Xie's reputation. Xiao Tian squinted slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He leisurely approached Xing Rong, gently patting the hand that held Wang Xie, casually stating, Come now, he's just a child. Are you really worried he might escape? He then leaned slightly, his gaze softening as he looked at Wang Xie, speaking soothingly, Wang, don't be afraid, as long as you are innocent. Our Wu District Bureau will stand by you. Hearing this, Xing Rong could not help but furrow his brow. Wang Xie, on the other hand, felt a wave of warmth wash over him and quickly lifted his gaze to express his gratitude towards Xiao Tian. Although he was uncertain about his own innocence, after all, during his somnambulism, he had no conscious awareness of his actions and was utterly oblivious to what had transpired. Chapter 27. Reverence for the Rules. Opposite number 2 middle school, an old Santana was parked by the roadside. Xiao Tian pulled out a lighter from his pocket, slightly bent down to light a cigarette for Xing Rong, then straightened up. leisurely inquiring. So, Captain Xing, what brings you personally to the Wu district to seek someone? Xing Rong took a deep drag of the cigarette, exhaling a smoke ring, and straightforwardly replied, Last night, a dismemberment case occurred at Huanglong Mountain Villa. I suspect that as he spoke, Xing Rong turned slightly, gesturing with his chin toward Wang Xie, who was seated in the car. Xiao Tian's expression immediately shifted to one of astonishment, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, No way? Captain Xing, you suspect this boy is the murderer? Xing Rong nodded gravely, his tone steady. He may not necessarily be the perpetrator, but he is undoubtedly connected to the case, I see. Xiao Tian pondered thoughtfully, taking a drag of his cigarette before continuing. How about this, Captain Xing? I will take him back to the bureau first. You should expedite your application for inter-district joint investigation. Once approved, I will return him to you. Xing Rong turned his head, fixing his gaze intently on Xiao Tian, his eyes revealing displeasure and caution. Is there a problem, Captain Xing? Xiao Tian remained calm and unhurried, his tone measured. This is the jurisdiction of the Wu District Bureau, and your Yang District Bureau has come to apprehend someone, which is not entirely in accordance with protocol. At this point, he paused, his smile becoming even more congenial. We are all part of the Public Security Bureau. Let us not speak of it as two separate entities. I will keep an eye on him for now, and once your application is approved, I will hand him back to you. The case will still be under your lead. Don't worry, Captain Xing. I won't steal your credit. What nonsense, Xing Rong, a seasoned officer within the system, immediately feigned seriousness, responding. We, the public security officers, serve the people. It doesn't matter who solves the case, as long as we bring the culprit to justice. Exactly. Xiao Tian slapped his forehead, his face beaming with a smile. You have a higher awareness, Captain Xing. I was being too mundane, only thinking along those lines. Xing Rong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xiao Tian, seemingly trying to decipher his inner thoughts through his expression, yet finding it elusive. Very well. Noticing Xing Rong's silence, Xiao Tian broke the tension. I will take him back to the bureau first. Captain Xing, you should hurry back to apply for approval and not delay the investigation. With Xiao Tian's words, Xing Rong realized that he would not be able to take Wang Xie today. Xiao Tian was certainly not the headmaster, and this was the Wu District Bureau's territory. He was conducting himself according to proper procedure, which was entirely reasonable. Conversely, Xing Rong's attempt to apprehend someone without sufficient grounds was untenable. Since that was the case, it would be better to do a favor instead. Very well, Xing Rong nodded slightly, his tone calm. I will return to apply for the inter-district joint investigation. Good. Xiao Tian remained courteous. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Xing Rong finally turned to leave. Xiao Tian watched his retreating figure, disdain evident in his expression. He then opened the car door and smoothly took his seat in the passenger side, while his assistant and driver remained in the driver's seat. Thank you. Wang Xie, seated in the back, was trembling with apprehension. Upon seeing Xiao Tian enter, although unaware of the conversation that had just transpired between the two, he felt it prudent to express his gratitude to Xiao Tian for the departure of the intimidating Captain Xing He. Xiao Tian turned around, a teasing smirk on his face. What are you thanking me for? Just because that guy left doesn't mean you're in the clear. His expression turned serious. Listen, young man, don't forget, I am also a public security officer. After a pause, he emphasized, if you have committed a crime, I will arrest you as well. What? Wang Xie felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. He froze, his previously relaxed demeanor tightening again, his expression darkening. Of course, if you have committed no crime, no one can do anything to you. Xiao Tian's tone softened somewhat, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Xie. The key issue is whether you have committed a crime. It seemed like a casual inquiry, yet it felt like a test. Wang Xie furrowed his brow, internally conflicted. He longed to assert his innocence, but in reality, he had no knowledge of what transpired during his sleepwalking. Uncertain of his actions, he could not dismiss the possibility of having committed a crime. If he indeed had committed a crime while sleepwalking, from a legal standpoint, it was only right that he should face consequences. After much contemplation, Wang Xie slowly shook his head, his expression forlorn. I'm sorry, Captain Xiao, I truly don't know what happened last night, nor can I be certain if I committed a crime. Ultimately, he chose to speak the truth. He had always preferred honesty, and in this pivotal moment concerning his fate, perhaps honesty was his only option. Xiao Tian scrutinized him, his gaze piercing, as if attempting to see through Wang Xie's eyes into his soul. After a long pause, he suddenly inquired, "If, hypothetically, you killed someone while sleepwalking, what punishment do you think you should face?" Wang Xie was taken aback, instinctively biting his lip, his eyes revealing his inner turmoil. After a moment of hesitation, his gaze gradually firmed, and he spoke with conviction. "If one commits a wrong, one must bear the consequences. If I truly killed someone while sleepwalking, then I would be a murderer. And there is no escaping that. I am willing to accept the punishment I deserve." Xiao Tian slightly narrowed his eyes. Wang Xie's response truly caught him off guard. But what if the one killed was not human? After a moment of silence in the car, Xiao Tian slowly spoke again, continuing to inquire. "You committed the act in a state of somnambulism, devoid of your conscious will. Do you not feel wronged by this?" Wang Xie gently shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Will the family, friends, and relatives of the victim accept such an explanation?" Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Wang Xie continued, "I believe they would not accept it. After all, to kill is to kill, regardless of the motive or whether one suffers from a mental illness or is in a sleepwalking state. None of these can absolve one from culpability." At this point, Wang Xie's demeanor became markedly more composed. He exhaled slowly, his tone calm and resolute, asserting that to afford the deceased peace and earn the acceptance of the victim's family, the most just course of action would be to severely punish the perpetrator. As Wang Xie's words hung in the air, an abrupt silence enveloped the car. With years of experience in criminal investigation, Xiao Tian had encountered a myriad of suspects over the years. Most would instinctively emphasize their innocence, regardless of their guilt, tailoring their narratives to favor themselves. Yet, this youth, appearing seemingly weak in character, steadfastly maintained an objective stance, candidly recounting the facts without dissembling, exhibiting an admirable forthrightness in accepting potential punishment. Xiao Tian gazed intently at Wang Xie, his eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions: confusion, astonishment, and a hint of elusive admiration. He found it difficult to reconcile the earnest and candid youth before him with the audacious individual from the previous night, who had proclaimed that those who do not kneel shall perish. The enigmatic youth from last night exuded an air of unrestrained defiance toward the rules, as if the world revolved solely around him. In contrast, this youth displayed a greater reverence for the law. Two distinctly different personas coexisted within the same individual. "Wang, you fool. Are you an idiot? Setting aside whether you committed the act, even if you did, it was not of your own volition, yet you willingly accept punishment? What nonsense!" At that moment, the door to the car on Wang Xie's left was suddenly yanked open, an individual rushing into the back seat and forcefully shoving him aside. Duan Wu," Wang Xie exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer. "What are you doing here?" Duan Wu, seemingly oblivious to Wang Xie's query, pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Tian, shouting, "Xiao dog, listen up. I know Wang Xie all too well. He wouldn't dare harm even a chicken, let alone kill a person." As he spoke, Duan Wu's mind conjured the image of the silver-haired youth from the previous night. Pausing for a moment, he swallowed hard and added, "Even if, hypothetically, he did kill someone, it was that guy's doing. Do you understand what I mean? This has nothing to do with Wang Xie. You little brat. Who are you calling Xiao dog?" Xiao Tan's muscles twitched in irritation. "When has it ever been your place to interject in my affairs?" "Heh?" Duan Wu smirked, leaning back comfortably in his seat with his legs crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. "What's wrong with calling you Xiao dog? What are you going to do about it? I'm now a member of the 749 Bureau, which places me above you in the administrative hierarchy." He proudly raised his chin, adding, "Considering our previous dealings, I won't even require you to refer to me as Officer Duan." "You?" Xiao Tian was momentarily at a loss for words, his face flushing with indignation. The 749 Bureau was directly under the National Master, and even ordinary employees held higher ranks than he did as a criminal investigation team leader. He couldn't fathom why Li San would recruit such a rebellious individual into the 749 Bureau. All right, this kid won't face any consequences." Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively, not wishing to engage further with Duan Wu, and signaled the driver to proceed. Observing their exchange, Wang Xie was left utterly astonished. His mouth agape. How dare Duan Wu reprimand a law enforcement officer? Where did he find such audacity? Even more perplexing was the fact that the officer seemed to endure it without protest. And what was this 749 Bureau? He had never heard of it before. Confusion flooded Wang Xia's mind, prompting him to lean closer to Duan Wu and whisper, "Brother Duan, what on earth is going on?" Duan Wu carelessly waved his hand, a smug grin plastered on his face. "What is going on? Your brother Duan is finally making a name for himself." Observing Duan Wu's exuberance, Wang Xia furrowed his brow. His instinct suggested that these developments might be connected to the bizarre events of the previous night. Right? Wang Xia's thoughts sparked as he lowered his voice again, leaning closer to Duan Wu. "Brother Duan, where did you go last night? You vanished as soon as we entered the bar. Guess who I encountered there?" "Yue," Duan Wu replied, gazing out the window with an indifferent tone. "How did you know?" Wang Xia's surprise was palpable as he straightened in his seat, his eyes wide with astonishment. Duan Wu slowly turned his head, their gazes locking. With a slight furrow of his brow, he asked, "Do you truly remember nothing at all?" "Remember what?" Wang Xia replied, bewildered. "All I recall is Yue transforming into a terrifying monster, lunging at me with its gaping maw. After that, my memory goes blank. I remember nothing. Brother Duan, what on earth happened last night?" Duan Wu fixed his gaze on Wang Xia, his eyes flickering. After a moment, he shook his head slowly and turned his gaze back to the window. "I am more eager to know what transpired than you are." Wang Xia looked at Duan Wu, contemplating saying something, but ultimately held his tongue, wishing to inquire about his experiences from the previous night, but choosing silence instead. The atmosphere in the car grew tense, the awkwardness palpable. Ahem. After a while, Wang Xia broke the silence, clearing his throat nervously. "Officer Uncle, another officer approached me earlier, stating I'm implicated in a murder case. Do you know what's going on?" Xiao Tian remained silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before slowly responding. "This morning, the Yang District Public Security Bureau received a report from Huanglong Manor. The reporter claimed that the manor's owner, Huang Tianlong, has died, and his body was brutally dismembered." "Dismembered?" Wang Xia's face paled in horror. Xiao Tian turned to Wang Xia, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. "The head of the criminal investigation team at the Yang District Bureau, Xingrong, is the one who sought you out. He identified you as a suspect after reviewing photos taken by a couple, which showed you near the entrance of Huanglong Manor around 6 in the morning." He paused momentarily before continuing. "From what I understand, Huang Tianlong's time of death is estimated to be around 4 in the morning. And you appeared at 6. Logically speaking, if you were the murderer, there would be no reason for you to linger at the scene for that long." He shrugged lightly, adding, "However, you are currently the only lead in this case. So it's only natural that you're being scrutinized. What about the surveillance footage? Such a manor should have cameras, right? Did they not capture the killer? Or is the surveillance down?" Wang Xia inquired, a look of hope dawning in his eyes. Xiao Tian rolled down the car window, lit a cigarette, and replied nonchalantly, "The surveillance is intact and captures everything clearly. It's not down." Wang Xia's eyes brightened, a weight lifting off his shoulders as he exhaled in relief. If he had indeed killed someone while sleepwalking, the footage would either show him or the cameras would be malfunctioning. Yet Xiao Tian stated the surveillance was operational. The fact that Xingrong sought him out merely for questioning and not for arrest indicated there was no evidence linking him to the crime. The surveillance had not failed, yet Xingrong still lacked evidence. This suggested that perhaps he had merely coincidentally wandered there while sleepwalking, without having participated in the killing. The footage indicates that Huang Tianlong committed suicide. But the method was rather bizarre. "Bizarre?" Wang Xia asked, curiosity piqued. In what way?" Xiao Tian detailed Huang Tianlong's peculiar demise. "This is indeed quite strange." Hearing that Huang Tianlong had dismembered himself, Wang Xia shivered, goosebumps prickling his skin as a chill coursed through him. Thus, Xiao Tian smiled widely, yet his smile bore an inscrutable significance. Such a method of death is beyond what a normal person could execute, which leads Xingrong to suspect that the surveillance footage was tampered with. Xiao Tian took another drag from his cigarette, his expression grave. "Honestly, had I not witnessed what I did last night..." He cast a complex glance at Wang Xia, shaking his head as if recalling something unforgettable. "Had I not experienced those events, I would have also concluded, like Xingrong, that the footage had been altered." "What do you mean?" Wang Xia felt increasingly perplexed. "Enough." Xiao Tian tossed the cigarette but out the window. "You need not worry about this matter. It ends here. Someone has already taken care of it for you." "Huh." Wang Xie was even more bewildered, staring blankly at Xiao Tian. What does it mean that it ends here? What does it mean that someone has taken care of it for me? This sounds as if I truly am the murderer. This time, Xiao Tian ignored Wang Xie's probing questions, casually waving his hand to signal the driver to stop in front of a card room. Its sign prominently displaying the words "Harmony is precious." What are you dawdling for? Get out. I'm busy, Xiao Tian urged impatiently. Wang Xie looked out the window with suspicion, unable to resist asking, "Aren't we headed to the Public Security Bureau? Why are we stopping here?" "What, do you want to turn yourself in at the Public Security Bureau?" Xiao Tian replied half-jokingly, then waved his hand mysteriously. "There are answers inside that you seek." With that, he slipped a business card into Wang Xie's pocket. "Answers that I seek?" Wang Xie still wished to inquire further, yet Duan Wu was already impatiently urging him to exit the vehicle. He swiftly maneuvered around to Wang Xie's side, forcefully yanked open the car door, and seized Wang Xie's collar, pulling him out with a sudden jerk. "Duan Gu, this is bad. My shirt is torn." Wang Xie lamented, feeling a pang of distress, but Duan Wu seemed oblivious, dragging him toward the gaming room. As they approached the entrance, Wang Xie was greeted by an enthusiastic voice emanating from within. Eyes at him. Wang Xie widened his eyes, incredulity washing over him as he beheld the scene inside the gaming room. At a card table, a man clad in a pink jacket animatedly gestured, exuberantly beckoning to the three middle-aged women beside him, boasting, "Aunt Li, Aunt Wang, Aunt Zhang, hand over the money, hand over the money, ha ha ha." The three women wore expressions of dismay, reluctantly extracting bills from their purses and tossing them onto the table. "No more, no more, it's noon. I must return to cook," one of the women declared, her face a mask of irritation. "Same here. I need to pick up my grandson from school," another chimed in hastily, gathering her belongings in a flurry. The trio departed the card table, their faces clouded with disappointment, brushing past Wang Xie as he entered. "Ha ha, I made a fortune today," Sun Xiaowu exclaimed, his face contorted in glee, eyes squinting with delight as he counted the cash, inadvertently glancing up toward the entrance. Upon recognizing Wang Xie standing there, his expression shifted dramatically, akin to seeing a ghost. Almost instantly, his legs buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed to his knees before Wang Xie. Wang Xie stared in astonishment at the man kneeling before him, then turned his gaze toward Duan Wu, his face a canvas of confusion. "What's wrong with him?" Duan Wu shrugged nonchalantly, a teasing smirk playing on his lips as he quipped, "Perhaps he sat too long and his legs went numb?" "Is that so?" Wang Xie nodded, albeit with a hint of understanding, glancing at the prostrated Sun Xiaowu, and feeling a twinge of pity, he extended a hand to assist him up. However, Sun Xiaowu's reaction was unexpected. He recoiled in terror, as if confronted by the most fearsome specter, and instinctively leaped backward, creating distance between them. "No need, brother. I can get up by myself," Sun Xiaowu stammered, waving his hands in panic. Wang Xie's hand hovered awkwardly in the air, his expression fraught with discomfort. Furrowing his brow, he leaned closer to Duan Wu and whispered, "Is this guy unwell?" Duan Wu's lips curled into a half-smile, an enigmatic glimmer in his eyes as he replied, "Just ignore him. Let us go." "Wait." Sun Xiaowu, though intimidated by Wang Xie, showed no fear toward Duan Wu. He leisurely extended his hand to block Duan Wu's path, stating, "The director wishes to speak with this brother privately. You can stay here with me." Duan Wu's demeanor shifted, his gaze sharpening as he regarded Sun Xiaowu like a hawk eyeing its prey, clearly displeased. "What's wrong? Are you reluctant?" Sun Xiaowu, perceiving Duan Wu's intentions, sauntered closer, casually placing a hand on his shoulder. In the next moment, Duan Wu's expression changed abruptly. A tremendous force pressed down on his shoulder, robbing him of stability, and with a resounding thud, he found himself seated heavily in a chair. Strangely, despite the immense weight, the chair remained steadfast, undamaged. Sun Xiaowu then turned to Wang Xie, adopting a conciliatory expression as he said, "Little brother, proceed to the third floor, room 301. The director is awaiting you there." Wang Xie furrowed his brow in confusion. Unfamiliar with who the director was, but quick-witted as a top student from the second secondary school, he soon realized that this man must be one of the two who had invaded the bar the previous night. Surviving that terrifying experience was likely connected to him or the director he mentioned. Coupled with the fact that Xiao Tian had brought him here, these clues suggested a connection to the Public Security Bureau. Could they be the individuals from the 749 Bureau previously alluded to? Since they were part of an official institution, they likely meant him no harm. As an ordinary citizen, he had nothing to hide. With these thoughts crystallizing in his mind, Wang Xie took a deep breath and confidently made his way toward the staircase. Hey? Duan Wu, noticing Wang Xie had walked away, looked up, his face clouded with displeasure as he addressed Sun Xiaowu. Now that guy has left, how long do you plan to keep me under your thumb? Oh, my apologies, I almost forgot. Sun Xiaowu grinned, a hint of jest in his tone, as he released his grip on Duan Wu's shoulder. At that moment, Duan Wu suddenly sprang to his feet, channeling all his strength into his right fist, and with astonishing speed, he swung a punch towards Sun Xiaowu. Bang! Fueled by Duan Wu's anger and frustration, the punch struck like a cannonball. Yet, Sun Xiaowu made no attempt to evade or dodge. He remained calm, allowing Duan Wu's fist to collide heavily with his face. Duan Wu's pupils contracted sharply as he observed the nonchalant smile plastered across Sun Xiaowu's face. Last night, his punch had been formidable enough to shatter walls, but this time, it felt as if his fist had struck a solid steel plate. An overwhelming sense of defeat washed over him. Room 301, this must be it. Wang Xie murmured softly, quickly ascending to the third floor. He stood before a door that was slightly ajar, the number 301 clearly visible. Strange sounds emanated from within. Thank you? Sister Mimi, for the Grand Rocket? Moi, little Li adores Sister Mimi. The voice was both enthusiastic and flattering, laced with exaggerated intonations. Wow, thanks to Jiangnan's richest sister for the carnival. Little Li has no way to repay you. So let me sing a song for you. More similar exclamations followed. Hearing this, Wang Xie hesitated, questioning whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong room. This sounded more like a mail streamer in a live broadcast rather than an office of the director. Did it not? After a moment's hesitation, despite his myriad of doubts, he rapped on the door. Knock, knock, knock. His knocks echoed clearly in the silent corridor. The sounds within ceased abruptly. Then, a deliberately magnetic and heavily modulated male voice emerged. Ladies, today's live stream with Little Li concludes here. See you in the evening. After a brief pause, the voice returned, now devoid of the vibrancy of a live stream, infused instead with a raspy seriousness. Come in. Wang Xie smiled faintly and gently pushed the door open. Yet the sight before him left him agape. The office was unlike what he had envisioned, resembling more of an esports haven meticulously curated by a computer enthusiast. The first thing to catch his eye was an expansive computer desk, not only equipped with a top-tier gaming computer, but also adorned with a flamboyant pink microphone. A nearby shelf overflowed with snacks, from potato chips to chocolate. Additionally, a large beverage refrigerator brimmed with a variety of drinks. What struck Wang Xie as most peculiar, however, was the middle-aged man in an administrative jacket situated behind all of this. His hair was sparse, nearly bald on top, with his scalp clearly visible under the lights. Li San appeared slightly uncomfortable, evidently aware of Wang Xie's scrutinizing gaze. He let out a few awkward chuckles, attempting to alleviate the tension. Well, this is just a personal hobby of mine. Come, have a seat. Wang Xie quickly composed his expression, eager to break the awkwardness, and complimented, Director, your voice is truly melodious. He hurriedly approached Li San and sat down properly. What would you like to drink? Li San asked as he walked toward the beverage refrigerator. Opening the door revealed an array of drinks before Wang Xie's eyes. Staring at the assortment, he found himself at a loss. He typically only drank plain water, not out of health consciousness but from a lack of funds. Is cola all right? He ventured cautiously, recalling how often he had seen customers purchase cola while working part-time at a convenience store. Sparking his curiosity about its flavor, of course, Li San beamed, retrieving a can of cola from the fridge and placing it before Wang Xie. Speaking like an expert, this cola must be consumed from a can. Wang Xie carefully cradled the can, his eyes lighting up with excitement. This was his first experience with cola, and it felt remarkably different. He gingerly pulled the tab, and with a satisfying pop, an unfamiliar yet enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils. The scent of carbonation, tinged with a hint of exhilaration, was intoxicating. Unable to resist, he tilted his head back and took a hearty sip. The icy liquid cascaded down his throat, the bubbles dancing on his tongue, exhilarating his taste buds. Almost instinctively he exclaimed, "Ah!" his face lighting up with sheer delight. Indeed, cola is delicious. He gazed at Li San with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with joy while Li San's gaze flickered, and witnessing Wang Xie's simple contentment. He felt a twinge of reflection. It was hard to imagine that a mere can of cola could bring such joy to this youth. Heh! With a light chuckle, he suddenly remarked, as long as you join us at the 749 Bureau, you'll have all the cola you desire. At that moment, Wang Xie was still immersed in the bliss of his cola, not fully grasping Li San's preceding words, merely catching the phrase all the cola, which prompted an instinctive response. Sure. Really? Then let's sign a contract. Li San appeared even more eager than Wang Xie, promptly opening a drawer and swiftly producing a contract, extending it toward Wang Xie. It was only then that Wang Xie regained his composure, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, wait a moment. You want me to join the 749 Bureau? Indeed. Are you interested? Li San's face radiated with a smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Wang Xie furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the fact that he knew nothing about the 749 Bureau, and how could he possibly join? Moreover, his mind was flooded with questions, primarily seeking clarity on the events of the previous night. Moreover, Xiao Tian mentioned that the issue of being monitored by the Security Bureau of the Yang District has already been resolved. But who exactly resolved it? Wang Xie is not foolish. He vaguely senses that these matters are somehow connected to the middle-aged man before him. Until he completely comprehends the situation, he will refrain from making hasty decisions. Li San seems to perceive his uncertainty, chuckling softly with an amiable tone. Young man, you have quite a few doubts, don't you? Well then, let us clarify everything one by one, starting with the 749 Bureau. Upon hearing this, Wang Xie puts down his soda, instinctively sitting up straight with an expression of intense focus. Do not be so tense. Think of it as a casual conversation. Li San gestures for Wang Xie to relax. Then continues. The so-called 749 Bureau is, on the surface, a military research institution established in the early days of our nation, tasked with the development of new weaponry to bolster national defense capabilities. However, beneath this facade, we are covertly responsible for another domain. Another domain? Wang Xie inquires with curiosity. Indeed, Li San nods, his gaze deepening before elaborating. This other domain pertains to supernatural phenomena. The 749 Bureau, aside from its public identity, concurrently operates as a classified unit researching supernatural occurrences, akin to the Shield Bureau of the Lighthouse Nation. We handle various peculiar incidents, those that transcend ordinary understanding and defy the laws of nature. All fall within our purview. Additionally, we investigate the development of human potential, such as telepathy, clairvoyance, psychokinesis, qigong, and even the legendary practice of immortality, alongside extraterrestrial life. All these seemingly incredible matters are subjects of our in-depth research. Hiss! Wang Xie inhales sharply, astonished. He never anticipated that behind this seemingly mundane world lay such a mysterious organization conducting research beyond imagination. Li San chuckles, seemingly pleased with Wang Xie's reaction, and continues. If we were to discuss the most unique and far-reaching strange event in recent history, it would undoubtedly be the Red Rain. Therefore, in recent years, our research focus has predominantly centered on the Red Rain. He pauses momentarily, fixing his gaze intently on Wang Xie. When it comes to the Red Rain, one cannot overlook its defining characteristic. Those who are drenched in it vanish completely. May I ask, Li San's eyes glint mischievously, do you believe that the disappearance of living individuals is a genuine phenomenon or merely a fabrication? Wang Xie contemplates for a moment and earnestly replies, since it has been officially reported, it must be true. Such trust in the official narrative? Li San squints slightly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. What a naive child. Wang Xie is taken aback, his lips moving as if he wishes to say something, but remains silent. Li San gathers his thinning hair towards the center and continues. Perhaps in many other aspects, ordinary individuals may not grasp the complete truth, but regarding this matter, we have not lied. Those who are drenched in the Red Rain do indeed vanish. Then can you guess where these vanished individuals have gone? Li San's gaze remains fixed on Wang Xie, as if seeking to extract something from his expression. Wang Xie shakes his head, answering candidly, I do not know. Li San's expression shifts to one of seriousness as he states solemnly. In fact, you have been to that place. I have been? Wang Xie expresses confusion. How could that be? You certainly have. Li San narrows his eyes, enunciating each word deliberately. The bar you visited last night is the very world where those who have vanished reside. What do you mean? Wang Xie exclaims in shock, nearly springing from his seat, his eyes wide with disbelief. He keenly notes the mention of the word world in Li San's statement, in his understanding. Everyone inhabits the same planet, the same world. If that is the case, what does it mean for the bar to exist in another world? At this moment, Wang Xie feels his breath quicken, as though a colossal truth is unfurling before him. Li San remains composed, as if discussing an ordinary matter. He speaks slowly. Rather than saying that those drenched in the red rain have disappeared, it would be more accurate to say they have been transported to another world. We refer to that world as the inner world. Of course, it is known by various names in folklore, such as the underworld, hell, and the realm of shadows. Li San's voice is low and steady. But Wang Xie becomes increasingly alarmed, his pupils trembling uncontrollably, deeply shaken by the revelations. Li San gazes out the window into the distance, murmuring, "We are uncertain as to why the red rain falls. But through years of research, we have come to understand that the red rain shatters the dimensional barriers between two realms. Like a key, it unlocks the door to another dimensional world, allowing humanity access to a realm that was once beyond reach. Two worlds existing at the same coordinates. Two worlds at the same coordinates." Wang Xie is perplexed, failing to grasp the meaning. Li San extends his hand, gesturing fluidly before Wang Xie, as if concealing profound significance. Every entity possesses both a positive and negative aspect, and the world is no different. The positive is the surface world, while the negative is the inner world. He pauses briefly, contemplating how to express himself more clearly. Tio put it in terms that are easily comprehensible. One could say it is the Yang realm and the Yin realm, the realm of the living and the realm of the dead. However, we at the 749 Bureau prefer to encapsulate these two worlds with a different terminology. Li San's gaze deepens gravely, and he states deliberately, "That is stability and chaos. The surface world is characterized by stability, adhering to the natural laws and social order we are familiar with, where people live their lives in a structured manner, whereas the inner world is rife with chaos, supernatural phenomena, bizarre creatures, and unknown rules, rendering everything difficult to explain through common logic." Upon hearing this, Wang Xie feels a dryness in his throat and instinctively swallows hard. His lips tremble slightly, his voice filled with trepidation. "So, last night, Duan Wu and I ventured into the inner world, correct?" "Indeed." Li San nods gently. Wang Xie's gaze is urgent as he hastily inquires, "Can you tell me what exactly transpired last night? How did I survive, and what about Duan Wu? Did you save us?" "Well, how should I put this?" Li San slowly raises his head, his eyes narrowing slightly, looking beyond Wang Xie's head, as if reminiscing or carefully choosing his words. The room is silent, save for Wang Xie's rapid breathing. "Duan Wu can be said to have been saved by us, but you were not." Li San's voice is low and clear, each word dropping like a stone upon Wang Xie's heart. "I was not?" Wang Xie's hands tremble involuntarily, a wave of inexplicable fear and confusion washing over him. His gaze is dazed and restless. "Then how did I manage to survive? Do you have no memories at all?" Li San furrows his brow slightly, staring intently at Wang Xie, seeking clues in his expression. Wang Xie quickly shakes his head vigorously, his actions somewhat frantic. "No, not at all. Regarding last night, aside from the initial encounter with Yue at the bar, I cannot recall anything afterwards." Li San falls silent for a moment, the atmosphere in the room growing increasingly oppressive. Then, as if having made a decision, he states directly, "In fact, it was you who saved yourself." "I saved myself?" Wang Xie is agog, instinctively pointing at himself. He can hardly believe the words he has heard. How could he possibly survive alone in the perilous inner world? It is utterly inconceivable. But soon, a thought strikes him, and he exhales. Could it be related to sleepwalking? Sleepwalking? Li San keenly catches this term, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before pursuing. "What do you mean by sleepwalking?" Wang Xie hesitates briefly, torn between revealing his secret and the instinct that this man might hold the key to unraveling the mysteries surrounding him. Thus, he takes a deep breath and gradually shares his long-standing experiences with sleepwalking. Leaving nothing concealed from Li San, Li San listens quietly, his expression calm, though his eyes occasionally glimmer with contemplation. Once Wang Xie finishes, he bows his head, lost in prolonged thought. After a considerable time, Li San finally raises his head slowly. His gaze still placid yet imbued with deeper significance. However, he does not mention sleepwalking but instead returns to the earlier topic. Do you know what ultimately happens to those who enter the inner world after being drenched in the rain? Chapter 31. Cognition and Entropy. Wang Xie is somewhat bewildered, having intended to clarify his sleepwalking secret with Li San, only to find the conversation redirected back to the red rain. Nonetheless, he understands the principle of following the host's lead and gently shakes his head. I do not know. Li San is not surprised by Wang Xie's response. He nods slightly and continues. Those who enter the inner world generally fall into two categories. One category is those who are killed by the life disaster of the inner world's indigenous inhabitants, disappearing entirely from this world. Life disaster? Wang Xie ponders this term, nodding, as it is the first time he has encountered it. And what about the second category? Wang Xie cannot help but ask. Li San regards him for a moment, his tone slow and profound. The second category consists of those who fortuitously escape from the inner world, often acquiring some peculiar abilities. Peculiar abilities. Wang Xie's eyes brighten at once. Adolescents are particularly fascinated by such mysterious topics. Indeed, Li San affirms, as I previously mentioned, the surface world represents order, while the inner world embodies chaos. The so-called chaos is a complete overturning and distortion of the conventional understanding of the surface world. As he speaks, Li San suddenly points at the soda can before Wang Xie and asks, "You just drank some cola. How did it taste?" Wang Xie found himself at a loss as to why he was asked such a question. Yet he answered honestly. When I first took a sip, the effervescence of the carbonation sent a delightful tingling sensation across my taste buds, followed by a subtle sweetness lingering in my mouth. Li San chuckled softly and inquired further, "Before tasting it, did you have any idea of what it might taste like?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Xie shook his head. Of course, I had no idea. It is exceedingly difficult to truly know the flavor of something one has never personally experienced, no matter how much one might hear from others. Indeed, Li San nodded in agreement, but is cola necessarily sweet? Wang Xie instinctively glanced at the can of cola on the table. While it was not purely sweet, it certainly had a sweet essence. Let's try it again, Li San observed, a playful smile gracing his lips. It will undoubtedly still be sweet, perhaps with a tad less fizz. What other changes could there be? Wang Xie retorted. Yet he picked up the can of cola, filled with curiosity, and took a sip. Spitting it out in shock, his expression turned incredulous as he stared at Li San. How could this be? It's so bitter, unbearably bitter. Li San chuckled lightly, his tone unruffled. Ultimately, sweetness is merely a perception we associate with the taste of cola. If we were to define the taste of cola as bitter before establishing it as sweet, that would be entirely feasible. Just as one might question why red must be called red. Could I not name it green? Can black be referred to as white? Can white be called gold? These colors initially lacked definitions and names until someone assigned meanings to them, thereby imbuing them with significance. Subsequently, as generations passed, this understanding became customary, forming a collective consciousness that spanned an era or even the globe. Cola is sweet. Red must be called red and cannot be green. This is the perception of the surface world, however. Li San's eyes narrowed slightly. This is neither the perception of other worlds nor that of the inner world. The cola you tasted is bitter because I have altered its significance using traits. Wang Xie gaped, his mind struggling to grasp the concept, as though he understood partially yet not entirely. Are you suggesting that those who have escaped from the inner world have had their perceptions warped, altered, or even completely shattered? In such cases, when they return to the surface world with their new understanding, the old perceptions are replaced, leading to behaviors that defy ordinary comprehension. And such behaviors are what we refer to as superpowers. For instance, in conventional understanding, humans cannot fly. If someone were to enter the inner world and shatter that belief, and then miraculously return to reality, would they then possess the ability to fly? Wang Xie concluded, startling even himself. After a moment, he cautiously asked, "Am I interpreting this correctly?" Li San nodded, his gaze now infused with a touch of admiration. "You grasp it well, indeed. However, the matter is not so simple. If merely shattering one's perception could confer power, there would be no need to venture into the inner world." Wang Xie interrupted. If altering perception could grant power, then the most powerful individuals would be the patients in mental hospitals. Their perceptions must surely be distorted and chaotic, yet they remain mere madmen, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Precisely. Li San produced a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep draw before exhaling slowly. The difference between a madman and a genius often lies in that seemingly inconsequential detail, which is, in fact, the key to all transformation. This pivotal factor is entropy, also known as the degree of chaos. Entropy? Wang Xia looked up, confusion evident in his eyes. Li San continued. A madman cannot become a genius because their level of chaos has yet to reach the requisite standard. Perception must undergo a process of collapse, reconstruction, and reflection to form abilities, which we commonly refer to as traits. A madman can only achieve the collapse of perception. If they could manage reconstruction, they would be considered a genius. Yet even then, they would be unable to transform it into a trait. The most critical step is the final reflection. To manifest reconstructed perceptions into reality, the level of chaos serves as the threshold. Unfortunately, we, residing in the surface world, will never exceed a chaos level of 100 in our lifetimes. And as long as chaos does not surpass this threshold, perception cannot evolve into a trait. To elevate the level of chaos, one must venture into the inner world. Thus, I assert that only those who enter the inner world, experience the collapse and reconstruction of perception, and successfully return to the surface world, can attain traits. Now, at this juncture, Li San fixed his gaze intently on Wang Xia, suddenly shifting the topic with a serious inquiry. Have you ever been caught in the rain? I refer specifically to red rain. Or let me rephrase. Have you visited the inner world? Upon hearing Li San's question, Wang Xia was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped the implications. Are you suggesting that my perception may have already been shattered? And because I ventured into the inner world, I returned with a new understanding that materialized into traits. A contemplative look crossed Wang Xia's face. Are you implying that this so-called trait is the sleepwalking disorder that has plagued me for years? Li San nodded, candidly affirming. There is indeed such a possibility. Wang Xia spread his hands in resignation, remarking that if rain were the criterion, he might have often been caught in it during his sleepwalking episodes. After all, he himself was oblivious to his actions while sleepwalking, and it was conceivable. However, Li San corrected him. Sleepwalking does not count. I was asking whether you had ever been caught in the rain. Red rain. Pausing briefly, Li San elaborated. After all, if we consider sleepwalking as a trait, then your encounter with red rain, which led you to the inner world, must have occurred before the onset of your sleepwalking symptoms. Wang Xia pondered this carefully. After a considerable moment, he confidently asserted, then it should not have happened, if memory serves. My first sleepwalking episode occurred on March 21, 5 years ago. What did you say? Li San reacted as though struck by lightning, abruptly rising from his seat. He stared intently at Wang Xia, excitement causing the remaining strands of hair on his head to disarray. His lips trembled slightly as he muttered, March 21st? 5 years ago. Is it mere coincidence? The first occurrence of red rain fell precisely on March 21, 2020. Chapter 32. Extremely strange. If this is indeed the case, then this young man is among the first to have encountered the rain. But how could one of the initial rain-soaked individuals? Li San inhaled deeply, leaving the latter half of his thought unspoken. Currently, it is known that there are only 9 individuals who were the first to be caught in the rain in Huaguo. Each of these 9 individuals has unlocked the 4th door, standing at the pinnacle of human capability, representing the foundation of the nation. If Wang Xia is also one of the initial rain-soaked individuals, then his true strength. Li San dared not dwell on the thought, as it filled him with dread. Even more terrifying was the fact that this young man possessed a dual personality, with the other persona remaining completely uncontrollable. An uncontrollable personality, coupled with the terrifying potential of possibly having unlocked the 4th door, could spell disaster for the entire world if left unchecked. In an instant, Li San even entertained the notion of eliminating Wang Xia on the spot. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing how naive such a thought was. Should Li San take action, the primary personality would undoubtedly be put in peril, triggering the activation of the second persona, and the consequences of that he could not bear. Director, are you all right? Wang Xia, noticing Li San's odd demeanor, inquired with concern. Huh? I'm fine. Nothing's wrong. Li San wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and slowly returned to his seat. Wang Xia observed him for a moment before asking, You've shared so much, yet you haven't told me what transpired last night. When you said saving myself is, in fact, saving myself, what did you mean? Li San, trembling slightly, lit another cigarette. After taking a deep breath, he remained silent for a considerable time before sharing what he could about the events of the previous night. What did you say? Now it was Wang Xie's turn to be restless, his face a mask of astonishment. So, it was during my sleepwalking that I utilized my traits to defeat Yi Wei, thereby preserving my own life? For someone whose perception has already undergone one collapse, continuing to experience further disintegration could lead to a backlash of perception, ultimately resulting in madness. Moreover, given Wang Xie's unstable state with two distinct personalities, this risk was heightened. Therefore, Li San had no choice but to indulge Wang Xie's speculation, framing the existence of the silver-haired youth as a manifestation of his sleepwalking state, even though Wang Xie had harbored some vague suspicions in his mind. Hearing the truth confirmed by another left him in disbelief. So, while I was sleepwalking, I transformed into another person, not only undergoing a drastic change in temperament, but also acquiring the so-called trait. After careful consideration of his words, Li San cautiously remarked, if you can utilize your traits while sleepwalking, then theoretically, you should also be able to use them while awake. Really? Wang Xie, who had initially been looking downcast, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement at this revelation. Moments ago, he had lamented the fact that, despite possessing traits, he could only access them in an unconscious state. Now, Li San had informed him that it might be possible to use them even when not sleepwalking. With a face full of enthusiasm, Wang Xie eagerly asked, then, what should I do? Well, regarding that, Li San pondered for a moment before beginning to guide Wang Xie based on the traits exhibited by the silver-haired youth the previous night. Try to see if you can extract the cola from the can without touching it. Last night, the silver-haired youth had crossed over from the television screen to stand before everyone, clearly indicating a connection to spatial abilities. Li San believed that if Wang Xie could extract the cola from the can without physically touching it, it would signify the successful activation of a trait. After all, Li San was certain that Wang Xie's understanding of a certain aspect of space had undergone a collapse and subsequent reconstruction. However, due to Wang Xie's dominant personality leaning towards order, he subconsciously suppressed this restructured understanding. What Li San needed to do now was guide Wang Xie to awaken this cognition. Since he could not control Wang Xie's second personality, he aimed to steer him towards utilizing his trait under the order persona, while avoiding the emergence of his terrifying chaos second personality. Could one extract cola without touching the can? Wang Xie pondered for a moment, and a straw materialized in his hand. He inserted the straw into the cola can and gently sucked. I extracted the cola without touching the can, Wang Xie exclaimed, tasting the bitter cola and then opening his mouth to show Li San. However, he quickly shook his head, but this seems unrelated to the trait. I used a straw to get it out. Wang Xie's face fell, completely oblivious to the astonished eyes of Li San. Indeed, Wang Xie had not drawn the cola from the can through space. Rather, he had somehow summoned a straw from thin air, and Wang Xie was utterly unaware of this. Li San's eyes involuntarily twitched. Wang Xie did not grasp the implications of this, but Li San understood. A normal person would not perceive any issues with their own rationality. Similarly, an abnormal individual would not question the validity of their own irrational beliefs. In Wang Xie's mind, he saw nothing peculiar about extracting a straw from thin air. Perhaps he believed it was something everyone could do with ease. This had far surpassed the realm of cognitive collapse and reconstruction. Even someone who had undergone cognitive disintegration and reconstruction would still be able to recognize the differences between their new understanding and conventional cognition. However, if one subconsciously regarded the existence of their new understanding as a matter of course, there was only one possibility: a complete lunatic. His cognition had been flawed from the very beginning, or rather, his perception of the world had never aligned with that of ordinary people. It was not that it had been shattered after visiting the other world. Li San swallowed hard, refraining from pointing this out, instead gesturing towards the door. If the door remains closed, can you walk outside? Wang Xie glanced at the firmly shut door, then back at Li San. Of course not. Tio, go outside. One must open the door. That's common sense, and no sooner had he spoken than the tightly shut door began to creak open. Much to Li San's disbelief. Yet, outside stood no one. Only a hand emerged from the void beyond the door. Gripping the doorknob, Li San struggled to swallow again, slowly retracting his gaze just in time to see Wang Xie withdrawing his hand. Looking at him earnestly, but the door is open, so a person can go out. Silence. The office was eerily quiet. Initially, Li San had thought that Wang Xie's dominant personality was at least somewhat normal. Yet, it now appeared that his dominant persona was even more peculiar and bizarre than the second. To knowingly act strangely without a reason is indeed peculiar. To act strangely without knowing it is exceedingly bizarre. Chapter 33. Greed. If you encounter a ghost that is completely unaware of its own death in the dead of night, never let it discover this secret. Once exposed, trouble will ensue. In that moment, Wang Xie resembled that bewildered ghost. With a face full of regret, Li San sighed. It seems awakening the trait within you won't be an easy task. Then, shifting the conversation, he added, but don't lose heart. If you join our 749 Bureau, given some time, I am sure we can help you awaken it. Join the 749 Bureau? Wang Xie fell silent upon hearing this, not responding immediately. Li San remained patient, quietly observing him. He understood that Wang Xie was like a ticking time bomb. And since he could not eliminate the risk, he needed to keep him under control. Director, it's not that I don't wish to join the 749 Bureau, Wang Xie spoke cautiously after a long pause. You know, I'm currently in my final year of high school, with a heavy academic load, and after school, I have to work part-time at a convenience store to earn money. I simply can't find the time. Wang Xie had his reservations. Joining the 749 Bureau would undoubtedly mean frequently facing terrifying situations, like last night. He was just an ordinary person. He couldn't rely on sleepwalking to save himself every time. Last night had been pure luck, entering a sleepwalking state just before being devoured by Yue. If danger struck before he could enter that state again, he would be doomed. After all, he had no control over when he fell asleep, let alone when he entered a sleepwalking state. Is that so? What a pity. Li San shook his head, a look of regret on his face. Our 749 Bureau is focused on nurturing young talent, with a comprehensive incentive program. The basic salary alone is 18,000 a month, plus meal allowances, transportation subsidies, and other bonuses. You could easily take home 20,000. After a pause, he continued, moreover, while the 749 Bureau is a confidential unit, it is still a state organization, offering top-tier benefits. As a high school student, once you join the 749 Bureau, you could be directly recommended to the 4 major universities of Huaguo, to be precise. You could choose from these 4 prestigious institutions, but if you're not interested, I am very interested. Wang Xie exclaimed. Wang Xie, was born for the 749 Bureau and shall remain with it even in death. The moment Li San mentioned the basic salary of 18,000, Wang Xie's eyes lit up, convinced that the 749 Bureau was his best destination. As for the benefits Li San mentioned afterward, he paid them no mind. Observing the boy's shining eyes, Li San discreetly smiled and tapped the keyboard softly, quietly noting the word greed in the document. Xing Rong's expression was dark as he strode into the director's office. He approached the desk, lightly tapping the surface, his tone grave. Help me apply for an investigation warrant from the United Marshal District. A warrant from the United Marshal District? Director Bao Zhou set down his steaming hot dry noodles. Looking up with a puzzled expression, what do you need that for? The office was filled with the aroma of sesame sauce, and Xing Rong couldn't help but frown, replying irritably, what do you think I need it for? Of course, it's to investigate the dismemberment case at Huanglong Manor. Dismemberment case? What dismemberment case? Wasn't that guy a suicide? Bao Zhou looked bewildered. Hearing this, Xing Rong's pupils constricted slightly. After years of grappling with the intricacies of the Public Security Bureau, he understood the implications behind the director's words all too well. Bao Zhou, what do you mean by that? Xing Rong leaned over the desk, his gaze fixed intently on the overweight middle-aged man before him. Are you simply going to wrap up that case so hastily? Director Bao, in the Bureau, you should call me Director. Bao Zhou shot Xing Rong a glare, then continued, the surveillance footage is crystal clear. Boss Huang committed suicide. The evidence is irrefutable. If we don't conclude the case, shall we keep it for the new year? Nonsense. Xing Rong retorted mercilessly. How could a person dismember themselves? The surveillance footage has clearly been tampered with. As Bao Zhou leisurely stirred his noodles, he dismissed Xing Rong's concerns. The tech department has already checked. There are no signs of the footage being altered. What did you say? That is impossible, Xing Rong exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. What's impossible about it? Bao Zhou looked up, narrowing his eyes. Investigations rely on evidence, on facts, not feelings. Do you believe it's impossible for someone to dismember themselves? 5 years ago, I wouldn't have believed it could rain blood from the sky, but what happened? The truth often defies our expectations. At this point, Bao Zhou added meaningfully, the world has changed. We in the Public Security Bureau just need to do our jobs. Here, take a look at this. It's worth your attention. Saying this, he turned the computer screen towards Xingrong, revealing a live broadcast. On the screen, a woman stood in front of the entrance to an elaborately decorated specialty store. She held a microphone and addressed the camera. This store is the latest internet sensation. The Dream Specialty Store. In recent years, sleep has become a significant issue plaguing our generation. Academic pressure, work stress, and life burdens have compounded, leading to a rising number of insomnia cases. Many people spare no expense for a good night's sleep, yet the results are often unsatisfactory. Today, I, Lily, have come to this Dream Specialty Store, where it is said that their dream capsules can ensure everyone sleeps soundly and dreams beautifully. Is this merely a marketing gimmick, or does it truly have miraculous effects? Let's follow my camera and find out. Dream Specialty Store? Xingrong looked up at Bao Zhou, puzzled. Shouldn't such fraudulent advertising be handled by the Business Administration Department? Why are you showing me this? Yes, normally it would be handled by the Business Administration Department, Bao Zhou nodded. But what if the promotional content is true? Promotional content is genuine. Xingrong narrowed his eyes, quickly piecing together the implications from his years of experience. Are you suggesting that these dream capsules truly have a therapeutic effect on insomnia? Wait, if that were the case, there would be no need for you to involve me. The focus should be, Xingrong furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before saying, dreams, exactly. Bao Zhou's expression turned serious. According to investigations, after purchasing the dream capsules, users not only fall asleep quickly but, as advertised, experience dreams so enchanting that they do not wish to awaken. Drugs? Xingrong's eyes widened in shock, whispering, these dream capsules are drugs. Bao Zhou nodded, affirming, indeed. Much like narcotics, those who consume dream capsules inevitably develop a dependency, becoming ensnared in a realm of dreams from which they cannot extricate themselves, akin to those addicts entranced by the illusory satisfaction derived from drug use. So, do you still believe this matter should not concern us? It must be addressed. Xingrong's expression grew grave, his tone resolute. I, Xingrong, shall not permit any drugs to infiltrate Yang District, Bao Zhou interjected. No drugs should be allowed to permeate Huaguo. He then lifted his bowl of hot dry noodles, gesturing dismissively. Now, go attend to your business. My noodles are nearly congealed. Xingrong cast a sidelong glance at him, hesitating to speak. He had initially intended to secure that joint investigation order, yet after a moment's contemplation, he opted to leave the office. Xiao Li, Xingrong called out as he exited, beckoning to a young security officer. Coming, Ronggu. Xiao Li, engrossed in organizing documents, promptly stood and hurried to Xingrong's side. As Xingrong perused the case files pertaining to the Dream Specialty Store, he instructed without raising his gaze, tonight, you shall go to Wu District and bring this individual back for me. As he spoke, he handed Xiao Li a blue background identification photo. Xiao Li squinted at it, exclaiming in surprise, Ronggu, isn't this the kid seen at Huanglong Mountain Villa? Yes, Xingrong nodded. The director diverted my attention with other cases, but the situation at Huanglong Mountain Villa is undoubtedly more complex. It requires further investigation. It is not convenient for me to appear, so you must go. Then why not go now? Why wait until tonight? Xiao Li inquired, perplexed. Xingrong raised his head, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. What other reason could there be? To avoid the personnel of Wu District Bureau, especially Xiao Tian. Chapter 34, Bureau of Education Boom. On the first floor of the Hiwei Higui chess room, Wang Xie felt the ground beneath him suddenly tremble, startling him. What's happening? Wang Xie exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment and panic. At the front of the cash register stood a girl dressed in a sailor outfit with two ponytails, her face adorned with a radiant smile. She waved her hand and said, it's nothing. Just sign this contract, and you will officially become an employee of our 749 Bureau. Wang Xie collected himself, nodded slightly, and solemnly pinned his name at the bottom of the contract. Meanwhile, in the basement of the chess room, it was hard to imagine that this expansive space spanned over 1,000 square meters, filled with various training apparatuses and some unidentifiable, intricate instruments emanating a mysterious technological glow. At that moment, in the combat training area, Duan Wu was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the wall. The impact was so great that the sensation reverberated upstairs. Why? Duan Wu struggled to rise from the floor, gazing defiantly at Sun Xiaowu, who stood at a distance with his hands in his pockets. A composed expression on his face. I witnessed your ability last night. Aren't you skilled with firearms? How can your physical skills be so formidable as well? Sun Xiaowu's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. He lightly pushed off the ground. Moving like a shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Duan Wu. Leaning slightly, he extended a finger and gently tapped Duan Wu's forehead. Young man, my physical skills have nothing to do with abilities, Sun Xiaowu spoke softly. His tone gentle. Upon finishing, he applied a slight pressure with his finger. Bang! Duan Wu felt a surge of overwhelming force hit him, as if struck by lightning, causing him to lean back abruptly and crash to the ground. This once arrogant high school champion now lay staring at the ceiling, confusion and bewilderment filling his eyes. In terms of physical fitness, Duan Wu was no less capable than an adult. After inadvertently entering the inner world last night, his perception had undergone a collapse and reconstruction, particularly regarding the concept of power. At that time, when he sought the moderator, his subconscious was fixated on the desire to achieve quintuple strength. Thus, he speculated that his newly reconstructed understanding was likely related to this wish, meaning he believed he now possessed 5 times the power. Previously, on the first floor, Duan Wu had been suppressed by Sun Xiaowu, unable to move. His pride would not allow him to swallow that humiliation. Hence, he proposed a contest of martial prowess against Sun Xiaowu. In Duan Wu's view, Sun Xiaowu's superiority stemmed solely from his ability. Therefore, he firmly believed that in a straightforward contest of physical arts, his quintuple strength would be sufficient to rival Sun Xiaowu. However, the ideal was alluring, yet reality proved harsh. Isn't it curious? Why is it that in a contest of strength, you, the one endowed with the ability of strength, cannot surpass me? Sun Xiaowu remarked as he settled beside Duan Wu. Smiling, Duan Wu lay on the ground, letting out a cold snort, refusing to respond. Unfazed, Sun Xiaowu continued, to be honest, the ability of strength has its drawbacks. After all, strength is one of the fundamental rules of the universe. It exists not only in the outer world but also in the inner world. What do you mean? Duan Wu sat up, his face a mask of confusion as he looked at Sun Xiaowu. The same rule, existing in 2 different worlds, will yield different standards. Sun Xiaowu patiently explained, providing an example. In the outer world, let us assume the maximum human strength is 800 kilograms. Yet in the inner world, that limit might reach 10 tons, or even 100 tons, perhaps more. If I train in the inner world for an extended period, my strength limit could surpass the constraints of the outer world. As he spoke, Sun Xiaowu turned his head, pondering how strength, which could be enhanced through training, was transformed into an ability. Wasn't that rather disadvantageous? Damn. Even though Duan Wu was not particularly studious, he grasped Sun Xiaowu's meaning entirely at that moment. So, my physical skills are inferior to yours because your attributes have been honed in the inner world, surpassing my enhancement through ability? Duan Wu's expression was one of unwillingness. Precisely so, Sun Xiaowu confirmed with a nod. However, do not be too disheartened. First and foremost, the true nature of your ability remains uncertain. Whether it is indeed quintuple strength is yet to be determined. You must gradually explore it yourself. Even I, and those rain-soaked individuals who might surpass me, may not fully understand the true essence of their abilities. Conversely, we must strive to avoid prematurely defining our abilities. In general, the more specific the definition of an ability, the weaker it becomes. The more vague the definition, the higher its potential for development. You must recognize that the definitions you impose on your abilities are, in fact, reflections of your subconscious understanding. If this continues for an extended period, it could very well weaken a powerful ability into something utterly useless. Sun Xiaowu patted his shoulder, encouraging him to broaden his perspective beyond the immediate. Duan Wu nodded, somewhat comprehending. Sun Xiaowu smiled slightly and continued. A single word or a slight shift in thought can often create 2 entirely distinct abilities. You should attempt to weaken and obscure your definition of strength. For instance, instead of stating, my strength has been increased 5-fold, you could generalize it to 3 key concepts: me, strength, enhancement. Remove the specific detail of 5-fold. Then, deepen this subconscious notion, and as your entropy increases, your strength enhancement might no longer be constrained by that specific numerical value. I understand. As Sun Xiaowu elaborated further, Duan Wu finally grasped the concept and nodded vigorously. Buddy, I didn't realize you were actually quite insightful. Duan Wu stood up and patted Sun Xiaowu's shoulder enthusiastically, adding, once I become the world's strongest man, I'll make an exception and let you be my second little brother. Second little brother? Sun Xiaowu's lips curled upward, a playful smile crossing his face. Then who is your first little brother? Duan Wu puffed out his chest, beaming with pride. Why first little brother, naturally, is Wang Xie. Achoo. Wang Xie stood outside the convenience store, suddenly sneezing. Rubbing his nose, he muttered under his breath, who is cursing me? After leaving the chess room. Or rather, departing from the 749 bureau, Wang Xie made his way directly to the convenience store where he worked. Now that he had secured a more lucrative position with the 749 bureau, it was time to bid farewell to his job at the convenience store. Thus, he intended to inform the store manager of his resignation. What the hell? Why not have your mother accompany you for a night? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from within the convenience store. Wang Xie looked up to see, through the glass door, a blonde-haired young man standing at the cash register, accompanied by a girl clad in a pink coat. Wang Xie was not the type to hold grudges, but he had encountered these two just days prior, and he certainly would not forget them if memory served. The blonde-haired young man was called Qin Shao. Chapter 35. Who? Qin Shao. Oh, Qin Shao, you're back. If I were to accompany someone, it would be you in bed. Not this old man, the girl in the pink down jacket said coyly, tightly linking her arms with Qin Shao's. A flicker of something peculiar passed through Qin Shao's eyes as he savored the softness against his arm, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The store manager, standing behind the cash register, furrowed his brow in dismay. He had intended to reprimand the pair for their rudeness and frivolous behavior, but considering the business aspect, he chose to swallow his irritation and remain silent. Soon enough, mirroring Wang Xie's earlier experience, the duo swaggered to the cash register, laden with snacks and beverages. The store manager had just finished scanning the items and was about to instruct the customers to check out when Qin Shao signaled to the girl with a glance. Instantly understanding his intent, she took out her phone and aimed it at the manager. In an instant, her demeanor shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "Everyone, look! It's this greasy old man who just secretly filmed under my skirt. How disgusting!" Caught off guard, the manager was suddenly thrust into a state of panic, his face a canvas of shock and confusion. Seeing his reaction, the girl seized the opportunity, embellishing her tale further. "Uncle, I am a beauty vlogger with 120,000 followers. Whether this video appears online tomorrow depends entirely on your actions." With that, she raised her phone triumphantly, wearing a look of arrogance reminiscent of that night. The manager opened his mouth to defend himself but found no words, hesitating repeatedly before ultimately choosing to capitulate. "I understand. These items shall be considered as my manager. We have surveillance footage, so there's nothing to fear." At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance. With a crisp ding, the store door swung open, revealing Wang Xie, who strode in, visibly furious. "Wang Xie, it's you." The trio nearly shouted in unison, recognizing him as the young man they had shamelessly tormented the previous evening. The tension that had gripped Qin Shao and his companion dissipated almost instantly, replaced by a hint of disdain. Wang Xie marched directly to the counter, nodded subtly at the manager, and pointed at the camera in the upper left corner, saying, "Manager, didn't you forget we have surveillance here? Whether you secretly filmed this lady can be revealed in an instant." Indeed. The manager seemed to awaken from a daze, his eyes brightening. He pointed at the girl, newfound confidence surging through him. "Young lady, we have surveillance here. Everything you just did has been recorded, and I can easily sue you for defamation." "What?" The girl was taken aback, her smugness evaporating into a flurry of panic. She urgently tugged at Qin Shao's arm. "Qin Shao, what should we do? Let us get out of here quickly. As the saying goes, those involved may be befuddled, while onlookers see clearly." Wang Xie had been just as flustered, having forgotten about the cameras, but once he collected himself and reviewed the situation, he felt immense regret. Had he known there was surveillance, he wouldn't have recklessly lost 179 yuan. The thought of that amount stung. And he discreetly observed Qin Shao and the girl, contemplating whether he could seize this opportunity to reclaim the money. Useless trash. Qin Shao abruptly yanked his arm away from the girl, spitting in disdain before glaring menacingly at the manager. "You old fool, what can you do if I refuse to pay for these items?" With that, he reached over and grabbed a bag of goods from the counter, making to leave. "Sir, You haven't paid yet. Wang Xie, stop him, the manager shouted in desperation. Wang Xie hesitated for a moment, realizing he hadn't officially resigned and still counted as an employee, so he reached for Qin Xiao's shoulder, saying, "Sir, you need to pay first." Committed to his responsibilities, Wang Xie was a principled employee. "Pay my ass. Screw off, it's my dream. I make the rules," Qin Xiao shouted, shaking off Wang Xie's grip, and in a swift motion, he drew a dagger from his waist. Spinning around to slash wildly, no one expected him to be so audacious as to commit violence under the watchful eyes of the surveillance cameras. Blood instantly sprayed forth, arcing past Wang Xie's shocked gaze. In his panic, Qin Xiao's blade missed Wang Xie and instead struck the girl beside him in the neck. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, pooling rapidly on the floor. "Murder! Murder!" the manager screamed in terror. Stunned for a moment after stabbing the girl, Qin Xiao's expression shifted to one of fierce malice. He yanked the dagger from her neck and turned his wrathful gaze towards the dazed Wang Xie. Qin Xiao. The girl's eyes dimmed quickly, and she collapsed into the pool of her own blood. Just then, the convenience store's doorbell chimed. "Don't move. Raise your hands." Dressed in plain clothes, Officer Li burst in, immediately pulling out his gun and aiming it at Qin Xiao upon witnessing the bloody scene. However, Qin Xiao merely blinked in surprise before a sinister grin spread across his face. "Ha ha ha, this is my dream. So what if I kill? What can the law enforcement do? I'm not afraid with that." His eyes ignited with a bizarre, colorful glow as he lunged with the dagger towards Wang Xie. Bang! In that critical moment, Officer Li decisively fired his weapon. The bullet struck Qin Xiao's hand with precision, causing him to drop the dagger with a clatter, pain flashing across his face. "What is happening? Why am I hurt in my own dream?" Qin Xiao murmured, slowly lowering his gaze to his injured hand as the strange glow in his eyes began to fade. "Don't move." In the next instant, Officer Li pounced, pinning Qin Xiao to the ground. While shouting at Wang Xie, "What are you doing? Call the police." "Huh." Wang Xie finally snapped back to reality, fumbling to pull out his phone in a panic, accidentally dropping a business card in the process. After a moment's thought, he bypassed the security bureau's number and dialed the number on the card instead. Soon, an old Santana pulled up outside the convenience store. Xiao Tian strode in, surveying the chaotic scene with a grave expression. "What happened here?" he asked, gesturing with his hand. His assistant, the driver, promptly stepped forward and skillfully cuffed Qin Xiao, who was still pinned down by Officer Li. With a sigh of relief, Officer Li approached Xiao Tian and saluted respectfully. "Captain Xiao, I'm Li Tian from the Yang District Bureau." "Yang District Bureau?" Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, appraising Li Tian. Li Tian glanced at Wang Xie beside him and hastily explained, "I was just meeting a friend for dinner in Wu District and stopped by the convenience store for drinks, only to stumble upon this incident. You wouldn't hold it against me for enforcing the law across districts, would you?" Xiao Tian chuckled lightly. "Not at all. Special circumstances warrant special treatment." Deep down, he understood that Li Tian's presence was likely more than just a casual dinner. However, given the current situation, there was no need to expose the matter. "What do you think?" Xiao Tian asked his assistant. The assistant slowly stood, glancing at the girl's lifeless body in the pool of blood. Shaking his head regretfully, "One fatal blow. She died on the spot." "Tisk." Xiao Tian frowned slightly, then pointed at the manager and Li Tian, saying, "You two, come with me to file a report." After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Wang Xie as the complainant. "You also need to come back with us to file a report." Wang Xie nodded quickly, responding, "Of course, of course." Chapter 36, Legal Consequences. Security Bureau, Wu District Branch, in Captain Xiao Tian's office. Only he and Wang Xie remained after the manager and Li Tian finished their statements and left. Xiao Tian regarded Wang Xie, saying, "Based on the testimonies from the 3 witnesses and the convenience store surveillance footage, that guy has no chance of escaping the murder charge." Rising from his seat, Xiao Tian extended his hand. "Thank you for your hard work." Wang Xie quickly grasped his hand, respectfully replying, "It's what any ordinary citizen should do." "Ordinary citizen?" Xiao Tian gave Wang Xie a penetrating look before releasing his hand. "All right, you can go now." Wang Xie nodded and turned to leave when suddenly, the office door swung open, and a security officer entered. Frowning, "Captain." The officer glanced at Wang Xie but hesitated to speak. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. "There are no outsiders here. Just say what you need to know. Outsiders? Is this young man not considered an outsider?" The officer was momentarily taken aback, but leaned closer to whisper in Xiao Tian's ear, Captain, the one who was arrested is the son of Qin Zhenghao. Qin Zhenghao? The Qin Zhenghao of the Qin Group? Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. The officer nodded, yes. So what do you think we should do about this? What do you mean, what should we do? Xiao Tian's eyes widened. So what if he is Qin Zhenghao's son? Does that mean he has privileges? Can he escape legal consequences for murder? Can I hear this conversation? Wang Xie, sensing the tension, scratched his head and cautiously suggested, Captain Xiao, you carry on. I'll just take my leave. Wait, just as Wang Xie attempted to slip away, Xiao Tian called out to him. Comrade Wang, you're now part of the same system as us. If there is nothing else today, stay a while longer. I'll show you how the Security Bureau handles matters. Huh? Wang Xie was momentarily stunned, about to protest that he was just an ordinary citizen and didn't belong to the Security Bureau. But then he remembered he was now an employee of the 749 Bureau, and in that light, he indeed was part of the same system. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian internally cursed his subordinate. Now that the topic was out in the open, he had to keep Wang Xie around to demonstrate the principles and bottom lines of the Security Bureau. If there were any doubts about the Bureau's integrity or favoritism, and that reached the ears of higher-ups, he could lose his position. The officer, sensing the gravity of the situation, added seriously, Captain, you're right. The Security Bureau always operates according to the law. We will certainly punish the perpetrator severely. Xiao Tian nodded, his eyes darting, but given this incident, we must notify the perpetrator's family. Well then, please contact Qin Zhenghao and clarify the situation with him. The security officer nodded and turned to leave the office. Only then did Xiao Tian let out a silent sigh of relief. Having been in this circle for a long time, he understood that many matters were not so straightforward to handle. If it were possible, he would prefer not to offend the powerful lightly. Yet, at the same time, he could not allow any criminal to escape justice. If Qin Zhenghao were to learn of this incident and insisted on protecting his son, then the matter would have to be escalated. At that point, it would be largely out of Xiao Tian's hands. He was merely a security officer following orders from above, still upholding the principles of justice and strict law enforcement. Captain Xiao, may I leave now? Wang Xie asked softly. Huh. My apologies, Wang comrade, I didn't mean to waste your time. Xiao Tian replied with an awkward smile, gesturing for him to go ahead. Wang Xie, who had been sitting there anxiously, felt an immediate sense of relief and stood up, eager to leave the place. However, just as he was rising, the office door was pushed open once more. The same security officer rushed in, his face a mask of panic and disbelief. Captain, something is amiss. Xiao Tian furrowed his brow and inquired. What now? Wang Xie, who had just stood up, wore a bitter expression and muttered, Am I ever going to be able to leave? The security officer gulped nervously and hurried to Xiao Tian's side, whispering, I just informed Qin Zhenghao about this matter, and he scolded me thoroughly. Is that all? Xiao Tian shot him a sideways glance, somewhat irritated. That's quite normal. Upon learning that his son is facing legal repercussions, he is bound to be upset. Just endure a few harsh words. Why are you panicking over something so trivial? No, it's not that simple. Before Xiao Tian could continue, the security officer interrupted, his face filled with urgency. Qin Zhenghao said his son is sitting right in front of him, and he killed someone. He accused me of having my brain kicked by a donkey and told me to get my head checked. Xiao Tian's expression froze momentarily. The insult was indeed harsh, though it was unnecessary to. Wait, what did you just say? Xiao Tian suddenly realized, his complexion shifting drastically. Are you saying his son is sitting right in front of him? How is that possible? Wang Xie, overhearing this, couldn't help but frown slightly. Indeed, I also find it improbable, the security officer replied, his expression pained and clearly puzzled. But Qin Zhenghao, he turned on the camera, and I saw it with my own eyes. Qin Yuan was sitting directly across from him. Could it be that the person we apprehended is not Qin Yuan? Xiao Tian murmured to himself. The security officer shook his head vehemently. He swallowed hard and said, No, it's not that. The individual we captured looks exactly like Qin Yuan, who is sitting across from Qin Zhenghao. Hiss. Upon hearing this, even Xiao Tian could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Captain, there's trouble. Just then, another security officer rushed in, flustered. What is it? Xiao Tian's mind was already a chaotic mess. The officer pointed in the direction of the detention room, stammering, The suspect has been swapped out. What do you mean the suspect has been swapped? Xiao Tian's brows knitted together, but his expression soon turned grave. Is it possible that the person has been switched out? Has the real Qin Yuan been rescued? No, no, no. Xiao Tian forced himself to calm down, whispering, from the moment we brought the individual back to the bureau until now. It has been less than an hour, in such a short span of time. Who could possibly rescue someone from the security bureau without anyone noticing? Let us go check the detention room. As Xiao Tian took a few steps forward, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to Wang Xie, saying, Wang comrade, you should come along as well. The developments in this case had become exceedingly bizarre. If anyone could have orchestrated a rescue from the security bureau unnoticed, Xiao Tian's first thought was of those enigmatic figures from Bureau 749. This meant that if Qin Yuan had indeed been rescued, there was only one possibility. Qin Zhenghao might have enlisted the help of similarly formidable individuals associated with Bureau 749. Such a situation would inevitably attract the attention of Bureau 749. So it was better to bring Wang Xie along to avoid the need for lengthy explanations later. Though Wang Xie felt unwilling, as a mere ordinary citizen entangled in matters of the security bureau, he hardly knew how to refuse. Thus, he nodded and followed Xiao Tian to the detention room. Upon seeing the person in the detention room, he could not help but exclaim, It's him. The man in the detention room was not Qin Yuan at all. He was evidently the other individual who had been with Qin Yuan the previous night. Do you recognize this person? Xiao Tian asked, staring at the man in the detention room, who bore no resemblance to the Qin Yuan they had originally apprehended. His brow furrowed deeply as Wang Xie suddenly spoke up, seemingly recognizing the man. I'm sure of it. It's him. Wang Xie then recounted the events from the previous night in detail to Xiao Tian. This is quite a revelation, Xiao Tian said in astonishment, realizing that Wang Xie's experience from the night before bore a striking resemblance to the onset of today's murder case. Let us check the surveillance footage. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Tian led the group swiftly to the monitoring room. How could this be? Xiao Tian's mouth fell agape. He reviewed the footage from the detention room and also retrieved recordings from the security bureau's entrance and various corridors. The result revealed that the individual they had brought back was indeed the man in the detention room, not Qin Yuan at all. In other words, the suspect had neither been rescued nor switched out. From the very beginning, the person they had apprehended was not Qin Yuan. Xiao Tian rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the strangeness of the situation, which exceeded his understanding. If he had not personally participated in the apprehension, he might have doubted whether they had indeed caught the right person. The prisoner they had interrogated earlier had been blonde, yet now there was a completely different individual before them. Curiously, the surveillance footage had recorded no transitional process. Throughout, it had been a man with black hair. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Tian turned to Wang Xie and asked, What do you think, Comrade Wang? The other security officers wore puzzled expressions, unsure why the captain sought the opinion of this youth. Could his insights be more valuable than those of these seasoned officers? Wang Xie, lacking a clear answer, felt compelled to speak since Xiao Tian had asked, The surveillance footage does not align with our first-hand observations. Either the footage is deceiving us, or our own eyes have misled us. However, one thing I can ascertain is that this person before us is the murderer, regardless of whether he is Qin Yuan or someone else. Exactly, Xiao Tian exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. We have been confounded by this bizarre transformation, but the fact remains that he is the perpetrator. We simply need to enforce the law upon him. Ha ha ha. Xiao Tian's mood instantly lifted as he patted Wang Xie's shoulder. Chuckling, it seems we, the ones directly involved, have become the confused ones. You, Comrade Wang, see things more clearly. The other security officers also began to comprehend, their expressions easing considerably. Is this even possible? I was merely speaking off the cuff. Wang Xie thought to himself, lowering his head and secretly sticking out his tongue. Let me out! Let me out! This is my dream. How audacious you are to dare capture me. This is my dream. And with a mere thought, I can reduce you to ashes. Inside the detention room, Zhang Yun's face twisted in rage as he screamed and struggled. Be still, you madman, the officer responsible for recording shouted, slamming his hand down on the iron table, glaring at him in irritation. This is not the dream I prefer. Please let me wake up. Zhang Yun's head drooped, his eyes hollow and devoid of life. Enough. Outside the interrogation room, Xiao Tian, having witnessed this scene through the surveillance, waved his hand dismissively. Just then, his phone vibrated suddenly. Xiao Tian glanced at his phone, narrowing his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, He swiftly took out his walkie-talkie and instructed the officers inside the interrogation room. Release him? Huh? The command struck everyone, inside and outside the interrogation room, with disbelief. Even Wang Xie raised an eyebrow in concern. Xiao Tian barked, "Do you not understand what I am saying? Release him, but." The officer in the interrogation room appeared hesitant. "But what? Is this man not the murderer? Did you not see when I apprehended him? The murderer is Qin Yuan, not him," Xiao Tian shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The officer in the interrogation room hesitated for a moment, but eventually stood up and said, "Understood, Captain." Though the others were bewildered, no one dared to question further. After all, when Xiao Tian had apprehended the individual, everyone in the security bureau had witnessed it. He was a blond man, not the lethargic black-haired individual now in the interrogation room. From this perspective, Xiao Tian's assertion that the murderer was not him did not seem entirely unfounded. "I see." Suddenly, one of the officers beside Xiao Tian brightened up, stating, "Even if this man is not the murderer, he must certainly be connected to the real killer and the forces behind him. By releasing him, we can follow this lead to capture the true culprit. Captain, this is indeed a case of fishing with a long line to catch a big fish." The security officer gazed at Xiao Tian with a face full of admiration, exclaiming, "Truly, Captain Xiao, your unwavering determination to uncover the true culprit is something we should all aspire to." Upon hearing these words, the other officers also began to rally around Xiao Tian, raising their thumbs in approval. In their precinct, they often encountered perplexing and bizarre cases each year, the kind that left them scratching their heads in confusion. Just like tonight, when they apprehended a blonde-haired individual who inexplicably transformed into someone entirely different without any warning. In the past, if there were no issues with the surveillance, and if there were no lapses within the precinct, they might have simply closed the case based on this individual alone. Yet Xiao Tian insisted on identifying the real perpetrator, a tenacity that commanded respect. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, indeed, it is my dream. In my dreams, nothing can harm me. Even if I were to commit murder and be apprehended, they would release me without question. The dream capsule is truly a remarkable invention. In reality, I serve as Qin Yuan's lackey, but in my dreams, I am Qin Yuan. I am Qin Yuan. I can indulge in his pleasures and enjoy all his privileges. Ahahaha." Zhang Yun swaggered out of the precinct, laughing maniacally. He turned and defiantly gestured a middle finger at the precinct before staggering onto the street. "Follow closely, follow closely." Meanwhile, an old model Santana slowly started up, leisurely trailing Zhang Yun as it exited the precinct. In the back seat, Wang Xie wore a bitter expression. "Wait, Captain Xiao, why did you bring me along?" Xiao Tian, seated in the front passenger seat, turned back and flashed a grin. "It was your director's instruction." "Director? Which director?" Li Tian, sitting beside Wang Xie, raised an eyebrow at this revelation. He feigned indifference and inquired, "Wang, aren't you a senior high school student? Why the mention of a director?" "Li, you stood guard at the entrance of our district's sub-precinct, and after we emerged, you insisted that you were involved in this homicide case and wanted to participate." Xiao Tian fixed his gaze on him, squinting slightly. "Considering our camaraderie, I agreed, but if you have ulterior motives, I kindly ask you to exit the vehicle now." "Don't, Captain Xiao," Li Tian laughed awkwardly. "I was merely asking out of curiosity. Please don't be overly sensitive." "Humph, let us hope so." Xiao Tian coldly huffed, choosing to ignore him. There was indeed something amiss. At that moment, the driver, who had been focused on the road, suddenly spoke up. "That guy just got into a taxi. Judging by the direction, he seems to be heading towards the Haofeng Villa District." "The Haofeng Villa District?" Xiao Tian squinted his eyes, recalling that the Qin Jinghao family resided there. Chapter 38. The deal. The group cautiously followed Zhang Yun's taxi in their old Santana. As they navigated through the city streets, their nerves tightened the closer they got to the Haofeng Villa District. Eventually, the taxi halted at a secluded alley near the villas. Zhang Yun paid the fare, unsteadily exited the vehicle, and walked hastily into the alley with a furtive glance. Xiao Tian and his companions quickly disembarked to stealthily follow him. "Damn it, I've woken up from my dream. When did I wake up? I didn't even notice," Zhang Yun muttered under his breath, filled with frustration. Moments earlier in the taxi, he caught a glimpse of himself in the rearview mirror and was horrified to see his original appearance return, sending his heart into a panic. As he turned into the alley, Zhang Yun glanced around to ensure no one was watching before swiftly retrieving his phone to make a call. "Hello, at the usual place. I want another one. Inside a luxurious villa in the Haofeng district, a middle-aged man sat on a sofa, puffing on a cigar amidst a cloud of smoke. He set the cigar down and looked up with authority at the young man across from him. Qin Yuan, you need to behave yourself lately. Don't stir up any trouble. Qin Zhenghao's tone was commanding. Dad, when have I ever caused trouble? The blonde-haired Qin Yuan swirled his drink, wearing a smirk of nonchalance. Have you not caused enough trouble? Qin Zhenghao shot him a glare. Enough. The group has matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Take care of yourself. With that, Qin Zhenghao stood to adjust his suit and walked out of the villa. Watching his father's retreating figure, Qin Yuan's smile gradually faded, his expression darkening. He set down his drink and glanced at his phone, narrowing his eyes as a glimmer of cunning flickered within. That fool has already succumbed to his addiction. 013. You handle this. As his words fell, a sharply dressed man with a black briefcase emerged from a corner of the villa. He appeared to be an ordinary office worker. Yet his eyes betrayed a sense of numbness and emptiness. Understood. The man nodded slightly and quickly exited the villa. Outside the alley, Wang Xie and the others were seated at a roadside stall, positioned perfectly to observe the alley's activities. What is that guy up to? Li Tian furrowed his brow, perplexed. Xiao Tian squinted slightly, focusing on the direction of the alley, and slowly remarked, it seems he is waiting for someone. In such a secluded spot, waiting sneakily, it likely isn't anything legitimate, Li Tian murmured. Someone's going in. Wang Xie suddenly whispered, his eyes reflecting tension. The three immediately perked up, intently watching the alley. Though Wang Xie couldn't quite comprehend why he felt anxious as an outsider. The atmosphere dictated that he join in the concern. Mr. Zhang Yun, greetings. I am a sales representative from the Dream Capsule store. You may call me 013. May I ask if you are interested in purchasing a dream capsule? The suited man who entered the alley wore a professional smile and extended his hand politely. Cut the small talk. Just give me the capsule. Zhang Yun, wary, scanned his surroundings, his eyes filled with caution, refusing to shake the suited man's hand. The suited man, unfazed, retracted his hand, opened his briefcase, and produced a deep purple capsule that shimmered mysteriously in the dim light as the dream capsule, from the roadside stall. Li Tian couldn't help but exclaim. Do you recognize this? Xiao Tian turned to him. Li Tian nodded and lowered his voice. This is a product from the Dream Capsule store. I've heard it can alleviate insomnia and induce vivid dreams. Due to its unique effects, our Yang District Sub-Precinct suspects it may be related to narcotics, and we are currently investigating this matter. Wang Xie chimed in. Speaking of which, didn't Qin Yuan, or rather Zhang Yun, keep shouting my dream? I make the rules and similar phrases. Is it possible that his murders and transformations are linked to this dream capsule? What are we waiting for? Let's apprehend him. Li Tian's spirits soared at the thought. Initially, he was tasked with escorting Wang Xie back under orders from Xingrong, a task that held little promise of reward but carried the risk of punishment if it went awry. However, encountering a key investigation related to the dream capsule ignited his excitement. Wait! Just as Li Tian prepared to take action, Xiao Tian firmly grasped his shoulder. Captain Xiao, what do you mean? Li Tian turned, frowning in confusion. Isn't this the right moment to act? Xiao Tian shot him a glare, irritated. What are you thinking? I'm not trying to steal your thunder. It's simply not the right time to act. Dante rush. Why not? Li Tian looked bewildered. Unhurriedly, Xiao Tian lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke as he focused on the transaction taking place in the alley. I'm not entirely sure what the dream capsule entails, but I've encountered more drug dealers than you've seen women. Given the current situation, the one conducting the transaction is likely a low-level lackey. If we apprehend him now, it could alert the bigger fish behind this operation and disrupt your precinct's investigative arrangements. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's reasoning, Li Tian immediately regained his composure. He pondered for a moment, finding the logic sound. He nodded and asked, You're right, Captain Xiao. Oh, what should we do? Just watch? Of course not. Xiao Tian replied with a wry smile. After they complete their transaction, Wang Xie and I will follow Zhang Yun, while you keep an eye on that sales representative. Remember, the primary goal of this operation is to gather evidence and ascertain the situation. Do not act impulsively, understood? If any unforeseen circumstances arise, you can contact us or report directly to the Yang District Sub-Precinct. Xiao Tian, as an experienced criminal investigation captain, swiftly devised a reasonable plan in the face of an unexpected situation. Li Tian felt a surge of gratitude for his insight. He nodded, standing to salute Xiao Tian, saying, "Thank you, Captain Xiao." In Li Tian's view, Xiao Tian's arrangement was considerate of him. This was the Wu district, and Xiao Tian could have easily sent his own men to follow the suited man, but chose to give him this opportunity, clearly intending to share the credit. However, what Li Tian did not realize was that Xiao Tian's true desire at that moment was to discreetly send him away, as he and Wang Xie had more pressing matters to attend to, as instructed by Li San. Inside the alley, 15,000? Yesterday it was 10,000, and today it's 15? Initially, I bought it from Qin Xiao for only 5,000. Zhang Yun's dissatisfaction was evident as he reacted to the salesman's price for the Dream Capsule. 013 maintained his professional smile, patiently explaining, "Mr. Zhang, as you know, prolonged use of the drug can lead to resistance. To ensure a quality dream experience for our clients, the price of the capsules is adjusted based on current conditions, resulting in increased costs. I hope you can understand that, of course. If you find it too expensive, you are welcome to discontinue your use." With that, 013 pretended to put the capsule back into his bag. "Wait." Zhang Yun quickly seized his hand, gritting his teeth as he insisted, "I want it." He then pulled out his phone, illuminating the screen, but just as he was about to transfer the funds, a barrage of text messages popped up. "Zhang Yun, was that 200,000 you took?" Reply, "That is your father's surgical fee." "You scoundrel, you heartless wretch, respond, son. I implore you. That is your father's surgical fee. Please get it back." Zhang Yun glanced at his mother's message, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Yet, he quickly steeled his resolve, deleted the message, opened his banking app, and transferred 200,000 to 013. "Provide me with a quantity worth 200,000. Upon seeing this, 013 revealed a satisfied smile. 200,000, which equated to 7 dream capsules. 7? Wasn't it 13? Zhang Yun's eyes widened in shock. 013 maintained his smile and leisurely explained, "Mr. Zhang, as I mentioned earlier, each capsule's efficacy requires adjustment. With increased frequency, the price also escalates, hence you receive 7. After stating this, he handed the capsules to Zhang Yun. "This is today's quantity. Tomorrow, at the usual place, you will collect the remaining medication." Zhang Yun opened his mouth but ultimately gritted his teeth and accepted the capsules from 013, carefully tucking them into his pocket as if they were the most precious treasure. Action, action. Upon witnessing the two men exit the alley, Xiao Tian decisively gestured and issued a hushed command. Li Tian immediately stood up, discreetly following 013 from a distance. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, accompanied by Wang Xie, swiftly returned to their Santana vehicle to closely tail Zhang Yun. Chapter 39. Splitting the forces. After completing the transaction, Zhang Yun swaggered out of the dim alleyway, heading towards a dilapidated apartment in the city. This apartment, situated in a corner of the bustling metropolis, seemed utterly out of place, with peeling walls, dimly lit corridors, and an air of mustiness as soon as he entered the bedroom. Zhang Yun eagerly retrieved the so-called dream capsule. Under the soft yellow light, the purple capsule shimmered with a mesmerizing and bizarre hue, as if imbued with mysterious powers. After gazing at it for a moment, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. His eyes glazed over, and he mumbled, "Mother, rest assured, I will deliver the surgical fee to you right away. Not just 200,000. I can procure 2 million for you." With that, he unhesitatingly swallowed the capsule in merely 3 seconds. Zhang Yun's eyes slowly closed, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he slipped into a deep slumber. Is it truly so miraculous? In the temporary room across from the apartment, Xiao Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. 3 seconds to fall asleep? Even anesthesia doesn't work that swiftly, does it? Wang Xie mused that he could fall asleep faster than that the moment he removed his glasses. Though he kept this thought to himself. "Captain Xiao, look!" suddenly exclaimed Wang Xie. Following Wang Xie's gaze, Xiao Tian observed Zhang Yun's form begin to undergo a peculiar transformation. His facial contours gradually twisted, his features slowly rearranging until he bore a striking resemblance to Qin Xiao. Seeing this, Xiao Tian hastily grabbed the binoculars for a closer inspection of Zhang Yun's metamorphosis, his mouth agape in astonishment. After a considerable pause, he lowered the binoculars and turned to Wang Xie. "It appears the perpetrator is indeed Zhang Yun. However, this dream capsule not only induces rapid slumber but can also alter one's appearance. How utterly strange. Cognitive breakdown." Wang Xie suddenly spoke up, recalling the director's words. when a person's cognition undergoes a breakdown and subsequent reconstruction. As the chaos intensifies, it may manifest the restructured cognition into reality. He furrowed his brow, continuing his analysis. Thus, I speculate that Zhang Yun may be dreaming of transforming into Qin Shao, and within the dream, he firmly believes he is Qin Shao, allowing the dream to influence his reality. Yet, this doesn't align. Wang Xie's brow furrowed even more tightly. The director had also mentioned that merely experiencing cognitive breakdown in reality is meaningless, reducing one to madness. Only by realizing cognitive breakdown and reconstruction in the inner world can new cognition be reflected in reality. But Zhang Yun, he has never been to the inner world. Has he? What are you babbling about? I don't understand a word. Xiao Tian scratched his ear. Regardless, if we wish to unravel this mystery, we simply need to enter Zhang Yun's dream, and clarity will follow. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Tian raised his head to meet Wang Xie's incredulous gaze. Wang Xie hesitated for a moment before earnestly stating, Captain Xiao, that's someone else's dream. How do you intend to enter? What is stopping me? Xiao Tian shrugged, a mysterious smile forming on his face. Come on, let me show you something. With that, he stood up, patted Wang Xie's shoulder, and exited the room first. Despite his myriad of doubts, Wang Xie hurriedly followed suit. Your lockpicking skills were honed before you became a security officer, weren't they? Wang Xie inquired, watching Xiao Tian deftly unlock the door with a wire. Indeed, you are correct. I did learn this craft before becoming a security officer, Xiao Tian replied with a grin, then boldly stepped into Zhang Yun's home. At that moment, Zhang Yun, now resembling Qin Yuan, lay deeply asleep on the bed. The room so quiet that only his faint breathing could be heard. Lie beside him, Xiao Tian instructed, pointing to the space next to Zhang Yun. Wang Xie, bewildered, pointed to himself. Who, me? Xiao Tian, exasperated, replied. There are only the two of us in this room. Who else could it be? But why must I lie there? Wang Xie protested. Stop asking so many questions. Just lie down. Xiao Tian glared, his impatience evident. Wang Xie fell silent, though reluctant. He obediently lay beside Zhang Yun. He had no choice. He was a bit timid and couldn't refuse the orders of the detective team captain. Wait. Wang Xie suddenly recalled that Duan Wu had mentioned before that ordinary employees at Bureau 749 ranked higher than Xiao Tian. The detective captain, as a current employee of Bureau 749, he was completely within his rights to disregard his orders. Just as Wang Xie started to ponder this point and intended to reason with Xiao Tian, a wave of overwhelming drowsiness suddenly washed over him. What is happening? I'm so sleepy. Wang Xie felt his eyelids grow heavy, his mind becoming foggy, and soon, he gently closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. At that moment, the swirling purple patterns in Xiao Tian's eyes gradually came to a halt. He exhaled deeply and murmured, Kid, don't forget. I have also ventured into the inner world with you. Li Tian followed 013 from a distance, arriving at a luxurious villa in the Hao Feng Villa district. Crouching in the bushes beside the villa, he peered through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, capturing every detail inside. He observed the business representative enter the villa and begin conversing with someone. It was none other than the yellow-haired man from the convenience store murder case. Qin Yuan. Are they conducting a transaction or perhaps collaborating? Li Tian furrowed his brow, pondering. Due to the distance, he could only see their movements and not hear their words, making it impossible to determine whether the representative was there to sell drugs to Qin Yuan or if they were indeed accomplices. Wait, record the evidence. An idea struck Li Tian as he carefully retrieved his phone. He diligently turned off the flash and set the phone to silent mode. After completing these tasks, he aimed his phone's camera at the two men inside the villa and began to snap photos. All set. I can't linger here any longer. I must return to report this. Remembering Xiao Tian's admonition, Li Tian resolved to leave immediately after capturing the images. However, just as he turned around, his eyes widened in shock, and his heart raced. The man with hollow, lifeless eyes, dressed in a black suit and carrying a black briefcase, stood silently before him. It was the representative from the Dream Capsule store. But hadn't he just been inside the villa? How did he suddenly appear here? Li Tian was taken aback, but he continually reminded himself to remain calm. Sir, may I ask what you are doing here? The representative inquired, his voice unnaturally gentle, almost excessively polite, reminiscent of an announcement over a loudspeaker that sent chills down one's spine. Li Tian swallowed hard and pondered for a moment before replying, "Oh, nothing much. I recently purchased this villa, which is yet to be renovated." He gestured towards Qin Yuan's home, explaining that he quite liked the villa's design and wanted to take some pictures for reference. "I see." The representative nodded, still wearing his professional smile. "Since you appreciate it so much, why not come inside for a closer look?" Li Tian's heart sank, and he quickly waved his hands. No need. Haha, it's quite all right. You should come with me." The representative, without waiting for a response, reached out to grab Li Tian's arm. Li Tian reacted swiftly, shouting, "What are you doing? Are you trying to force me?" As he spoke, Li Tian swiftly seized the representative's arm, executing a shoulder throw that sent the man crashing to the ground. Bang! The representative fell heavily. Following this, Li Tian flipped over, straddling the man, and swiftly drew his gun, pressing it against the representative's head. "Don't move." Chapter 40. Entering the dream, Li Tian had encountered numerous criminals. Those murderers, no matter how fierce or vile, would display some signs of panic or fear when confronted with a gun. Yet, the representative pinned beneath him displayed no emotion, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. Like still water, utterly unfazed. This situation was too bizarre, and a wave of intense unease surged within Li Tian, his instincts warning him that something was amiss. At that moment, the representative, with the gun pressed against his forehead, suddenly reached out, precisely grasping Li Tian's gun hand. Li Tian's heart raced, fearing the man intended to wrestle the gun away. However, the next second, something even more outrageous occurred. The representative forcefully pressed down on Li Tian's finger. Pulling the trigger, bang! The sharp sound of the gunshot pierced the night sky. The salesman had a bullet hole piercing through his head, yet curiously, no blood gushed forth. Only wisps of gunpowder smoke emanated from the wound. Li Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on this surreal scene before him. His mind was a tumultuous haze, utterly confounded as to why the salesman, with the gun barrel pressed against his forehead, would choose to pull the trigger and end his own life. Even more astonishing was the fact that the salesman, with a bullet lodged in his skull, exhibited no signs of bloodshed, as if he were merely a lifeless shell. Stunned, Li Tian remained rooted to the spot when suddenly, an immense and peculiar force surged beneath him. The seemingly lifeless salesman abruptly rolled over, pinning the still dazed Li Tian to the ground. "Oh no." Li Tian gasped instinctively, but before he could comprehend the situation, the salesman had already raised his fist high, intent on bringing it down violently upon Li Tian's head. "Hey, if you want to play, step inside. If not, move aside. Blocking the entrance is just ridiculous." Wang Xie could only hear the cacophony of insults ringing in his ears. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find himself standing before the entrance of a bustling bar. Indeed, it was bothersome to be obstructing the doorway. Wang Xie turned to see a group of stylishly dressed men and women glaring at him with palpable annoyance. "My apologies. My apologies," Wang Xie hurriedly offered, his face adorned with an awkward smile as he stepped aside to clear the passage. Simultaneously, he began to survey his surroundings. Wasn't he with Captain Xiao at Zhang Yun's place? How had he suddenly found himself at the Earl's bar? Wang Xie furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. The scene before the bar was unlike what he had witnessed that night in the inner world. Yet the neon-lit name Earl above the entrance stood out prominently. Just as Wang Xie pondered this, a delicate voice exclaimed from within the bar. "Qin Xiao, you're so generous. Be sure to contact me next time you visit. I promise to arrange everything perfectly for you." Wang Xie quickly turned his head, only to see a sensuously dressed woman linking arms with a blonde man as they affectionately exited the bar. The blonde man, with a smug expression, casually stuffed a thick wad of cash into the woman's bosom, eliciting a squeal of delight from her, despite the gleeful smile on her face. "Qin Yuan? No, wait, that's Zhang Yun." Wang Xie gasped in shock. But how could he be here? Hadn't he already fallen asleep? Wang Xie's brow furrowed deeper, his confusion mounting. Just then, a sudden spark of realization flickered in his mind. "I understand now. This is Zhang Yun's dream. I've truly entered his dream. But how had he managed that? Stop pondering the useless details and follow Zhang Yun." A familiar voice echoed in Wang Xie's mind, startling him. Who's speaking?" Wang Xie glanced around warily, failing to spot anyone familiar. "It's me, Xiao Tian. This is my ability, invading others' dreams." Wang Xie opened his mouth to inquire further. But Xiao Tian interrupted him directly. Enough with the small talk. Hurry and follow Zhang Yun to see how he brings the changes from his dream into reality. Upon hearing this, Wang Xie quickly looked up, only to see Zhang Yun, surrounded by beautiful women, stepping into a luxurious Cullinan, swaggering away. But he's already in the car. How am I supposed to follow? Wang Xie exclaimed in frustration. What are you panicking for? I can influence others' dreams to a certain extent. Just as he finished speaking, a deafening crash resounded. A flamboyant purple Lamborghini descended from above, landing smoothly before Wang Xie. His mouth dropped open in astonishment as he beheld the magnificent supercar, his eyes shimmering with shock and delight. What man could resist the allure of such a vehicle? Wang Xie was no exception. Strangely, however, the crowd outside the bar seemed oblivious to the arrival of the car, displaying no signs of surprise whatsoever. Moreover, as Zhang Yun's vehicle drove further away, surpassing a certain distance, the people in front of the bar abruptly vanished, like ephemeral shadows. By the time Wang Xie regained his senses, not only had the crowd disappeared, but the imposing Earl's bar had also vanished without a trace. The entire area began to collapse terrifyingly. The sky appeared to be torn apart by a colossal hand, with cracks spreading ominously. The ground caved in, revealing deep chasms. Skyscrapers crumbled, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air, the entire scene resembling the apocalypse. Everything was collapsing in that moment, save for the car before Wang Xie. The dream world is not the real world. It exists as a subjective realm surrounding the dreamer. Xiao Tian's voice urged anxiously. Similarly, when the dreamer leaves the current scene to enter the next, the present scene will rapidly disintegrate. Quick, get in the car and chase after Zhang Yun, or you will be lost along with this area, forever trapped in a gray nightmare. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wang Xie was startled. The thought of being trapped here forever spurred him into action. Without hesitation, he flung open the car door and dove into the Lamborghini. However, as he gazed at the complex control panel inside, he was immediately overwhelmed. Wait, Captain Xiao, I don't know how to drive. Wang Xie whimpered. As long as you can sit in the car, that is enough. Xiao Tian retorted with a scoff. The engine roared to life with a thunderous growl. Akin to an enraged beast bellowing, blue flames erupted from the exhaust, exuding an imposing force. In the next instant, the Lamborghini surged forward like an arrow, vanishing from the street. The ground caved in like a raging tide, spreading wildly, yet it always lagged behind the purple bull by a fraction. Wang Xie, seated in the driver's seat, peered through the rearview mirror at the encroaching abyss of gray, a vast whirlpool that seemed ready to consume everything. And he couldn't help but shiver. By the way, Captain Xiao, since you can invade others' dreams, why not come in yourself? Wang Xie suddenly asked. Xiao Tian fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. What a silly question. If I were to enter the dream, could you protect my body out here? Do you have a gun? Can you fight? If someone were to ambush us, we would both be doomed. Wang Xie contemplated this for a moment. Xiao Tian's reasoning made sense. Lacking combat skills and without a weapon, he would be unable to safeguard Xiao Tian's body. It seemed safer for Xiao Tian to remain outside while Wang Xie entered the dream. After all, this was merely a dream. What genuine danger could there be? Unless, of course, one considered the harrowing scene from earlier as perilous. Before long, the environment outside the car underwent a strange transformation. The once familiar city streets blurred, as if enveloped in a shroud of mist. Upon closer inspection, the surroundings had grown dim and silent, filled with an array of parked vehicles. Is this a parking lot? Wang Xie focused his gaze, realizing that the Lamborghini had somehow come to rest in an underground parking structure. The sensation was peculiar. The car had not traveled the conventional route from point A to point B, but upon leaving point A, it felt as though it had transcended time and space, instantaneously arriving at point B. The usual journey was entirely omitted, akin to flipping through slides, jumping directly from the first page to the second. This experience was indeed reminiscent of dreaming, yet the distinction lay in the unparalleled clarity. Everything felt astonishingly real, so much so that it was difficult to discern between reality and illusion. That guy is getting out of the car. Follow him, Xiao Tian's voice echoed once more in Wang Xie's mind. Wang Xie quickly looked up to see the Cullinan parked not far from the Lamborghini. Simultaneously, Zhang Yun opened the car door and stepped out, heading toward the elevator. Observing this, Wang Xie hastily followed suit. exiting his vehicle in pursuit of Zhang Yun. Just as he was about to enter the elevator, Wang Xie suddenly sensed something amiss. Instinctively, he halted, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. To his astonishment, every vehicle in the parking lot opened its doors simultaneously, and towering figures clad in black suits and sunglasses emerged from within these imposing men. Now fixated on Wang Xie, bore vacant and cold expressions. Although he was unsure why he found himself in this dream, he recognized that if not for him, the security personnel would not have taken notice of Zhang Yun. But in this dream, he was the master. Death awaited his foes. Simultaneously, Zhang Yun's icy voice, laced with murderous intent, resonated from behind Wang Xie. Startled, he turned to see the elevator doors slowly closing. Just as the doors were about to shut completely, he caught a glimpse of Zhang Yun's twisted, triumphant grin through the narrow gap. Chapter 41. Transformers? Wang Xie spun around, only to find those men in black advancing toward him like trained assassins. Step by step, his eyes widened in alarm, lips trembling as he anxiously questioned, "What should I do? Is that all you can ask? Where's the ferocity you displayed that night? Where's the intimidation that made us kneel before you? Show it." Xiao Tian's exasperated voice echoed in Wang Xie's mind. "I don't understand what you're saying." Wang Xie shook his head in confusion, his gaze filled with helplessness. Yet he knew that if he didn't find a solution, he would soon be struck down. "Just beat you to death," Xiao Tian declared. However, in the next moment, the parking lot transformed dramatically. The purple Lamborghini emitted a series of strange sounds, beginning to morph, its metallic exterior twisted and contorted. Recombining as parts interlocked and moved, producing mechanical whirring sounds. Wang Xie's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the unbelievable sight before him. He watched in disbelief as it gradually transformed into a robust robot. Standing tall and imposing. "Your Grandpa Xiao has arrived," the Lamborghini-turned robot bellowed, then charged toward Wang Xie with heavy mechanical strides. Each step reverberated against the ground, causing it to tremble. This tremor steadied Wang X's anxious heart. He gazed at the dozens of burly men before him, then glanced at the imposing robot, pondering. How could these flesh and blood giants possibly compete with this iron behemoth? Bang! As expected, the Lamborghini robot lunged into the throng of black-clad men like a wolf among sheep. It swung its robust metallic arms, and amidst the whistling wind, several figures were sent flying. Like kites severed from their strings, before the might of this iron force, the frail human form proved woefully inadequate. In mere minutes, the multitude of black-clad individuals fell beneath the blows of the Lamborghini robot, crumpling to the ground like fragile ants, turned to mush, leaving chaos in their wake. "What are you still dawdling for? Get upstairs!" The urgency in Xiao Tian's voice echoed from within the robot, laced with desperation. Wang Xie, captivated by the spectacle of the robot battling the black-clad figures, jolted back to reality at the command. He dared not delay. Swiftly, he turned and dashed toward the elevator to pursue Zhang Yun. Once he saw Wang Xie safely enter the elevator, Xiao Tian let out a sigh of relief. He intended to vacate the robot's shell and follow Wang Xie to witness what would unfold next in the dream. Just then, however, those black-clad men he had just dispatched began to rise again. One by one, "I knew it wouldn't be that simple." Xiao Tian sighed in resignation. The local snake holds sway over the dragon. This was Zhang Yun's dream, and in his domain, he was the master. "All I can do is guide Wang Xie and assist him when necessary." In the next moment, a tearing sound pierced the quiet parking lot. Sharp and jarring, the reanimated black-clad figures moved in unison, tearing open their suits to reveal tight blue bodysuits and flamboyant red undergarments. "They can play like this too?" Xiao Tian's eyes widened in disbelief at the absurdity before him. In the blink of an eye, dozens of supermen spread their arms and surged toward him with ferocity. "Damn!" In his apartment room, Xiao Tian abruptly opened his eyes, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, leaving him looking somewhat disheveled. His gaze turned fierce as he fixed his stare on the still slumbering Zhang Yun, his breath quickening. After a moment, he took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, swallowing his frustrations. "So, what exactly is my trait? And how am I to develop it?" Xiao Tian mumbled to himself while lighting a cigarette. He squinted through the smoke, his mind racing with possibilities. Infiltrating someone else's dream. Must it solely consist of causing chaos as I did before? After all, It remains their dream. No, wait. Xiao Tian suddenly shook his head, as if grasping a crucial insight. This trait could prove immensely beneficial. The earlier setback was due to Zhang Yun's awareness of his dreaming state, enabling him to manipulate the dreamscape to counter my intrusion. However, for the average dreamer, recognizing they are dreaming is a rare feat, let alone controlling the dream. In such cases, if I were to intervene slightly, I could, at the very least, uncover the individual's most authentic thoughts. Thus, Xiao Tian slowly exhaled a smoke ring, the corners of his mouth curling upward. This will make solving cases much more convenient. Instead of laboriously interrogating suspects, I can simply enter their dreams to discern the identity of the perpetrator. After returning from the inner world that night, Li San first sought out Duan Wu, and then came to find Xiao Tian to teach him how to wield this mysterious trait. Initially, with his trait, Xiao Tian was to join the 749 Bureau. However, Li San believed that Xiao Tian's position as the captain of the criminal investigation team would be more beneficial to the 749 Bureau's operations. Thus, he was permitted to remain with the Public Security Bureau. Previously, while at the Bureau, Xiao Tian received a text message that prompted him to immediately suggest releasing Zhang Yun. That message had been sent by Li San. Unfortunately, my entropy value is currently too low, restricting me to such limited actions. I cannot yet delve into dreams. The next steps are up to you. Xiao Tian furrowed his brow slightly, glancing once more at the still sleeping Wang Xie. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his gaze fell on the glasses perched on Wang Xie's nose. He pondered. Would it be uncomfortable to sleep with glasses on? Should I help him take them off? Qin Xiao, how do you intend to handle this fellow? The 013 agent stood quietly behind Qin Yuan, his voice monotone, reminiscent of a voice from a speaker. Qin Yuan stood in the center of his spacious, lavish room, leisurely swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. The dark crimson liquid twirled enticingly within the glass. He frowned slightly as he gazed upon Li Tian, who lay sprawled on the floor in a pitiful state. Li Tian was bound tightly with thick ropes, leaving red imprints on his wrists and ankles. His face bore bruises and swellings, and dried blood marred the corner of his mouth. He lay unconscious, his chest rising and falling unevenly with each breath. Beside Li Tian stood a man in a suit, identical to the 013 agent. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yuan slowly spoke. This fellow is a public security officer. Killing him outright would cast a negative light on my family. You mean not to kill him? The 013 agent inquired, his expression unchanging, his tone flat. Qin Yuan's lips curled into a sly grin. He gently shook his head, saying, We should eliminate him, but not by our own hands, that I believe. Zhang Yun would serve as the perfect blade for this task. He suddenly turned to face the 013 agent, his eyes glinting with malice. I see that fellow on the verge of losing his grip on reality and dreams. The 013 agent nodded slightly, as if understanding Qin Yuan's implication. A glint of cruelty flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes as he coldly stated, Make the arrangements. Tonight, let the dream devourer consume his dream, leading him to mistake reality for a dream, and eliminate this public security officer. Chapter 42. Parents. As Wang Xie stepped out of the elevator, a hoarse, frail voice suddenly reached his ears. Foolish old Cheng, the house cannot be sold. With this illness of ours, it's best to forego it. He abruptly lifted his head, witnessing a scene that began to warp, as if glass had shattered and was swiftly reassembling. Through that transparent layer, the hospital room's scene came into sharp focus. The dim yellow light seemed to be tainted by the oppressive atmosphere, casting a heavy hue over the space. The faint beeping of various medical instruments echoed in the silence, resembling a somber elegy for life. In the room, an elderly couple was present. The woman, in her 50s, knelt beside the hospital bed, weeping like a child. Her hair was disheveled, strands of silver glinting in the light, her shoulders trembling as she clutched the hand of the man lying on the bed. Old Zhang, I beg you, don't be stubborn. Let us proceed with the surgery. Her voice trembled with tears, filled with urgency and pleading. The doctor said it's an intracranial tumor. If we operate now, there's still a chance for recovery, but if we delay the optimal treatment window, it may be too late. The man on the bed, Zhang Shou, had once been the foreman of a construction company. He had exuded vitality, commanding authority on the construction site, brimming with energy. Yet now, he lay there feebly, his wrinkled face etched with helplessness. He moved his lips slightly, managing a bitter smile as he replied, Old Cheng, Even if you sell the house, it won't guarantee my recovery. What if the treatment fails? Then you'll be left without a home. What will you do in the future? Hearing Zhang Shou's words, the woman sobbed softly, tears streaming down her face and soaking the bed linens. But without you, there is no home if you are gone. What remains for me? Witnessing his wife's despair, the once resilient Zhang Shou could no longer hold back. And tears streamed down his face. He extended his frail hand, gently resting it on her head, his voice heavy with guilt. It's all my fault, it's all my fault for indulging that rascal too much. I bear responsibility as well. He paused, his eyes revealing a complex emotion, disappointment in his son, mingled with concern for the future. Regardless of his son's shortcomings, he was still his flesh and blood. Leaving this house behind would at least provide him with a safety net. This society is too complicated. After I am consumed, at least there will be a haven for him. Perhaps my demise could aid in his growth. By then, you too will at least have a place to stay, a refuge from the storm, a chance to start anew. No, 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 don't say that, old Zhang. The woman shook her head vehemently. Wang Xie stood outside the hospital room, transfixed by the scene, as a memory surged into his mind. That day, while overseeing the construction site, Zhang Shou had suddenly collapsed without warning, falling unconscious. His co-workers hastily transported him to the hospital, where, after thorough examination, it was revealed that he had an intracranial tumor. Surgery would require a significant sum of money. Logically, as a foreman, Zhang Shou had been working hard for years. Although he wasn't too wealthy, he shouldn't be unable to afford the surgical expenses. Yet fate seemed intent on mocking him, for he had a son, Zhang Yun, who was less than admirable. About half a month ago, Zhang Yun had excitedly approached Zhang Shou, claiming he had established a connection with Qin Yuan, the son of the Qin group, through certain channels. With unwavering conviction, he asserted that once he could establish a rapport with Qin Yuan, not only would his own future be boundless, but he could also elevate Zhang Shou's career to new heights. However, nurturing such a relationship necessitated financial investment. It was from that day onward that Zhang Yun began to frequently solicit money from Zhang Shou, claiming it was for social engagements. Initially, Zhang Shou felt a sense of relief, believing his son had finally matured and was striving for progress. Each time, he would part with several thousand, a sacrifice he could just about manage. Yet, as time passed, Zhang Yun's appetite grew insatiable, in his own words. Associating with a wealthy scion like Qin Yuan rendered a few thousand utterly insufficient. To cultivate their relationship, one must be willing to invest and elevate their spending to match Qin Yuan's lavish lifestyle. Consequently, Zhang Yun began to request tens of thousands from Zhang Shou. Such expenses soon became burdensome even for Zhang Shou. At first, he earnestly advised Zhang Yun, explaining that they belonged to fundamentally different worlds and that forcing a connection was unnecessary. Yet, Zhang Yun, having already delved deep into this path, was unwilling to relent at this juncture. Relinquishing his efforts would render all his prior investments in time and money futile. He found himself unable to halt his descent. From that moment forth, when Zhang Shou refused to provide funds, Zhang Yun resorted to deceit, even theft, until the day Zhang Shou was diagnosed with a brain tumor, at which point only a meager 20 to 30,000 remained in their accounts. Originally, this sum was intended for treatment, barely sufficient, and if necessary, they could borrow a bit from relatives and friends. Yet, at this critical moment, Zhang Yun absconded with the last 20,000. In desperation, Zhang Yun's mother proposed selling their home to save him. All of this unfolded like a slideshow in front of Wang Xie. At that moment, a bitter voice echoed beside him. Do you see? This is my reality. I cannot turn back. Wang Xie turned to find Zhang Yun standing beside him. Yet he bore the visage of Qin Yuan. Just as Wang Xie was about to speak, Zhang Yun pushed open the hospital room door and stepped inside. Hello, Uncle Auntie. I am Zhang Yun's friend. My name is Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan? The elderly couple in the hospital bed abruptly lifted their heads, staring incredulously at the blonde-haired young man before them. Zhang Yun smiled and said, Zhang Yun is my best friend. I heard you were hospitalized. So I came to pay a visit. Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged bewildered glances. The woman whispered, What is going on? Could it be that Zhang Yun has indeed formed a connection with young Master Qin? Zhang Shou shook his head. I have no idea. He raised his head and scrutinized the disguised Zhang Yun. After a moment, he nodded. I cannot be mistaken. When discussing projects, I once visited the Qin group and caught a distant glimpse of young Master Qin. It was this young man. Ha, of course it's me, uncle. Zhang Yun grinned as he approached Zhang Shou and grasped his frail hand. Marred with the scars of countless injections, a fleeting flicker of guilt crossed Zhang Yun's eyes. But it quickly dissipated. He spoke softly, Dad. Uncle, you need not worry about the surgical expenses. At this juncture, he turned to the woman Auntie, you need not sell the house. Faced with the couple's puzzled expressions, Zhang Yun elaborated. Actually, Zhang Yuan frequently asks you for money, not because he has been out gallivanting with me, but because I have recently encountered a promising project. Zhang Yuan expressed his desire to invest alongside me. It is also my fault for not knowing his situation beforehand. I assumed anyone willing to join me would be financially sound. Had I known of his circumstances, I would never have permitted him to use your retirement funds for investment. Investment? Zhang Shou struggled to sit up, murmuring, Young Master Qin, are you saying he is using the money for a legitimate venture? Of course, it's a legitimate venture. Zhang Yuan produced a bank card and placed it on the bedside. This was originally meant for year-end dividends, but since Zhang Yuan is my best friend, I made an exception to advance him the funds. This card contains 10 million. 10 million? The woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she trembled. Pointing at the bank card, this card holds 10 million? Even Zhang Shou, who had spent a lifetime in engineering, displayed an expression of shock. Zhang Yuan patted his chest, saying, What's this? Collaborating with the Qin group. Earning 10 million a year is rather modest. Of course, this is an advance. The year-end must still deduct Zhang Yuan's dividends. Deduct, it must be deducted. The woman's tears turned to laughter. It's only proper to deduct. I wouldn't dare accept it otherwise. Zhang Shou also wore a look of relief, realizing that the young rascal had not been reckless. He had misjudged him. Well then, I shall not prolong your rest any further. With that, Zhang Yun rose to leave. Just then, the woman suddenly grasped his arm. Young Master Qin, is something the matter? Zhang Yuan turned, his pupils dilating sharply. The woman knelt on the floor, pleading, My son lacks ability. We have spoiled him since childhood, and he has never faced the harsh realities of society. I hope you will take him under your wing, teach him, and be forgiving. Zhang Yun opened his mouth, staring blankly at the kneeling mother, feeling as though his heart was being wrenched, and no matter the circumstances, no matter the mistakes made, in the end, family will always forgive you and sacrifice everything for you. They love you. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, helping the woman to her feet, softly assuring her, Do not worry, I will with that. He swiftly turned away, not wanting the elderly couple to witness the tears he could no longer contain. Chapter 43. Evasion in reality. Zhang Yun stepped heavily out of the hospital room, his gaze sweeping over Wang Xie, as a cigarette seemingly materialized between his fingers. He slightly tilted his head, his eyes weary and desolate, extending his hand toward Wang Xie, his voice low, Care to share a smoke? Wang Xie instinctively wanted to refuse, about to say he didn't smoke, but then reconsidered. After all, this was merely a dream, and experiencing it wouldn't hurt, so he slowly reached out to take the cigarette. Just as he was about to ask Zhang Yun for a light, miraculously, the cigarette ignited on its own. Wang Xie paused, hesitating for a moment before carefully placing the lit cigarette to his lips and taking a gentle puff. Cough, cough, cough. The dense smoke rushed into his throat, choking him and causing his face to flush as he coughed repeatedly, his body trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun appeared utterly composed. He tilted his head back slightly, exhaling a ring of smoke that ascended slowly and dispersed. Seemingly imbued with endless melancholy, he spoke softly, Many things are like this smoking. Once you are hooked, there is no turning back. Wang Xie coughed while shaking his head in disapproval, responding earnestly, If you want to turn back, you can do so at any time. You can quit smoking, and you can certainly reclaim the money to treat your father. Reclaim the money? Zhang Yun regarded Wang Xie as though he had just heard the most ludicrous joke, locking eyes with him as a bitter smile crept across his face. Your thinking is far too naive. That is Qin Yuan. Once the money enters his pocket, it's akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog. How could it ever come back, if that is the case? Why did you give him the money? Wang Xie retorted without mercy, Ultimately, you are merely selfish. You are wallowing in this false dream, evading reality, as if here you can truly become Qin Yuan and even dominate this world. Indeed, just now in the hospital, You spun a perfect ending for your parents, alleviating the immediate predicament. But what about the real world? In reality, your parents continue to face the torment of illness, the ever-looming possibility of separation. They must endure all the suffering you witnessed in the hospital room. As he spoke, Wang Xie disdainfully discarded the half-smoked cigarette, which rolled a few times on the ground before extinguishing. Where there are those who evade reality, there will inevitably be others who bear the brunt of its cruelty. Wang Xie's tone grew increasingly grave. You escape in your dreams, while your parents bear the consequences in reality. And you had the ability to end it all. At the very least, if you hadn't taken that 20,000 tonight to evade reality, your parents wouldn't have to endure this. What do you know? Zhang Yun interrupted Wang Xie, his emotions surging. His eyes reddening with anger and indignation. He fixed a fierce glare on Wang Xie and shouted, "You, an outsider, what right do you have to criticize me? How much do you truly understand about me or my family? You know nothing. What qualifications do you have to judge me? I merely want to succeed, to rise above, not to be like my father, a mere ordinary foreman, bowing and scraping before others, enduring insults while wearing a smile. What have I done wrong? Bow and scrape. What is wrong with that?" Wang Xie lowered his head slightly, his voice barely above a whisper, as if squeezing the words through clenched teeth. Most who strive to rise above end up dead. They all perished. Enough. Zhang Yun inhaled deeply, finishing the last drag of his cigarette, raising his head, his eyes filled with madness and determination. The time for a single cigarette had elapsed. "You shall perish." His expression twisted into a grotesque mask. As if possessed by a demon, he bellowed, "This is my world. I am in charge." As his words fell, the air around them seemed to stir with an invisible force. Wang Xie felt unbeknownst to him. Zhang Yun found himself standing atop the building, his very being gradually merging with the structure. His form twisted and expanded, ultimately coalescing into a colossal monstrosity that loomed ominously, nearly dominating half the sky, instilling a profound sense of dread. "This is my world, and I am its master. Intruders shall perish." A chilling, overlapping voice resonated, as if echoing from the depths of the abyss, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhang Yun, now fused with the building, raised an immense arm, radiating an aura capable of obliterating all in its path, and struck fiercely towards Wang Xie in the face of the sky-blocking hand. Wang Xie remained composed. Devoid of panic, even lacking the thought of retreat, he simply stood still and serene. With a thunderous roar, the gigantic hand, merging with the building, descended like the arm of a crane, crashing down with the force of a tempest. Instantly, dust billowed, reminiscent of a missile strike. The shock wave caused the ground to tremble, the surrounding air compressed into a sharp, whistling sound. How wonderful it would be if this were reality. Any existence that defies my will would be ruthlessly annihilated. At the center of the building's pinnacle, the wall contorted, revealing Zhang Yun's grotesquely transformed visage. His eyes gleamed with madness and obsession as he muttered to himself, simultaneously raising his arm to reveal a pool of deep crimson below. Suddenly, Zhang Yun sensed something amiss. Within that crimson pool, tendrils of reddish-brown flesh began to writhe, intertwining as if animated by life itself. These flesh strands morphed continuously, gradually taking on humanoid shapes. Impossible. This is my dream. Everything unfolds according to my will. Why? Why are you still alive? Zhang Yun's voice brimmed with confusion and fury. The surface of the flesh soon became enveloped in a layer of pale yellow skin. Wang Xie slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calm and composed. The pair of black-framed glasses materialized upon his nose, lending him an air of earnestness. Wang Xie tilted his head to gaze at the towering figure. Seriousness etched upon his face. "Are you foolish? This is a dream. How could one die within a dream? I see that common knowledge. Impossible, impossible." The face of Zhang Yun on the wall was twisted in disbelief, his features contorted by shock and rage. The dream merchant had claimed that after consuming the dream capsule, even if someone intruded into his dream, he would remain invincible, easily able to eliminate them all. Why are you still alive? Zhang Yun's expression was one of ferocity, his furious roar seemingly capable of shattering the very fabric of the dream. In the next moment, the colossal building turned giant, lifted its mountain-like foot. Intent on crushing the diminutive Wang Xie beneath it at that critical juncture, A soul-piercing scream echoed from the heavens. The sound was sharp and jarring, as if it could penetrate the very essence of one's being, instilling profound terror. Almost immediately, the gray sky was rent asunder, revealing a vast fissure. From that crevice, a gargantuan, worm-like creature began to emerge, its body grotesque and covered in a viscous liquid, exuding a nauseating stench. The immense form writhed through the sky, casting the dream world into disarray with its presence. Chapter 44. The Dream-Eating Beast. What a massive worm! Wang Xie slowly raised his head, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he muttered to himself. He now understood that since this was merely a dream, there was no need to fear whatever he encountered. In fact, it seemed rather intriguing. Above him, the colossal worm moved like a shifting mountain, its slippery surface adorned with suction cups of varying sizes, glistening ominously in the strange light. Each suction cup resembled a greedy mouth, opening and closing, causing the surrounding sky to collapse like shattered glass. Transforming into gray mist, which was greedily consumed in an instant, the area of collapse expanded rapidly, resembling an invisible maw intent on devouring the entire world. "You bastard! What have you done?" Zhang Yun, transformed into the building giant, glared fiercely at Wang Xie, his eyes aflame with rage. He could feel his grip on the dream weakening as the appearance of the colossal worm disrupted the very fabric of his dream. The entire dream world began to shake violently, as if on the brink of collapse. He felt as though the giant worm was consuming his dream. "Me?" Wang Xie pointed to himself, feigning innocence, then raised his gaze to the colossal worm. "But I certainly did not summon this creature. You're full of nonsense. Aside from you, the intruder, who else could disturb my dream?" Zhang Yun's eyes blazed with malice, and he ceased his engagement with Wang Xie. As the building surged upward, his massive form shot towards the sky like a blazing meteor, hurtling towards the giant worm. Zhang Yun was acutely aware that his dream was being gradually devoured. If he did not swiftly halt the worm, he might awaken from this splendid dream at any moment. He could not afford to awaken from a dream worth 15,000 in a single night so soon. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yun was before the giant worm. It was then that he noticed a figure standing atop the worm's plump head. "I recognize you." Zhang Yun's pupils constricted suddenly, shock and fury flooding his expression. The figure atop the giant worm was none other than the undercover security officer who had subdued him at the convenience store. "Where is this?" Li Tian slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though his body were in pieces, especially his cheeks, which felt as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer. He struggled to survey his surroundings, discovering he lay in a dark, damp alley. Upon closer inspection, it was the very alley where Zhang Yun had previously engaged in the transaction for the dream capsules with the merchant. "How did I end up here? Did those individuals release me?" Clenching his teeth, Li Tian endured the pain and rose to his feet. "They must have discovered my identity as a security officer and, wishing to avoid escalating the situation, decided to let me go." After a moment of contemplation, Li Tian retrieved his phone and dialed Xiao Tian. "Hello, Captain Xiao, my cover has been blown." "What did you say?" On the other end of the line, Xiao Tian, who had been intently observing the two individuals on the bed, suddenly stood up, his expression frozen before swiftly regaining composure. "What is your situation? You're not injured, are you?" Li Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "I'm fine. Just a minor injury. I suspect they reconsidered my identity and, after capturing me, released me." "Captured you and then released you?" Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. Li Tian nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I'll explain the details when we meet. But Captain Xiao, you should quickly arrange for someone to keep an eye on Qin Yuan. Since they've discovered me, they will undoubtedly take precautions, and may even relocate. That might not be necessary." Xiao Tian interrupted, his tone steady and resolute. "As of now, we lack direct evidence linking Qin Yuan to the dream capsules. After all, he has never shown his face throughout this ordeal. Qin Yuan is well aware of this, so he will likely not relocate just yet. Our immediate priority is for you to join me here to prevent any further danger." "No," Li Tian urgently countered. "Qin Yuan must already know he has been exposed, for I captured photos of him meeting with the dream capsule merchant." Xiao Tian scoffed. "Firstly, merely having met is insufficient to establish Qin Yuan as a suspect. Unless you possess recordings of their conversation, and their dialogue explicitly mentions Qin Yuan's involvement in the sale of the dream capsules, it means nothing. Li Tian's voice fell as he realized that due to the distance and the fact they were indoors, he had not recorded their voices. Furthermore, Xiao Tian sighed lightly. It is likely that the photos you captured have already been deleted. What? Hearing this, Li Tian's heart sank as he hurriedly opened his album. Indeed, the photos he had taken had vanished without a trace, and since the situation had been urgent, he hadn't had time to upload a backup. Moreover, Li Tian, you must understand a crucial point. Xiao Tian's voice reverberated from the phone, carrying an undeniable authority. What we need to do now is not merely to keep watch or apprehend individuals, but to gather evidence proving the illegality of the dream capsules. You haven't even completed the first step of determining that the dream capsules are contraband. How can we proceed to the next phase? In other words, the dream shop operates brazenly in Yang District. If there were issues, your department could simply arrest them, right? Why not? Because there is insufficient evidence to prove that the dream capsules are drugs. What we need to do now is to follow the lead of Zhang Yun to demonstrate that his actions of murder are related to the consumption of dream capsules. Only by proving this can we classify dream capsules as illegal, allowing us to carry out arrests. Therefore, you must quickly join me. In terms of investigative experience, Li Tian was still too inexperienced, and Xiao Tian's concise words laid bare the current situation. Taking a deep breath, Li Tian's tone shifted to one of humility. Captain Xiao, I will head over to meet you right away. Within the apartment, after Xiao Tian ended the call with Li Tian, he pondered for a moment before picking up his phone again, tapping a few times on the screen, seemingly messaging someone. Shortly thereafter, there was a sudden knock at the door. Thud, 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 thud. Xiao Tian's eyes brightened. This was the secret signal he had previously agreed upon with Li Tian. What was happening? As Li Tian entered the room, he immediately spotted Wang Xie and Zhang Yun lying on the bed. Xiao Tian lit a cigarette and slowly remarked, one fell asleep after consuming the dream capsule, while the other claimed to be tired and also succumbed to sleep. Tired? Also asleep? Li Tian looked at Xiao Tian, his expression one of bewilderment. Noting that Xiao Tian had no intention of elaborating, Li Tian wisely chose not to press further. Naturally, Xiao Tian would not divulge his own special trait to Li Tian. Had this fellow truly transformed to resemble Qin Yuan? Li Tian approached the bed, scrutinizing Zhang Yun, who had taken on Qin Yuan's appearance. If that were the case that Li Tian turned to Xiao Tian, could it not serve as proof that the murderer was Zhang Yun, who had metamorphosed into Qin Yuan after ingesting the dream capsule, and subsequently committed murder? Although the reason behind the dream capsule's ability to allow one person to assume another's likeness remained unclear, as soon as Zhang Yun awakened, they could interrogate him while he was conscious, ensuring that his mental state and appearance had indeed changed due to the dream capsule. Furthermore, this transformation had incited a drastic alteration in his temperament, leading to the act of murder. Such evidence would suffice to classify the dream capsule as a prohibited substance and facilitate the arrest of its creators and distributors. Wouldn't it? Xiao Tian nodded, about to affirm this when suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply, and he shouted, "Watch out! You are the very embodiment of that vile insect. Do not dare ruin my dream, or I shall kill you." Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Yun abruptly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Li Tian standing before him. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he swiftly drew a small knife hidden beneath the pillow, launching a venomous strike aimed at Li Tian's neck with unparalleled ferocity. The situation unfolded too rapidly for Li Tian to react. Just at that critical juncture, Xiao Tian executed a powerful kick that struck Li Tian's waist. The force of the blow propelled Li Tian violently to the side. Zhang Yun's knife merely grazed Li Tian's neck, not fully penetrating now. Li Tian slumped against the wall, shaken. Blood gushed from the wound on his neck. A gruesome sight, but fortunately, his life was not in jeopardy. He hurriedly tore at his clothing and pressed firmly against the injury. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian swiftly drew his firearm, aiming it at Zhang Yun, and commanded loudly, "Do not move, do not move." Zhang Yun's eyes were glazed, a maniacal expression overtaking his features. "In my dream, you think you can frighten me?" Chapter 45. The indestructible salesman. This is bad, Xiao Tian thought to himself, exclaiming, just like last night, this guy can't distinguish between reality and dreams. Before he could finish his thought, Zhang Yun lunged at him like a frenzied tiger, knife in hand. However, Xiao Tian was no Li Tian. With a swift backward motion, he decisively pulled the trigger, the bullet striking Zhang Yun's thigh with precision. In an instant, A crimson hole appeared in Zhang Yun's leg, causing him to lose his balance and tumble forward. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Tian darted to the side, positioning himself next to Zhang Yun's right hand, and raised the butt of his gun, bringing it down forcefully onto Zhang Yun's temple. With a dull thud, Zhang Yun's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. After completing this maneuver, Xiao Tian finally allowed his tense muscles to relax. Exhaling deeply, he hastened to Li Tian's side, crouching down to ask softly, "Can you hold on?" Li Tian, too weak to speak, merely blinked in response. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Tian retrieved his phone, urgently stating, 1202 Baijiao apartment. We have an injured person. Send medical assistance immediately. Bang! Before he could finish, the door was suddenly kicked open with tremendous force. Xiao Tian looked up sharply to see a man in a black suit, carrying a black briefcase, striding into the room. The salesman. Xiao Tian instantly recognized him, quickly springing to his feet and shielding Li Tian behind him. Leveling his gun at the man and commanding sternly, "Do not move." Facing the ominously dark muzzle of the gun, the salesman's gaze fixated on the motionless Zhang Yun on the floor. Useless, he sneered disdainfully. And the next moment, his vacant eyes slowly turned to fixate directly on Xiao Tian. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xiao Tian's temple as he focused intently on the man's every movement. Refusing to let his guard down, the salesman murmured to himself, "Now I must eliminate 2 security officers." Hearing this, Xiao Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, the previously sluggish salesman lunged forward with ghostly speed. Reaching Xiao Tian in an instant, Xiao Tian had no time to fire his weapon. The salesman's fist came barreling toward him like a cannonball. The punch was executed with alarming speed and force. Even though Xiao Tian was skilled, he could only hastily raise his arms to shield his head. The next moment, an inhuman strength crashed into him, and Xiao Tian felt as if his arms might be shattered. He was sent flying against the wall like a kite with its string cut. Damn! What kind of monster is this? Struggling to rise, Xiao Tian realized his arms were limp and powerless, unable to muster even a hint of strength. With a clatter, his gun slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. What had begun as an attempt to leverage someone else had now turned into a waste of yet another salesman. The salesman's voice was cold and mechanical, resonating with a bizarre third-party commentary. As he spoke, he advanced toward Xiao Tian with stiff, deliberate steps. At that moment, Xiao Tian found himself backed against the wall. Arms injured, nearly devoid of any capacity to fight back, his eyes widened, fixated on the approaching salesman. Just when they were merely a meter apart, Xiao Tian's pupils underwent a strange transformation, revealing swirling patterns reminiscent of incense coils. In the next instant, the patterns began to spin rapidly, entering the dream. At this moment, Xiao Tian had no alternative but to gamble everything, hoping that the unconscious Zhang Yun was currently dreaming. If successful, he could use his special trait to pull the salesman into Zhang Yun's dream, rendering him unconscious and thereby averting the imminent crisis. However, the approaching salesman seemed entirely unaffected by this development. His vacant gaze remained locked on Xiao Tian, and even when their eyes met, nothing unusual transpired. Damn it, is it that Zhang Yun isn't dreaming, or is there another issue at play? Xiao Tian had no time to ponder, as the salesman swung a punch with a stiff motion. Although the movement was rigid, the speed remained undiminished. Fortunately, Xiao Tian was prepared. He ducked just in time to avoid the blow. Bang! Xiao Tian felt a fierce rush of wind from the punch zooming past his head, followed by a shower of debris cascading from the walls. The salesman's punch had created a fissure in the wall. Xiao Tian's heart raced at the near miss. Had that punch connected, he might not have survived. But now was not the time for fear. With the salesman's fist having missed, his hollow eyes turned downward, once again honing in on Xiao Tian. The other hand rose high, preparing to strike once more. At this moment, Xiao Tian crouched low, having nowhere left to escape. Bang! Just as disaster loomed, a sharp gunshot rang out within the room. A bullet-sized hole appeared in the salesman's left shoulder. Seizing the moment, Xiao Tian's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he rolled forward, awkwardly slipping through the salesman's legs. Damn, why did you arrive now? Xiao Tian quickly scrambled to his feet, distancing himself from the salesman, while casting a furious glare at the driver standing in the doorway. The driver, holding a gun aimed at the salesman, awkwardly grinned. Sorry, Captain. I got held up in the restroom. At such a critical moment. You dropped the ball. Xiao Tian retorted with irritation. As they conversed, the salesman slowly turned his head, moving with the stiffness of a puppet. Aim for the vital spots. If you kill me, I'll take responsibility. This thing is quite sinister, Xiao Tian urged desperately. The driver nodded, swiftly adjusting his aim from the salesman's thigh to his head. Now I must eliminate 3 security officers, the salesman muttered again, dragging his stiff limbs toward them. Fire! Shoot now! Xiao Tian urged repeatedly. The driver, not daring to hesitate, decisively squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot forth like a meteor, directly penetrating the salesman's forehead. The driver lowered his weapon, a relaxed expression on his face. So, Captain, how's my aim? Still sharp? Yet. Xiao Tian's eyes widened in horror, fixated on the scene ahead, speechless. Captain? The driver queried, puzzled, following Xiao Tian's gaze. In the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply. The salesman, struck in the forehead, appeared entirely unfazed, merely pausing briefly before resuming his advance toward them. This thing, ice impervious to bullets, Lai Tian, who had finally managed to staunch the bleeding, weakly interjected to warn them. We know that even without you saying it, Xiao Tian replied, his face a mask of bitterness. What the hell is this? Physical attacks and mental assaults are both ineffective against him. As he spoke, the previously rigid salesman suddenly surged forward with explosive force, lunging at the two of them. Bang, bang, bang. In sheer terror, the driver instinctively unleashed a flurry of gunfire. Yet, even after an entire magazine was spent, the salesman remained unscathed, his body only adorned with a multitude of bullet holes, but not a single injury to show for it. This, the driver gaped, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. In the next moment, the salesman extended his gnarled, knobby hands, gripping the driver's neck with an iron-like ferocity. Subsequently, he exerted a tremendous force, lifting the driver entirely off the ground. The driver's feet flailed helplessly in the air, his hands desperately attempting to pry the salesman's fingers apart, yet those hands remained as immovable as if forged from steel. His face flushed crimson, eyes bulging from dire asphyxiation, and his breaths grew increasingly faint. The spark of life was ebbing away from his body, piece by piece. You bastard, let him go! Xiao Tian cried out in a state of frantic urgency, kicking the salesman with all his might. But it was as futile as striking an unyielding steel plate. Just as the driver was on the brink of unconsciousness, a shadow darted in from outside like a bolt of lightning. It was a youth, standing over 6 feet tall, his posture regal, resembling a towering mountain peak. His expression radiated confidence, his gaze exuding an air of supreme superiority. Take this, you scoundrel, without a hint of fear. The youth bellowed, raising his right fist high, then unleashing a devastating blow with the force of a landslide. This punch, imbued with immense power, sliced through the air with a howling sound, hurtling straight toward the salesman's face like a cannonball. With a resounding thud, the punch landed solidly, causing the salesman's previously stiff and numb visage to cave in as if it had been struck by a heavy, as Duan Wu tightly grasped Zhang Yun's collar with one hand. Hoisting him off the ground, his other hand mercilessly delivered a resounding slap across Zhang Yun's face. With a grin, Duan Wu remarked, what else could he do but wake him up and interrogate him? After all, how else could they ascertain what he had experienced in his dreams? Chapter 47. A Calamity of Fate. Without a moment's hesitation, Duan Wu continued his assault, the sharp sound of slaps echoing incessantly within the room. His strikes were decisive and ruthless, to the point where even Xiao Tian, accustomed to the front line, found it hard to bear. Enough, enough. Don't kill him. As Zhang Yun's left cheek swelled grotesquely, each slap elicited a reflexive spurt of thick, congealed blood mixed with shattered teeth. Xiao Tian could no longer restrain himself from intervening. If he dies, so be it. The 749 Bureau has the authority to execute. Duan Wu shot Xiao Tian a sideways glance, showing no sign of yielding, and raised his hand to continue. Witnessing this, Xiao Tian furrowed his brows deeply, internally lamenting. Is it a blessing or a curse that Li San has brought such a troublesome individual into the 749 Bureau? One misstep, and we might inadvertently cultivate a rampaging demon. Cough, cough, cough. At the very moment Duan Wu's hand was about to descend once more, Zhang Yun erupted into a violent fit of coughing, slowly reopening his eyes. Yet, Duan Wu had no intention of halting his assault. Slap. This time, the blow landed while Zhang Yun was fully aware. Ah! A sudden wave of agony washed over him, accompanied by a torrent of blood spewing forth. His wretched cries reverberated throughout the room. The force of the slap appeared formidable, as even his previously dazed gaze became noticeably clearer. In an instant, his appearance shifted from Qin Yuan back to his true self. It seemed that Duan Wu's blow had thoroughly awakened him. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Zhang Yun stared at Duan Wu in terror, his body instinctively retreating as he stammered. I'm calling the police. Calling the police. Duan Wu scoffed, shrugging his shoulders before fixing him with a piercing glare and striking again. Slap. Another crisp sound filled the room. Still thinking of calling? Duan Wu looked at Zhang Yun, whose face had swollen to resemble that of a pig, his expression rife with mockery. Zhang Yun, terrified, shook his head frantically. No, I won't call. Good. Duan Wu reached out to caress Zhang Yun's inflamed face, then pointed at the frowning Xiao Tian beside him. The law enforcement officer is right here. Zhang Yun froze at these words, then mumbled under his breath. Then what were those 2 slaps for? Slap? Duan Wu retaliated with another slap. Tough luck, at this point. Zhang Yun was utterly intimidated, sitting on the floor with his knees hugged tightly, too afraid to make a sound. All right. Duan Wu stood up, dusting off non-existent dirt from his hands, and turned to Xiao Tian. I've finished my part. It's your turn now. Xiao Tian cast a deep glance in his direction, wishing to admonish him for his behavior, but recognizing its efficacy, he refrained from further comment. Care for a smoke? Xiao Tian squatted in front of Zhang Yun, offering him a cigarette. The pitiful Zhang Yun cautiously lifted his gaze to Duan Wu. Only upon seeing Duan Wu's slight nod did he dare accept the cigarette from Xiao Tian, placing it between his relatively unscathed right side of his mouth. After Xiao Tian lit the cigarette for him, he did not immediately commence the interrogation but allowed Zhang Yun a moment to collect himself. After 2 or 3 minutes, Xiao Tian finally spoke. Do you comprehend your current predicament? What predicament? Zhang Yun looked utterly bewildered, wishing to assert that he had been sleeping peacefully at home until they barged in and slapped him awake. However, a furtive glance at Duan Wu made him swallow those words back down. Xiao Tian's gaze remained fixed on him, fully aware that Zhang Yun was still struggling to differentiate between what had transpired and what was merely a dream. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian spoke gravely. You have committed murder. Do you realize that? Murder? As expected, upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's face contorted in shock as he hurriedly denied it. Impossible, officer. I have never killed anyone. You must be mistaken. Xiao Tian had anticipated this reaction. After all, for Zhang Yun, the events of that night in the convenience store were merely a dream. Sighing softly, Xiao Tian began to recount the details of Zhang Yun's murderous act meticulously. No, that can't be true. Zhang Yun's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and astonishment. Wasn't that just a dream? As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Tian with an almost pleading expression. Officer, surely dreaming of murder is a crime. Right? However, Xiao Tian merely shook his head gently, his tone resolute. That was not a dream. It was reality. For some reason, you have become unable to distinguish between dreams and reality. As for the cause of this, I believe you know better than I did. Upon hearing this, a flicker of complex emotion crossed Zhang Yun's eyes. Xiao Tian did not rush him, simply observing in silence. Zhang Yun took several deep puffs of the cigarette, seemingly striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. After a while, he finally spoke slowly. It was the dream capsule. Yes, everything I'm experiencing now must be a result of the dream capsule. Officer, I killed because I took the dream capsule, thinking I was in a dream. If I had realized that it was reality, I would never have committed murder. You must believe me. In dreams, individuals often act recklessly. Yet upon returning to reality, the notion of killing and facing consequences terrifies anyone. Xiao Tian nodded. I believe you. Really? Zhang Yun's eyes sparkled with hope, as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he quickly clung to Xiao Tian's legs. If that is the case, then I shouldn't be considered a criminal. Right? Xiao Tian lowered his head, his expression turning somber. He spoke in a low voice. I believe you, but that does not excuse your actions. You cannot simply brush them aside with the excuse of being unable to discern reality. The moment those words left his lips, Zhang Yun's complexion drained of color. Xiao Tian continued coldly, listen carefully. I have apprehended countless criminals. Without exception, when faced with legal repercussions, they will concoct various excuses to deceive me. No, no. I truly did not deceive you. Zhang Yun exclaimed in a panic. Officer, I swear I'm not lying. It's only that once I ingested that capsule, I would enter a beautiful dream, and in that dream, I was fully aware of my dreaming state, allowing me to act without restraint. The dream felt so real, indistinguishable from reality, which is why I couldn't tell them apart. Please, you have to believe me. Xiao Tian fixed his gaze on him, sensing that the pressure he had applied was sufficient, and then asked, if that is the case, tell me, what did you dream about just now? Just now, Zhang Yun strained to recall, then recounted all his experiences in the dream, including the monstrous creature that had appeared at the end. Upon finishing, Xiao Tian exchanged glances with Duan Wu. Duan Wu nodded, then pressed a hand to his ear as if in communication with someone, asking, did you hear that? What was that monstrous creature? A calm female voice responded from the other end of the line. Dream Devourer, a calamity of fate from the inner world, known for consuming dreams. It is one of the low-level beasts most favored by the disciples of the Beastmaster sect. Dream Devourer? Beastmaster sect? What are these? Duan Wu pressed further. The woman's reply was succinct and clear. They are natives of the inner world, which we refer to as calamities of fate. Whether they are humans, beasts, monsters, or even immortals or deities, they all represent disaster to us. Thus, calamity of fate. Chapter 48. Unraveling the threads. The paramedics rushed in, taking the injured Li Tian away. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun was escorted back to the Public Security Bureau.at this moment. The room was left with only Xiao Tian, Xie Dong, and Duan Wu, along with the still sleeping Wang Xie on the bed. What did they say on your end? Xiao Tian inquired, raising his gaze to Duan Wu. Duan Wu frowned slightly, his attention drifting to the sleeping Wang Xie. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied. The situation is now quite clear. Zhang Yun's dream was consumed by the Dream Devourer. He paused before continuing. Therefore, even though Zhang Yun has awakened and realizes he is not in a dream but has returned to reality, Wang Xie remains trapped in the nightmare. In such circumstances, the only way to rescue Wang Xie is through one means. Defeating the Dream Devourer? Xiao Tian echoed. Exactly. Duan Wu nodded firmly. As long as we kill the Dream Devourer, the nightmare world it has created will collapse, and Wang Xie will naturally awaken. But the question remains, where do we find this Dream Devourer? Isn't it inside the nightmare? Xiao Tian asked, puzzled out if it is. I could send some of the experts from the 749 Bureau in. Duan Wu shook his head, a touch of resignation in his demeanor. It's not inside. The Dream Devourer leaves the dream space once it consumes a dream. In this nightmarish realm, it appears that Wang Xie stands alone. I see. Xiao Tian stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Duan Wu sat quietly at the bedside, his gaze fixed upon the slumbering Wang Xie. Refraining from interrupting Xiao Tian's musings, he understood that, at this moment, it was crucial to rely on Xiao Tian to synthesize this information and render a judgment. After a considerable interval, Xiao Tian finally lifted his head and spoke in a grave tone. Firstly, we can ascertain one thing. Currently, within the nightmare, Wang Xie is the sole inhabitant. This implies that, barring any external threats, he is momentarily safe. Of course, we cannot afford to delay for too long. After all, if a normal person is trapped in a nightmare for an extended period, even if they ultimately escape, their psyche would endure immense trauma, potentially leading to madness. Thus, our primary task at hand is to locate the Dream Devourer and eliminate it. As for the whereabouts of the Dream Devourer, it is not entirely devoid of clues. We can still make some deductions. Upon hearing this, Duan Wu immediately turned to Xiao Tian, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness evident within them. He spoke with conviction. To find the Dream Devourer, the key lies in discerning who wished to wield Zhang Yun as a weapon for murder tonight. At this juncture, Xiao Tian paused momentarily, replaying the sequence of events in his mind. Upon waking, Zhang Yun's first instinct was to kill Li Tian. This was not merely because Li Tian was the first person he encountered. I recall distinctly that upon seeing Li Tian, he exclaimed, "You are that loathsome insect. Do not dare ruin my beautiful dream." This indicates that he identified Li Tian as the culprit behind the destruction of his dream. In other words, while the Dream Devourer was consuming Zhang Yun's dream, It simultaneously led him to mistakenly believe that Li Tian was the one sabotaging it. The intent behind this is evidently to incite Zhang Yun to awaken and eliminate Li Tian. Therefore, following this line of reasoning, who could possibly wish to eliminate Li Tian? The more Xiao Tian spoke, the brighter his eyes shone. The individual seeking Li Tian's demise is highly likely to be the mastermind manipulating the Dream Devourer. If we can identify this person, we can eradicate the Dream Devourer and subsequently rescue Wang Xie. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. Duanwu suddenly realized and exclaimed, "Qin Yuan." Earlier, when Duanwu had relayed information regarding the Dream Devourer to Xiao Tian, Xiao Tian had also shared the details of their tracking Zhang Yun with Duanwu. Now, with both sets of information exchanged, the truth was clearly laid before them. Indeed. Xiao Tian nodded, recalling how Li Tian had followed the salesman all the way to Qin Yuan's residence, only to be discovered. Strangely, Qin Yuan had let him go. It now seemed that Qin Yuan was concerned about being exposed, which is why he sought to eliminate Li Tian through Zhang Yun's hands. Yet, he had not anticipated my presence alongside Zhang Yun. Analyzing all the information, it was evident that even if the owner of the Dream Devourer was not Qin Yuan himself, there would undoubtedly be intricate ties connecting him to the matter. This is dire. As he spoke, Xiao Tian suddenly furrowed his brow. The salesman was now dead. If the adversary had also realized this, they would undoubtedly relocate immediately. What are we waiting for? Duanwu abruptly stood up, a sense of urgency in his demeanor. Let us hurry and capture that individual. Xiao Tian nodded, turning to Xie Dong and stating, Old Xie, this lad on the bed is entrusted to you. Duanwu, you shall accompany me to apprehend the suspect. In such an urgent situation, there was no time to deliberate on whether their actions would alert the enemy. Moreover, it was possible the adversary had already sensed something amiss. Thus, they must act swiftly to secure Qin Yuan. Both Xie Dong and Duanwu nodded in understanding. By the way, Duanwu glanced back at Wang Xie on the bed, frowning as he inquired, Where are his glasses? He noticed that the youth lying on the bed was not wearing the familiar black-framed spectacles. It was then that Duanwu realized, without his glasses, Wang Xie appeared rather handsome, though. That. Xiao Tian replied while stepping toward the door. I thought it would be uncomfortable for him to sleep with glasses on, so I removed them and placed them by the pillow. Why the pillow? Duanwu shifted his gaze to the pillow and indeed spotted a pair of black-framed glasses resting quietly. All right, you should go quickly. I'll handle things here. Xie Dong gently patted Duanwu's shoulder, speaking solemnly. Duanwu nodded, swiftly exiting the room. Inside, only Xie Dong and the still slumbering Wang Xie remained. Xie Dong pulled up a chair and quietly sat by Wang Xie's bedside. He gazed out the window. The night was deepening, and the city lights flickered in the distance. He murmured to himself, It's almost midnight in this lifeless world. Everything was dominated by a monotonous gray and white palette. There was no clear boundary between heaven and earth, nor any discernible entities. Every detail seemed to be mercilessly devoured by this endless gray, even the sensation of reality gradually fading into the stillness. A dark-haired youth floated alone in this stagnant gray world. His brow was furrowed, and his eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. What is happening? Where is Zhang Yun? And the great insect? Why have they all vanished? Wang Xie's voice echoed in the silent void, like a stone thrown into an abyss, producing no reverberation. Just moments ago, at least, in Wang Xie's perception, it felt like mere moments. Zhang Yun fused with the building, instantaneously transforming into a towering giant, surging toward the great insect in the sky with an earth-shattering momentum. Everything surrounding that great insect appeared like a faded, old photograph, the colors swiftly vanishing in an instant. The gray and white surged outward like a relentless tide, ruthlessly consuming everything in its path. Ultimately, that chilling grayness reached Zhang Yun in an instant. He vanished like smoke in the wind, leaving no trace behind. Wang Xie, of course, was oblivious to the fact that this world was gradually turning gray because the dream realm was being consumed bit by bit. He could not comprehend that Zhang Yun's disappearance was due to his complete awakening from the dream. Having left behind this realm now reduced to a nightmare in this moment, Wang Xie resembled a rootless floating weed, adrift in this vast and boundless gray world. Loneliness and confusion clung to him like shadows, enveloping him tightly. Captain Xiao, Captain Xiao. Wang Xie could no longer endure the suffocating silence. He called out loudly, his heart brimming with a yearning for a response. Can you hear me? Please bring me back. Yet, all that greeted him was the endless silence, as if the entire world had forgotten him. Wang Xie even began to doubt whether he had truly uttered his voice. It seemed that as soon as his words left his lips, they were silently absorbed by this gray world. It felt as if they existed, yet also as if they did not. Everything had become so illusory, so unreal. It was as if he was trapped in a nightmare from which he could never awaken. Chapter 49. Disdain for this world. Wang Xie was unaware of how long he had been adrift. An hour, a day, or even a year. Time had lost all significance here. The once jet-black hair of the youth gradually became assimilated by the power of the nightmare. Its luster faded, becoming dull, until it ultimately merged with the surrounding world, taking on the lifeless gray hue. This transformation was not confined to his hair. His entire being seemed stripped of color, becoming pale and gray. His emotions shifted from initial astonishment and panic to subsequent loneliness and suffocation. And now, he even felt somewhat drowsy. His eyelids felt as if they were laden with lead, growing heavier and heavier. Slowly, bit by bit, closing shut at last. Wang Xie succumbed to unconsciousness, his eyes firmly shut, slipping into a deep slumber. In dreams, one should not truly fall asleep. What you perceive as slumber is merely a transition into a dream within a dream, or perhaps a direct awakening. Yet now, Wang Xie was asleep, and he was sleeping soundly. However, no one noticed that as he slumbered, the gray-white strands of his hair were subtly tinged with an ethereal silver. Gray and silver appeared similar, yet were utterly distinct. Not only in dreams, but even in the reality of the room, Wang Xie's hair, lying on the bed, gradually acquired a striking silver sheen. At this moment, Xie Dong stood with his back to the bed, facing the window, oblivious to this bizarre transformation. It's raining again. Outside the window, the clock had struck midnight, and a gentle drizzle began to fall. The rain inexplicably blood-red, like a strange painting unfurling across the night sky. Xie Dong approached the window, producing a cigarette to light. The smoke curled upwards, obscuring his vision. Meanwhile, on the bed, Wang Xie's dark hair was now predominantly silver, resembling a blossoming snow plum, particularly enchanting in the stillness of the room and in the dead silence of the gray world. Wang Xie's hair had entirely transformed into immaculate silver. Those silver strands danced freely, becoming the sole splash of color in this monotonous realm. No, this was not the only color. Wang Xie lazily opened his eyes, and a piercing crimson glow erupted from his sharp gaze. Hey, hey, hey. The silver-haired youth stretched languidly, his movements elegant and carefree. He slowly surveyed his surroundings, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Wang Xie, where have you brought me? The realm reconstructed by the subconscious? The silver-haired youth slightly closed his eyes, his nostrils flaring. In this world, I smell the scent of a loathsome insect. As he spoke, his eyes abruptly shot open, a fierce revulsion flashing within them. I detest this odor. Having spoken, he leisurely placed one hand behind his back while the other was gracefully raised, exuding an innate air of nobility and dominance. Simultaneously, it was as if the signals of the real world experienced a short circuit, causing the silver-haired youth to flicker momentarily. In that instant, the entire world seemed to tremble. The blood-red hem of his garment soared high. The originally grayish-white school uniform, tainted by the realm of nightmares, was swept away by an invisible wind, replaced by a flowing crimson cloak that rustled ominously in this bizarre world. Let this wretched world crumble. A sinister smile crept upon the lips of the silver-haired youth, his voice low and magnetic, akin to a decree from a sovereign. With a snap, he lightly snapped his fingers, the sound crisp and resonant, echoing like thunder in the silent world. Immediately above him, a colossal rift suddenly appeared in the sky. Torn open, a vivid, dripping scarlet surged forth from the chasm, akin to a primordial beast awakening. Instantly sweeping across the surroundings in a frenzied eye in the blink of an eye, this scarlet haze, like a burning cloud of fire, swiftly enveloped the entire sky. The resplendent and otherworldly colors transformed the world into a sea of blood. Boom! In the next moment, the heavens shattered and the earth quaked. The entire world was instantly shaken, and against the surging tide of crimson, the pervasive gray mist offered no resistance, crumbling to dust even if they captured Zhang Yun. And even if they discovered the essence of the Dream Eater within his being, And even if they located the corporeal body of the Dream Eater through that drop of essence, yet even Li San would find it impossible to slay the Dream Eater from such a distant range. Could it be that there are still experts involved? Has someone from Headquarters 749 arrived? The agent pondered for a moment before continuing. Master Qin? The death of number 027 is not a significant concern, but the demise of the Dream Eater indicates that our position has been pinpointed by the adversary. The assailant is suspected to be a formidable expert from 749. We must relocate at once. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan slowly turned around, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, fixating intently on the agent. He coldly stated, "Relocate? In Jiang City, does my Qin group truly need to act so timidly? Not to mention that the other party possesses no evidence linking this matter to me. Even if they did, what could they possibly do to me? Do you have any idea how much tax my Qin group pays annually? The Public Security Bureau cannot touch me." The agent furrowed his brow slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. Master Qin, the issue is not with the Public Security Bureau, but rather with 749. Qin Yuan's frown deepened, displaying his displeasure. Since earlier, you have been incessantly mentioning 749. What exactly is that organization? Is it truly formidable? The agent gazed out the window, squinting slightly. You just stated that the other party has no evidence. Hence, they cannot act against you. This reasoning holds true for the Public Security Bureau, as they always adhere to the principle of evidence. However, 749 is different. They do not concern themselves with evidence or reason. If they deem you to be colluding with us to disrupt the order of the mortal realm, without any evidence, they will impose their punishment. Human punishment? What is that? Qin Yuan inquired, the mention of human punishment. A rare expression of trepidation crossed the agent's otherwise stoic face. Throughout history, there have been heavenly punishments and divine retributions, which are the natural consequences imposed by the heavens and deities upon humanity. Yet, 749 believes that anyone who commits an offense, be it human, divine, or the very fabric of this world, should be treated equally in punishment. They assert that it cannot solely be heavenly or divine retribution. There must also exist human punishment. The rain-soaked individuals are the enforcers of this human punishment. Noticing Qin Yuan still appeared bewildered, agent number 013 added, "To put it in terms you can comprehend, it means to disregard the law, ignore the rules, and overlook everything, executing justice on the spot." What? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Are you saying that if someone from 749 arrives, they won't require any so-called evidence and will execute me on the spot? Qin Yuan asked in horror. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Furthermore, having lost the Dream Eater, I am now gravely injured and unable to protect you. Thus, our immediate priority must be to leave this place and evade the pursuit of the Public Security Bureau and 749. Agent number 013 nodded, his voice hollow. Qin Yuan's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But where can we possibly relocate to? To Yang District, agent number 013 replied. Yang District is our stronghold. The store manager has already arranged everything. Moreover, with the store manager present, those rain-soaked individuals from 749 will find it much more difficult to act against us. Qin Yuan swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "All right, then let us depart swiftly." Agent number 013 nodded. Qin Yuan let out a heavy sigh and promptly made his way toward the entrance. Boom! Just then, amidst the torrential blood rain, a streak of crimson lightning descended like a dragon, causing Qin Yuan to shudder in fright. He steadied himself and was about to exit when his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw, outside the door, the unexpected presence of an individual. This person stood there unprotected amidst the curtain of rain, allowing the blood-like droplets to fall upon them. Strangely, those droplets seemed to fear this person, veering away just before touching them, creating an eerie area devoid of rain around their figure. "Who are you?" Qin Yuan exclaimed, retreating several steps in terror, while agent number 013 wore a grave expression, his body tense. The silver-haired youth, with one hand behind his back and the other slowly raised, pointed a finger at Qin Yuan, saying, "Your Majesty, why do you not kneel?" Chapter 51. Do you think you are worthy to call me brother? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, feeling both amused and surprised. The audacity of this silver-haired youth, demanding that he kneel, was utterly ridiculous. How bold and outrageous. just as he was about to explode in anger. Agent number 013 hastily intervened, placing a hand to stop him. Stepping forward, the agent shielded Qin Yuan and cautiously inquired, "Sir, are you perhaps one of the rain-soaked individuals from 749? Bang!" Before agent number 013 could finish his sentence, he was suddenly struck by an invisible force, exploding into a spray of dark blood like a grotesque nightmare. A drop of chilling black blood splattered onto Qin Yuan's face, sending a shiver down his spine as an unprecedented terror enveloped him. "Your Majesty, why do you not kneel?" The silver-haired youth did not even glance at the gruesome pool of black blood on the ground or at Qin Yuan, whose complexion had turned ashen, and coldly repeated his words. Thud. This time, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuan dropped to his knees with a thud, not daring to delay even a second. He feared that if he were to move too slowly, he would end up as yet another pool of blood on the ground. Though he was a wealthy second-generation heir, accustomed to arrogance and bullying, he was not foolish. The fact that the other party could instantaneously obliterate Agent No. 013 without any movement made it clear that he would be a fool to try to act tough. The silver-haired youth paid no attention to the kneeling Qin Yuan and walked leisurely into the villa. Qin Yuan knelt on the ground, burying his head deeply, his body trembling uncontrollably. Especially as the silver-haired youth passed by him, he felt as though his heart had leapt into his throat, fearing that he might be obliterated like the agent. Fortunately, he did not meet the same bloody fate. "Do you have cake?" At that moment, the silver-haired youth's indifferent voice floated from the living room. Qin Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly replied, Yes. May I rise?" he asked cautiously, his voice filled with deference and fear. "Approved." Hearing this, Qin Yuan was overjoyed, hastily scrambling to his feet and dashing toward the kitchen. Inside the refrigerator lay a box of high-end custom cake worth 100,000. Still unopened. 3 days from now was the birthday of the famous star Yang Mi, and Qin Yuan had originally planned to present it to her to win her favor. However, now, in order to save his own life, he had no choice but to abandon his plans for wooing her. As he retrieved the cake, a thought flashed through his mind, and he quickly took out his phone to send a desperate message to his father. The individual in the living room, if all went as expected, should be the legendary rain-soaked person from 749. He had gleaned some knowledge about these rain-soaked individuals from the agent. They were capable beings. Yet not all capable beings were rain-soaked individuals. Only those from 749 were designated as such. Although Qin Yuan had never encountered a capable being, he had heard that his father employed such special individuals. To be precise, these individuals were not his father's subordinates, but rather a special security force hired at a high price. Regardless of how fearsome the individual in the living room appeared, he was ultimately just one person. Once his father's special forces arrived, dealing with him would be a simple task. Moreover, with the agent now dead, his only direct connection to the dream merchants had been severed. Though the loss was considerable, it could be seen as a blessing in disguise, significantly alleviating his suspicion. Moving forward, as long as his father could control the individual in the living room, this matter could be temporarily settled. Once the storm passed, if the dream merchants had not collapsed, it would prove that they possessed extraordinary capabilities. At that time, he could personally visit Yang District to meet with the store manager and establish a cooperative relationship, ensuring that he would not miss out on any profits. With this thought in mind, a smug smile crept onto Qin Yuan's face. "Big brother, you must try this cake. I specially ordered it at great expense." Qin Yuan returned to the living room, holding the cake with a face full of flattery. The silver-haired youth was leisurely seated on the sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, swirling it gently. As if he were at home, Qin Yuan lowered his head, inwardly cursing. "Just wait until my father arrives. Let's see how you continue to act so arrogantly." He carefully unwrapped the packaging, revealing the exquisitely luxurious cake inside. As the cake came into view, the silver-haired youth's expression underwent a noticeable transformation. His previously indifferent and arrogant gaze now sparkled with excitement, akin to a child who had spotted their favorite toy. Observing this, Qin Yuan took the initiative to pick up a knife and fork, slicing the cake with reverence before respectfully offering a piece. The silver-haired youth accepted it, elegantly using his fork to lift a piece to his mouth. Savoring it thoughtfully, after just a few bites, the silver-haired youth's eyes lit up, displaying a look of satisfaction. Excellent. The texture, the flavor. This is on an entirely different level from what this king usually has at the cake shop. With that, he began devouring the cake with the ferocity of a hungry wolf, rapidly sending piece after piece into his mouth. In the span of mere moments, an entire grand cake was devoured as if swept away by a tempest. The silver-haired youth leisurely picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, then raised his wine glass to take a sip of red wine. After such indulgence, he could not help but exclaim, "What a bitter existence I have endured for these past few centuries." With that, the silver-haired youth rose from his seat, remarking that the cake was quite delicious. He then turned and strode toward the door. Observing the departing figure of the silver-haired youth, Qin Yuan stood in place, utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Is he really leaving now? Was his sole purpose here simply to enjoy a slice of cake? Could it be that he is not here to confront me? Wait. Or perhaps he has realized that he has summoned someone and knows that his father is about to arrive with reinforcements. Hence his desire to make a hasty exit. Damn it, I cannot let him leave like this. Yet, I have no means to detain him. What should I do? What can I do, Dato? Right. Just as Qin Yuan wrestled with his tumultuous thoughts, the silver-haired youth suddenly halted, slowly turning around. He faced Qin Yuan, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Did you just address me as elder brother? Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a surge of joy within. He feared that the other might simply walk away, rendering his father's arrival futile. With the silver-haired youth initiating a conversation, it was the perfect opportunity to engage him further, if only to buy a little more time. With this in mind, Qin Yuan promptly donned a more obsequious expression, raising his chin and saying, "Indeed, elder brother. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. Qin Yuan, should you ever require anything, bang." Before Qin Yuan could finish his sentence, he was struck by an invisible yet formidable force, bursting into a cloud of crimson mist. Blood dripped from the air, forming vivid red blossoms upon the ground, contrasting eerily with the black puddle of blood left by a previous salesman. "Who permitted you to gaze upon me?" the silver-haired youth remarked as he turned and confidently stepped into the rain. His silhouette gradually blurred in the downpour, leaving only a faint echo of his voice. "And you dare to consider yourself my brother?" Outside the villa, the red rain continued to pour unrelentingly. Yet the silver-haired youth's figure had vanished entirely. Shortly thereafter, 10 black Hummers, resembling colossal beasts of iron, sped onto the scene, halting at the villa's entrance. Armed forces clad in tactical vests, wielding firearms, swiftly disembarked from the vehicles. In under a minute, they had thoroughly encircled the entire villa. The leader, a robust man, brandished a megaphone, bellowing, "Listen up inside. You are surrounded. Release young Master Qin immediately, and you shall be spared." Chapter 52. Surveillance in the rain-soaked night. The opulent villa stood like a desolate island, shrouded in silence. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any response, save for the futile sounds of wind and rain battering against the stillness. The lead man, clad in black combat attire, stood tall, his gaze piercing. He furrowed his brow and lifted the megaphone once more, his voice resonating through the rainy night. "Hear me, you are surrounded. Release young Master Qin at once, or face dire consequences." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time trickled slowly in the tense atmosphere, each moment stretching out like an eternity. Apart from the patter of raindrops hitting the ground, there was no other sound. "Something is amiss," the leader muttered to himself, unease creeping into his tone. No response after one call, nor the second. Based on his extensive experience, it was evident that something grave had transpired within the villa. Without hesitation, he gestured to his subordinates. Instantly, for armed personnel understood the unspoken command. Their eyes meeting in silent accord, and without a word, they stealthily advanced toward the villa's courtyard under the cover of the rain. In the night, their figures appeared as fleeting shadows against the downpour. Moments later, one of them hurried back. "What is the situation?" the leader inquired. The individual hesitated, seemingly weighing his words, then reported, "There's no one inside. But there is a pool of blood, along with another pool of a strange black liquid." "1, blood?" the leader murmured, narrowing his eyes slightly. After a moment of contemplation, his expression shifted dramatically, as if he had conjured a dreadful realization. "This is not good." He waved his hand, personally leading his team into the villa's courtyard. Soon, He laid eyes on the 2 blood pools his subordinate had mentioned. Cautiously, he crouched down, extending a finger to gently dab the red stain before bringing it to his nose to sniff. This is undoubtedly human blood. Having said that, he then cautiously approached the dark liquid. Again bending down to inspect it closely, he frowned slightly, perplexed. It bore a metallic scent but was certainly not human blood. Mingled instead with the stench of industrial waste. Straightening up, he turned to the 4 subordinates who had entered the villa ahead of him, asking in a hushed tone, "What on earth transpired here?" The 4 exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting confusion. One of them replied, "Captain, we are currently unclear. We surveyed the area but found no signs of struggle or conflict." The captain's brow furrowed deeper. He lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings until he spotted the camera on the front door, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. Quickly, check the surveillance footage. In the dimly lit surveillance room of the basement, a heavy atmosphere loomed. The lights were dim, and the captain fixated on the screen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The footage revealed Qin Yuan in a heated altercation with a man dressed in a black suit, holding a briefcase. The 2 were seen arguing fervently while moving from the villa, their emotions running high. Qin Yuan's face flushed, eyes wide with rage as he waved his arms in fury. The man in black wore a grim expression, lips twitching, his gaze filled with menace. As they approached the pools of blood, Qin Yuan suddenly drew a dagger from his bosom, striking with the ferocity of a tiger, aiming for the man. Taken by surprise, the man was struck in the shoulder. Xiaotian shot him a glare and retorted with irritation, "Are you foolish? Haven't you noticed that something is amiss? Stop the car. What are you stopping for?" With that, he ignored Duanwu, swiftly retrieving his phone and adeptly dialing the bureau's number. "Old Xian, I have a few license plate numbers for you. Please help me locate where they have gone." Chapter 53. Is it not good to be alive? In the Yang district, there exists a highly exclusive private club. Elegant symphonic music drifts through the air, and at a round table crafted from jade, 2 men are seated. One is a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s, exuding an air of nobility in his every gesture. Opposite him sits a young Taoist clad in a green robe. This Taoist has a broad nose and small eyes. Appearing rather simple-minded, yet a glimmer of golden light flashes in his gaze, hinting at something more profound. "President Jean, I raise a toast to you." The young Taoist stood, lifting his cup toward the middle-aged man. "If it weren't for you, the Dream Boutique would not have established itself so swiftly in the Yang district." "Well said, well said." Jean Bao waved his hand dismissively. "Shopkeeper Song, this dream capsule is indeed a remarkable product. Even if the Public Security Bureau's narcotics team were to examine it, they would find no issues whatsoever. A product safer than drugs and more profitable. Who wouldn't appreciate that? Ha ha ha." With that, Jian Bao also rose to clink glasses with Shopkeeper Song. The 2 exchanged knowing smiles and drank deeply from their cups. Just then, a man burst in, his expression frantic. "President Jean, this is bad. This is terrible." Jian Bao set down his glass, shooting the man an annoyed look. "Can't you see we have guests? Why the panic?" The man hesitated, caught between words, appearing utterly flustered. "It's all right, President Jean. Handle your matters first." Shopkeeper Song interjected with a smile. Jian Bao nodded slightly, apologizing. "My apologies, Shopkeeper Song, for the disturbance." He then turned to the anxious man, his voice low and commanding. "Now, speak. What is it?" The man hurriedly replied, "It's Qin Zhenghao. He has stormed into the Jinyu Mountain Villa with a group of armed forces." "What did you say? How is that even possible?" Jian Bao furrowed his brow. "I have no grievances with the Qin family, nor any enmity. What could he possibly want? Furthermore, if there were any disagreements, we should discuss them first. Not barge in unannounced. One might think I've killed his son." "His son, you say?" Shopkeeper Song narrowed his eyes slightly, then extended his right hand, moving his fingers as if in a gesture of incantation. Moments later, his expression grew grave. "How can this be? Number 013 has clashed with Qin Yuan. Under normal circumstances, I should have sensed something amiss in time. Why is it that I only learn of it now?" Jian Bao, adept at reading expressions, noticed the change in Shopkeeper Song's demeanor and instinctively deduced that the matter might involve him. "Shopkeeper Song?" Jian Bao called out. Shopkeeper Song paused, then raised his head, forcing a smile. "Apologies, President Jean, I was momentarily distracted." Jian Bao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. "Shopkeeper Song, Do you know something? Well, shopkeeper Song scratched his head. To be honest, Qin Zhenghao might be targeting me. However, there may be some misunderstanding between us. I truly apologize, President Jin. I will leave the Jinyu Mountain Villa at once and not trouble you further. As he spoke, shopkeeper Song attempted to rise. Yet, Jian Bao waved his hand. Shopkeeper Song, you underestimate me. Jin Bao, how could we share profits and then flee when trouble arises? But, shopkeeper Song began to protest. Jin Bao, nonchalantly, replied, It's fine, shopkeeper Song. Jin Bao, have operated in the Yang district for many years and am not easily intimidated by Qin Zhenghao. Besides, did you not say there is a misunderstanding between you? When Qin Zhenghao arrives, I shall mediate and help resolve this misunderstanding. There is no need for it to escalate to a life-and-death conflict. After all, we are all seeking profit. Upon hearing this, shopkeeper Song's eyes shifted thoughtfully, and he slowly sat back down. He was not afraid of Qin Zhenghao. Rather, he was concerned about another force intervening. After all, Number 013 would not act against Qin Yuan without his consent. Yet, the fact remained that Number 013 had indeed acted against Qin Yuan, and he had been entirely oblivious to it. This indicated that a formidable individual had severed his connection with Number 013. That was the person he truly feared. However, since Jin Bao had spoken so, he felt it inappropriate to refuse. With a slight smile, shopkeeper Song said, Then I must trouble you, President Jin. Jin Bao waved his hand. No trouble at all. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed from the front courtyard. Jin Bao, how dare you? Jin Bao looked up, his face paling. He saw at least 50 armed men, all fully equipped and brandishing firearms, storming into the hall without reservation. Leading them was a man with bloodshot eyes, striding forward with an aura of menace that sent shivers down one's spine. This man was none other than Qin Zhenghao. Unlike Jin Bao, who had risen through legitimate means, Qin Zhenghao had deep roots in the underworld. Even though he had since cleaned up his act, he still retained a cadre of ruthless enforcers. It was said that he had connections within the military and had procured legitimate military-grade equipment for his men through various channels. Initially, Jin Bao had thought the report of armed forces was an exaggeration, merely implying some fierce underworld figures. But now, seeing Qin Zhenghao had brought his elite enforcers, Jin Bao regretted his earlier promise to shopkeeper Song. Those who have wealth often disregard their lives. Observing Qin Zhenghao's imposing demeanor, it was evident he had come seeking bloodshed. What exactly did you do to provoke him? Jin Bao shot a glance at shopkeeper Song and whispered. Shopkeeper Song shook his head, feigning a bitter expression. I am not entirely sure. It seems my staff got into a scuffle with Qin Zhenghao's son. This revelation darkened Jin Bao's expression further, yet having already committed to protecting them, he could not back down without losing face. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and approached Qin Zhenghao, saying, President Qin, what brings you here? Please, do come and take a seat. Don't move. An armed man stepped forward from behind Qin Zhenghao, swiftly aiming his gun at Jin Bao's forehead. Faced with the ominous barrel, Jin Bao froze, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Qin, President Qin, what is the meaning of this? Ha! Qin Zhenghao let out a cold chuckle, his gaze shifting past Jin Bao to the young Taoist by the jade table. You are the shopkeeper of the Dream Boutique? That would be me. Shopkeeper Song rose, bowing slightly to Qin Zhenghao, maintaining an air of dignity. Very well. Qin Zhenghao nodded, his voice icy. You have 10 seconds to hand over my son. Or else. Death. Qin, President Qin. Surely there must be some misunderstanding. Be quiet. Before Jin Bao could finish, the armed man raised his rifle and brought the butt down hard on his head with a resounding thud. Qin Zhenghao glanced at the pained Jin Bao, sneering. Jin Bao, this is none of your concern. Spare me the chatter, or you'll be finished along with him. You? Jin Bao felt his pride wounded, his complexion shifting. Yet faced with the armed men's overwhelming presence, he dared not speak further. Qin Zhenghao snorted coldly, turning once more to shopkeeper Song, and declared, 10? Shopkeeper Song sighed softly. President Qin, my involvement in your son's disappearance is non-existent. 9. Shopkeeper Song narrowed his eyes. President Qin, you are not even allowing me a chance to defend myself. 8. All right. Shopkeeper Song shrugged indifferently. If that is the case, shall we discuss this elsewhere? 7. Qin Zhenghao ignored his suggestion. Continuing his cold countdown, is it not good to be alive? With that, Shopkeeper Song gently pressed his foot down. Clang. A strange green ripple emanated from his feet, swiftly expanding throughout the hall. Chapter 54. Song Tsang as the green ripple passed. The entire hall seemed to reverse in time, distorting and changing. The once opulent modern decor faded away like an old painting losing its color, in the blink of an eye. Intricately carved beams, vermilion pillars, and ornate window frames replaced the contemporary embellishments. What on earth is happening? Qin Zhenghao's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with vigilance and astonishment. He quickly scanned his surroundings, noting 4 massive jade stones positioned at each corner of the ancient-style hall. They now emanated a luminous glow, illuminating the space as brightly as day. The 50 armed forces Qin Zhenghao had brought were indeed elite. Faced with such an enigmatic scene, they stood resolute, their postures unwavering, showing no signs of fear. Almost simultaneously, they raised their weapons, aiming directly at shopkeeper Song, who stood a distance away. In this tense atmosphere, only Jin Bao appeared utterly destitute. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. His eyes wide with terror. "Is this a dream?" he stammered. Qin Zhenghao slowly narrowed his eyes, a glint of ruthlessness flashing within. "I warned Xiao Yuan long ago to steer clear of the dream boutique." Yet he refused to listen. He gritted his teeth, his voice low and ominous. "As I predicted. Everything has unfolded just as I anticipated. You are not human." No sooner had he spoken than a surge of murderous intent ignited in Qin Zhenghao's eyes as he bellowed, "Fire!" In an instant, all 50 armed forces pulled their triggers simultaneously, the thunderous roar of gunfire erupting as bullets rained down like a tempest. In that moment, the hall was engulfed in clouds of smoke and chaos. Bullets tore through the air with tremendous force, whistling past in a cacophony of violence. Bang, bang, bang. The intricately carved beams splintered and shattered, resembling a flurry of snowflakes. The crimson pillars bore the scars of countless impacts. Riddled with holes, the paintings that once adorned the walls had been reduced to mere shreds, fragments cascading like fallen leaves. "Halt!" The commanding officer raised a hand, and the cannon fire ceased in an instant. After this fierce onslaught, the grand hall had transformed from an opulent sanctuary into a desolate ruin of war. The area where Manager Song had stood became a disaster zone, shrouded in smoke and chaos, rendering the situation nearly impossible to discern. The commander gestured, and several armed forces swiftly surrounded Qin Zhenghao, providing him with tight protection. Then, with another signal, the commander squinted and advanced toward the smoky haze. The remaining armed forces followed suit without hesitation. It must be said, the quality of Qin Zhenghao's death warriors was exceptionally high. No wonder he felt so emboldened. In ancient times, the livestock we enslaved now dared to draw blades against us. A true tragedy for our kind. Today, as a disciple of the Beast Master sect's external division, Song Tsang felt it necessary to remind you of your past humiliations. Who? Just as he strode forth, a chilling voice suddenly echoed ominously in the commander's ear. Startled, he turned sharply, locking eyes with Manager Song's small gaze. In the next moment, a sinister smile slowly crept across Song Tsang's lips. Before the commander could aim his firearm, Song Tsang lunged like a ferocious tiger, expertly grasping his throat and twisting it with a mere flick, crack. The sound of shattering bone resonated sharply in the eerie silence of the ruins. Fire! Fire! The other armed forces, sensing the sudden turn of events, unleashed a frenzy of gunfire as the commander's lifeless body collapsed. However, Song Tsang vanished like a wraith. Amidst the gunfire, only his mocking voice lingered. Mystical arts of the celestial realm summoned forth soldiers from beings. No sooner had he spoken than numerous figures appeared abruptly amidst the chaos. These silhouettes flickered in and out of view through the smoke, advancing toward the crowd with an uncanny gait. A burly man took the commander's place, bellowing, "Aim for those figures and fire." In an instant, everyone adjusted their strategy, abandoning the search for Song Tsang and instead unleashing a torrent of bullets at the apparitions. Bang, bang, bang. The figures faltered momentarily when struck by the bullets. Yet, just as swiftly, they resumed their advance, unfazed by the onslaught. Despite the bullets raining down like a tempest, nothing could deter their relentless approach. Soon, one figure burst forth from the smoke. It was the heavily guarded Qin Zhenghao. Upon recognizing the figure's appearance, felt his pupils constrict sharply. Clad in a black suit and carrying a briefcase, it was none other than a salesman from the Dream Boutique. At this moment, the salesman was riddled with bullet holes, yet he moved as if unscathed. In a flash, he appeared before one armed warrior. He grinned wickedly, and that smile seemed particularly sinister amidst the bloody scene. The armed warrior's heart raced, but his movements did not falter to such close range. His gun hand swiftly descended. Reaching for his thigh, a glint of cold steel flashed. He drew a dagger and lunged at the salesman's neck. Slish! The sound resembled that of piercing paper. However, the warrior's heart sank with an ominous foreboding. The salesman appeared utterly unperturbed, not displaying even the slightest sign of injury. Instead, he extended his arms, seizing the warrior tightly, and opened his mouth wide, viciously biting down on his neck. In an instant, the warrior's throat was torn open, blood gushing forth like a fountain, eliciting a harrowing scream. Meanwhile, the gunfire in the hall began to wane. In its place arose the haunting cries of the armed forces, echoing with despair. This scene unfolded repeatedly among the other warriors. Soon, one by one, they fell amidst the bloodshed. Before them stood a cadre of salesmen from the Dream Boutique, all clad in black suits and clutching briefcases. Eerie, rigid smiles adorned their faces. In mere minutes, the once grand hall transformed into a hellish landscape, strewn with corpses. The death warriors led by Qin Jinghao dwindled to a mere 6. These 6 formed a protective circle around Qin Jinghao. Boss Qin, the situation is dire. I suggest a retreat. Just then, a hoarse voice emerged from beneath Qin Jinghao's feet. Startled, he frowned and responded, "Aren't you their match?" "Mr. Hey." The voice fell silent for a moment before replying slowly. "At first, I believed the adversary to be an ordinary ability user, but now it seems otherwise. No, it is not a matter of uncertainty. I can affirm that the opponent is a calamity. A calamity?" The voice continued, "If it were only Song Tsang to deal with, I would still have confidence. However, this is not our territory. If we prolong this, and other calamities arrive, we might find it impossible to escape." Upon hearing this, Qin Jinghao hesitated, ultimately sighing, "What about my son? If the adversary truly is a calamity, and they are responsible for abducting Qin Yuan, we could seek assistance from Bureau 749. As the two conversed, the eerie salesman drew ever closer. The voice seemed to sense the urgency of time and urged, "Boss Qin, have them continue firing to cover our retreat." "Boss Qin, there is no time for hesitation. If we linger further, we will meet our demise here. If you do not make a decision, I will leave on my own." This Qin Jinghao opened his mouth, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in his eyes. These death warriors were the culmination of over a decade of his efforts, the true foundation of the Qin family, and now, in the span of mere minutes, they lay in ruin. Gritting his teeth, he spat fiercely, "Fire! Fire! Kill every last one of these monsters." The 6 death warriors protecting him paused in shock. After all, the other armed forces had already proven with their lives that firearms were ineffective against these creatures. Yet in that moment, they had no other choice but to trust in the truth they held in their hands. Alas, the truths of the outer world seemed to hold no sway in this realm. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 warriors, resigned to their fate, pulled their triggers furiously. Though the firearms could not slay these salesmen, they could at least hinder their movements. Now was the moment. The voice rang out once more. And simultaneously, the shadow beneath Qin Jinghao twisted abruptly, rapidly spreading outward. Chapter 55. Escape in an instant. The entire hall appeared shrouded by a veil of darkness, the light dimming ominously. Qin Jinghao felt as though he had stepped into an abyss. Amidst the howling winds, eerie laughter echoed, reminiscent of vengeful spirits calling for retribution. In this darkness, a tumult of emotions swirled within Qin Jinghao. He loathed his own impotence, failing to safeguard his son and unable to retrieve the armed forces. Yet, survival instincts now prevailed, and he could only place his hopes in Mr. He. Time passed unmeasured until he felt his feet firmly planted on solid ground once more. Slowly opening his eyes, he found himself back in the previous hall. Still as resplendent and illuminated as before, however, he was alone. Jian Bao and Song Tsang had vanished without a trace. "Hurry," Mr. He urged. Startled by the command, Qin Jinghao scanned the room, realizing he could not afford to delay any longer, and hastily made for the exit. Just as they exited the hall, 2 figures materialized out of thin air. Song Tsang fixed his gaze on the hall's entrance, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Song, Manager Song, Jin Bao sat trembling on the ground, staring at Song Tsang, unable to articulate his fear. Yet Song Tsang swiftly assisted him to his feet, murmuring, "Oh dear, Mr. Jin, I hope I didn't frighten you. What was that just now?" Jin Bao stammered, hesitating to finish his thought. Song Tsang merely smiled and replied, "Mr. Jin, I hope you can forget everything that just transpired. Is that all right?" Jin Bao swallowed hard, quickly responding, "Just now? What happened? Weren't we merely sitting here having tea?" "Oh." Song Tsang raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Jin Bao. "Indeed, we were just enjoying tea together." The two exchanged smiles, although Jin Bao's appeared somewhat forced. By the way, Song Tsang pointed outside, "Mr. Jin, can you handle this?" Jin Bao froze at the question, his expression shifting to one of deep concern. He understood that Song Tsang was asking him to present his declaration of loyalty. Given the immense power Song Tsang had displayed in that eerie realm, catching up to Qin Zhenghao would be effortless. Yet, Song Tsang's insistence on having him do this was merely a ploy to compel him to eliminate Qin Zhenghao, thereby securing a hold over him. Unfortunately, Jin Bao felt he had no choice but to comply. Who could say what fate awaited him should he refuse a monster like Song Tsang? However, if he did kill Qin Zhenghao, he would surely incur the wrath of the Qin family conglomerate. "Rest assured, Mr. Jin, you will always be my friend, regardless of your adversaries." Just then, Song Tsang remarked. With the stakes laid bare, Jin Bao realized he had no other options left. "Bring them here." Jin Bao gritted his teeth and shouted at the top of his lungs. Soon, the general manager of the Jin Corporation, Peng Fei, hurried into the hall. Jin Bao cast a cold glance at him, speaking in a low voice, "Go and give the order. Do not let Qin Zhenghao leave the premises." "Huh?" Peng Fei gasped in shock upon hearing this command. The chamber of the Jin clan commerce is impressively vast, featuring not only a secluded villa area designated for private meetings, but also an inner courtyard and an outer courtyard, sprawling like a miniature park. Moreover, the inner and outer courtyards are equipped with checkpoints, each manned by personnel from the Jin clan commerce. When Qin Zhenghao previously arrived with a contingent of 50 armed forces, he made it clear that his visit was not aimed at the Jin clan commerce, but merely to locate someone. The guards, well aware of Qin Zhenghao's considerable wealth, dared not obstruct his passage. However, the situation has changed. Peng Fei has just received news that Qin Zhenghao has departed alone, and the 50 armed personnel have vanished without a trace. Under these circumstances, the security staff of the Jin clan commerce could indeed apprehend Qin Zhenghao with relative ease. But why is that? A sense of unease began to gnaw at Peng Fei's mind. Jin Bao covertly cast a glance at Song Tsang, noticing a smile on his face that lacked any warmth, causing his heart to tighten. He hastily turned to Peng Fei and exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Get on with it." "Yes," Peng Fei responded, a chill running down his spine as he realized the gravity of the situation. And he quickly went to make arrangements. As night fell, Qin Zhenghao gripped the steering wheel of his Maybach tightly, the dashboard's dim glow illuminating his furious expression. He pressed the accelerator hard, the Maybach roaring as it sped towards the Jin clan commerce's front courtyard. The engine's roar shattering the night silence. "Mr. He, you mentioned that the 749 Bureau could assist us. How exactly will they help?" Qin Zhenghao asked through clenched teeth, urgency lacing his voice. Mr. He's presence was absent, yet his voice resonated. "The 749 Bureau is an organization in Huagua that handles special events. You must tell them your son has been kidnapped by a fate disaster. They will undoubtedly take action, as their duty is to protect ordinary citizens from such calamities." "I see." Qin Zhenghao nodded, yet his brow remained furrowed, deep in thought. "You have been mentioning fate disasters since earlier. What exactly are they?" Mr. He fell silent, the air within the vehicle seemingly stagnant. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "There are certain matters you need not know. Knowing them offers no benefit. Just consider them as monsters." Qin Zhenghao opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to inquire further, but ultimately nodded, swallowing back his words. That moment, his gaze sharpened, pupils constricting sharply. He observed that ahead, where the path had previously been clear, a row of sharp obstacles had been unexpectedly erected. "What is going on?" Qin Zhenghao gasped in surprise, instinctively preparing to brake. "Don't slow down. Charge straight through," Mr. He commanded forcefully. Qin Zhenghao hesitated momentarily, an avalanche of thoughts rushing through his mind. He understood that if he charged ahead, The tires would undoubtedly be punctured by the obstacles. It's the current speed. A blowout would lead to a catastrophic rollover, leaving them trapped here, or worse, facing certain death. Yet ultimately, he chose to trust Mr. He, perceiving him as more enigmatic and formidable than Song Tsang. Thus, instead of decelerating, Qin Zhenghao pressed the pedal to the metal. Stop! Stop! The guards at the checkpoint of the Jin clan commerce shouted, brandishing their weapons in alarm. But Qin Zhenghao appeared oblivious, his hands gripping the steering wheel with determination, his eyes resolute. Boom! The Maybach surged forward like a cannonball, colliding with the obstacles in an instant. The immense impact shattered the barriers, followed by the tires rolling over the scattered thorns without hesitation. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed as a tire burst, shaking the vehicle violently, akin to a kite severed from its string, losing balance. Due to inertia, the car tilted dangerously, tossing Qin Zhenghao around within, on the brink of overturning and plummeting into despair. At that critical juncture, an eerie phenomenon unfolded. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, shadows beneath the vehicle's chassis surged upwards like living entities, akin to a torrential black tide swiftly enveloping the CAR in an instant. The once majestic Maybach was cloaked in a layer of mysterious shadow, exuding an unsettling aura. Miraculously, the vehicle that should have as the mighty Han was preparing to take further action. The sudden crack of gunfire echoed from a distance, startling the crowd, who turned their heads in surprise. Beneath the street lamp, an old model Santana was parked. A languid man leaned against the car door, holding a gun in his right hand, aimed at the sky, while his left hand fished out a cigarette to place between his lips. Upon noticing the curious gazes directed at him, Xiao Tian nonchalantly remarked, "You can incapacitate, but do not kill." The crowd was taken aback by his words, but Duan Wu, with a fierce grin, sneered, "Are you qualified to instruct me?" With that, he vanished into the throng. Duan Wu's fists danced in the air, leaving afterimages as they struck relentlessly at the advancing figures, each blow accompanied by pained groans. A thin man wielding a dagger surged towards Duan Wu from the side, attempting a sneak attack. Sensing the danger, Duan Wu swiftly sidestepped and kicked the thin man's wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. The thin man, his face turning pale from the pain, cradled his wrist and retreated. Seizing the opportunity, Duan Wu closed in, elbowing the thin man under the chin, and coldly warned, "Behave if you wish to live." The thin man trembled in fear, nodding rapidly. At that moment, a scarred man charged forward once more, swinging an iron rod towards Duan Wu's head. Duan Wu's eyes narrowed, and he quickly bent down to evade the blow, rising to deliver a powerful punch to T due to this tragic accident. "That coward has lost a leg. Because of this incident, that wretched woman abandoned us. As a result of this calamity, I have been forced to reside in a slum such as Hongqiao Village. And you dare to tell me it's just that?" His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, veins bulging on his forehead. Every word seemed to be squeezed out forcefully between his teeth. Xiao Tian gazed at the road ahead, blurred by the rain, and let out a soft sigh, his voice heavy with resignation. "Yet precisely because of this, you must strive harder, endeavor to alter your circumstances, and ensure your father lives a better life. Does he deserve it?" Duan Wu's emotions surged to a boiling point, nearly propelling him from his seat. That coward clearly witnessed the root cause of his collision. Yet what did he say? He simply stated he would not pursue the matter. Because of his inaction, we cannot locate the perpetrator, nor receive any compensation. To afford his medical treatment, we had no choice but to sell our home and relocate to Hongqiao Village. He has lost a leg, rendering him unable to drive a truck, leaving our family without an income, and our lives grow increasingly arduous. Duan Wu's voice escalated, as if he aimed to unleash all the pent-up anguish accumulated over the years. It was precisely for this reason that 3 years ago, that woman could no longer endure it and left without a word. A flicker of pain and resentment crossed Duan Wu's face, his eyes brimming with the fury of betrayal. "And you, the law enforcement officers," he pointed a trembling finger at Xiao Tian, "a collection of useless individuals. After all these years, you have not even managed to find a trace of the culprit." Xiao Tian furrowed his brows, his expression laden with helplessness and sorrow. "I understand that you harbor grievances, but precisely because of this. What then?" Duan Wu mercilessly interrupted him, his gaze filled with defiance and disdain. So I should focus on my studies and work tirelessly to earn money, right? Utter nonsense, Duanwu scoffed, speaking to himself. This world is rife with things beyond our control. Those without power, even if they're victims, must swallow their anger in silence. In this era, even wealth is not omnipotent. Studying diligently is futile. Earning money is futile. At this, he cast a sidelong glance at Qin Jinghao in the back seat. This guy has money, right? But what does that matter? Today, he is still being chased like a dog. If it weren't for me, he would have been dead long ago. Qin Jinghao, who had been resting with his eyes closed, seemed to be jolted awake by these words. I must become strong, in the truest sense of the word. Duanwu's eyes revealed a nearly insane obsession. Only by being sufficiently powerful could I avoid being bullied. Why do I enjoy fighting? Because only then will others fear me and refrain from provoking me. It's as simple as that. This is my way of survival. Look at that Wang Song. He was bullied by everyone before. Why? Simply because he was too weak. As soon as the words left his mouth, Duanwu seemed to be struck by a sudden realization, his entire being momentarily frozen. A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes, involuntarily recalling that lofty silver-haired youth. Duanwu took a deep breath. Regardless, put away your preachy demeanor. I am well aware of the path I must tread. Xiao Tian opened his mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately could only let out a resigned sigh. To break the oppressive atmosphere, he changed the subject. By the way, that 10,000 yuan for medical expenses. Did you give it to your father? In fact, Li San had privately revealed that Duanwu's father's accident was related to the first red rain, perhaps even connected to a calamity in the underworld. Li San felt that their Bureau 749 bore some responsibility for the incident, which is why they had previously funneled 10,000 yuan to Duanwu through the Law Enforcement Bureau. That money I gave to Wang Xie, Duanwu replied in a flat tone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian was taken aback, his face reflecting astonishment. Duanwu added, he needs the money more than I do. As he spoke, the image of Wang Xie, clad in his never-changed school uniform and worn-out sneakers, surfaced in his mind. Throughout the journey, the two remained silent. Upon entering the military district, Qin Jinghao opened his eyes. Looking out the window, slightly furrowing his brow as he inquired, this doesn't seem to be the route to the Law Enforcement Bureau, does it? Xiao Tian, gazing ahead, replied nonchalantly, who said we were going to the Law Enforcement Bureau? Qin Jinghao was taken aback by this remark. Soon after, the car halted in front of a chess and card room. Get out. Xiao Tian turned to Qin Jinghao and said. Although filled with confusion, Qin Jinghao remained composed, grabbing an umbrella and exiting the vehicle, following Duanwu into the chess and card room. Since we are here, let us make ourselves comfortable. Though it was already late at night, the chess and card room was bustling with activity, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. As Qin Jinghao pushed open the door, a rich aroma of hot pot wafted toward him. In the center of the room, two men and a woman were gathered around a gaming table. On the table sat a steaming hot pot, the broth bubbling and various ingredients bobbing within. The woman had a neat short haircut and delicate features, yet exuded an air of cool detachment. Opposite her sat a man clad in a pink jacket, beaming with delight. Between them was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. Director, that plate of beef was my doing. So what if you did? Can't I eat it? Besides, does this fatty meat answer to you if you call it? Director, you are being unreasonable. When have I ever been reasonable? The two argued over a piece of beef. Their faces flushed, much like children squabbling over a toy. The woman, meanwhile, picked up a slice of potato and placed it in her mouth, her expression one of satisfaction. Qin Jinghao stood at the entrance, dazed, observing the scene. Duanwu, however, appeared at ease, striding to the bar, grabbing a bottle of beer, and skillfully opening it to drink. Sun Xiaowu turned to glance at him, his mouth stuffed, mumbling indistinctly, have you turned 18 yet? Drinking beer? Yet, Duanwu seemed to ignore him entirely, continuing to drink as if he hadn't heard. Shortly after, Xiao Tian parked the car and entered the room. As he passed by Qin Jinghao, he gently patted his shoulder, saying, Qin boss, come join us for a bite. With that, he moved to the gaming table, casually pulled out a chair, and settled down to enjoy the food on the table. Qin Jinghao narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. After weighing his options internally for a moment, he slowly approached the table, joining this peculiar gathering. Following that, aside from occasional banter between Sun Xiaowu and Li San over the dishes, the others remained largely silent. Some buried themselves in their food, while others drank quietly, each lost in their own thoughts. Just then, a sound of someone swallowing echoed through the chess and card room. While swallowing is not unusual, the oddity was that the sound did not seem to emanate from any of those present. Li San, stuffing meat into his mouth, managed to free one hand to point at Qin Zhenghao, saying, "Xiao He, if you don't come out soon, there will be nothing left to eat. No, please don't, you bad guys." Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded from beneath Qin Zhenghao's feet. Startled, he jumped up as if electrocuted. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared down, stammering, "Black, Mr. Black?" In his memory, Mr. Black's voice had always been hoarse and deep. Yet this voice was so melodious and bright it sounded like a young girl's voice. Chapter 59. Black Kite. The unexpected transformation struck without warning. The shadow beneath Qin Zhenghao's feet appeared to be infused with life, slowly and eerily writhing. Soon after, the shadow detached from his feet, gliding to the side, coalescing into an independent circular shadow on the ground. Qin Zhenghao's eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. "Black, Mr. Black?" His voice trembled slightly with shock. Under Qin Zhenghao's intense gaze, the circular shadow suddenly soared upwards, its outline rapidly sharpening, until, in the blink of an eye, it transformed into the figure of a person. In an instant, the shadow faded away, revealing a girl clad in a black sailor uniform with playful twin ponytails. Appearing abruptly before everyone, "You guys, leave some for me?" The girl's clear voice rang out in the chess and card room. Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach, and before her words could fully settle, she boldly took a seat at Qin Zhenghao's spot. Following that, she raised her hand, and black shadows began to swirl at her fingertips as if they were living beings, swiftly transforming into a pair of chopsticks. Then, with lightning speed, she plunged the shadowy chopsticks into the hot pot, churning it rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, precisely grasped a slice of tender beef roll. As the beef roll entered her mouth, the girl closed her eyes in bliss, her face radiating ecstasy. "So delicious," she mumbled, chewing indistinctly. Qin Zhenghao stood frozen, his mind in turmoil, utterly shocked. He could never have imagined that the hoarse voice of Mr. Black was, in fact, a charming girl of merely 18 or 19 years. Had Wang Xie been present at that moment, he would have instantly recognized this girl as the receptionist who had previously assisted him. Black Kite. Li San set down his chopsticks, his gaze intense as it fixed on Black Kite, hands outstretched. "What's the matter?" Black Kite raised her head, her eyes filled with wariness. Li San's expression was grave as he spoke in a deep voice. "Employees of Bureau 749 are strictly prohibited from taking on outside jobs. You should be well aware of this, correct?" Upon hearing the name Bureau 749, Qin Zhenghao's demeanor instantly shifted, as if jolted awake. Previously, Mr. He had mentioned that only individuals from Bureau 749 possessed the capability to assist him. "Ha!" He Yuan hastily rose from her seat, trotting over to Li San, affectionately linking her arm with his, and sweetly whined, "Director Li, being the magnanimous person you are, please let me off this once." Li San, maintaining his composure, subtly withdrew his arm and cast her a sidelong glance, inquiring, "How much? What do you mean by how much?" He Yuan feigned ignorance, though a flicker of barely perceptible panic crossed her eyes. "How much did you earn from this job?" "Well," He Yuan, feeling guilty, fiddled with her hair, her voice barely a whisper, 10,000. "Is that so?" Li San turned his gaze toward Qin Zhenghao. "Boss Qin, how much did you pay her for this endeavor?" Qin Zhenghao was momentarily taken aback, about to respond when he was suddenly caught in a piercing gaze that felt sharp as a blade. He instinctively swallowed hard, awkwardly chuckling. "Yes, indeed, it was 10,000. "I see," Li San observed him with a smirk that held an ambiguous meaning. "Since Boss Qin is reluctant to speak the truth, I believe I must reconsider whether to inform you about your son." "What?" Qin Zhenghao immediately perked up. "Do you know the whereabouts of my son?" Li San, however, seemed unfazed, leisurely picking up a bottle of cola and pouring himself a glass. Having navigated the murky waters of the underworld for many years, Qin Zhenghao was astute enough to discern Li San's intentions. He cast a brief apologetic glance at He Yuan, disregarding her frantic headshakes. Clearing his throat, Qin Zhenghao lowered his voice. "Actually, Miss He's remuneration this time was 1 million. "What?" 1 million. Li San abruptly spat out his cola. Meanwhile, the others turned to He Yuan in astonishment. Overcome with shame, she wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground, her heart screaming that things had taken a turn for the worse. You greedy He Yuan, earning 1 million in one go? Li San glowered at He Yuan, then turned his attention back to Qin Zhenghao. Boss Qin, what is the meaning of this? Are you saying that a fool has more money than sense? Qin Zhenghao smiled noncommittally. I may not dare to claim much, but I can assure you I am not lacking in funds. After a pause, he spoke with unwavering conviction. If you can rescue my son, I can offer you 10 million, or even more. From the earlier conversation, Qin Zhenghao keenly inferred that everyone at this table was an employee of Bureau 749. Although he had no concrete understanding of the Bureau's specific functions, He Yuan had emphatically stated that only they could save Qin Yuan. 10 million. Li San leapt to his feet, his breath quickening. If I had that much money, I wouldn't have to toil so hard every day. However, he sighed heavily, slowly returning to his seat. He regarded Qin Zhenghao with a deep, complex gaze. After a brief silence, he spoke with a grave expression. My apologies, Boss Qin. Please accept my condolences. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhenghao felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around his heart. He understood all too well the cruel implications behind Li San's words, yet deep down, he stubbornly refused to accept this grim reality. Staggering back a few steps, his face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. Even so, he mustered a forced smile, more painful than tears, and trembled as he asked, What do you mean by that? Li San slowly shook his head, his eyes filled with sorrow. Approximately a month prior, before the Dream Capsule store had officially opened, their people had quietly infiltrated various nightclubs, bars, and KTVs, discreetly selling dream capsules under the guise of sleep aids. On the surface, the dream capsules were marketed as remedies for insomnia, claiming to soothe the mind and alleviate sleeplessness. However, in reality, the store manager, Song Tsong, an outer disciple of the Shinzhou Beastmaster sect, had surreptitiously mixed the blood of a soul-devouring beast into the capsules, endowing them with the bizarre ability to induce dreams. The soul-devouring beast was no ordinary creature. It could consume dreams and create them anew. Once someone's dreams were devoured, they would awaken in a state of confusion between reality and dreams, unable to extricate themselves. Unless they could successfully slay the soul-devouring beast connected to them, regaining clarity would be impossible. Li San recounted this tale, and the others, including He Yuan, instinctively set down their chopsticks, their expressions turning grave as they listened intently. They understood that Li San's words were not merely directed at Qin Zhenghao but served as a cautionary tale for themselves. After all, if he only intended to inform Qin Zhenghao, there would be no need for such elaborate detail, especially regarding the mysterious realm. Li San continued. Each person harbors regrets, yearnings for the unattainable, dreams, and even illusions. He paused briefly, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. And those aspirations that are difficult to realize in the waking world can be effortlessly achieved within the realm of dreams after consuming a dream capsule. Last month, around mid-February, Qin Yuan and a group of his subordinates went to a bar for leisure. By chance, they encountered a salesperson from the dream capsule store at that time. The salesperson fervently recommended the dream capsules to Qin Yuan and his entourage. Qin Yuan, having little regard for such things, shook his head dismissively. On one hand, his life was affluent, devoid of any regrets or unfulfilled desires. On the other, he had always enjoyed sound sleep and had no need for supposed sleep aids. However, while Qin Yuan did not make a purchase, his subordinates were irresistibly tempted. At this point, Li San turned his gaze to Qin Zhenghao, acknowledging that the lifestyle of wealthy individuals like him was precisely the ideal and fantasy many yearned for. Day in and day out, they mingled with Qin Yuan, accustomed to witnessing his extravagant spending and the throngs of beautiful women around him. Naturally, the fantasies of those subordinates in their dreams revolved around becoming figures like Qin Yuan. Chapter 60. Bait. And then, Qin Zhenghao pressed, having sharply sensed that the entire incident, particularly the bizarre death of his son, was likely connected to those enigmatic dream capsules. Li San's expression turned serious as he paused before responding. As I mentioned earlier, those whose dreams have been devoured by the soul-devouring beast become ensnared in a chaotic blend of reality and dreams, unable to distinguish between the two, in a certain sense. This represents a profound distortion of perception. Those who are trapped in dreams, convinced they are Qin Yuan's subordinates, upon awakening, genuinely transform into replicas of Qin Yuan. What did you say? Qin Jinghao was struck by a chilling realization, his body freezing in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. The absurdity of this revelation surpassed the limits of his comprehension. How could it be possible for someone to metamorphose into another merely due to a dream? Qin Jinghao's emotions spiraled out of control as he nearly shouted in a frenzy. Unable to fathom such an absurdity, Li San's gaze remained calm as he regarded him, replying coolly, "After all you've witnessed tonight, do you still believe it's impossible?" This. Qin Jinghao's mind was suddenly flooded with the terrifying experiences from the strange world earlier that night. His throat constricted as if caught by an unseen force. Leaving him speechless, Li San continued, "Under normal circumstances, a distorted perception might drive someone to madness, but it would not have a tangible impact on the real world. Yet the soul-devouring beast hails from the mysterious realm, and its blood contains a unique entropy value. This causes those unable to distinguish between dreams and reality to some extent, project their dream-induced perceptions onto the real world, of course, due to the limited entropy and the fact that this cognitive shift is artificially induced. It is temporal and highly constrained. According to Song Tsang's formula, consuming one dream capsule allows some of the distorted perceptions to persist in reality for 24 hours. Once that period elapses, they revert to their original state. Consequently, anyone who has tasted the allure of the dream capsules becomes ensnared, akin to a drug addict, unable to extricate themselves. What does all this have to do with my son's death? Qin Jinghao growled softly. Li San lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring that floated in the air, seemingly carrying with it an endless weight of sorrow. Imagine one day you encounter another person who adamantly insists he is the true Qin Jinghao, while you are merely an imposter. What would you do? Upon hearing this, Qin Jinghao felt as though struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in place, his gaze vacant as he struggled to articulate a response. He finally comprehended the depth of Li San's words and understood the cause of his son's demise. Are you suggesting that those who cannot distinguish between dreams and reality, after taking on the appearance of my son, believe that Qin Yuan is the imposter and thus killed him? Qin Jinghao's voice trembled uncontrollably. Li San's expression darkened as he slowly nodded, confirming the grim reality. No, this cannot be. Qin Jinghao shook his head frantically. His face contorted with agony and fury. I dined with Qin Yuan tonight, and my subordinates reviewed the surveillance footage. Qin Yuan was taken away by the staff of the Dream Boutique this evening. Wait a moment. At this point, Qin Jinghao abruptly lifted his head, his pupils constricting sharply as if he had suddenly recalled something horrifically chilling. Unleft at that time, he was no longer my son. Qin Jinghao slowly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot and blazing like a fire, fixated on Li San. Since you know everything, why didn't you intervene? Why? His lips quivered violently, his voice laden with boundless anguish, anger, and accusation. Li San was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his face before he slowly shook his head and replied softly, I am sorry. Sorry? Is that all? Clarify your words, you scoundrel. Qin Jinghao completely lost his sanity, roaring in madness as his voice echoed throughout the gaming room. He trembled violently, fists clenched tightly, desperately wanting to confront Li San. Just at that critical moment, Xiao Tian reacted swiftly, stepping forward to firmly block him. While wiping the corner of his mouth, Xiao Tian grasped Qin Jinghao's arm and turned to Li San, saying, Director Li, I will take him away for now. You may continue. Li San nodded. I appreciate it, Captain Xiao. Not a bother, Xiao Tian replied with a grin, but then his expression turned serious as he glared at the still struggling Qin Jinghao, sternly admonishing, Behave yourself. Illegally armed personnel in possession of firearms, you must come with me with that. He forcefully pulled Qin Jinghao's arm and led him out of the gaming room. Director. Sun Xiaowu gazed at the retreating figures with a soft sigh, then turned to Li San. It was then that Li San emerged from his contemplation, his gaze somewhat dazed. His lips moved slightly, as if murmuring to himself, or perhaps seeking answers from those present. At times, should we prioritize saving the person before us, or choose an appropriate silence for the sake of the greater good? His face was etched with a look of turmoil and struggle, for in aiming to catch a big fish, one must inevitably sacrifice more bait. It was indeed a difficult predicament. His voice dwindled, sinking deep into a mire of self-doubt and conflict. For a moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, leaving no one capable of addressing this dilemma. At that juncture, Duan Wu broke the silence. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Besides, Qin Yuan was not a good person either. His death is inconsequential, so why the indecision? His voice was crisp and unhesitant, declaring that those who consumed dream capsules were no different from addicts, unworthy of sympathy. As those words left his lips, every gaze in the room converged on him. And even Li San couldn't help but scrutinize him a few extra times. Surprisingly, the profound confusion in Li San's eyes seemed to dissipate slightly at that moment. Right? I almost forgot about you. Li San suddenly exclaimed, slapping the table and glaring at He Yuyan. That 100,000, confiscated. Ha, please no. He Yuyan lamented with a face full of grievance. I am truly in a difficult position. Difficult? Nonsense. Li San shot her a sidelong glance. Continuing, tomorrow, you will shadow that boy for a day. Are you referring to the one with glasses? He Yuyan blinked in confusion, asking, have you assigned him a task? Li San shook his head, pondering. I haven't assigned him a task. But there is something he will certainly do with that. He directed his gaze toward Zhongli, inquiring, how are preparations on your end? Zhongli nodded gently, her voice firm and resolute. Tomorrow night, we can net the catch. Excellent. Li San stood up, stretching his arms in a grand yawn to loosen his joints. Then, we shall conclude for today. Tomorrow night, we will pay a visit to the Beastmaster sect. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the morning tranquility like a razor's edge. Wang Xie jolted awake from his slumber, his eyes widening in horror as he beheld the chilling cityscape below. He was alarmed to find himself perilously perched on the edge of a high-rise balcony, with an unfathomable abyss beneath him, resembling the maw of a colossal beast. Wang Xie's face turned ashen, his heart racing uncontrollably. He muttered to himself, that scared me to death. Thankfully, I sleep soundly. Had I moved even slightly, I would have plummeted to a gruesome end. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his internal terror and cautiously glanced at the street below, retreating step by step. This appeared to be Xiongchu Avenue. Evidently, he had not strayed far from the Martial District last night. Wang Xie silently rejoiced, his gaze darting nervously around. What had transpired after last night? If I had entered a somnambulistic state and left Zhang Yun's dream, would Captain Xiao have seen me while I was sleepwalking? At this thought, Wang Xie's eyes suddenly lit up, eager to clarify with Captain Xiao. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. He quickly retrieved it, and upon seeing it was a call from Xiao Tian, he couldn't help but smile. What a coincidence. Hello, Captain Xiao. What is the matter? Wang Xie answered the call politely. On the other end, Xiao Tian yawned. Zhang Yun wants to see you. Hurry to the Public Security Bureau. Chapter 61. Refund in the Martial District. The interrogation room of the Public Security Bureau. The stark white light illuminated Zhang Yun's weary and regretful face. You saw my dream last night, didn't you? After a prolonged silence, Zhang Yun slowly spoke, his voice tinged with hoarseness and uncertainty. Yes, I did. Wang Xie responded, seated across from him, nodding slightly. Can I ask you for a favor? Zhang Yun suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Wang Xie, sparkling with fervent and urgent hope. Wang Xie met his gaze for a moment, then nodded, saying, You may express your request, but I cannot guarantee assistance. You might not know, but I am merely an ordinary senior student. However, if it lies within my capabilities, I will certainly try. You can help, Zhang Yun hurriedly replied. It's not a difficult task. I just hope you can visit the hospital as my friend and convey a message to my parents. Convey a message? Yes. Tell them that Zhang Yun is unfilial, that I caused them much worry in my youth, that I have not made them proud as I've grown, and that I even delayed my father's treatment. It is truly shameful, but please, make sure to tell them that I truly, truly love them. Everything I have done was only to seek their approval. Although I chose the wrong path and went astray, this was never my intention. At this point, Zhang Yun lowered his head again, tears streaming uncontrollably, falling like a string of pearls onto the ground. I am not afraid of death, but my parents are getting old. Without that 200,000, my father may not survive this ordeal. I am truly sorry for them. I am deserving of death. I regret it. I truly regret it, however. Zhang Yun shook his head helplessly. In this world, there is no remedy for regret. Everything is of my own making. The interrogation room fell into an oppressive silence. Wang Xie, already not adept at comforting others, found himself at a loss for words. He opened his mouth but ultimately could not utter a single word. I know this request might be abrupt, and I am uncertain why I wish for you to handle this matter. Zhang Yun lifted his head. Perhaps it is because you are the only one who has genuinely reached into my heart. Wang Xie was taken aback by this remark, his pupils flickering imperceptibly. Reaching into one's heart? Perhaps, for he had indeed entered his dream. If it's merely conveying a message, then I can do that. Wang Xie nodded affirmatively. Really? Zhang Yun's face instantly brightened with joy. Then I shall entrust this to you. 10 minutes later, Wang Xie exited the interrogation room. Xiao Tian was seated on a chair in the corridor. Upon seeing him emerge, he shook his head, saying, that kind of person is not worthy of sympathy. Wang Xie glanced at him and nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is not worthy of sympathy. However, if a simple act can fulfill someone's final wish, what is wrong with that? You are quite a decent person. Xiao Tian shrugged. But it works out. That kid said that as long as you relay a message to his parents, he will testify for us, entering the fray to prove that the dream capsules are indeed contraband. This way that we can legally dismantle the dream boutique. Of course. Xiao Tian looked at Wang Xie, squinting. However, merely dismantling the dream boutique from a legal standpoint is insufficient. Unless the source is eradicated, the troubles will persist. This source will be entrusted to you. We? Wang Xie scratched his head, looking bewildered. I have yet to receive any work notifications. Even yesterday was merely a coincidence. Coincidence? Xiao Tian smiled and waved his hand. All right, you go take care of your business. Only after you finish can I commence my work here. Just then, Wang Xie, about to leave, suddenly recalled something and turned back to ask, what will be the final outcome for Zhang Yun? With his back to him, Xiao Tian slowly replied, an eye for an eye. It is only just. Outside the Public Security Bureau, the sun shone brightly. Suddenly, Wang Xie felt as though the shadow beneath his feet had shifted slightly. Was it an illusion? Rubbing his eyes to confirm the shadow was indeed normal, he proceeded towards the nearest bus stop, in the Dream Specialty Store. It seemed the events of the previous night had not affected business, as a long queue remained outside, primarily comprised of young individuals sporting dark circles under their eyes. They appeared in poor spirits, and though they were barely in their 20s, they looked more haggard than those in their 50s. However, within the queue was an exception, a boy in a second high school uniform, looking exceptionally well, clearly someone who rarely suffered from insomnia. This boy was Wang Xie. When it was Wang Xie's turn, a cheerful saleswoman greeted him warmly. Good day, sir. May I introduce you to the benefits of dream capsules? Huh. Being addressed as sir for the first time, Wang Xie's face flushed, and he quickly waved his hand. No, miss. I'm here to request a refund for a friend. A refund? Upon hearing those words, the saleswoman's enthusiastic smile instantly faltered, her demeanor shifting 180 degrees as she impatiently inquired, why do you need a refund? Well, Wang Xie scratched his head, fabricating an explanation that my friend recently took a night job, so he hasn't had the chance to use them, but he could eat after his night shift and sleep during the day. Right? The saleswoman clearly did not wish to grant Wang Xie a refund, as it affected her performance. Wang Xie was not adept at lying. His face turned bright red as he stammered, my friend? He has been working all night and is utterly exhausted, collapsing into bed the moment he returns home. The issue of insomnia has virtually ceased to exist. So, Wang Xie's voice dwindled, yearning for a refund. The saleswoman, still seeking a reason to deny him, noticed the line growing longer and complaints starting to ripple from those waiting behind, so she reluctantly waved her hand. Fine. What is your friend's name? I'll check how many capsules he has left and convert that into cash for you. That's wonderful, you're so kind. Wang Xie sighed in relief and quickly replied, my friend's name is Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun? All right, please hold on. The saleswoman nodded and returned inside. In just 2 or 3 minutes. She emerged after verifying the information. Well? Wang Xie anxiously rubbed his hands together. The saleswoman smiled politely and said, Zhang Yun purchased 7 dream capsules for 200,000. After deducting 2 capsules, a total of 35,000. We can refund you 165,165. Wang Xie's jaw dropped. As far as I know, Zhang Yun only consumed 1 capsule, right? Why deduct 2 capsules for 35,000? The saleswoman's smile faded as she explained. 1 dream capsule costs 15,000, and the second one increases by 5,000, totaling 20,000 combined. That S35,000. Didn't your friend mention this to you? Furthermore, although Zhang Yun only consumed one, the second one was also prepared. This medication is custom-made for clients, and once prepared, it cannot be refunded. Thus, a total of 35,000 is deducted. Any questions? Wang Xie hesitated for a moment and quickly replied. No questions, of course not. After all, he never intended to ask for a refund. After leaving the Public Security Bureau, Wang Xie did not immediately head to the hospital. He thought it best to visit the Dream Specialty Store first to see if he could retrieve Zhang Yun's money. After all, Zhang Yun had only consumed one capsule, and 200,000 Shun Ti just vanished. If he could recover even a portion, it might save Zhang Yun's father's life. However, Wang Xie did not inform Xiao Tian about his intention to seek a refund at the Dream Specialty Store. If Xiao Tian found out, he would undoubtedly intervene. After all, if Zhang Yun testified, the Dream Specialty Store would be classified as an illegal organization. In such a scenario, the money spent on Dream capsules would be deemed drug funds, which would be confiscated. Thus, Wang Xie kept it to himself and ventured alone to the Dream Specialty Store, demonstrating considerable courage. However, what if the staff at the store were reasonable? As it turned out, they indeed proved to be quite accommodating, refunding him 165,000. Yet, was it not too easy? They didn't even further verify his relationship with Zhang Yun. Was that reasonable? Regardless, Wang Xie cautiously stuffed the money into his backpack, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and hurriedly left. On the third floor of the Dream Specialty Store, Song Tsang stood by the window, observing Wang Xie squeezing out of the queue. Hurriedly departing, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Follow that kid, have him relay a message to Zhang Yun. If he doesn't want his parents to die, he better keep his mouth shut. Understood. Chapter 62. I have a plan. The heart races with love like a raging fire. You smile, and the mad one is me with the refund in hand. Wang Xie's spirits soared as he walked down the street, unconsciously humming a tune. However, his singing left much to be desired, and passers-by grimaced, some even covering their ears. Strangely, even his shadow seemed to be tormented by the melody, as if it too were covering its ears. Yet, lost in joy, Wang Xie remained oblivious to this peculiar change. Don't move. As the saying goes, too much joy brings sorrow. Just as Wang Xie was about to finish his song, he suddenly felt a sharp object pressed against his waist. He froze instantly, his mind blank. Big brother. Wang Xie instinctively raised his hands high, his voice quivering. I don't have any money. The man behind him was momentarily taken aback by this response, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards the backpack Wang Xie clutched tightly to his chest. Inside that bag was the recently refunded 165,000, hardly a lack of funds. At that moment, Wang Xie's heart sank. It was over. He had definitely attracted someone's attention while seeking a refund at the Dream Specialty Store. Should he call the police? But if he did, Xiao Tian would undoubtedly learn about his refund and the money he had obtained. If he found out, that money would likely be confiscated as funds associated with an illegal organization. Zhang Yun's father's life-saving money would be lost. What to do? What should he do? Just as Wang Xie was at a loss, the man behind him spoke. You can keep the money, but I need you to do me a favor. What favor? As soon as the words left Wang Xie's mouth, he realized something was amiss. Was this person not here to rob him? The man's voice was as dull as an old radio as he replied. Let's talk somewhere else. Without waiting for Wang Xie's consent, he forcefully placed a hand on Wang Xie's shoulder, half embracing him as he led him down a secluded alley. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Xie discreetly glanced at the man's features. That familiar feeling. The man was clad in a black suit, holding a black briefcase, with a stern expression and hollow, lifeless eyes. It was him. Wang Xie suddenly remembered that this was the same man who had conducted the transaction with Zhang Yun the previous night. Wang Xie was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Dream Specialty Store, nor was he privy to the matters concerning Song Tsang and the Beast Control sect. He had no idea that employees of the store fell into two categories. One was the normal staff, like the saleswoman who had attended to him earlier. The other, like the man before him, was responsible for sales and handling the store's unsavory dealings, effectively functioning as a puppet of the underworld. After entering the alley, the man spoke directly. The money refunded to you can be kept, but I need you to do me a favor. Wang Xie did not respond immediately, instead scanning his surroundings. He realized the alley was a dead end, with the man standing before him like a wall, blocking the sole exit. In short, he had no way to escape. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xie decided to observe the situation and asked, "What is it?" "Quite simple," the man replied. "I want you to relay a message to Zhang Yun. If he doesn't want his parents to die, it's best he keeps his mouth shut and doesn't he speak out." Gasp! Hearing this, Wang Xie instinctively inhaled sharply. At that moment, he understood the man's identity and intentions. The Dream Specialty Store must have already learned about Zhang Yun's arrest. This man was undoubtedly sent by the store. They feared Zhang Yun would testify and classify the Dream Specialty Store as an illegal organization. Thus, when Wang Xie sought a refund earlier, the store staff deduced his close connection to Zhang Yun. They intended to use him to deliver a message to Zhang Yun, essentially threatening him with the safety of his parents to keep him silent. Damn it, what should he do now? Wang Xie clenched his teeth and took a step back. At this point, he was not particularly concerned about his own safety. After all, if he pretended to comply, he should be able to escape. What worried him most was the safety of Zhang Yun's parents. Considering that they dared to make such an overt threat, it was highly likely they had already taken Zhang Yun's parents captive. Wang Xie took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. "So, what will it be, young man? Have you made your decision?" the man asked. Wang Xie hesitated for a moment, lifted his head, and feigned a relaxed demeanor as he replied, "No problem at all." "Oh?" Upon witnessing the ease with which the male salesperson acquiesced, Wang Xie narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of mockery flickering in his gaze. In an effort to gain the other party's trust, he flashed a seemingly sincere smile and remarked, "You may not be aware, but my relationship with Zhang Yun is rather mediocre. We are merely acquaintances, at best, sharing the occasional drink. Last night, he boasted to me about spending 200,000 on drugs, flaunting his substantial financial resources. I couldn't help but remain vigilant. Lo and behold, today, my uncle who works at the police station informed me that he has been arrested. I thought to myself, isn't this a splendid opportunity? If he has been apprehended, surely he couldn't have consumed all the drugs in one day. Thus, I approached your establishment with the mindset of trial, seeking a refund. Oh, my surprise, you all were quite accommodating and granted it. So, rest assured, I will certainly convey this message to you." "Such a thoughtful child," the male salesperson remarked, his gaze fixed intently upon Wang Xie, a grin that lacked warmth stretching across his face. "However, we must still adhere to the necessary procedures." "Procedures? What procedures?" An intense wave of unease surged within Wang Xie. The salesperson then opened his briefcase and produced a black pill. Before Wang Xie could react, the salesperson lunged forward like a leopard, delivering a forceful punch to Wang Xie's abdomen. The impact sent a jolt of excruciating pain through him, causing his stomach to churn violently, and he instinctively retched, releasing bile in that frantic moment. The salesperson swiftly shoved the pill into Wang Xie's mouth while covering his lips to prevent him from expelling it. Wang Xie struggled desperately, and amidst the chaos, he caught a glimpse of a shadow moving beneath him once more. This time, he could see it clearly. There was no mistaking it. Yet, Wang Xie's pupils dilated in shock, intensifying his struggle. With all his might, he managed to squeeze out two words, "Don't move." The previously agitated shadow seemed to sense something, immediately falling silent before gradually returning to its original state. This all transpired in an instant, as the male salesperson, focused solely on forcing Wang Xie to ingest the pill, failed to notice the unusual movement beneath him, mistakenly believing that "don't move" was directed at him. A sinister smile crept onto the salesperson's lips as he inserted two fingers into the gap of Wang Xie's open mouth, pushing the pill down his throat. With a resigned gulp, Wang Xie had no choice but to swallow it, and only then did the salesperson release his grip, stepping back while wiping his fingers. Maintaining a smirk that was neither genuine nor kind, at that moment, Wang Xie crouched on the ground, retching incessantly. Yet, it was already too late. The pill had long descended down his throat, rendering it impossible to expel. "What did you just make me swallow?" Wang Xie exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. The violent struggle and choking had left his eyes bloodshot, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. The male salesperson shrugged, chuckling as he replied, "A type of poison. But do not worry. As long as you obediently relay the message to Zhang Yun, I will provide you with the antidote at this same time tomorrow, right here in this alley." With that, he offered Wang Xie a feigned polite smile before swaggering away from the alley. Once certain that the salesperson had receded into the distance, Wang Xie exhaled a sigh of relief. Collapsing onto the ground, he gasped for air, appearing disheveled, yet his eyes radiated an unusual calmness. "Why did you stop me?" A hoarse voice emanated from beneath him. "I could have killed that guy 7 times in 3 seconds. No." Wang Xie shook his head gravely. "If you kill him here, the Dream Specialty Store will certainly take notice. In that case, Zhang Yun's parents would be in real danger." Upon hearing this, the shadow below fell silent. He Yuan never anticipated that, at such a critical juncture pertaining to his own life, this youth would still be considering the welfare of others. What should we do now? Should we inform Xiao Tian or return to the bureau to find the chief? He Yuan inquired. "We can't involve Xiao Tian," Wang Xie asserted, hoisting his backpack once more, his gaze resolute. "If this matter brings Xiao Tian into the fray, the money will be lost. You are even more money-minded than I am. Your life is at stake, and yet you still think about money," He Yuan teased. "So, we are left with the option of seeking the chief? The chief? That won't do either. This matter is unrelated to Bureau 749. It's trouble I have brought upon myself. Mixing personal issues with work will surely displease the higher-ups. That is a significant workplace taboo." Wang Xie shook his head, then suddenly jolted as if struck by a realization. "Wait, you mentioned the chief. Could it be that you are Dada? You finally figured it out?" He Yuan chuckled. "Indeed, we are colleagues. But hasn't the chief already been informed?" Wang Xie's expression fell into despair. He Yuan's eyes twinkled as he said, "The chief knows nothing. My visit to you is purely a personal endeavor." "Personal endeavor?" Wang Xie was momentarily taken aback, then a smile of relief broke across his face. "That's wonderful. Please, senior, keep this a secret for me." Keeping secrets is not an issue, but if you refuse to leverage the resources of Bureau 749 and don't want Xiao Tian involved, how do you plan to resolve this matter? "Well?" Wang Xie pondered for a moment before glancing at the shadow beneath him, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "What are you laughing at, senior? You just mentioned you could kill that salesperson 7 times in 3 seconds. Is that true?" "Of course. What are you questioning?" "Then I have a plan. Let us go to the hospital." Wang Xie rose, sniffing back tears, an unusual fierceness igniting in his eyes. Chapter 63. Believing in the good on the bus heading towards Wu District. Wang Xie observed a woman who appeared to be pregnant board the vehicle. He promptly stood up to offer his seat, wearing a warm smile as he internally anticipated a word of thanks. However, reality delivered an unexpected response. The woman rolled her eyes dismissively. "What's wrong with you? I just had a bit too much for breakfast." As soon as the words escaped her lips, Wang Xie found himself enveloped in a wave of acute embarrassment. Wishing he could leap out of the nearest window. "Ha ha, how amusing, brother. You are quite the character today." In just 4 short stops, he first offered his seat to an elderly gentleman, only for the gentleman to decline, insisting he was perfectly capable. Next, he yielded his seat to an elderly lady with a child, only to be chastised for his slow reaction, with the child wiping their snot on his pants. Despite the trials, he maintained his composure. Coincidentally, just as he vacated his seat, one opened up again at the next stop. Yet, before he could settle in, he was compelled to give it away once more. Still met with ungratefulness. No thanks, only reprimands. Most people, after facing such indignities, would have refrained from further self-deprecation. Even the kind-hearted, after being scolded by the elderly lady, would likely hesitate to offer their seat again. Not you, though. You persevered and were once again rebuked. I genuinely wish I could interview you. What are your thoughts now? He Yuan's voice drifted to Wang Xie, audible only to him, as he stood amidst the throng of passengers. He gazed out the window, his expression tranquil, devoid of disappointment or anger. After a brief silence, he replied, "It is not because of beauty that one chooses to believe. Rather, it is through belief that beauty is manifested." "What?" He Yuan momentarily faltered, unable to grasp the profundity of Wang Xie's statement. How could the concepts of belief and beauty possibly relate to yielding a seat, brother? At that moment, a child gently tugged at Wang Xie's shirt. He looked down to see the child, the very grandchild of the elderly lady from earlier, wiping his nose. "We're about to reach our stop. Grandma is calling you over to sit." Wang Xie affectionately ruffled the child's hair and smiled. "Well then, I want to be polite." "Hee, no need to be polite. That seat was yours to begin with. Grandma told me to learn from you, and to remember to give my seat to those in need when I grow up." The child tilted his head, eyes wide with admiration, oblivious to the snot nearly reaching his mouth as he grinned broadly. With a steady thud, The bus came to a halt, the doors creaking open. And the elderly lady approached. As she walked past Wang Xie, her expression remained somewhat acerbic, yet she still nodded in his direction. Wang Xie returned the gesture with a slight bow, a gentle smile gracing his face. As another wave of passengers boarded, the bus commenced its journey once more. Wow, what incredible luck today! In such a crowded bus, there's actually an empty seat. A man in his 30s with a heavy gold chain around his neck boarded. Still clad in a fur coat despite it being March. The seat vacated by the elderly lady now lay empty, yet Wang Xie had yet to make his way over. The man caught sight of the vacant seat with a swiftness akin to that of a leopard. He deftly maneuvered through the crowd, swiftly reaching the spot beside the empty chair, not forgetting to cast a triumphant smile towards Wang Xie. Observing this, Wang Xie could only chuckle helplessly, shrugging his shoulders in resignation as he prepared to turn away. However, just as the man was about to plop himself down, the elderly gentleman who had previously boasted of his robustness and insisted he did not require a seat from Wang Xie suddenly stretched out his hand to block him. "What do you think you're doing? Trying to steal a seat from an old man?" The elder's eyes widened as he bellowed, his voice resonating powerfully, a testament to his vigorous health. Although the man considered retorting, faced with the imposing figure of the elder, he could only spit under his breath in frustration and depart begrudgingly. The elder shot the man a sidelong glance before calling out to Wang Xie. "Hey kid, I'm quite robust, so this seat is for you." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man, who was about to leave, stumbled slightly and couldn't help but exclaim an expletive. "What the heck?" Wang Xie, not one to decline, acknowledged with a nod and settled into the seat. How intriguing that the voice of the black kite drifted through the air once more. Wang Xie, seated comfortably, continued to gaze out the window and suddenly inquired, "By the way, may I know your esteemed name? You may call me Mr. He." The journey continued without further incident, and soon they arrived at the next stop. "Here you go." Wang Xie lifted his head to find the woman he had mistakenly thought was pregnant standing before him. A small cake in hand. "I study traditional Chinese medicine, and I noticed your complexion seemed off, as if you hadn't had breakfast." Saying this, she unceremoniously thrust the cake into Wang Xie's hands. Before he could utter a word of refusal, she turned and exited the vehicle. "Wait." Wang Xie opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally said, "Actually, I'm not particularly fond of cake." He shook his head in resignation, casting a glance at the small cake in his hands, only to notice another smear of nasal discharge on the hem of his clothing. Wang Xie thought the atmosphere was stifling in the inpatient department on the 3rd floor of the People's Hospital in the Wu district. The wards were overcrowded, with makeshift beds lining the corridors, filled with patients in urgent need of treatment. On a temporary bed near the restroom lay a middle-aged man, his eyes tightly shut, lost in slumber. Beside the bed, a gray-haired woman leaned against him, her face etched with fatigue. That moment, Dr. Zhang, clad in a white coat, approached. Having worked in the hospital for many years, he was well aware of the difficulties faced by patients and their families. Dr. Zhang glanced at the sleeping man, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes, before gently patting the woman's shoulder. The woman abruptly lifted her head, her bloodshot eyes revealing the toll of sleepless nights. "Dr. Zhang," she stammered, her voice laced with desperation and helplessness. Dr. Zhang let out a soft sigh, his gaze filled with resignation. He gestured towards the crowded patients and beds surrounding them, saying, "Madam, today marks the final deadline. You can see the current situation for yourself. The scarcity of beds in the inpatient department is dire. If you cannot gather the surgical fees today, this position," he paused, slowly shaking his head, his meaning clear without further elaboration. The woman panicked, hastily pleading, "Dr. Zhang, I beg you, grant me a little more time. At most 3 days. I will definitely gather the surgical fees within that time." 3 days? Dr. Zhang frowned, a troubled expression crossing his face. "Madam, you said the same 3 days ago. I have truly done my utmost. I have already secured much time for you. To be frank, do you have any idea how many people are waiting behind you for this position? They are not short on funds and are even willing to pay more, yet I have turned them all away. I have been as accommodating as I can be. But rules are rules." Dr. Zhang's tone turned resolute. "If you cannot raise the surgical fees today, I will have to ask you to discharge." With that, he sighed once more and turned to leave. The woman watched his retreating figure, a wave of helplessness and despair surging within her. Over the past few days, she had scoured every corner, exhausting all means to gather the surgical fees. Yet, those who had once proclaimed brotherhood and familial ties, upon learning of her plight, either shut their doors or vanished completely. The meager savings she had were barely enough to cover the hospital fees, leaving her far from the surgical costs. In desperation, she had considered selling her house, only to discover it had long been mortgaged by Zhang Yun, leaving her family burdened with debt. In that moment, she felt she had plunged into an abyss of despair. With no way to escape, the woman lowered her head, her eyes filled with sorrow and helplessness as she glanced at her still sleeping husband, whispering, "Perhaps this is our fate." Chapter 64. The rules due to a brain tumor. Zhang Shou spent most of his day in a state of slumber. Without timely surgery, he risked remaining in this unconscious state until his vital signs completely faded away, leaving this world forever. Diagonally across from Zhang Shou's bed sat two men whose demeanor and attire starkly contrasted with those in the hospital. At that moment, they occasionally cast glances toward Zhang Shou and his wife. "Hey Pai, you keep an eye out for a bit. I need a smoke." One of the slimmer men nudged the taller black man beside him, making a gesture as if to light a cigarette. The tall black man grinned, displaying a row of pearly whites, and replied in halting Mandarin, "Go ahead, Shou-gu. I'll keep watch here." Shou-gu nodded and hurriedly made his way towards the hallway in this hospital. The corridor had long been unofficially designated as a smoking area. Shou-gu stood by the window, leisurely puffing away, reveling in the moment. "Hey, can I borrow a light?" A bright, youthful voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Shou-gu turned to see a bespectacled boy standing there, looking quite innocent and cheerful, beaming at him. "Hee." Shou-gu eyed the boy skeptically and teased, "Are you of age? Trying to smoke like the adults?" "I am of age, bro." The boy nodded with a smile, explaining, "I'm 22 this year. I just have a baby face that doesn't show my age. Is that so?" Shou-gu scrutinized him again, estimating that the boy was at most 18 or 19, possibly even younger. However, he didn't dwell on it, recalling that he had started smoking at the tender age of 14. "Here you go." Shou-gu shrugged and pulled a lighter from his pocket, handing it to the boy while adding, "Cigarettes are just so. One day, I'll take you to experience something more thrilling." "What kind of thrilling things?" the boy asked playfully as he accepted the lighter. Meanwhile, Shou-gu remained oblivious to the flicker of anxiety and panic that flashed in the boy's eyes. "Hee, I'll tell you when we have time." Why aren't you lighting up?" Noticing that the boy was standing still with the lighter in hand but making no move to smoke, Shou-gu frowned. "Oh well?" The boy chuckled awkwardly and then returned the lighter, saying, "Sorry, bro. I forgot to bring cigarettes." "Forgot to bring cigarettes?" Shou-gu took back the lighter, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized the boy. "You know what? My bad, I'll just go grab a pack. You take your time." With that, the boy hurriedly dashed down the stairs. This action only deepened Shou-gu's suspicions. Something felt off. This kid was definitely up to something. Shou-gu abruptly discarded his cigarette, extinguishing it with his foot, and immediately sprinted after him. "Mr. He, you almost got me killed," Wang Xie exclaimed, desperately quickening his pace to escape the scene while muttering under his breath. At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed, "He, you never made it clear to me that your plan involved me acting as a muscle to help Zhang Yun's parents deal with those tailing them." A look of embarrassment washed over Wang Xie's face as he hurriedly explained, "Come on, we're colleagues. Shouldn't we help each other out? You help me, I help you. What could you possibly help me with?" Black Kite scoffed, continuing, "Besides, don't colleagues typically just betray each other?" "Well?" Wang Xie was momentarily at a loss for words and had no retort. Meanwhile, he swiftly pulled out his phone, using the screen's reflection to glance behind him. The moment he did, his expression changed dramatically as he gasped, "Oh no, that guy is catching up. That's not my problem. The 749 Bureau has rules against employees taking action against ordinary citizens." Black Kite replied in a flat tone. Originally, Wang Xie had a simple plan. Upon discovering that the shadow behind him was a capable colleague, he intended to enlist their help in eliminating the surveillance around Zhang Yun's parents. However, to his surprise, those tailing Zhang Yun's parents were not bizarre agents but rather ordinary individuals. "Kid, where do you think you're going? Stop right there," Shou-gu shouted, his voice echoing through the stairwell. Wang Xie, having rushed to the first floor, was still catching his breath when Shou-gu, like a rabid dog, was hot on his heels. Suddenly, The slender man exerted his strength, leaping high into the air, and with a loud thud, he forcefully brought Wang Xie crashing to the ground. Behave yourself, don't move. Despite his seemingly frail physique, the slender man possessed an astonishing strength. He pressed one hand firmly on Wang Xie's head, glaring menacingly as he interrogated. Kid, tell me, which path do you walk? Wang Xie inhaled deeply, grinning. Me? I walk the path of the common folk. How dare you mock me? The slender man's fury erupted at his words, and his other hand rose high, ready to strike down upon Wang Xie's head. In that critical moment, two crackling sounds erupted, as the motion sensor lights in the stairwell flickered violently, as if provoked by some unseen force. In that fleeting instant of illumination, an extraordinary scene unfolded. It became vividly apparent that Wang Xie's shadow, which had appeared normal beneath him, was suddenly stretched by an invisible force, elongating dramatically. Shortly thereafter, the elongated shadow seemed to come alive, rapidly curling around the slender man's head in a bizarre manner. In the blink of an eye, the formerly flat shadow underwent a remarkable transformation, coalescing into a massive hammer. This hammer appeared weighty, exuding a chilling and perilous aura. With a resounding thud, the hammer struck, echoing throughout the stairwell. The slender man had no time to utter a sound. His eyes rolled back, his body slackened, and he collapsed, unconscious, falling heavily upon Wang Xie. Cough, cough. Wang Xie struggled to breathe under the weight, exerting considerable effort to roll over and push the slender man's limp body aside. Mr. He, the 749 Bureau, wasn't it stipulated that one cannot act against ordinary people? Wang Xie inquired. The elongated shadow, upon hearing this, swayed in the air as if nodding. Following that, a hoarse, deep voice emanated from the shadow. Not being able to strike first does not mean one cannot retaliate. The task of the Black Kite is to protect Wang Xie. When Wang Xie is in danger, she is permitted to act. There is a distinction between acting first and retaliating when threatened. Of course, the situation with Qin Zhenghao was different. Rules can be rigid or flexible, depending on the individual. Chapter 65. The surgical fee that was far too dangerous. Thankfully, Mr. He acted in time. Wang Xie stood up, gazing at the slender man, still feeling a sense of dread. The Black Kite inquired, knowing the danger, you still dared to come. Wang Xie scratched his head, his cheeks flushing as he chuckled. Well, I had Mr. He with me, heh heh. The Black Kite, now transformed into a shadow, fell into silence. From her perspective, it was difficult to comprehend Wang Xie's actions and motivations. Zhang Yun had merely asked Wang Xie to relay a message to Zhang Shou and his wife. Yet, Wang Xie had independently decided to visit the Dream Specialty Store to retrieve the money for Zhang Yun's medication, ultimately aiming to resolve the medical expenses for Zhang Shou and his wife. But why was he so compelled to do this? According to the information the Black Kite possessed, Wang Xie's primary persona was just an ordinary high school student, with a character that was somewhat timid and cowardly. Would someone of such disposition knowingly venture into a perilous situation, especially when aware of the issues surrounding the Dream Specialty Store? It seemed unlikely. Moreover, he had no familial ties to Zhang Yun. In fact, when Zhang Yun dreamt of Qin Yuan, he had nearly killed Wang Xie. Given these circumstances, Wang Xie's motives became even more elusive. Now, what should we do? Wang Xie's voice timely interrupted the Black Kite's thoughts. She snapped back to reality, only to find Wang Xie staring at the slender man, his expression clouded with worry. He looked around, rubbed his chin, adjusted his glasses, appearing quite flustered. What are you doing? Suffering from anxiety? The Black Kite couldn't help but retort. Wang Xie sighed. I was just thinking, we can't just leave him here, can we? What? Are you worried he'll catch a cold from lying on the ground? The Black Kite teased. That's not it, Wang Xie frowned. It's just that it's not right for a living person to be lying here. Besides, if he wakes up and can't find us, he'll definitely threaten Zhang Yun's parents. At that point, he will surely think that the person who attacked him is connected to those he was guarding. Heh, you're not foolish after all, the Black Kite scoffed. So, are you just going to stir up trouble and leave the mess for others to clean up? Wang Xie was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. Indeed, in his impulsiveness to deal with the threat against Zhang Yun's parents, he hadn't considered that this wouldn't truly eliminate the safety hazard. As long as the Dream Specialty Store existed, Zhang Yun's parents could never be truly safe. All right, let me tell you, the Black Kite said, shaking the black hammer. Tonight, The Bureau will launch an operation against the Dream Specialty Store if all goes according to plan. By the end of the operation, the Dream Specialty Store will cease to exist. Really? That's wonderful. Wang Xie's eyes brightened, his previous gloom dissipating, replaced by joy. The Black Kite continued, what you need to do now is call Xiao Tian and have him come to clean up this mess. With that, the Black Hammer lightly tapped the slender man's head. But Wang Xie hesitated. The Black Kite saw through his thoughts and said, this guy is likely from the Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce. His background is certainly not clean. A thorough investigation will reveal everything. This is a golden opportunity for Xiao Tian to earn some merit. He'll be thrilled. As for the explanation, just say you were targeted while visiting Zhang Yun's parents. And then you subdued him. It's entirely reasonable. Is it really reasonable? Wang Xie glanced at the slender man on the ground, gulping. Do I have the strength to knock someone out? You are a member of the 749 Bureau. You do, the Black Kite asserted, her voice stern. Following these leads, Xiao Tian might even take down the Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce in one fell swoop, achieving two goals at once. In this way, both the overt Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce and the covert Dream Specialty Store will be dismantled today, restoring peace to Jiang City. Wang Xie contemplated for a moment, feeling that Mr. Hei's words were indeed reasonable. He hurriedly dialed Xiao Tian's number, relaying the situation as instructed by Mr.Hei. Expected. Xiao Tian not only did not question him but was also exceedingly excited, exclaiming that he would come immediately. By the way, is it just one person? Xiao Tian inquired before hanging up. Just as Wang Xie was about to nod, he suddenly heard a voice with a heavy accent coming from upstairs. Brother Shou? Brother Shou? Are you there? Is your cigarette done? Let's switch. I want to smoke one too. As soon as the voice fell, the Black Hammer shot up the slender man's shadow towards the upstairs, followed by a loud crash. Wang Xie was momentarily stunned, then added, now it's two people. The corridor of the inpatient department was not wide, yet it vividly portrayed the myriad aspects of life, conveying the sorrows of human suffering. Here, each day bore witness to the poignant farewells of life and death, the profound sadness of eternal separation, and the helplessness of a life worse than death. Madam, it's time, Dr. Zhang softly announced as he stood by the bedside. The comatose Zhang Shou lay still, while his wife slowly raised her head, her murky eyes gradually focusing. She opened her mouth, seemingly seeking more time, yet ultimately fell silent, for she understood that even with more time, she could not gather the funds for the surgery. Resigned, she could only nod in acceptance. Seeing her cease her protests, Dr. Zhang sighed in relief, gesturing for several nurses to bring a wheelchair forward, preparing to lift the unconscious Zhang Shou from the bed. Wait! At that moment, Wang Xie rushed in. Dr. Zhang turned to him, his brow slightly furrowed. Wang Xie glanced at Zhang Shou on the bed, his eyes flickering, then asked, excuse me, how much is the surgical fee for Mr. Zhang Shou? Dr. Zhang scrutinized the ordinary-looking boy in front of him, shaking his head. The surgical fee is approximately 140,000, and with hospitalization and medication costs, it totals around 170,000.170,000. Wang Xie pondered for a moment, then inquired, can it be paid in cash? Ah? Dr. Zhang was taken aback, clearly caught off guard. After a moment's silence, he nodded, yes, that's good. Wang Xie grinned, nurse sisters, please hold on for a moment. The nurses turned to look at Dr. Zhang, who frowned, uncertain of the boy's intentions. I apologize, doctor. Wang Xie exclaimed, slapping his forehead. The thing is, I'm here to deliver the surgical fee for Uncle Zhang Shou. Chapter 66. Leave the future to tomorrow. What? The wife, who had been lingering by Zhang Shou's side, dazed, suddenly stood up, staring at Wang Xie in disbelief. What did you say? Wang Xie smiled gently and asked, Auntie, you must be Zhang Yun's mother, right? Upon hearing Zhang Yun's name, the woman's expression darkened instantly and she sighed heavily. I have no such son. Wang Xie was momentarily taken aback and quickly explained, Auntie, you have misunderstood Zhang Yun. Things are not as you think. The woman turned her head, waving her hand, about to speak, but Wang Xie directly interrupted her. Auntie, it was actually Zhang Yun who sent me to deliver money to you. Zhang Yun? Upon hearing this, the woman finally turned to face Wang Xie. Her eyes still filled with skepticism. Impossible. She wouldn't even ask us for money, let alone send money. That is absolutely impossible. It's true. Wang Xie stepped forward, moving beside her, and unzipped his backpack to reveal a corner inside. The woman looked down, and her pupils dilated sharply. Inside the backpack lay stacks of red bills, neatly arranged. "Is this truly from Zhang Yun?" the lady inquired, astonishment evident in her voice. Wang Xie wore a warm smile as he replied, "How could it be anything but true?" Yet, the lady remained skeptical. "But is this money truly for us?" "Here you go," Wang Xie said without hesitation, thrusting the backpack into her hands. The lady stood there, clutching the backpack, momentarily frozen in disbelief. "Auntie," Wang Xie patiently explained, "the money Zhang Yun borrowed from you was not for any nefarious purpose. He invested it. You know, investments can yield both profits and losses. Unfortunately, he faced misfortune and lost everything. Yet, he was unwilling to accept defeat, determined to recover his losses, which led him to continually seek your assistance. He has expressed to me on more than one occasion his fervent desire to achieve something great, to make Uncle proud, and to ensure you both can enjoy a better life. However, many things in this world do not unfold as one wishes. Thankfully, Zhang Yun's realization came before it was too late. He has resolved to earn money through honest means. My family owns a furniture factory in another city, and after he shared your circumstances with me, he earnestly requested an advance on his salary for 2 years. Approximately 160,000 yuan. Essentially, Wang Xie gestured towards the backpack in the lady's embrace. "This money represents Zhang Yun's wages. Oh, and I nearly forgot," Wang Xie exclaimed, tapping his forehead and pulling out a small bundle of cash. "Auntie, I am Wang Xie, a friend of Zhang Yun. I heard about Uncle's illness, and though I have been unable to visit, I feel deeply regretful. Here is 8,000 yuan, a small token of my goodwill. Please accept it." With that, Wang Xie disregarded the lady's tear-filled, astonished gaze and firmly placed the money in her hands. "Child, I cannot accept this money. Granting Yuner a chance for a fresh start is more than enough for us." The lady attempted to return the money to Wang Xie, but he took a step back and earnestly stated, "Auntie, Zhang Yun has one more message for you and Uncle. He said he has always loved you both." Outside the hospital, Wang Xie stood tall, a smile gracing his lips. "Well done. You gave them 165,000 yuan and even contributed 8,000 from your own pocket." Heiyuan teased. At this remark, Wang Xie's earlier bravado dissipated. His head drooping and his chest sagging, resembling a deflated balloon, devoid of energy. "I thought you were indifferent to money," Heiyuan chuckled. Wang Xie, head bowed, sighed softly. "I am quite impoverished. It's already noon, and I haven't even had breakfast." "Then why pretend to be a hero?" Heiyuan queried, puzzled. "No one would know you received a refund from Zhang Yun. You could keep part of it without anyone being the wiser. Even if you choose not to take this money, there's no need to chip in to make up that 170,000. Have you ever heard the saying?" Wang Xie shrugged and responded, "It's ironic how one who struggles so much cannot bear to witness the suffering of others." Heiyuan snorted derisively. "There is suffering all around. Can you possibly address it all? Taking care of your own well-being is what truly matters. Perhaps you're right." Wang Xie tilted his head back, allowing the sunlight to wash over his face, muttering, "But since I have encountered this situation, I cannot simply turn a blind eye." Heiyuan paused, slightly taken aback, then retorted with a cold smile, "Then go ahead and starve." Wang Xie retrieved a piece of cake from his pocket, unwrapped it with a grimace, and took a reluctant bite, saying, "Sometimes, giving also brings rewards, although I truly dislike sweets." As he spoke, he hastily finished the cake, however. Heiyuan hesitated before stating, "Zhang Yun is ultimately a murderer. You have now given his parents a glimmer of hope. When they discover the truth later, won't that cause them even greater pain?" Wang Xie was momentarily stunned by this observation, but soon shook his head. One must face the consequences. A life for a life is only just. However, this truth need not be revealed at this juncture. As for the future, we shall leave that for later. "That makes sense," Heiyuan nodded. "What are your plans now?" "I have no idea." Wang Xie wandered aimlessly down the street. Having resigned from his convenience store job upon joining the 749 Bureau.as for school, due to his association with the Bureau, he had been granted admission to one of the top 4 universities in Huaguo, even having a chance to enter the military academy, rendering a return to school unnecessary. After all, Duanwu had also not attended school. If he were to return without Duanwu's protection, he could easily become a target for bullying. This newfound idleness left Wang Xie, accustomed to a busy life, feeling somewhat at a loss. As night fell, a shroud of darkness enveloped the land. The Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital appeared eerie under the night sky. A bus parked at its entrance, its engine silent, the contours of the vehicle obscured by the shadows. Song Tsang stood before the bus, his figure appearing frail under the dim streetlights. His gaze was fixed intently on the hospital's entrance, his eyes betraying an elusive excitement and fervor. Before long, the gate creaked open, and a line of individuals emerged, clad in blue and white striped patient uniforms, 2 by 2, their movements mechanical and sluggish. Counting them revealed a total of 16. They seemed to be drawn forward by an invisible thread, slowly making their way towards the bus. At the forefront was a staff member from the hospital, his expression stern. He gave a slight nod to Song Tsang before swiftly returning indoors. Upon witnessing this, Song Tsang raised his hand in a gesture, and almost simultaneously, the bus doors swung open with a loud clang. At that moment, Song Tsang suddenly pinched his nose in an odd manner. The next second, a chilling scene unfolded. A gray worm wriggled its slimy body, emerging from the crevice of his eye, slowly crawling across his cheek. The group of psychiatric patients seemed to respond to some command emanating from the depths of their souls. Their previously sluggish steps transformed into a synchronized march, each moving with an eerie yet resolute cadence, boarding the bus one by one. Chapter 67. I am Qin Shi Huang. Inside the bus, chaos reigned. Transfer 300 yuan via WeChat to help me return to Hong Kong. You know what I mean, right? Hello everyone, I am Qin Shi Huang. I have not passed away. I now seek to rebuild the Qin Empire and urgently require startup capital. My account is my phone number. Transfer it swiftly, and tomorrow I shall lead 1,000 troops to revival, appointing you as the commander of the 3 armies. You have your salt, I have my vinegar. Folks from Chaos Han, pay attention to rice and pot. Sleep late. I am Luffy. I am destined to become the Pirate King. The bus was a cacophony, resembling an out-of-control circus. Who would have thought that the passengers spouting such bizarre phrases were, in fact, a group of psychiatric patients? Moments ago, they had appeared vacant and lifeless, but now they seemed transformed, chattering incessantly. Had there been anyone else present, they would have been utterly astonished, for the passengers' appearances morphed in delightful accordance with their utterances. The youth demanding a WeChat transfer of 300 yuan suddenly resembled a certain celebrity named Qin. The middle-aged man claiming to be Qin Shi Huang was instantly adorned in a dark dragon robe, exuding an imperial aura as if the ancient emperor had indeed returned to the mortal realm. The general's battle cry echoed. A middle schooler donned a tattered straw hat, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he relentlessly waved his fists. Glancing through the rearview mirror, Song Tsang surveyed the bus's occupants, a slight smile curling his lips as he murmured, collecting the 7 souls of these 16 will allow my master to break through to the golden elixir realm. Perhaps as soon as today. The night deepened, casting a heavy shroud over Jiangcheng. The bus sped away like an arrow released from its bow, racing toward the northwest. The wheels churned, stirring up a cloud of dust. Approximately 5 hours later, the bus approached a secluded area deep within the mountains. This was the renowned Shenangjia. While its beauty was widely acknowledged, few knew of the mysterious restricted zone hidden within its depths. Time quietly slipped past midnight, the sky seemingly torn apart by an unseen hand, unleashing a torrential downpour of blood rain. The rain pounded relentlessly against the bus windows, creating a dense and muffled sound. Upon entering the forested region, Song Tsang did not follow the usual tourist routes, but instead expertly veered onto a narrow path, heading toward an undeveloped area. The terrain was rugged and winding, and the bus struggled to navigate the uneven road, jostling violently with each bump. Yet, Song Tsang's hands remained firmly on the steering wheel, clearly familiar with this route. After about an hour, the bus officially entered the restricted zone deep within Shenangjia. Towering ancient trees flanked the road, their branches intertwining to nearly obscure the sky. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Apart from the engine's roar and the relentless rain's drumming, not a single sound could be heard. No chirping insects, no singing birds. Occasionally, a low, haunting howl would emanate from the depths of the forest, sending chills down one's spine. Around 2:45 a.m., Song Tsang brought the bus to a steady stop in a clearing amidst the dense forest. This clearing stood out starkly in the woods, resembling an abandoned island. Song Tsang did not rush to exit, but instead remained seated in the driver's seat, leisurely pulling out a cigarette to light. He inhaled deeply, a look of bliss on his face. When it comes to material pleasures, Nothing compares to the human realm as the smoke curled around him. A worm slowly emerged from his ear. Simultaneously, the previously noisy crowd fell silent. Upon closer inspection, what remains of the grand celebrities, Qin Shi Huang, generals, and Luffy, is but a collection of individuals clad in blue and white striped hospital garments, reminiscent of mentally disturbed patients. At this moment, their gazes are vacant, akin to soulless puppets, quietly seated in their places. The operation commences. Song Tsang tosses the cigarette, but out the window, reaching for the switch to open the door. With a soft hiss, the door gradually swings open. A cold smirk graces Song Tsang's lips as he commands, "Get out." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the bewildered individuals seated within rose in unison, moving mechanically towards the open door as if guided by invisible strings. Suddenly, a pitch-black ray, akin to a meteor in the night sky, hurtles in from afar, slicing through the rain and shattering the glass on the left side of the bus with pinpoint precision. Immediately following, a deafening explosion erupts as the ray obliterates Song Tsang's head, splattering blood across the driver's seat. Simultaneously, those who had been listlessly approaching the door erupted into chaos once more. WeChat transfer 300 yuan. Help me get back to Hong Kong. You know what I mean. Hello everyone. I am Qin Shi Huang. In truth, I am not dead. You pour salt, I pour vinegar. Residents of Chaos Han, pay attention to rice and pots. Sleep late. I am Luffy. I am destined to become the Pirate King. What is happening? Does Song Tsang still possess the Dream Eater? Wasn't he obliterated by my bullet? Why are these people still insane? Sun Xiaowu emerges from the woods, one hand holding an umbrella, the other firmly grasping a gun. He hastens to the driver's seat, verifying that Song Tsang is indeed dead, then curiously peers into the bus, observing the patients relapsing, which prompts a frown. Forget it. Thinking is not my strong suit, Sun Xiaowu mutters, pressing the button to close the door. With a loud bang, the door slams shut, preventing the madman from escaping. Sun Xiaowu holsters his black and white pistol, scanning the surroundings warily, and muses, by the way, hasn't the chief arrived yet? The chief has social engagements tonight. He will arrive later. Zhang Li's voice unexpectedly emanates from within the bus. Sun Xiaowu looks up, surprised to find her seated quietly beside the door, having entered without his notice. She speaks. Zhang Li kicks the Straw Hat Boy, sending him sprawling. He rolls several times across the bus before coming to a halt in the back. Still shouting, "Nami, tell Sanji to cook. I'm hungry." Zhang Li glances at him, slightly furrowing her brow, coldly retorting, "Firstly, I am not Nami. Secondly, the only similarity we share is short hair, and I have black hair." Huh? The Straw Hat Boy tilts his head, scrutinizing Zhang Li up and down, and after a moment, he exclaims, "You really aren't Nami. I mistook you. My apologies." Zhang Li's expression softens slightly, but the subsequent remark from the Straw Hat Boy darkens her countenance instantly. "Nami is much older than you." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaowu cannot suppress a laugh, though the smile quickly vanishes. Zhang Li silently rolls up her sleeves, advancing ominously towards the Straw Hat Boy. "Sister Zhang, calm down." Sun Xiaowu's expression shifts dramatically. He leaps from the driver's seat, vaulting over Song Tsang's corpse, and strides towards the back of the bus while shouting, "He*s merely trapped in a dream, Sister Zhang." Don T stooped to his level, however. Zhang Li appears unfazed, her expression stoic as she continues forward. At this moment, she parts her crimson lips and bites down hard on her thumb. Blood immediately wells up, trickling down and staining her thumb. No way. This can't be. Witnessing this, Sun Xiaowu's eyes widen in shock as he exclaims, "Zhang Li, you wouldn't resort to using a special trait, would you?" "Of course." Zhang Li snorts coldly, abruptly turning, and with forceful intent, presses her thumb forward. In an instant, a blinding red light shoots forth like an arrow, hurtling directly towards the approaching Sun Xiaowu. Chapter 68. 3 Souls and 7 Spirits Woe. Caught off guard, Sun Xiaowu is startled by the sudden attack, diving to the right. The searing red light grazes his cheek perilously close, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound. "Zhang Li, you've gone too far." Upon landing, he swiftly performs a nimble maneuver, springing to his feet. Just as he prepares to unleash his fury at Zhang Li, a thunderous explosion erupts behind him. Boom! The deafening sound sends a jolt of panic through Sun Xiaowu as he spins around to investigate. He sees the front of the bus nearly obliterated, debris flying in all directions, while a rain of blood cascades through the enormous gash. Looking at Song Tsang's headless corpse, he notes that the upper half has been utterly disfigured, with flesh and remnants of clothing scattered about, leaving only the legs grotesquely sprawled on the ground. A chill wind sweeps in from outside, causing Sun Xiaowu to shiver involuntarily. At that moment, a black talisman is swept up by the wind. Swirling in the air between the severed legs, Sun Xiaowu's expression sharpens. This is the death substitute talisman. Reacting swiftly, he pinches the flying talisman between his fingers like lightning. He raises his gaze to Zhongli, his expression shifting from rage to obsequiousness, plastering on a smile filled with flattery. Hee, it's all thanks to you, Sister Jiang. I was merely overthinking things. Zhongli merely snorts, returning to her seat by the door without casting a glance in his direction. Seeing this, Sun Xiaowu's eyes dart around, and he hastily moves to Jiang Li's side. As he carefully tends to her wound, he maintains a congenial demeanor, saying, Sister Jiang, as you know, I have a dull perception of entropy. How could I possibly compare to you? I didn't realize that fellow revived using the death substitute talisman. Please, have mercy on me and don't hold it against me. Jiang Li closes her eyes, her demeanor icy, and replies tersely, I never expected anything from you. So what is there to hold against? Oh. Sun Xiaowu freezes, his mouth agape as he mutters softly, What are you pretending for? What did you say? Jiang Li's eyes snap open, her gaze piercing like a blade directed at Sun Xiaowu. Nothing. I genuinely praise your prowess. Sun Xiaowu, trembling in fear, hastily offers a smile. Beep beep. At that moment, a horn blares from behind. Sun Xiaowu turns to see a red sedan slowly coming to a halt behind the bus. The chief has arrived. Sun Xiaowu's heart leaps with joy as he rushes out, holding up the umbrella and making his way towards the red sedan. Jiang Li shoots him a sidelong glance, coldly snorting, Lackey. Despite her words, she too rises and follows him out. Sun Xiaowu dashes towards the rear door, flinging it open with a face full of eager smiles. Chief, you've finally arrived. I've missed you terribly, brother Sun. It's me, however. The voice that greets him is not the familiar tone of the chief, but rather a youth donning black frame glasses and a blue and white uniform. Good evening, brother Sun. Wang Xie greets Sun Xiaowu politely, his face adorned with a simple smile. Why are you here? Sun Xiaowu's smile falters instantly, his face contorting in confusion as he queries Wang Xie. Where's the chief? Wang Xie gestures subtly ahead. Following his gaze, Sun Xiaowu sees Li San at the wheel, with Duan Wu in the passenger seat, his expression as sour as ever. Good heavens, you too! Sun Xiaowu erupts in fury, his finger trembling in indignation as he points first at Wang Xie, then at Duan Wu. You actually let the chief drive? Especially you. Sun Xiaowu glares at Wang Xie, incredulous that the chief is behind the wheel while Wang Xie occupies the back seat. Do you not understand workplace etiquette? That's the leader's seat. Wang Xie feigns innocence, spreading his hands. I can't drive, and the passenger seat is taken by Brother Duan, so I had no choice but to sit here. Pausing, he cautiously glances at the chief, whispering, Chief, I understand workplace etiquette. I genuinely had no other option. He hesitantly adds, this won't result in a salary deduction, will it? Hearing this, Li San chuckles and shakes his head. No, it won't. That's great. Wang Xie breathes a sigh of relief. Sun Xiaowu grimaces, unable to unleash his frustration on the seemingly innocent Wang Xie, and shifts his ire towards Duan Wu. However, before he can speak, Duan Wu interjects, What are you staring at me for? I can't drive either. What? Sun Xiaowu's expression turns awkward, twisting his neck as he ultimately finds himself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it does make sense. After all, they are both seniors in high school and Haven T yet learn to drive. They truly cannot operate a vehicle. Thus, the only one capable of driving is indeed the chief, who must take the wheel personally. All right, Li San waves his hand, looking thoroughly exasperated, and then inquires, What is the situation here? Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaowu puffs out his chest, straightens his posture, and with a triumphant grin, Report, Chief, the decapitation operation was a resounding success. That fellow Song Tsang has been dealt with. As he speaks, he discreetly glances at Jiang Li, instinctively shrinking his neck, and hastily adds, The first life was taken care of by me, while the second was handled by Sister Jiang. The second life? Li San looks his way, his brows furrowing slightly, a look of confusion in his eyes. Sun Xiaowu quickly elaborates. That Song Tsong carried a death substitute talisman. Death substitute talisman? Li San narrows his eyes, realizing the significance. The Beastmaster sect is making substantial moves. They evidently regard this operation with great seriousness. At this juncture, Zhang Li approaches, solemnly asking, Chief, isn't it time to discuss the specific plans for this operation? Since the commencement of the operation until now, Li San has merely assigned tasks to everyone without ever disclosing the rationale behind them. Zhang Li and Sun Xiaowu were instructed to arrive early at the designated location to lie in wait, prepared to eliminate Song Tsong the moment he was sighted. Meanwhile, on Wang Xie's side, after resolving the surgery fees for Zhang Yun's parents, he intended to return home directly, harboring no desire to partake in the operation that Mr. He had mentioned for that evening. After all, the mission sounded perilous at first glance, and he had not received any formal notification. Yet, who could have anticipated that Mr. He, who resided within Wang Xie's shadow, could manipulate him through it? Thus, Wang Xie found himself compelled to the chess room, coincidentally encountering Li San and Duan Wu as they were about to depart. Upon seeing Wang Xie arrive, Li San waved him over, signaling him to join the operation, framing it as a form of training. Hearing this, Wang Xie's demeanor soured instantly. Training? What could he possibly hone without any special abilities? In contrast, while Duan Wu also lacked unique skills, he at least possessed considerable strength. Returning to the present, upon hearing Zhang Li's inquiry, Li San began to elucidate. The Dream Boutique incident, at its core, is, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated entrapment operation by the Beastmaster sect targeting humanity. An entrapment operation? Zhang Li and Sun Xiaowu maintained their composure upon hearing this, yet Wang Xie and Duan Wu wore expressions of utter bewilderment, clearly perplexed by this assertion. Li San patiently elaborated. The outer world emerges from matter, representing reality and order, whereas the inner world is birthed from spirit and fantasy, embodying illusion and chaos. The differing origins endow the creatures of the two worlds with distinct natures. For instance, humans in the outer world possess fragmented souls. Yet their 7 spirits remain intact. He paused momentarily before continuing. Conversely, beings from the inner world have complete souls but fragmented spirits. The 3 souls govern the spirit, while the 7 spirits govern matter. At this juncture, Li San gazed out the window at the torrential red rain, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if lost in contemplation, weighing his forthcoming words. The inner world is vast beyond measure, divided into 4 continents and 6 realms, among which the divine continent corresponds to our Huagua's position on Blue Star, perhaps even larger. The inhabitants of the divine continent, akin to legendary immortals, strive for eternal life through the cultivation of celestial arts. However, as I mentioned earlier, the beings from the inner world possess a critical flaw. Their 7 spirits are incomplete. If the cultivators from the central continent do not restore their 7 spirits, they will find it exceedingly difficult to achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation. As he spoke, Li San's gaze sharpened, and he added, the 7 spirits are unique to the human physical form, which implies that. He redirected his gaze from the window, his expression grave as he declared, if the beings of the divine continent wish to enhance their cultivation, they must set their sights on humanity and seize our 7 spirits. This is the very objective of the Dream Boutique, of Song Tsong, or rather, the Beastmaster sect, and to thwart them is the mission of our Bureau 749. Chapter 69. The 7 Spirits Indeed. Wang Xie, who had been quietly listening, after absorbing this revelation, clenched his left fist and struck it sharply against his right palm, then lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with determination as he remarked, given this, it seems the previous Yuanyuan Forum was similarly aligned. What do you mean? How does this tie back to the Yuanyuan Forum? Duan Wu inquired, his face a mask of confusion as he turned to Wang Xie. Li San's lips curled into a smile as he nodded, his gaze keenly fixed on Wang Xie, asking, pray tell, what have you deduced? Wang Xie, slightly bashful, scratched his head and replied, I wouldn't say I've discerned anything particularly profound. But Director, you previously mentioned that if the people of the divine continent wish to enhance their cultivation, they must seize our 7 spirits, so how exactly do they intend to do that? Will they just invade our world to steal them? Setting aside whether they can freely enter our realm, even if they could, such brazen conduct would not go unchallenged by our Bureau 749, right? Naturally, Li San nodded, urging Wang Xie to continue. This was Wang Xie's first opportunity to articulate his thoughts under the scrutiny of others. Having never been the center of such attention before, his cheeks flushed slightly, a mix of nervousness and excitement coursing through him. He clenched his fists, striving to maintain his composure, and then softly continued. Since the people of the central continent cannot, or dare not, audaciously invade our world, they must resort to alternative methods to entice ordinary individuals into the inner world. After all, the inner world is their domain. Once humans enter, they can act with impunity. Reflecting on the previous Yuanyuan forum, the moderator exploited people's desires, using the guise of wishmaking to lure victims to their designated location. And that location was indeed the inner world. This tactic is akin to. Wang Xie's eyes suddenly lit up as he cheerfully likened it to scattering grains before a chicken, gradually enticing it until it unwittingly plunges into a trap. No, no. Duan Wu abruptly interrupted Wang Xie, raising his own question. If I had successfully made a wish that time, wouldn't I have been able to leave the inner world? Our entrapment there was merely because I refused to make a wish. Just like Yi Wei, after successfully making a wish, didn't he return to school in the guise of a handsome man? If the moderator's goal was to keep people in the inner world to seize their 7 spirits, then why release those who successfully made wishes back? Well, this might relate to the method of seizing the 7 spirits, I suspect. Wang Xie furrowed his brow, pondering before articulating his thoughts. Just like Yi Wei, although he successfully made a wish, he likely did not pay the corresponding price, which ultimately led to his demise in the classroom. Yet curiously, after his death, he returned to the inner world S-bar in a peculiar state. Perhaps the moderator desires this very state. As for the specific details involved, I am less certain. Allow me to clarify that Li San regarded Wang Xie with approval, seamlessly continuing his explanation. Wang Xie is correct. Seizing the 7 spirits is not merely a matter of abducting individuals to extract them directly. I previously mentioned that the 7 spirits govern matter. Thus, when a person dies, their 7 spirits dissipate. This means that in order to extract the 7 spirits from individuals, one cannot simply take their lives. Yet, paradoxically, until a person dies, their 7 spirits remain tethered to them. This situation leads to a conundrum. As under normal circumstances, the calamities cannot successfully extract the 7 spirits from individuals. To successfully seize the 7 spirits, calamities must induce a peculiar state in individuals, where, from a material perspective, they appear alive. But on a spiritual level, their consciousness has perished or faded away. Only then can the 7 spirits fall into disarray, unable to distinguish between existence and non-existence. At this juncture, the calamities can extract the 7 spirits from human bodies. Just like them, Li San gestured towards the raucous crowd within the bus, stating, "Are they dead? From a certain perspective, they are indeed dead. They have forgotten themselves, transforming into another person. In a sense, isn't that akin to death? Yet, paradoxically, their bodies remain alive. In such a scenario, their 7 spirits become disordered, rendering them susceptible to plunder. Likewise, the Yuanyuan Forum operates under the same principle. Why did the moderator encourage you to make wishes?" Li San turned to Duan Wu, elucidating. Upon successfully wishing, your body undergoes a sudden and drastic transformation. This abrupt change can lead to cognitive errors in the 7 spirits. For instance, if your strength suddenly increased 5-fold compared to before. Let us assume that through your efforts, perhaps one day you could also enhance your strength 5-fold. However, the latter would be a gradual accumulation over time, allowing the 7 spirits to slowly recognize and accept this change. Yet, if such a change were to occur instantaneously, the 7 spirits would perceive it as unrealistic and unreasonable. This sudden and immense transformation would cause a cognitive deviation, leading the 7 spirits to believe that the true Duan Wu has perished, and that this body has been possessed by another. The power gained in an instant belongs to the usurper, and has no relation to you, Duan Wu. This is the nature of the 7 spirits. They govern reality and matter, and everything must fall within reasonable bounds. The more reasonable, the more stable it is. As for Yi Wei's demise, it relates to the moderator's abilities. After all, he is not a deity. Even a deity may not unconditionally fulfill human wishes. The moderator, while granting people's wishes, requires them to pay a corresponding price. If they cannot, the outcome may very well mirror Yi Wei's fate. In summary, whether it be the wishes in the Yuanyuan Forum or the Dream Boutique, the means by which individuals are ensnared in dreams, blurring the lines of reality. Their ultimate purpose is to induce a state of chaos within the seven spirits. I see. Duanwu nodded, seemingly comprehending. Li San smiled slightly, stating, and this is what Wang Xie meant, that in a certain sense, the aims of the Yuanyuan Forum and the Dream Boutique are aligned. No wonder he is regarded as a top scholar. Duanwu scoffed. Director, at that moment, Wang Xie, who had been deep in thought, suddenly raised his head. He furrowed his brow slightly and in a soft voice inquired, you mentioned that individuals who undergo sudden and drastic changes in their bodies will experience a disruption of their seven spirits. As you surmised. Li San shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, in comparison to luring ordinary individuals into the inner world, a calamity of fate seeking to enhance its cultivation has a more direct method, which is to hunt down those of us, the rain-soaked and the empowered. For at the moment of our ability's birth, our seven spirits have already deviated from the norm. Indeed, it is as you say. Wang Xie inhaled deeply, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. All right, the informative session is concluded. Let us discuss the forthcoming arrangements. Li San gestured towards the ground beneath their feet and stated, Song Tsang brought this busload of individuals with disrupted seven spirits here, merely intending to usher them into the inner world. However, if the sole objective was to transport them there, it could be done anywhere. There would be no need to select this particular location. The reason for this choice is simply that this place corresponds to their stronghold. Zhangli, who had remained silent until now, inquired solemnly, are you suggesting that this is the headquarters of the Beastmaster sect? Li San narrowed his eyes and replied, it need not be the main base. But it is at least a stronghold. The others exchanged glances, each understanding what was to come next. Now, let us proceed with our business. Li San took a deep breath, his expression turning serious as he proclaimed loudly, all personnel of the Jiangxing 749 Bureau, heed my command. As his voice resonated, the previously carefree Sun Xiaowu and the perpetually stern Zhangli straightened their postures, their expressions turning grave. Wang Xie and Duanwu, standing nearby, were also influenced by the tense atmosphere, instinctively standing at attention. Li San slowly lifted his foot and solemnly declared, due to the chaos wrought by the calamity of fate in Zhengzhou, disrupting the mortal realm at will. I, Li San, along with all members of the Jiangxing 749 Bureau, shall now descend into the inner world to enact punishment upon the wicked. With a resounding thud, he brought his foot down. In an instant, the crimson rain that had been cascading from the sky froze midair. Following this, deep blue waves radiated from beneath his feet, expanding outward like ripples, enveloping everyone and the bus within its embrace. Suddenly, the crimson rain fell once more, yet the group and the bus had vanished without a trace. Chapter 70. Re-entering the inner world. What a refreshing atmosphere. This was Wang Xie's first impression upon entering the inner world. Unlike the last time, they found themselves outdoors rather than confined within walls. The vast expanse of sky and earth allowed Wang Xie to gain a more direct glimpse into this mysterious realm. However, the sight before him was far beyond his expectations. There was no trace of the anticipated sinister horror. Instead, the landscape was filled with unique beauty. Above, a purple crescent moon hung high, casting a gentle lavender glow that was not eerie but rather exuded a sense of peace and sanctity. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but Wang Xie felt an inexplicable affinity for this place compared to the relentless crimson rain of the outer world. In this region, corresponding to the depths of Shenangjia, the lush elm trees flourished, the air was several times fresher than that of the city, and the climate was delightful, with temperatures perfectly balanced. In the tranquil midnight, ethereal sounds reminiscent of cicadas echoed from time to time, soothing the heart and instilling a sense of calm. Is this truly the inner world? Duanwu inhaled deeply, surveying the surroundings, murmuring, it doesn't seem particularly special. Hee. Sun Xiaowu, standing beside him, couldn't help but chuckle softly at this comment. This place, chosen as one of the strongholds of the Beastmaster sect, was undoubtedly a land of good fortune, with potential dangers already thoroughly cleared away. In a different location, one could not necessarily expect such a serene scene. Some truly horrifying places transcend your imagination. TCH. Duanwu shrugged dismissively, clearly unconcerned by Sun Xiaowu's words. Upon hearing this, Wang Xie's heart stirred. Sun Xiaowu was correct. The reason this area appeared safe was precisely because it served as a stronghold of the Beastmaster sect. Since it was a stronghold, the disciples of the sect would surely have eliminated any surrounding threats. After all, no one would wish for their vicinity to be fraught with peril. This is not a place for idle chatter. Let us all get moving. At that moment, Li San spoke, gradually raising his left hand. Suddenly, the nearby stream seemed to respond to some mysterious force, and the water leaped out of the stream, gathering before Li San. Following this, with deft manipulation of his hands, the water began to twist and contort, gradually forming a humanoid outline. In just a few breaths, the figure formed from the water clearly manifested, revealing the features and characteristics of a person. "This is the driver I dealt with earlier," Sun Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise. Even he had only a scant understanding of the director's traits, knowing it had something to do with water. Such rarity was indeed astonishing. Zhang Li shot him a glance, scoffing disdainfully. Compared to Sun Xiaowu, Zhang Li had been with the Jiangqing 749 Bureau for a longer period and was naturally more acquainted with Li San's abilities. Meanwhile, Wang Xie and Duan Wu stood by, wide-eyed in awe. Wang Xie envied deeply, lamenting why he did not possess such a miraculous trait. Despite both having entered the inner world, why had he failed to awaken any traits? As for Duan Wu, his gaze fixated on the figure of Song formed from the water, his eyes flickering as he pondered something. Once the water-formed Song bore an uncanny resemblance to the real person. Li San waved his hand. The others instantly understood and dispersed, swiftly concealing themselves within the dense foliage. Wang Xie and Duan Wu crouched behind a thicket, both wearing expressions of vigilance as they observed the unfolding situation. The water-formed Song stood before the bus, glancing around anxiously, his demeanor lifelike and distinctly impatient. That old Mediterranean trait is rather intriguing. Had I known on the day of the wish that I would have chosen the wish for a 5-fold enhancement of strength, I would have opted for something else. It feels rather lackluster. While keeping a keen eye on Song and the surrounding circumstances, Duan Wu muttered to himself, "It was solely because I was fixated on enhancing my strength 5-fold that my understanding of that aspect became distorted and reconstructed, resulting in this rather useless trait." Speaking of which, Duan Wu turned to Wang Xie, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately inquired, "Wang Song, what exactly is your trait? How can you transform into another?" The reason Wang Xie had transformed into a silver-haired youth and possessed such an extraordinary trait intrigued everyone. However, their attitudes towards this matter varied. Li San believed that actively seeking to uncover this secret could potentially trigger Wang Xie's second persona to go berserk, leading to irreparable disastrous consequences. As for Sun Xiaowu and Zhang Li, while they too were curious, they had always followed Li San's lead. Li San's stance dictated their own. Only Duan Wu was different in his eyes. Regardless of how Wang Xie transformed, he would always remain that fool who did not know how to refuse others. Even when bullied, merely laughing it off without a care, he remembered the day he transferred to the second high school, when he was ambushed by enemies on the road, sustaining a minor injury, a cut on the back of his left hand from a small knife. The wound was not severe, and Duan Wu paid it no mind, casually wrapping it with a tissue before heading to school. Yet at that moment, everyone else was horrified by his appearance and kept their distance. Only that bespectacled boy, Wang Xie, timidly approached him, cautiously placing a band-aid on his desk. Staring at the band-aid, Duan Wu was momentarily stunned. He had received numerous challenge letters, but this was the first time he had ever received a band-aid. "Are you an idiot? How can a band-aid be of any use for this wound?" Duan Wu recalled that this was the first thing he said to Wang Xie. From that day forth, Wang Xie transitioned from being bullied by everyone to primarily being bullied by Duan Wu alone. However, the so-called bullying merely involved helping Duan Wu with his homework, running errands, and occasionally enduring some verbal jests. Of course, there was also the matter of treating him to meals. While these actions were undoubtedly wrong, Wang Xie's circumstances had indeed improved compared to before. At the very least, he no longer had to endure beatings. Those who had previously used Wang Xie as a punching bag had all been soundly reprimanded by Duan Wu. Nevertheless, Wang Xie was oblivious to these events, and Duan Wu had never mentioned them. He simply asserted that to become the strongest high school student, he must trample those beneath him. It was precisely for this reason that Duan Wu dared to ask the questions that others refrained from posing. However, as he turned to face Wang Xie, whose anxious face trembled slightly, the words caught in his throat. "Ha ha ha, Wang Song, you truly are cowardly. You're trembling with nervousness. You aren't about to wet your pants, are you?" Duan Wu abruptly shifted his tone, slapping Wang Xie's shoulder with a forceful hand, causing him to lurch forward, nearly losing his balance. You? Wang Xie immediately spun around, glaring at Duan Wu with a face full of indignation. What? Not convinced? Duan Wu shot back, his eyes narrowing as he questioned aggressively. Wang Xie promptly deflated, muttering, I concede. I in the midst of this commotion. Wang Xie's previously tense emotions had subsided considerably. They're coming. Duan Wu suddenly squinted his eyes, then firmly pressed Wang Xie's head down, ensuring he was completely concealed behind the thicket. Wang Xie's lips twitched slightly, yet he offered no resistance, casting a sidelong glance outside. Before him, a group of approximately 10 individuals clad in gray robes was making their way towards Song Tsang. Chapter 71. The Second Door Brother Song. What about this vehicle? A blue-robed cultivator approached Song Tsang, glancing at the severely damaged bus behind him, and could not help but frown. Song Tsang waved his hand dismissively, saying, Don't mention it. We were targeted by those ruffians from the 749 Bureau on our way here, and it took considerable effort to shake them off. The bus sustained damage to its front during the chase. But it's not a significant issue. I've brought everyone along Point 749 Bureau, an organization from the mortal realm. The blue-robed cultivator scoffed derisively. Just a bunch of ants, hardly worth mentioning. But you, brother, he looked up. Having spent so long in the mortal realm, your cultivation must have regressed, to be reduced to such a state by mere insects. Noticing the disdainful expression on the other's face, Song Tsang's lips curled slightly in an almost imperceptible smile. He scratched his head and replied, Who can argue with that? Spending prolonged periods in the mundane world, entangled in trivial matters, surely pales in comparison to your focused cultivation in the inner realm. The mundane world? The blue-robed cultivator furrowed his brow, and after a moment of contemplation, his expression suddenly shifted. No. You are not Brother Song. He took a step back, warily scrutinizing Song Tsang. Who exactly are you? Enough, enough. Song Tsang sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation. I had hoped to conserve some energy. It appears that one cannot afford to be idle. His words left the blue-robed cultivator in a state of confusion. Yet, his demeanor served only to reinforce the blue-robed cultivator's conviction that this individual was certainly not Brother Song. If he was not, then there could only be one possibility. Ants, oh ants, why not remain in your own world and live peacefully? A cold smirk crept onto the blue-robed cultivator's lips. Did your mother never teach you that minding others' business is a path to longevity? With that, he gestured to his companions. Brothers, seize this person. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the calls of unknown insects. The blue-robed cultivator sensed something was amiss. This impostor Song Tsang was far too composed, especially with that enigmatic smile that sparked an inexplicable unease within him. Are you all deaf? I commanded you to apprehend this. His voice faltered as he abruptly turned, eyes widening in shock. You. To his astonishment, the disciples of the beast-taming sect who had accompanied him stood frozen in place, each with a crystal-clear droplet of water suspended above their heads, glowing faintly with a blue luminescence, illuminating their mocking gazes and derisive smiles. What is going on? Before the blue-robed cultivator could make a move, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness entirely. Done. Song Tsang clapped his hands and beckoned. Little ones, come out. At the sound, Sun Xiaowu and Jiangli emerged from behind a massive tree. From the thicket, Wang Xie and Duan Wu exchanged glances before rising to join Song Tsang. TSK. Is this what they call crowning of cognition? Sun Xiaowu expressed his envy. When will I ever receive the acknowledgement of the second spirit, falling arrow, unlock the second door, and gain the ability of crowning of cognition? Crowning of cognition? Wang Xie turned to Duan Wu beside him, intending to inquire about its meaning, but upon seeing the same confusion mirrored in his expression, he wisely held his tongue. Both were newcomers to the group, yet to undergo any training and naturally unaware of the industry's intricacies. Suddenly, a series of splashing sounds emanated from within Song Tsang, and his exterior rippled like the surface of a lake. Then, Li San bizarrely emerged from within him. He took a comb from his pocket, tidied his thinning hair, and said nonchalantly, The birth of a trait stems from the collapse and reconstruction of cognition. But the newly reconstructed cognition is not recognized by the seven spirits. Unrecognized cognition lacks stability, rendering the trait cumbersome and insufficiently powerful, unable to deepen its expansion. To alter this situation, one must gain the recognition of the seven spirits for the reconstructed cognition. In simpler terms, we, the rain-soaked or empowered individuals, must continuously gain the acknowledgement of the seven spirits to grow stronger. The first spirit is the corpse dog, the second is the falling arrow, the third is the sparrow shade. The fourth is the thief swallow, the fifth is the non-poison, the sixth is the name-cleansing, and the seventh is the stinking lung. Each time we receive the acknowledgement of a spirit, it is akin to unlocking a door. There are a total of 7 doors, and the more doors one opens, the stronger the empowered individual becomes. The so-called crowning of cognition is a unique skill possessed by those who have unlocked the second door. As he spoke, Li San flashed a mischievous smile. Then, over a dozen disciples of the beast-taming sect, including Song Tsong, spoke in unison. The crowning of cognition allows us to forcibly crown our reconstructed cognition upon others. Though it cannot be imposed upon those stronger than ourselves, on the surface, crowning of cognition resembles a control skill, enabling others to utilize our traits to a certain extent, or even to directly occupy their bodies. Much like possession, however, the significance of crowning of cognition extends far beyond that. The reconstructed cognition, at its core, is only believed by oneself. Others may deem it nonsensical and even regard the individual as mad. Yet, crowning of cognition can compel others to accept the reconstructed cognition. The more individuals in this world who accept your cognition, the higher your cognitive ceiling, broader your scope, and greater your malleability. The belief of one person in something differs significantly from that of 100, 1,000, or 10,000. Faith. At this revelation, Wang Xie could not help but exclaim. All eyes turned towards him. A bit embarrassed, he continued, I feel this is somewhat akin to the process of garnering followers for oneself, much like the deities of legend who require worship and faith. Indeed, that is precisely it. Li San nodded, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face as he smiled at Wang Xie and Duan Wu. I apologize. I have been too busy these past few days to arrange your training, resulting in your lack of understanding regarding cognition and traits. Once we resolve this matter with the beast-taming sect, I will ensure you receive proper instruction. The mention of learning, Duan Wu's expression fell. Now, it's time to get down to business. Li San's gaze swept over the group. From here on out, there will be no more tricks or tactics. It's purely a brawl. Hee, I can hardly wait. Duan Wu cracked his knuckles, his face alight with excitement. What are you so excited about? Sun Xiaowu shot him a glance. Chuckling, with your 5-fold strength, what can you accomplish here? You can't even compare to the most basic cultivators at the first level of qi refining bullshit. Duan Wu retorted indignantly, his pride stung. My trait being 5-fold strength has yet to be confirmed. What if it's not? Sun Xiaowu casually dug at his ear, nonchalantly replying, I'm quite certain it is. Absolutely not. I am definitely not 5-fold strength. My trait must be far more formidable. Duan Wu, with his fiery temper, would have engaged in a scuffle with Sun Xiaowu had Wang Xie not intervened. Whether he could win was another matter. But he could not afford to lose face. Since when did you become so kind-hearted? Zhang Li approached Sun Xiaowu, her voice soft. Sun Xiaowu rubbed his nose and replied with a grin. This kid possesses the heart of a warrior. While his trait is still unformed, sowing seeds of doubt in his mind might yield unexpected results. Zhang Li nodded thoughtfully, then moved in front of Li San, asking coldly, Is it confirmed? At her words, Li San slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting blue glow flickering within them. Confirmed. He nodded. Through the crowning of cognition, I have shared memories with these disciples of the beast-taming sect. Chapter 72. Blades and Guns. Elder Qiu Gaoyi of the beast-taming sect, at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, had orchestrated a scheme to penetrate the mundane world by establishing a dream shop, utilizing dream-eating insects to ensnare victims within their dreams, thereby facilitating his acquisition of the 7 spirits. He had 7 direct disciples, all above the 5th level of qi refining. The youngest among them was a once-in-a-century prodigy, merely 19 years old, on the cusp of entering the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Once he successfully stepped into Foundation establishment, he would gain entry into the inner sect of the beast-taming sect, soaring to great heights thereafter. As for their current location, Li San turned his gaze southeast. He squinted slightly. Approximately 30 kilometers away stood a residence, that of Qiu Gaoyi. The beast-taming sect was unaware of Qiu Gaoyi's covert operations in the mundane world. Thus, eliminating him would resolve the issue. At this thought, Li San breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful that this adversary was not the entire beast-taming sect, he chuckled bitterly. With my current strength, I would likely only be evenly matched against a cultivator at the initial stage of Golden Core. Should we engage in a life-and-death battle, our traits may surpass conventional techniques, perhaps granting us the opportunity to slay him. However, should I encounter a cultivator at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm or above, I would find myself utterly outmatched. According to the external disciples, there is a formidable elder within the Beast Control sect who has reached the nascent soul stage. It's a situation to be avoided. Indeed. After hearing Li San's words, Zhongli narrowed her eyes and replied coldly, so, our mission, along with Sun Xiaowu, is primarily to restrain the 7 direct disciples of Qiu Gaoyi? To be precise, it is Sun Xiaowu who will be tasked with restraining 6 of the direct disciples. Li San cast a sidelong glance at Sun Xiaowu before addressing Zhongli, saying, your entropy value is approaching the 1,000 threshold. You are merely one step away from fully earning the recognition of the corpse stock. Once you achieve that, your combat strength will be roughly equivalent to that of a cultivator at the initial stage of Foundation Establishment. As it stands, you are slightly stronger than the peak of Qi refinement, but still weaker than the initial stage of Foundation Establishment. Thus, your target should be Qiu Gaoyi's young apprentice. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaowu must face the remaining 6 direct disciples alone. Xiaowu, do you feel confident? Sun Xiaowu shrugged in response. Director, isn't that a redundant question? Whether I feel confident or not, I must face them head-on. That is indeed the case, Li San chuckled. Wait a moment, Duan Wu, who had been listening quietly, suddenly interjected. What about me? What am I supposed to do? You've assigned all the opponents. And I'm just left here staring blankly? Li San turned to him with a smile. Staring blankly is hardly the case. You and Wang Xie, as newcomers, have the primary task of honing your skills. Shortly, you two will remain here to prevent any stragglers from escaping and relaying information to the Beast Control sect. So, should I choose a knife or a gun? What are you talking about? Duan Wu looked puzzled. Li San repeated. Should you choose a knife or a gun? Only then did Duan Wu realize that Li San was about to arm him. Given that the equipment released by Bureau 749 is certainly not ordinary, perhaps with this weapon, he might be able to partake in the battle himself. After pondering for a moment, he declared, I'll choose the knife. Li San nodded, pulling a red capsule from his pocket and gently compressing it. With a soft pop, an object resembling a flashlight materialized in his hand. Here you go. Li San tossed the flashlight to Duan Wu. Duan Wu caught it, but stood there in a daze, his expression quite peculiar. Looking up at Li San, he inquired, You can't be serious. You call this flashlight a knife? Li San had anticipated this, and with a smile, he replied, Try pressing the switch. The switch? Duan Wu looked down and noticed a red button on the silver flashlight's surface. With a clang, he pressed the red button, and instantly, a crimson beam erupted forth. This beam quickly retracted, coalescing into the shape of a sharp tang saber. So cool! At this sight, even Wang Xie couldn't help but exclaim in awe, filled with envy. Crafted by the Bureau of Heavenly Artifice, this weapon mimics the design of a Tang Dynasty straight sword but utilizes a plasma beam in place of a blade. Boasting immense power capable of effortlessly severing metal and shattering stone, it is named Crimson Soul. The crimson plasma beam illuminated Duan Wu's excited face. As long as you can strike your opponent, even a Qi refinement cultivator would be unable to withstand this blow. Li San remarked. Of course, if the opponent possesses a special treasure, or you simply cannot land a hit, that would be another matter entirely. However, Li San refrained from voicing this last sentiment. Meanwhile, Duan Wu focused intently and aimed at a massive tree that required 5 people to embrace. With a powerful swing, he brought the saber down. Whoosh! The crimson light sliced through with scarcely any resistance, cleaving the giant tree in half. With a creaking sound, the severed trunk slowly toppled to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Witnessing this spectacle, Duan Wu trembled with excitement. What man could resist the thrill of such a display of power? Li San glanced at the dejected Wang Xie and chuckled. Since Duan Wu has chosen the knife, then the gun shall be yours. Huh? Upon hearing that he would also receive a weapon, Wang Xie's eyes lit up. Duan Wu retracted the plasma blade and approached Wang Xie, patting him on the shoulder in reassurance. The gun is the king of weapons. It's certainly 1 be inferior to my knife. Yeah? Wang Xie nodded vigorously, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Li San. Once again, Li San retrieved a capsule from his pocket. Facing the puzzled expressions of the two, he explained, produced by the Bureau of Heavenly Artifice. This is a universal capsule that can contain items within. The Bureau of Heavenly Artifice. What exactly is this department? Duan Wu could no longer contain his curiosity. Li San handed the universal capsule to Wang Xie, saying, "It's akin to an upgraded military factory." An upgraded military factory? Duan Wu was taken aback. While the special traits are indeed formidable, one should never underestimate the technological prowess of a major nation, especially when the two are combined. Li San spoke slowly. As they conversed, Wang Xie, unable to contain himself, hastily compressed the capsule. Boom! As the azure smoke dissipated, a gun appeared in Wang Xie's hand, a handgun, and a rather compact one at that, not larger than a palm, entirely silver in color. Rather than a weapon, it resembled a finely crafted piece of art, or perhaps even a toy. No, Wang Xie murmured, looking up with tears in his eyes. "Director, you never mentioned it was a toy gun." Chapter 73. Let us not jump to conclusions. Give it a shot. A mysterious smile played on Li San's lips as he pointed towards a nearby thicket. Wang Xie cast a doubtful glance at him, filled with hesitation. Logically, anything presented by Li San could not possibly be mundane. Yet, looking at this delicate little handgun, it bore no semblance of great power. Wang Xie knew well that a firearm's potency generally depends on four key factors: ammunition, mechanism structure, barrel caliber, and barrel length, all closely tied to the weapon's size. Though not absolute, larger firearms typically pack more punch under similar conditions. After all, handguns are generally less powerful than submachine guns. I'm about to fire. All right. Wang Xie turned to Li San, seeking confirmation. Li San nodded affirmatively. Taking a deep breath, Wang Xie focused on a tree ahead. This tree was not as thick as the one Duan Wu had previously severed, making it a suitable target for testing the gun's power. He raised his hand, firmly grasping the handgun, aimed, and gently squeezed the trigger. The trigger moved without resistance, easily pressed down. In an instant, a faint blue glow emanated from the magazine, akin to a lively sprite. Swiftly coursing along the gun's body to the muzzle, it coalesced into a blue orb of light before the muzzle, within which arcs of electricity danced like silver serpents, producing a faint crackling sound, appearing both mysterious and extraordinary. However, the downside was that this orb was scarcely the size of a fingernail. The next moment, with a soft whoosh, the orb shot towards the tree like a shooting star. Wang Xie was filled with hope, yet reality delivered a chilling slap to his expectations as the orb inexplicably vanished into thin air 2 meters from the tree, as if it had never existed. Silence ensued, and nothing happened. How could this be? Li San's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing something contrary to reason. Zhang Li and Sun Xiaowu exchanged glances, both equally perplexed. The power of this gun should not have been so feeble. In contrast, Wang Xie wore a face of resignation, saying, "As I suspected, its power is just about what I anticipated." Seeing Wang Xie's disheartened demeanor, Duan Wu stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, offering comfort. "Hey, your gun is so cool. It's way cooler than my knife. Just look at its design. Smooth lines, exquisite materials. It's practically a work of art." Pulling the trigger releases a glowing orb. It's far more unique than those ordinary bullet-firing guns. Simply awesome. As for power, don't worry too much. With me, Duan Gu around, no one can bully you. Not even those from the inner world. Leave the fighting to me. You can cherish this gun as a treasure. Wang Xie lifted his head, managing a smile that was more akin to a grimace. "Thank you. I really appreciate the comfort." Meanwhile, Li San furrowed his brow. Lost in thought, Sun Xiaowu leaned closer, lowering his voice to ask, "Boss, something doesn't seem right. In terms of destructive power, Silver Sparrow should surpass Crimson Soul. What just happened? He just mentioned that its power matched his expectations. His expectations? I understand now." Li San, who had been murmuring to himself, suddenly looked up, his eyes glinting with excitement. "Boss, you?" Sun Xiaowu began to speak, but Li San interrupted him, calling out to Wang Xie in the distance. No. Your shooting method was incorrect, Director. What is the correct way to shoot?" Wang Xie turned back, his eyes rekindled with hope. Li San's eyes sparkled with thought as he didn't respond immediately but began to introduce the handgun. "The gun in your hand is called Silver Sparrow. Don't let its petite size fool you. Its power is beyond imagination, because it was crafted by a Rain person. A rain person? Wang Xia's eyes brightened, his anticipation growing even stronger. The creator of this gun was, in fact, an ability wielder. Surely their craftsmanship could not be measured by ordinary standards. In one's self-awareness regarding firearms, the established knowledge may not necessarily apply to the weapons crafted by those with extraordinary abilities. In other words, the power of this gun cannot be judged solely by its size. At this thought, a fleeting shadow of darkness flickered across Wang Xia's eyes, unnoticed by anyone. Director, please continue. I am all ears. Wang Xia urged impatiently. Seeing this, Li San felt a surge of delight in his heart and narrowed his eyes to elaborate. The Silver Sparrow not only incorporates our nation's latest military technology, but that enigmatic individual has also inscribed his attributes into the firearm. However, this individual possesses a rather peculiar sense of humor, as he has established a precondition for unleashing the true power of the Silver Sparrow. What is that condition? Wang Xia inquired eagerly. Li San replied without hesitation. Thank the elder sister for sending the carnival. Are you certain this is merely the creator's sense of humor and not your own New Year wish, boss? Sun Xiao quipped softly. Li San shot him a glare and turned to Wang Xia, saying, with this command, you should give it another attempt. Thank the elder sister for sending the carnival. Wang Xia pondered as he aimed once more at the towering tree. As the director indicated, the power of the blade and the gun, when offered simultaneously, could not possibly differ drastically. Just as the director mentioned, the previous low power must have stemmed from an error in his activation method. Given that this firearm was crafted by an extraordinary individual, its power would undoubtedly far exceed that of ordinary firearms. As for how much stronger it could be, one could draw parallels with Duan Wu's blade. The Crimson Soul, modeled after cold weaponry, possesses such terrifying might. Therefore, the Silver Sparrow, based on hot weaponry, should not be inferior. No, that cannot be correct. Wang Xia shook his head, concluding that the power of the Silver Sparrow must surpass that of the Crimson Soul by a significant margin. With this thought, his gaze grew increasingly frigid, the darkness within swirling violently, creating an eerie spectacle. He gripped the Silver Sparrow firmly, his eyes betraying a glimmer of anticipation and excitement. Squinting slightly, he aimed at the distant tree, inhaled deeply, and slowly squeezed the trigger. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "Thank the elder sister for sending the carnival." Creak, bang. As the trigger was pulled, a faint, hoarse creak echoed, reminiscent of a decaying wooden door being pushed open. Immediately afterward, a dull bang shattered the surrounding silence. In an instant, a dark flash darted forth like a serpent from the magazine, swiftly coiling around the muzzle, rapidly condensing into a black sphere the size of a fist before the gun's muzzle. Buzzing, this sphere emanated an eerie aura, distorting the air around it, accompanied by a low-frequency vibration. In the next moment, the black sphere shot forth with a whoosh, piercing through the air towards the tree like an arrow released from its bough. Wherever it passed, the grass withered instantly, flowers rapidly drooped, producing a rustling sound. Ultimately, everything transformed into wisps of black ash, drifting through the air. In the blink of an eye, the sphere struck the tree. There was no explosion. Everything remained eerily silent. Creak, crack, a sound akin to a multitude of bones fracturing simultaneously resonated, and upon closer inspection, the lush green leaves of the tree turned a desolate yellow. The sturdy trunk rapidly splintered and shattered. A gust of wind swept by, and the tree too disintegrated into black ash, gradually dissipating in the breeze as if it had never existed. Chapter 74. Trust. Is this truly the Silver Sparrow? Sun Xiaowu's eyes widened, fixated on the 10-meter expanse of desolation before Wang Xia, utterly stunned. Of course, this does not imply that the range of the Silver Sparrow is merely 10 meters. It just so happens that the tree was precisely 10 meters away from Wang Xia. Even Zhongli, typically composed and self-restrained, could not help but exhibit a hint of disarray at this moment. If memory serves correctly, both the Silver Sparrow and the Crimson Soul utilize plasma as their energy source. Her voice trembled slightly. So what, exactly, is that black sphere? Li San gazed at the dark path of destruction not far away, momentarily lost in thought. Upon hearing Zhang Li's inquiry, he could only shake his head helplessly. I am uncertain as well. You are unsure? Zhang Li frowned, her face filled with confusion. Director. Wang Xia, however, was flushed with excitement, rushing over, exclaiming, This gun is as you described. Its power is astounding. Hee hee, indeed. Li San chuckled awkwardly, quickly adopting a serious demeanor, stating, naturally, anything produced by the Heavenly Craft Bureau is bound to be a masterpiece. Indeed. Wang Xie nodded vigorously. All right. Li San waved his hand, his expression turning grave as he focused on Wang Xie and Duan Wu. Qiu Gao's residence is perched atop a cliff, with a precipice behind it. To my knowledge, even with the aid of magical artifacts, cultivators here must reach the Golden Core stage to fly. Yet, there are no Golden Core cultivators present in this area. This implies that when we three ambush Qiu Gao and his disciples, should anyone attempt to escape for reinforcements, they must pass through your vicinity. As he spoke, Li San gestured towards the blade in Duan Wu's hand, continuing, Duan Wu possesses a certain foundation in combat. And with a five-fold strength enhancement, coupled with the Crimson Soul, cultivators below the 5th layer of Qi refinement may not stand a chance against him. Duan Wu scoffed, tilting his chin slightly, as long as they remain carbon-based life forms. I can cut them down. Li San regarded him solemnly, nodding in acknowledgement, then turned to Wang Xie.as for you. Wang Xie, you do not possess, or rather, you have yet to discover your attributes. You are not adept in combat. But this silver sparrow can completely compensate for your shortcomings. As he spoke, Li San leaned closer to Wang Xie and whispered, remember, be clever. Let Duan Wu attract the firepower in the open while you strike from the shadows. Wang Xie was momentarily stunned, then covered his mouth to stifle a grin and nodded softly, wait. Just as Li San turned, Wang Xie suddenly seemed to recall something and called out to him. With a puzzled expression, he queried, this forest area is vast. If the opponents are intent on fleeing, there is no need for them to confront me and Duan Wu head-on, right? They could easily slip away from another location, and we wouldn't be able to stop them. TSK, have a look around you, will you? Li San continued to face away from him, while Sun Xiaowu strolled over to Wang Xie, affectionately draping an arm around his shoulder. Around? Wang Xie looked bewildered, turning to survey his surroundings, muttering to himself, aside from the dense forest, it seems there is nothing. Wait. As he spoke halfway, Wang Xie suddenly heard the sound of trickling water. In an instant, he experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, just as you surmised, Sun Xiaowu smiled, explaining, although we find ourselves in the heart of the dense forest, it is not solely composed of trees. More accurately, we are encircled by a river. A river that completely surrounds this place. Should the opponents wish to leave via land, they must pass through your area and, of course, they could opt for the water route. But as he spoke, Sun Xiaowu pointed with his thumb behind him towards Li San. Lowering his voice with a conspiratorial grin, if they choose the water route, you need not concern yourselves. Wang Xie's heart stirred, and he looked up to see that aside from the beast tamer's disciples controlled by Li San, Song Tsang had vanished without a trace. What are we waiting for? Let's move, Zhang Li's urging voice echoed from ahead, and Sun Xiaowu smiled apologetically at Wang Xie. He then approached Duan Wu. What now? Duan Wu, who had been eagerly playing with the long knife in his hand, looked up sharply, frowning slightly at the approaching figure. Sun Xiaowu smiled and said, just don't get yourself killed. I'd rather not return with one less punching bag. Heh? Duan Wu coldly chuckled, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Rest assured, I won't die before you. That certainly cannot happen, for I will entrust my back to you, Sun Xiaowu replied with a grin. Your back? Duan Wu was momentarily taken aback, but by the time he processed the statement, Sun Xiaowu had already turned to leave. By the way, as Sun Xiaowu took his position, Li San suddenly turned around, his gaze seemingly fixed on Wang Xie, stating, if the situation appears dire, retreat with them. Huh? Wang Xie looked bewildered at his words, and before he could gather his thoughts, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. On the winding mountain path, a group hastened forward. Leading the way was a young man clad in a blue robe, a disciple of the Beast Tamer sect. Following him were 10 other disciples of the same sect. Trailing behind these 10 Beast Tamer's disciples were 19 individuals, each dressed in varying attire. These 19 exhibited peculiar behavior, continuously muttering nonsensical phrases along the way. One moment proclaiming, I am Qin Shi Huang, pay up, and the next demanding, transfer me $300, along with absurd declarations of wanting to become the Pirate King. However, not all among these 19 were eccentric. 3 were quite normal, namely Li San, Sun Xiaowu, and Jiangli. They followed behind this peculiar group, appearing relaxed and carefree, devoid of the tension one would expect before an impending battle. To an unknowing observer, they might be mistaken for tourists out for a leisurely hike. Speaking of which, boss, from my observations, this mountain is completely surrounded by water. With you here, there's no way anyone could escape, Sun Xiaowu inquired curiously as they walked. Li San chuckled, unhurriedly responding, we must intentionally let a few slip away to provide those two youngsters with an opportunity for some experience. Moreover, the black kite is also observing from the shadows, so there shouldn't be any major disturbances. Sun Xiaowu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the point. After a brief pause, he curiously inquired, by the way, what exactly is the situation with the silver sparrow? Upon hearing this topic, Zhongli perked up, her expression filled with anticipation for the answer. I'm not entirely sure, Li San replied, though his demeanor grew unusually grave as he continued. I initially believed that Wang Xie possessed dual traits, manifested through two distinct personas. However, it now appears that the situation may be far more intricate than I had imagined. The power of the silver sparrow has not encountered any issues. Rather, it has transformed according to his perception. How is that possible? Jiangli exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. Realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly covered her mouth and lowered her voice, saying, if perception can change and successfully reflect into reality, that constitutes a trait, or rather, an ability. Yet, this is no simple feat. First and foremost, new cognition can only emerge after the inner world collapses and is reconstructed. Those in the outer world, once their cognition crumbles, are doomed to descend into madness. This is precisely why certain cults and ambitious individuals exploit the Crimson Rain to send people en masse into the inner world, hoping to create ability wielders. But I digress. Even so, new cognition does not equate to ability. Furthermore, there exists a second condition, namely the level of chaos, which must reach an entropy value of 100. Only when the entropy value reaches 100 can the first door be unlocked and gain the acknowledgement of the first spirit. The corpse dog. The 7 spirits govern matter, and only those recognized by the corpse dog can reflect their cognition into reality, transforming it into a trait and thereby acquiring abilities. In this regard, Duan Wu and Xiao Tian are already exceptionally gifted. Having visited the inner world just once, they elevated the chaos level to 100. However, I must emphasize that this is an exceedingly complex and perilous process. It is not merely a matter of altering perception to obtain ability. In other words, the traits we possess do not belong to the outer world. They are abilities that transcend the physical rules of the outer realm. The reason traits can exist in the outer world is simply that we have deceived the 7 spirits. The 7 spirits fell for our deception, conflating the inner and outer worlds, thus reflecting the chaotic traits that rightfully belong to the inner world into the outer realm. This deception is both fortuitous and dangerous. If the 7 spirits were to detect any anomaly, they would initiate a self-destruct protocol, leading to our souls scattering and our demise. Therefore, if we wish to grow stronger, we must continually gain the recognition of the 7 spirits, allowing our lies to gradually transform into truth, thereby reinforcing our traits. After all, if a person tells a lie for a lifetime, it ceases to be a deception. Moreover, as more individuals come to believe the lie, it is akin to opening the second door. The more followers we gain through cognitive coronation, the higher the level of trust the 7 spirits will have in us, however. Zhongli inhaled deeply, her expression serious. Once someone attempts to awaken a second trait, the 7 spirits will immediately detect the anomaly. Thus, cases like Wang Xie, who deceives the 7 spirits through dual personas to awaken dual traits, are exceedingly rare. Yet now you tell me that he likely does not possess dual traits, but instead can reflect his cognition into reality at will. What does that mean? Does the 7 spirits trust him unconditionally? Is that reasonable? Chapter 75. The terrifying death. I have no idea. Not just you and me, even the true powerhouses in the headquarters might not fully comprehend the mysteries of traits, Li San remarked. Gazing into the distance with a profound look, I believe we need not overly fixate on whether Wang Xie's ability originates from his second persona or some other more potent and mysterious trait. Need not fixate? Zhang Li's brows furrowed, her eyes filled with confusion. Yes, Li San nodded, responding, we only need to recognize that, at his core, he is not a bad person. How can you be so sure? Zhang Li pressed, her brows knitting tighter. Li San turned to her, a hint of gentleness flickering in his eyes as he slowly replied. A child who yearns to taste the sweetness of cola, yet saves every penny to make amends for something. A child who, when faced with immense wealth, feels no greed but instead uses it to help couples with whom he has no connection, even spending an additional $8,000 of his own money. Such a child. I find it hard to imagine how he could be deeply flawed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback, the image of Wang Xie's youthful yet earnest face flashing in her mind. After a moment, she added, Wang Xie is not bad, but what about his uncontrollable second persona? Isn't that dangerous? At the mention of Wang Xie's second persona, Li San's gaze visibly flickered. The scene from that night in the private room rapidly replayed in his mind, where Wang Xie's primary persona had prevented his second persona from inflicting harm upon Duan Wu. Li San took a deep breath, a smile returning to his face, his tone imbued with certainty. Though I lack concrete evidence, I feel that Wang Xie should be able to suppress his second persona and thus should not encounter significant problems. Should not encounter significant problems? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, poised to respond. At that moment, Sun Xiaowu abruptly extended his hand, pointing ahead, and said in a low voice, Stop chatting, look over there. Li San and Jiang Li looked up in response, only to find an ancient and exquisite residence, akin to a gem lost to time, quietly nestled before them. The residence stood atop a mountain, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, resembling a celestial realm, with exotic creatures meandering nearby, adding an air of mystery and majesty to the abode. The three instantly heightened their vigilance, tacitly falling silent. Although the residence appeared to be within arm's reach, it took Li San and the others a full half-hour to arrive before it. Halt! Who goes there? As a large group approached from the distance, two guards, one stout and one slender, immediately called out to stop them. Simultaneously, two tiger-like creatures that had been dozing on the ground beside them suddenly stood up, their blood-red eyes glinting with ferocity and vigilance, fixating intently on the newcomers. They emitted low growls, seemingly warning the visitors against any rash actions. The slender guard squinted slightly, as the group drew closer and their faces became visible. His expression softened a bit. He gently patted the head of the creature beside him, soothingly saying, It's all right, it's all right. They are from Senior Brother Luo. They must be here to escort the livestock back from the mortal realm. The stout guard also comforted the creature beside him in a similar fashion. Under their master's reassurances, the two creatures lay back down. Before long, Li San and his companions arrived at the entrance of the residence. We pay our respects to Senior Brother Luo. Your journey has been arduous. The two guards promptly bowed to the disciple of the Beast Master sect who was under Li San's control. Senior Brother Luo nodded slightly, indicating his acknowledgement. Senior Brother Luo, as per protocol, we must conduct an inspection. You have no objections, I trust? The slender guard discreetly glanced at Senior Brother Luo's expression, cautiously gesturing towards the peculiar group behind him. Of course, please proceed, Senior Brother Luo replied with a slight smile, stepping aside calmly. Thank you for your understanding, Senior Brother Luo. It's just a routine procedure. Routine procedure, heh. The slender guard sighed in relief, his face breaking into a broad smile. The two guards exchanged glances and made their way toward the crowd. I'm Qin Shi Huang. Pay up. As they approached the crowd, a man clad in a dark dragon robe suddenly shouted, startling them. Damn it, a lunatic! The slender guard muttered under his breath, signaling the stout guard to check the other side of the crowd. Transfer me $300. I want to go back to Hong Kong. Just as the slender guard was about to move forward, he was blocked by a handsome young man, causing him to erupt in fury as he kicked the man to the ground. Do you want to kick from me? The slender guard huffed dismissively, suppressing his anger as he continued counting the numbers. Soon, he arrived before Li San and the others. The slender guard studied the trio with curiosity, exclaiming in surprise, these three look quite normal, surprisingly. Upon hearing this, Li San's eyes darted, and he suddenly shouted, Thanks to the big sister for the carnival. Damn it, another lunatic! The slender guard exclaimed, retreating several steps, as if fearing to catch the madness. There are 11 people in total on my side. After counting, the slender guard turned to the stout guard and asked, How many do you have over there? The stout guard raised his head and replied loudly, Brother, I have a total of 8 people here. 8 people. Wait, you said 8? The slender guard was initially taken aback, but his expression rapidly changed, his voice rising sharply, No. Brother Song said he prepared a total of 16 people this time. You have 8 on your side, and I have 11 here. That's 19 people. 3 more than expected. Could it be? The slender guard abruptly turned, his sharp gaze landing on Li San and the others like that of a hawk. Alas, your unwavering gaze upon me is quite disconcerting, and it makes me feel rather shy. Li San clutched the hem of her garment with both hands, feigning delicacy, a sight that made Jiang Li's stomach churn, nearly compelling her to retch. Scoundrel! The emaciated guard, at last awakening from his stupor, realized he had been deceived and erupted in a fit of rage. Roar! Sensing his master's fury, the monstrous beast before the door abruptly stood, unleashing a deafening roar. In the next moment, be still, do not move. Suddenly, Sun Xiaowu appeared before it like a specter, extending a hand to firmly press against the creature's formidable forehead. With a resounding thud, this creature, which was nearly twice the size of a Siberian tiger, was effortlessly subdued by Sun Xiaowu. It thrashed desperately, emitting low growls, yet remained utterly immobilized. Hiss! Simultaneously, a sharp sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere. Sun Xiaowu turned to see a crescent-shaped arc of blood flash like lightning, instantly cleaving another tiger-shaped beast in twain. Warm blood splattered across the ground, filling the air with a pungent scent of iron. Not far away, Jiang Li slowly retracted her hand, droplets of crimson cascading from her fingertips, splattering onto the ground like blossoms of blood. Teske, to kill upon the first strike, such cruelty. Sun Xiaowu smirked, his expression one of indifference. He then exerted a slight downward pressure with the hand that held the beast's head. Bang! A dull thud echoed, akin to a watermelon crushed beneath a heavy tire. The creature's skull was instantaneously obliterated by Sun Xiaowu's force. Brain matter, intermingled with blood, splattered everywhere, while the ground beneath it shattered, fissures radiating like a spider's web. Tiger air. The tragic demise of the two beasts enraged the guards, their eyes practically ablaze with fury. Scoundrels, I shall avenge you. At that moment, the two guards, their eyes aflame, set their sights on Li San. Them. This middle-aged man, with sparse hair and a benign countenance, seemed far easier to dispatch than the young man who crushed beasts with a mere palm or the young woman who painted the ground red. However, just as the emaciated guard prepared to take action, he was suddenly beset by a dizzying sensation, his mind swirling. His consciousness began to dim, his eyes sinking deep into their sockets, and his once smooth skin abruptly became parched and coarse. Riddled with countless wrinkles, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a gaunt shell, resembling a long-dried corpse. Yet before him, the middle-aged man still wore a faint smile, though his figure grew increasingly indistinct in the guard's fading vision. What is happening? After uttering this final query, the emaciated guard collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. Observing the two shriveled forms at Li San's feet, Sun Xiaowu couldn't help but shudder, an inexplicable dread swelling within him. You see, you have chosen the most terrifying manner of demise. Chapter 76, Sword Control Technique? Who would have imagined that the seemingly reasonable Li San would employ such utterly unreasonable methods of killing? The moisture from the two guards' bodies was forcibly extracted by Li San, coalescing into two crystalline spheres of water, gently floating before him. Close the door, release the hounds. The corners of Li San's mouth curled upward in a subtle smile. He extended a hand, slowly pointing skyward. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air, the two water spheres shot upward like arrows released from a bow, tracing a faint trail of liquid in their wake. Akin to a tear in the sky, in that very moment, the river below the cliff was stirred as if by an invisible hand, surging tumultuously. Subsequently, four robust columns of water erupted from the river's surface like dragons drinking. Soaring upward toward the water spheres, as the columns merged with the spheres expanded dramatically, inflating hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times, until a colossal water sphere enveloped the entire estate. Strangely, the interior of the water sphere held not a single drop, existing in a vacuum, while all the river water coalesced outside, forming a barrier as solid as rock, impenetrable to ordinary beings. Yet, this enormous water sphere was not without flaw, the location corresponding to the estate's entrance. There was a gap sufficient for one person to pass through, that moment. Li San and the others stood outside the entrance, quietly observing the unfolding spectacle. All set. Let the work commence. Li San surveyed his creation with satisfaction. Nodding before stepping forward, Dato nearly forgot. Just as Li San took a step, he suddenly halted, as if recalling something of great importance. The bait's role is complete. It is time for them to return. With that, Li San gently clapped his hands, softly intoning. Chaos, synchronize the order. In the blink of an eye, the 16 eccentric patients, along with the disciples of the Beast Control sect under Li San's command, vanished without a trace, as though they had never existed. Witnessing this scene, Zhongli and Sun Xiaowu exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with shock. Synchronization is a means for those in the outer world to traverse between the outer and inner realms. It is not an esoteric technique. They too are capable of by adjusting the entropy, or the level of disorder surrounding oneself to match that of the corresponding world. One can open a passageway between the two realms. For instance, when in the outer world, one must elevate the entropy of the surrounding area to match that of the inner world. Conversely, when in the inner world, one must reduce the entropy accordingly. Although the principle is not complex, it demands a high degree of mastery over the control of entropy. Sun Xiaowu's sensitivity to entropy is rather dull, allowing him only to alter the chaos within a half-meter radius, a common level among most ability users. While Zhongli surpasses Sun Xiaowu, she can only adjust the entropy within a 2-meter radius. The group that has just departed formed a lengthy queue, exceeding 10 meters, with a considerable distance from Li San. Is this the capability to open the second door? It is not as exaggerated as you might think. Li San seemed to perceive their thoughts, waving his hand and smiling as he explained. Have you forgotten? Those disciples of the Beast Control sect are essentially extensions of myself at this moment. I drew closer to the patients through them and together initiated the synchronization of order. Sending them out of the inner realm, Li San intended to comfort the two, but his explanation did little to assuage their concerns. After all, when they had previously entered the inner realm in a state of chaotic synchronization, Li San had brought both people and vehicle along. At that time, he had no control over so many disciples of the Beast Control sect and relied solely on his own strength. That bus was at least 6 meters long. By the way, Sun Xiaowu suddenly seemed to recall something, inquiring, Boss, how many people can you crown now? Me? Li San pondered for a moment before responding. I have merely attained the preliminary recognition of the second soul, Fuxia, so the upper limit for crowning is approximately 50 individuals. 50 individuals, you say? Sun Xiaowu nodded thoughtfully, gaining a more concrete understanding of Li San's capabilities. Who dares to set up a formation here, aware of this place's significance? Just then, an irate voice erupted from within the estate. Shattering the conversation between the three, they looked up to see a man clad in a blue robe striding forth from the estate. The man appeared to be in his late 20s. With thick brows, small eyes, a prominent nose, and a wide mouth, he exuded an air of rusticity, possessing a hint of vitality, yet not too much. However, it must be said that his blue robe was of exceptional quality, with intricate embroidery, evidently far more exquisite than the blue robes worn by the outer disciples they had encountered earlier. This must be the favored disciple of Qiu Gaoi, they concluded. Sun Xiaowu positioned himself to the left of Li San, fixating intently on the newcomer, whispering, while Zhongli took her place on Li San's right, a sneer on her lips as she disdainfully remarked, How weak, even less formidable than the four-seasoned slave from the Wish Forum. They are not the same, Li San chuckled softly, patiently elucidating. The individuals from the Wish Forum, at least those on the surface, cannot be considered true calamities, while this gentleman before us is a bona fide native of the inner realm, a genuine practitioner of Shenzhou. Practitioners of Shenzhou belong to a later tier of the system, lacking significant combat prowess in the early stages. Without special means, there might only manifest after establishing a foundation. Are the Wish Forum individuals not calamities? Zhongli keenly seized upon the significance of Li San's words, eager to inquire further when she abruptly narrowed her eyes, tilting her head slightly to the left. Whoosh, a gleaming long sword, sharp as ice, hurtled toward her, narrowly missing her delicate visage by mere millimeters. Sword control technique? Zhongli swiftly turned to gaze at the flying sword she had evaded, her eyes alight with excitement and anticipation, as if she had glimpsed a rare treasure. Yet, in the next moment, the sword's momentum abruptly diminished, tracing a feeble arc in the air before clattering to the ground, as the fervent glimmer in Zhongli's eyes gradually faded. She slowly turned her head, casting a scornful glance at the blue-robed cultivator, and mockingly remarked, "So it was merely a matter of throwing the sword over, was it? Well, what could I possibly expect from a mere chi refining stage cultivator?" You. The blue-robed cultivator, incensed by Jiang Li's words, felt his face flush crimson, his entire being trembling with rage. "I will kill you all." Chapter 77. Duan Wu is indeed. Hey. Just as the blue-robed cultivator was about to make a move, a face abruptly loomed large before him. It was Sun Xiaowu, wearing a mischievous grin, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, brimming with provocation. He extended a finger and gently tapped the cultivator's brow, his lips curling into a smile as he said, "Killing is not merely a matter of words." The blue-robed cultivator's expression shifted drastically, yet his reaction was far swifter than that of an ordinary cultivator. With a sudden slip of his foot, he propelled himself backward like a cannonball, retreating over 10 meters. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed a hand seal, muttering incantations under his breath. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his head, his eyes flashing with lightning. Following that, he bellowed, launching a palm toward the approaching Sun Xiaowu. "Lightning Serpent, go!" In an instant, a tremendous roar echoed as a silver streak shot forth from his voluminous sleeves. Sun Xiaowu paused, focusing intently, only to see that the streak hurtling towards him was, in fact, a small silver snake. This lightning serpent moved with astonishing speed, rivaling that of a bullet, reaching Sun Xiaowu in the blink of an eye. However, Sun Xiaowu remained calm and collected, showing no sign of panic. Just as the lightning serpent was about to strike his brow, he leisurely extended 2 fingers, deftly pinching the serpent's vital point. Hiss! The lightning serpent writhed menacingly, its fully electrified fangs crackling ominously, mere inches from Sun Xiaowu's face. "What a pity! If only you were a tad faster, you might have struck me." Sun Xiaowu shifted his fingers to the left, revealing his face as he looked at the blue-robed cultivator, a slight smile gracing his lips, showcasing his adorable dimples. Sun Xiaowu laughed, and so did the blue-robed cultivator. Sun Xiaowu furrowed his brow slightly. "What are you laughing at?" The blue-robed cultivator, now grinning even wider, replied, "I laugh at your foolishness. Can you guess why the lightning serpent is called a lightning serpent?" Pausing for dramatic effect, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he declared, "Lightning is not merely concentrated in its fangs." No sooner had the blue-robed cultivator's voice faded than Sun Xiaowu suddenly sensed something amiss. His expression changing abruptly, crackle. The silver serpent's surface erupted with arcs of lightning, blooming like a tempest of thunderous flowers. In an instant, a powerful current surged through Sun Xiaowu's fingers, radiating throughout his entire body. He instinctively attempted to release the lightning serpent. However, no matter how swift he was, he could not outpace the lightning. The sudden onslaught of electric force rendered Sun Xiaowu rigid, his muscles involuntarily tensing. Unable to free himself from the deadly serpent in but a moment, he was enveloped in a shroud of silver lightning, his body convulsing uncontrollably, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. What a laughable display! With such meager strength, you dare to cause a ruckus at Elder Chio's residence. The blue-robed cultivator smirked, reveling in Sun Xiaowu's predicament. Yet at that moment, a chilling voice echoed in his ear. "General!" The blue-robed cultivator froze, unable to comprehend before he sensed Sun Xiaowu suddenly towering before him, growing larger by the second, until all he could see were Sun Xiaowu's feet. A heavy scent of blood permeated the courtyard as a headless corpse stood rigidly in the courtyard's center. The blue robe billowing in the wind, blood gushed from the neck of the headless body, quickly staining the once pristine blue robe. Jiang Li stood quietly behind the corpse, her gaze cold and composed as she slowly retracted the blood-soaked long knife that had severed the blue-robed cultivator's neck. This blood-colored blade was not a true weapon but rather formed from the blood seeping from Jiang Li's own wounded wrist. With a casual flick, Jiang Li shook off the blue-robed cultivator's blood onto the ground, her actions replete with disdain, as if she wished to avoid soiling her own blood. "How long do you intend to play?" "Quickly, heal me." Jiang Li abruptly raised her head, gazing at Sun Xiaowu, who was bathed in the light of lightning. Her brows furrowed with impatience. Boom! No sooner had Jiang Li's words left her mouth than a silver bullet sliced through the lightning, trailing a long, radiant tail, and pierced into her brow. Jiang Li's body jolted violently. And in an instant, the wound on her wrist sealed itself, the coagulated long knife clattering to the ground, dissolving into a pool of blood. The boss has already stated that aside from the junior disciple being your target, all other direct disciples are mine. Amidst the lightning, Sun Xiaowu's voice echoed with resignation. Why are you still stealing my prey? In the next moment, the lightning ceased abruptly. Sun Xiaowu, appearing unfazed, retained his nonchalant grin as he casually discarded the lifeless lightning serpent he had just decapitated. He then approached the head of the blue-robed cultivator, squatting slowly before it. Gazing into the bewildered eyes, Sun Xiaowu smiled once more, revealing his charming dimples. My apologies. I had hoped to play a bit longer. But that woman intervened before I could even ask your name. However, a mere passerby of your caliber has no need to know my name. Off you go. Rising to his feet, Sun Xiaowu delivered a powerful kick, sending the blue-robed cultivator's head soaring into the inner courtyard. By the way, he squinted, fixing his gaze on the inner courtyard, and began to speak. How despised must this fellow be to be pushed out as cannon fodder? Young master, you jest. We are like brothers. From within the inner courtyard came a melodious and sweet voice. Jiangli had returned to Sun Xiaowu's side, and together they turned their attention to the inner courtyard. Gradually, 5 figures emerged from within. In the center stood a woman clad in a purple embroidered dress, the hem adorned with exquisite patterns that swayed gently with her movements, reminiscent of blooming violets. A folding fan concealed half her face, revealing only her pair of glistening, watery eyes, filled with a soft, alluring charm as they scrutinized Sun Xiaowu. I am Diao Xinqiang. May I ask how to address you? Young master? Her voice was soft and melodious, akin to a gentle breeze in spring, laced with threads of seduction. Sun Xiaowu, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing that it was this woman who had spoken moments earlier. Of course, even without the sound, he could have guessed, as she was the only female among the 5. Sun Xiaowu did not respond immediately, instead directing his gaze to the 4 young men flanking her. Clad in blue robes like the previous direct disciples, it seemed these were indeed their uniforms. As for Diao Xinqiang's distinct attire, it was understandable. After all, the desire for beauty is a universal trait among women, transcending borders and realms, except, of course, for exceptions. Sun Xiaowu glanced at Jiangli and couldn't help but sigh. Jiangli, with her bare face and a head of neatly cropped hair, was clad in a pragmatic leather jacket. Wrapping herself tightly, despite possessing top-tier beauty, she presented herself as a tomboy, which was rather regrettable. What are you staring at? She is addressing you. Feeling Sun Xiaowu's gaze, Jiangli shot him a frosty glare, her eyes seemingly capable of freezing the very air. Right? Sun Xiaowu scratched his head, a sheepish smile gracing his face as he turned to Diao Xinqiang, grinning broadly. I apologize. It's my first time encountering such a beautiful lady, and I was momentarily entranced. Moreover, there's no need for such formality. We need not go through the motions of exchanging names. Not at all. Diao Xinqiang shook her head, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Firstly, you mentioned that a passerby need not know your name, yet I do not wish to be a mere passerby. Secondly, Diao Xinqiang paused, her once tender eyes suddenly turning icy. I never slay nameless individuals. Thus, only by knowing your name can I proceed to kill you. Her tone bore a hint of provocation, yet Sun Xiaowu merely rubbed his nose and chuckled. Is that so? Very well then. Listen closely. Standing tall, Sun Xiaowu's smile blossomed even brighter. I am Duan Wu, and I shall not change my name or alter my surname. You may also fondly refer to me as Duan Dog. I do not mind at all. Xiao. Deep within the dense forest, Duan Wu, who had been listlessly wielding his long knife, suddenly sneezed inexplicably. He wiped his nose and turned to Wang Xie, who was perched nervously atop a tree, anxiously scanning the surroundings, and shouted, Wang Suasuwa, it seems a girl has taken a liking to me. Chapter 78. No loss. What is happening? Are you deaf or mute? Duan Wu, witnessing Wang Xie's utter lack of response, was instantly consumed by rage. He drew his long knife with a swift motion, its blade aimed threateningly at Wang Xie perched high in the tree, and bellowed at the top of his lungs. Speak! The force of his shout nearly startled Wang Xie's soul from his body. Anxious and desperate, he wished for Duan Wu to silence himself, yet was too fearful to voice his thoughts. In a moment of panic, inspiration struck him. He hastily pulled out his phone, fingers flying across the screen to compose and send a text message. As an employee of the 749 Bureau, their phones had been treated with a special enhancement by Naigu. Even within this enigmatic realm, communication remained unimpeded. To clarify, Naigu is the codename for the colleague previously mentioned, associated with the special aspect of network information. What is the meaning of this? A mere shout would suffice. Yet he resorts to texting? Duanwu muttered to himself, impatience boiling over as he fished out his phone to read the message Wang Xie had sent. He read aloud, slowly, "Do not speak to me. Do not look in my direction, and certainly do not point your knife at me. This could not expose my position." Ha ha ha! Duanwu could not contain his laughter, the sound echoing harshly through the stillness of the forest. One hand waved dismissively while the other pointed at Wang Xie's location, laughing uncontrollably. "Wang Song, do stop with the jest. Are we playing CF? Exposing your position? Do you really think of yourself as a sniper? What a fool!" Wang Xie gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath, and then cautiously surveyed his surroundings, contemplating whether he should change his hiding spot. He wished to vacate the tree immediately. Moreover, he was resolute in his decision to silently relocate without informing Duanwu. That guy was utterly unreliable, reckless and devoid of thought. Unable to change him, he could only alter his own position. Soon enough, Wang Xie's gaze landed on a towering North American redwood not far away. The tree loomed majestically, its trunk extraordinarily thick, estimated to reach at least 100 meters in height. In this vicinity, there was no better place to conceal oneself and execute a sniping maneuver. After all, the director had instructed him to fire from concealment, with no need to confront the enemy face to face below. However, gazing at the colossal tree, Wang Xie's heart sank. This North American redwood was starkly different from the one beneath him. It had almost no branches to aid his ascent. In other words, he would have to climb up the trunk barehanded for at least 50 meters to find a suitable perch. Wang Xie shook his head vigorously, muttering repeatedly, "Impossible, utterly impossible. 5,000, and I will take you there." Just then, a deep voice whispered in Wang Xie's ear. It was He Yuan. 5,000. Wang Xie gaped. Why not just rob it? At most 500. 500? You think I'll let you off that easily? At least 4,000. 4,000. You should just steal it. At most 1,000. 1,000. Do you take me for a beast of burden? At least 3,000. 1,500 deal. With He Yuan's final word, a sudden doubt crept into Wang Xie's mind. Had he perhaps overdone it? That is quite generous. Typically, when hired, I charge units of 10,000. You re-offering me 1,005 for a single action? What a steal! He Yuan replied nonchalantly. All right. Wang Xie waved his hand in resignation. Just deliver. In comparison to his own safety, 1,005 truly seemed trivial. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he abruptly snapped back to reality. 1,005 is nothing. How could I think like this? Inflated, utterly inflated. The high salary at the 749 Bureau certainly made it easy to lose oneself. Moreover, it was rumored that after each completed mission, there were additional attendance bonuses. This thought. A smile of anticipation crept onto Wang Xie's face. Life was certainly looking up. After this mission concludes, I want to buy a pack of turkey noodles to treat myself. They are so expensive, I could never justify the expense before. Wang Xie grinned foolishly, his mind already wandering into fantasies about how to reward himself after completing the task. I've heard they are quite spicy. I want to try. Turkey noodles? What a frivolous chap. After this mission, I shall treat you to Hadaleo. He Yuan's voice carried a hint of teasing. Hadaleo. Wang Xie's eyes widened in disbelief, an eager glint igniting within them, his body trembling with excitement. Mr. He, are you serious? However, dining in such an upscale hot pot restaurant seems rather extravagant. Is it not? Extravagant? Wang Xie, you've had quite the rough life. Haven to you. Wang Xie was about to respond when suddenly, he felt a powerful force lift him abruptly, propelling him into the in the next moment. He began to plummet rapidly towards the North American redwood. The wind rushed past his ears, and the intense sensation of weightlessness tightened his abdomen, nearly prompting a scream. But just then, he noticed Duanwu in the distance, idly fiddling with his long knife, completely oblivious to the commotion. Wang Xie quickly covered his mouth with his hand. He must not be discovered this time. Grab hold. He Yuan's voice whispered gently in Wang Xie's ear. Grab hold? Wang Xie's heart raced as he instinctively looked down, spotting a thick branch quickly approaching him. He gasped, and in a frenzy, managed to clutch the branch just in time, narrowly avoiding a bone-shattering fall. It took immense effort, but Wang Xie finally flipped over, sitting down on the branch. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and, still shaken, said, "Wait, Mr. He, you only handle the ascent, not the descent." It turned out that just moments before, He Yuan had manipulated Wang Xie's shadow, transforming it into a longbow that propelled him toward the North American redwood. Descent? He Yuan scoffed. For 1,500, this is the service provided. What can you do about it? If you're dissatisfied, I can just drop you. Wang Xie glanced down. He was at least 50 meters above ground. Merely contemplating the consequences of a fall sent chills down his spine, and he quickly plastered a smile on his face. Mr. He, this 1,500 service is truly worth it. I'll be sure to return to you next time. Enough, enough, stay alert. Something is approaching. He Yuan's tone suddenly turned serious. Something is approaching? Wang Xie tensed instinctively, gulping nervously. However, reassured by his position in the tree, he thought that as long as it wasn't a flying monster, he should be safe. Allowing him to relax slightly, he squinted, scanning the surroundings intently. Soon, he spotted a shadow lurking in the dense forest behind Duanwu, slowly drawing closer. The distance was too great for Wang Xie to discern the creature clearly, but he was certain it was no human. He quickly pulled out his phone, typing furiously to send a message to Duanwu. There's something in the woods behind you. Be cautious. Below, Duanwu was languidly reclining on the ground, his long knife tossed aside carelessly. Chewing on a blade of grass, he muttered in exasperation. What is this nonsense? I came to fight, not to play lookout. This is unbearably dull. Another message? Duanwu sat up, retrieving his phone. Upon reading the message, his previously dull eyes sparkled with excitement. A smile creeping onto his lips, he stood up, picked up his long knife, and stretched his neck. Finally, some fun. Let us hope you don't disappoint me with that. Duanwu slowly turned around, deliberately positioning his back to the direction Wang Xie had indicated, seemingly taunting the hidden creature lurking in the shadows. Chapter 79. The first battle with the monster. As soon as Duanwu turned, the shadow darted from the thicket, moving with incredible speed, whipping up a gust of wind that sent leaves spiraling into the air. In the dim light, Wang Xie discerned that it was a massive beast, covered in coarse, mottled black fur, with two tusks protruding menacingly from its mouth, glinting ominously in the night. A wild boar. Wang Xie opened his mouth. But no, it was far larger than a wild boar, its size comparable to that of a small elephant. The beast roared, its front claws scraping the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, before launching itself like a bolt from a crossbow towards Duanwu. Ah, this ought to be fun. Duanwu sensed the movement behind him, remaining unperturbed. With a light tap of his toes on the ground, he sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the ferocious attack. He swung his long knife, the crimson blade slicing through the darkness in an arc aimed at the beast's flank. The creature reacted swiftly, its massive body twisting, and Duanwu's strike only grazed a few tufts of fur. Interesting, quite agile. Duanwu licked his lips, his fighting spirit ignited. The giant beast, thoroughly provoked by Duanwu's taunt, threw back its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. The sound waves reverberated, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. And Wang Xie, perched high in the tree, felt a piercing pain in his eardrums. How terrifying! Wang Xie's heart raced. He was at least 100 meters from the battlefield, and yet the creature's roar managed to reach him. Congratulations to that lad. He's hit the jackpot. He Yuan's voice chimed in. A first-tier monster, the Black Boar Spirit. In terms of combat power, it rivals a cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Not only that, but this type of monster has tough skin and thick flesh. An ordinary cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement might not even stand a chance against it. What? Upon hearing Wang Xie's words, Duanwu felt a surge of urgency, swiftly adjusting his position in search of an opportunity to strike the black pig demon. However, the battlefield was in constant flux, with man and beast entangled, rendering it nearly impossible to find a suitable angle for a shot. The black kite nonchalantly remarked, "Do not be overly concerned. No matter how resilient the black pig demon's hide may be, it cannot withstand the onslaught of Crimson Soul. Of course, this is contingent upon Duanwu landing a hit or rather, managing to do so before the black pig demon devours him. As soon as the black kite's words fell, the black pig demon exerted its 4 powerful claws, rapidly circling around Duanwu, evading his strikes while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. The tactics that Duanwu honed on the streets were effective against petty thugs. Yet they faltered against a sentient beast. The crimson blade flashed incessantly, yet it failed to truly connect with the black pig demon. Overwhelmed by exertion, Duanwu gasped for breath. This won't do. I can't afford to swing my blade recklessly. This massive black pig is too agile. My actions are merely squandering my strength. With resolute determination, Duanwu gripped his long knife tightly, momentarily halting his movements, his gaze fixed intently on the black pig demon. His nerves taut. Suddenly, the black pig demon crouched low, preparing to pounce, prompting Duanwu to instinctively adopt a defensive stance. However, this was a feint. In the split second before it lunged, it abruptly twisted its head and lashed out with its thick tail like a steel whip towards Duanwu. Caught off guard, Duanwu was struck heavily on the shoulder, sent soaring like a broken kite, crashing into a tree with a resounding thud. What an opportunity! Wang Xie exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he swiftly adjusted his aim at the black pig demon. Distancing itself from Duanwu, don't you dare intervene. This is my prey. Just as Wang Xie prepared to pull the trigger, Duanwu let out a sudden, thunderous shout. Taken aback, Wang Xie hesitated for a moment, retracting his finger from the trigger. This fellow is genuinely a rare breed of warrior. He wishes to test his combat prowess against the black pig demon, the black kite teased. Struggling to rise from the ground, Duanwu bore a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet, his eyes reflected no hint of fear, only an intensified battle fervor. Wiping the blood from his lips, he let out a fierce roar and charged towards the colossal beast. This time, he unleashed a frenzied assault, attacking without any defense. His long knife danced with an impenetrable rhythm, weaving a tapestry of slashing shadows. The beast, undeterred, relied on its formidable physique and sharp claws, deftly evading Duanwu's strikes while occasionally launching counterattacks. In a whirlwind of flashing blades and beastly shadows, the sounds of battle echoed through the forest. Duanwu's garments were shredded by the beast's claws, his face splattered with blood, indistinguishable between his own and that of the beast. Yet, his eyes burned with an intense fire, exhilarated beyond measure. Each clash with the beast sent his heart racing, and the exhilarating sensation of flirting with death while retaliating fiercely intoxicated him. Come on, you beast, show me what you've got. Duanwu laughed maniacally, hurling insults while his long knife surged with an unstoppable momentum, each attack infused with a reckless audacity, disregarding his own safety. His swordplay was wild and unrestrained. Lacking any semblance of structure, driven solely by a primal desire to tear apart his quarry, the beast, seemingly provoked by Duanwu's frenzied spirit, cast aside caution, abandoning its defense, and lunged at Duanwu with unbridled ferocity. Wang Xie, observing from the trees, felt his heart race, his finger firmly on the trigger, unable to tear his eyes away from the battlefield. Although Duanwu had urged him to remain uninvolved, if it truly came to life and death, he couldn't afford to ignore it. Duanwu, you mustn't come to harm. Wang Xie silently prayed. At that moment, the colossal beast leaped high into the air, its gaping maw aimed directly at Duanwu's throat, a strike filled with deadly intent. Yet, rather than retreating, Duanwu charged forward to meet the beast. A near-maniacal grin spread across his face as he shouted, "Come at me," just as the beast was about to crash into him. Duanwu abruptly sidestepped, simultaneously swinging his long knife upward with a uniquely acute angle, channeling all his strength and fervor into the strike. A dull thud reverberated, as if something had been cleaved in two. The beast's massive form halted midair, followed by its gigantic head flying off, blood gushing forth like a fountain from its severed neck, splattering onto the dark ground. Ha 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 ha! Duanwu laughed heartily, his joyous exclamation resonating through the silent forest, filled with triumphant delight and boundless arrogance. His long knife dripped with blood, the blade glinting menacingly under the moonlight. Is this all? I haven't even warmed up yet. As Duanwu continued to laugh, he casually rested his long knife on his shoulder, exuding an air of audacious defiance, as if the entire world held no significance in his eyes. Wang Song, Am I not formidable? With a sudden shift, Duan Wu raised the long knife, which bore the severed pig's head, high towards a tree, the pig's blood dripping rhythmically onto the ground, creating an eerie dark red stain in the dim night. Wang Xie, standing by another tree, shook his head in exasperation as he observed Duan Wu's exuberant demeanor, a mix of admiration and amusement swelling within him. This guy truly knows no restraint. Does he not fear attracting other monsters? He muttered softly, swiftly typing a message on his phone. As expected of the strongest high school student, Brother Duan is magnificent. After sending the message, he quietly observed the exuberant Duan Wu, awaiting his reaction. Upon receiving the text, Duan Wu opened it, momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, his expression of triumph intensifying as he bellowed. Ha ha, Wang Song Song, you truly have an eye for talent. He laughed heartily, wiping the beast's blood from his face with his free hand, resembling a victorious general, brimming with arrogance. Wang Xie, no longer paying attention to Duan Wu's jubilant antics, scanned his surroundings with a grave expression. The surrounding area was unusually quiet. Apart from Duan Wu's sporadic shouts, there was no other sound. Yet, the more silence enveloped him, the more uneasy Wang Xie felt. Something feels off, he murmured softly. This territory belongs to the beast-taming sect. It should, in theory, be quite secure. Why would a black pig demon appear here? A creature equivalent to the third layer of qi refining poses a significant threat even to the outer disciples of the beast-taming sect. Does it not? Would the sect permit such danger to manifest near their stronghold? Unless, just as Wang Xie contemplated, the voice of the black kite echoed in his mind, and they both exclaimed in unison. This black pig demon is a beast controlled by the beast-taming sect. Chapter 80. What about me? Alarm coursed through Wang Xie's features as he hurriedly pulled out his phone to type a message. Be cautious. There are beast-taming sects. However, before he could finish composing the message, a voice suddenly resonated behind him. Fellow cultivator, standing so high, are you not afraid of falling? The voice was unhurried yet struck Wang Xie like a clap of thunder, reverberating in his ears. His body froze, pupils dilating in shock as tumultuous waves surged within him. Slowly, he turned, only to behold a handsome youth clad in white robes, gazing at him with a knowing smile. The youth's eyes held an inscrutable glint, and the seemingly gentle smile belied an undercurrent of danger. Almost instantaneously, the black kite reacted with remarkable speed. Wang Xie's shadow beneath him erupted like a startled night creature, transforming into countless black arrows that shot up with fierce momentum, converging from all directions, aimed directly at the white-robed youth. What an intriguing technique! However, it is far too slow. The white-clad youth chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. In the next instant, he vanished. As swift as the wind, like an illusion, disappearing without a trace. Bang! The arrows, deprived of their target, instead shattered the branches beneath Wang Xie's feet. Suddenly, he felt the ground give way, his body losing support, and a violent sensation of weightlessness engulfed him, causing him to plummet uncontrollably. Wang Xie's heart raced, the sound of rushing wind deafening in his ears, fear enveloping him entirely. Just when he thought he would crash into the ground, the shadow beneath him seemed to come alive. Swiftly reacting, countless black threads converged from all directions, weaving together beneath him, entwining to form a thick, elastic shadow net. Wang Xie landed heavily upon this shadow net, the impact dispersed cleverly, providing a cushioning effect. He felt as if he had fallen onto a soft mattress. Although his body tingled from the shock, he was ultimately unharmed. Immediately, the shadow, akin to an invisible hand, gently lowered Wang Xie to the ground. As he landed, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing, he gasped for breath, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, hastily wiping his face to regain composure, casting wary glances around. There was no time to express gratitude for the black kite's timely rescue, for he realized that the white-clad youth had vanished. At that moment, the commotion from their landing finally caught Duan Wu's attention. Confusion etched on his face, he turned to look at them, just as Wang Xie's pupils dilated and terror washed over his features. He saw the white-clad youth, like a specter, silently appearing behind Duan Wu. Duan Wu, be careful. Wang Xie cried out desperately, but his warning came too late. The white-clad youth's expression remained impassive, a glint of icy malice flashing in his eyes as he raised his hand high. aiming a strike toward the hand that Duan Wu held his knife with. This seemingly light blow concealed an astonishing force, the gust of air whistling like a razor-sharp blade. Duan Wu was utterly unprepared to react. He merely heard a crisp crack, the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing. His right arm, along with the Qihun blade, was severed cleanly by that single strike, sending the severed limb and the long knife flying through the air. Blood gushing forth from the jagged wound like a fountain, Duan Wu let out a heart-wrenching scream, staggering forward several steps as the excruciating pain engulfed him in disbelief. He gazed at his severed arm, his face a canvas of anguish and rage. You bastard! Duan Wu turned back, gritting his teeth and shouting, his voice distorted by agony. The youth in white regarded Duan Wu with a cold stare, a mocking smirk playing on his lips as if deriding Duan Wu's audacity. Slowly, he raised his hand, preparing to launch another attack, intent on finishing Duan Wu once and for all. Suddenly, Wang Xie mustered all his strength, shouting, "Duan Wu, get out of the way!" Taken aback, Duan Wu instinctively glanced at Wang Xie, who bore an expression of urgency, his eyes brimming with warning. In an instant, Duan Wu recognized the imminent danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain radiating from the severed arm and lunged to the right. The intensity of his movement stirred up a cloud of dust, and as he landed, the strain on his wound caused him to stifle a groan. Meanwhile, the youth in white, finally relinquishing his focus, noticed Wang Xie's actions. To his surprise, Wang Xie had produced a hidden weapon, aiming it steadily at him. In the inner world where calamity loomed, acquiring information about the outside realm was not a daunting task, as there existed specialized channels for such knowledge. However, it depended entirely on their willingness to seek it out. The proud youth in white, who had never ventured beyond the confines of his world, held the outer realm's mundanes in contempt. Thus, he was oblivious to the concept of firearms, even if he were aware. His arrogant demeanor would render him indifferent. This led to his grave oversight. As Wang Xie aimed his gun, the white-clad youth merely cast a disdainful glance, dismissing the threat entirely, a cold sneer gracing his lips. In the next moment, a sharp gunshot pierced the air as Wang Xie decisively pulled the trigger. Instantly, a fist-sized orb of black energy erupted from the muzzle, its speed so great that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Hurtling towards the youth in white, along its path, an invisible force of decay spread forth, causing all living things to wither at a visible rate. The grass beneath quickly lost its vitality, fading into a dull, lifeless expanse. The youth in white finally sensed something amiss, the derision on his face swiftly replaced by gravity. Narrowing his eyes, he realized that this seemingly ordinary black orb harbored lethal peril. Without further contemplation, he propelled himself sideways with a powerful push, intending to evade. Yet, everything unfolded too swiftly. His reaction was ultimately a fraction too slow. The black orb streaked past him like a fatal meteor, merely grazing his left arm. In an instant, the decaying power surged up his arm as though it had found an outlet, rampaging upwards with reckless abandon. The youth felt an icy chill emanating from his arm, as if an unseen force was consuming his very being. Glancing down, he was horrified to witness his left arm's skin rapidly desiccating and darkening, the muscle and bone visibly eroding. What is this ghastly thing? The youth in white, no longer composed, found his voice tinged with panic. He understood the dreadfulness of this force. If left unchecked, he would likely be entirely consumed in no time. Without a hint of hesitation, he bit down hard, swiftly drawing his sword from his waist. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes as he swung his arm, viciously striking his left arm with the blade. With a sickening crack, accompanied by a surge of pain, his left arm was cleaved from his shoulder. The severed limb, tainted with blackened blood, was cast aside, plummeting to the ground. The fallen arm, akin to kindling set ablaze, was rapidly consumed by decay in mere seconds. It was reduced to a pile of black ash, the surrounding earth becoming charred and desolate. The air grew thick with a repugnant stench of rot, inducing nausea. The youth in white clutched the wound where his arm had been, blood seeping through his fingers. His complexion as pale as paper, his body trembling slightly from pain and fury, he glared at Wang Xie's gun, his eyes filled with trepidation. Wang Xie, fully aware of the principle of striking when the iron is hot, knew that he must not afford the youth in white a moment's respite. With both hands firmly gripping the weapon, his gaze resolute, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger once more. Bang! The second shot rang out, echoing sharply in the stillness of the forest. Another orb of black energy, brimming with malevolence, surged towards the youth in white. However, this time, the youth was prepared. His eyes narrowed, and with the swiftness of a wraith, he darted aside, narrowly avoiding the black orb which then struck a large tree behind him. The tree succumbed instantly to the force of decay, its trunk darkening and splintering before it crashed to the ground, sending dust soaring into the air. The youth in white, momentarily stunned, struck his shoulder with his thumb twice in quick succession, halting the flow of blood from the severed limb. He then cast a cold glance at Wang Xie, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Impressive. I admit your hidden weapon possesses considerable power, even posing a threat to me. But he scoffed. What good is it if you cannot hit me? The first time I was careless. Once I'm aware of your movements, you will never strike me again. But what about me? The instant the youth finished speaking, Duan Wu's voice suddenly erupted from behind him. The youth had been so fixated on Wang Xie that he had overlooked Duan Wu, who, despite enduring the agony of his severed arm, had stealthily maneuvered behind him. Duan Wu's eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance as he raised the Qihun blade high, bringing it down with ferocity. The blade slicing through the air like a flash of lightning, illuminating the darkened night sky. Bang! Yet, just as the blade was about to cleave the youth in white, Duan Wu felt an immense force strike his waist. A power beyond comprehension, akin to being rammed by a charging bull. Instantly, he was launched like a cannonball, soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The youth in white, not bothering to look back, remarked nonchalantly, "Fool, haven't you realized my identity yet?" Towering in the place where Duan Wu had been stood a massive azure wolf, its size nearly rivaling that of a tiger. Its blue eyes fixed intently on the fallen Duan Wu. Surrounding this colossal beast were 4 swirling azure orbs, rotating rapidly, emitting a whistling sound that distorted the very air around them. Wang Xie, witnessing this, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the youth in white possessed such a formidable summoned beast. Swiftly, he adjusted his aim, targeting the azure wolf, preparing to fire again. But the wolf seemed to sense the impending danger. It let out a howl that shook the very trees surrounding them. With a powerful push of its paws, it lunged toward Wang Xie with astonishing speed, leaving little room for reaction. Meanwhile, the youth in white stood by, coldly observing, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if everything was unfolding according to his design. Just then, the youth noticed Wang Xie's expression shift from panic to cunning. "General S." The wind wolf closed in. Wang Xie spoke softly, and suddenly, a sharp spike erupted from the shadow beneath his feet, lunging forth. Due to momentum, the wind wolf was unable to evade, and the spike pierced through its body, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail. "You bastard!" The youth in white roared in fury, his features contorted with rage, his eyes seeming to blaze with fire. "I will kill you!" Yet, as he took a step forward, attempting to move, he found his feet inexplicably rooted to the ground, unable to budge an inch. What is happening? Alarm surged through him as an unprecedented fear gripped his heart. Instinctively, he looked down, only to find 2 elongated shadows extending from Wang Xie's feet to his own, binding him in place, rendering him immobile. "He is strong. I can only control him for 3 seconds. The voice of the black kite echoed urgently in Wang Xie's mind. "That's enough." Taking a deep breath, Wang Xie strove to calm his racing heart. He slowly raised his gun, hands steady on the grip, fingers lightly resting on the trigger, his gaze locked firmly on the youth in white's forehead. "Handsome, I'm going to. But your army." In that moment, Wang Xie's eyes reflected a calm and decisive demeanor unlike any he had previously shown. He was transformed from the man who had been fleeing in panic to someone resolute and unyielding. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, the world around them falling into an eerie silence, save for the wolf's dying whimpers that echoed in the air. The youth in white stared in terror at the gun in Wang Xie's hand, desperate to struggle, yet found his body utterly constrained by the mysterious shadows, unable to move even a fraction. Despair filled his eyes, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking his pallid cheeks. 1 second. 2 seconds. Wang Xia's finger gradually tightened on the trigger, each passing moment feeling like a century. Just as the shadows were on the verge of losing their grip, Wang Xia resolutely pulled the trigger. Bang! A thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the forest as a black sphere of light, imbued with formidable energy, hurtled towards the young man clad in white. This time, the youth found himself with no means of escape, forced to watch helplessly as death approached with unrelenting inevitability. The dark orb struck his chest with unerring precision, unleashing a terrifying force of decay that erupted instantaneously from the wound in his chest. A tide of black, putrid energy surged forth, spreading like a relentless wave. Wherever it touched, flesh, bone, and fabric disintegrated into nothingness, leaving behind only a charred void. His body was as if caught in the grip of an invisible hand, tearing and crushing him with frenzied intensity. In the blink of an eye, his once whole form completely vanished, leaving behind only a small patch of land, blackened and cracked by corrosion. It was as if no human had ever stood there, save for the acrid stench of decay that lingered in the air, narrating the tale of the lethal blow that had just transpired. The moment of the young man's demise, the shadow beneath him, controlled by the black kite, was suddenly yanked by an unseen force, transforming into a streak of black light that sped towards Wang Xi. In the blink of an eye, it returned to Wang Xia's feet, merging seamlessly with his shadow as if it had never left. Meanwhile, the piercing spikes that had impaled the wind wolf seemed to receive some sort of command, erupting violently. The spike instantly split into countless slender black thorns, resembling a dense net of death, radiating outward from the wind wolf's center in a frenzied expansion. The wind wolf barely had time to emit a final mournful cry before being mercilessly torn apart by the multitude of tiny spikes. Its body was instantly shredded into countless fragments, fur, flesh, and bone scattering across the surrounding earth, painting a gruesome and horrific scene. Wang Xia exhaled deeply, his taut nerves finally relaxing, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Duanwu approached, clutching his wound and limping. Wang Xia, you rascal, you've truly outdone yourself. Duanwu managed a strained smile, his eyes filled with admiration. Brother Duan, you truly can take a beating. Wang Xia glanced at Duanwu, who had lost an arm and had been violently struck by the wind wolf, yet still moved with such ease. He shook his head with a wry smile, continuing, if it weren't for Mr. Hei's assistance, we would have truly been done for today. Wang Xia looked down at the shadow beneath him, his heart brimming with gratitude for the black kite. Don't think that just because you thanked me, you can forego the payment owed. The voice of the black kite resonated, tinged with fatigue. Chapter 82. Who was the prey? Half an hour earlier, in the courtyard of the mansion, Li San stepped forward, patting Sun Xiaowu on the shoulder. This is now your responsibility. Can you handle it? Sun Xiaowu smirked, a nonchalant grin spreading across his face. Of course, no problem at all. This little task is nothing to me. Li San nodded, then turned to Zhongli, speaking earnestly. Counting the previously fallen direct disciple, 6 direct disciples have appeared thus far, which means I understand. You mean to say that the Half-Step Foundation Establishment Junior hasn't shown himself yet? And I should be cautious, Zhongli interrupted, her expression one of comprehension. Rest assured, I have it under control. What I meant is, you shouldn't steal Xiaowu's monsters. Li San retorted irritably, these 5 fellows are to be dealt with by Xiaowu, while you should focus on the one who hasn't revealed himself yet. I'm just worried that in a moment of impulse, you might charge in recklessly and end up being ambushed by that kid during the chaos, which would be a significant loss. After all, he is a Half-Step Foundation Establishment cultivator. Not to mention, his physical skills are certainly superior to yours, and with the Beast Master Sect's beast taming techniques, a single sneak attack could leave you severely weakened. Severely weakened? That's a laugh, Zhongli scoffed, raising her chin defiantly. If I'm not nearly dead, I wouldn't even know how to operate. Bring it on. I'm eager for him to come. Li San shook his head helplessly. This team was becoming increasingly difficult to manage, each member so reckless, treating danger with utter disregard. Fine, you all go ahead and be reckless. I am leaving with that. He turned and strolled leisurely towards the inner courtyard. Damn, do we look like heir to you? The 5 direct disciples, witnessing Li San and the others chatting as if they were invisible, were seething with fury, their fists clenched tightly. If only they could gauge the strength of these 3, they would have charged in and subdued them without hesitation. Now, seeing Li San ignore them and head straight for the inner courtyard, one of the bald men could no longer contain himself, roaring as he charged forward. He leapt high into the air, like a cannonball, plummeting towards Li San while swinging his fist, as large as a cooking pot. Aiming for Li San's head in the face of this aggressive blow, Li San remained calm, not even pausing in his steps. This bald middle-aged man is truly a weakling. He couldn't even react to my attack. The bald man inwardly rejoiced, envisioning Li San being knocked down in a pitiful state by his punch. Least I have a bit of hair. You have none at all upon hearing this. Li San slightly raised his head to glance at him. At that moment, another mocking voice rang in his ear. Brother, what are you looking at? Your opponent is right here. Huh? Before the bald man could process this, he felt a sharp pain in his waist, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Instantly, he was sent flying uncontrollably by a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, he slammed into the corner of the wall, creating a terrifyingly large crater, sending dust billowing into the air. Bastard! The bald man seethed in fury, his face contorted with rage as he looked up. However, what met his gaze was a dazzling burst of black light, radiating an aura of dreadful destruction. Behind that beam of black light floated Sun Xiaowu's smiling face. Swoosh! The black light pierced through the bald man's chest, the tremendous force ripping the ground behind him open, creating a gaping trench that extended for dozens of meters, with debris flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Li San, seemingly unfazed, shook his head and continued his leisurely stroll toward the inner courtyard. The remaining 4 direct disciples exchanged glances, filled with trepidation, no longer daring to act recklessly, fearful of being caught off guard by Sun Xiaowu. At that moment, one of the disciples could not help but ask, Senior sister, what should we do? That guy is about to enter the inner courtyard. Diao Xinxiang furrowed her brows, lightly biting her lip as she pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Everything happening here must have already been reported to our master. Yet he has given no directives, instead transmitting a message. Another disciple narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Diao Xinxiang nodded, her expression resolute. Indeed, our master is striving for the golden core realm and requires the 7 souls of beings from the mortal realm. The 7 souls of these 3 individuals are evidently stronger than those of ordinary mortals, making them more suitable for our master's breakthrough. If I am not mistaken, our master must have intentionally allowed that middle-aged man to enter. This middle-aged man is likely the leader among the 3, possessing the greatest strength, with 7 souls that align perfectly with our master's needs for his breakthrough. Therefore, we need not concern ourselves with him. Our focus should be on the man and woman before us. She paused, adding, our master must have deliberately left these 2 for us to enhance our strength. So that's it. The other 3 disciples' faces lit up with joy upon hearing this. In the land of Shenzhou, the most crucial resource for cultivation is not spiritual veins, not secret manuals, nor legacies, but rather humans. Humans are the most vital and scarce resource for cultivators in Shenzhou to enhance their cultivation. Moreover, in this case, they are exceptionally powerful humans. It would not be an exaggeration to call them Tang Song meat. In an instant, all 4 of their gazes greedily fell upon Sun Xiaowu and Jiangli, as if they were lambs awaiting slaughter. Even as Li San passed by them nonchalantly, they remained oblivious. Sun Xiaowu smirked disdainfully. Sister Jiang, these guys seem to think of us as prey. However, considering they had already lost 2 teammates, it was astonishing they still harbored such thoughts. It left one wondering whether to deem them foolish or to attribute their arrogance to an inflated sense of superiority, blinded by their own hubris. Afterward, he hurriedly reminded, but remember, they are my targets. Sister Jiang, don't steal them. Jiangli rolled her eyes in response. Just don't embarrass us and ruin our 749th round. With Li San's strength, he could effortlessly absorb these direct disciples, turning them into dried husks without expending much effort. From an efficiency standpoint, there was no need for him to complicate matters by having Sun Xiaowu and Jiangli intervene. His actions were merely to provide them with an opportunity to elevate their entropy value. Normally, humans from the surface world, if they stay long enough in the inner world, will gradually be assimilated by its chaos, and their entropy will slowly rise. Additionally, engaging with calamities and clashing with forces that completely overturn the surface world will significantly accelerate entropy growth. To a certain extent, calamities require the 7 souls of humans to enhance their cultivation, while those drenched in rain also need to confront calamities to grow stronger. From this perspective, the two sides are inherently oppositional. Sun Xiaowu stretched his limbs and declared, "All right, let us match king against king, soldier against soldier. Let the battle begin with that." He leisurely yawned and retrieved a half-black, half-white revolver from his waist. The gun shimmered with a mysterious luster, as if anticipating the impending conflict. 4 disciples of the Beastmaster sect exchanged glances and swiftly dispersed. Encircling Sun Xiaowu and Jiangli in a fan-shaped formation. One of the disciples quickly formed hand seals with both hands, reciting incantations under his breath. In an instant, a massive crimson flame tiger leapt ferociously from behind him. Its body engulfed in blazing flames, emitting a deafening roar as it lunged towards Sun Xiaowu. Given the disparity in numbers, employing a devastating beam was ill-suited, as it required a charging time. Thus, an annihilation bullet would suffice. The corners of Sun Xiaowu's mouth curled slightly, revealing a hint of languid amusement. He then deftly rotated the revolver in his hand, instantly switching it to annihilation mode, as the black portion was swiftly consumed by silver light. He gently squeezed the trigger, and with a resounding bang, a black annihilation bullet shot forth, directly aimed at the crimson flame tiger. The flames, resembling armor, were effortlessly pierced by the annihilation bullet. The tiger, unable to evade in time, was struck and let out a pained roar, rolling helplessly on the ground. "Is that all?" Sun Xiaowu lazily remarked. "Not enough to impress." His pupils narrowed slightly, and just as he was about to fire again, the flames enveloping the tiger suddenly began to flicker wildly. Something was amiss. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, but at that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted as the crimson flame tiger's body expanded rapidly, then detonated with a cataclysmic force. Like a volcanic eruption, numerous fireballs the size of fists splattered in all directions. In an instant, the outer courtyard was in disarray. Sun Xiaowu, who was closest, was struck on the left arm by a fireball, and a charred odor wafted through the air. Chapter 83. The Trust Phase. TSK. Sun Xiaowu glanced at his injured arm, frowning slightly. Relying too heavily on traits rendered the physical body too fragile. A golden opportunity had presented itself. Take advantage of this weakness. The disciple of the Beastmaster sect who had summoned the Crimson Flame Tiger suddenly brightened with excitement, seizing the moment to quickly form hand signs. In the blink of an eye, a spiky iron-armored rhinoceros appeared out of thin air. What a surprise! This individual possesses 2 summoned beasts. Sun Xiaowu found it quite amusing. The iron-armored rhinoceros began to furiously dig the ground with its forelegs, raising a cloud of dust, and then charged towards Sun Xiaowu like a rampaging tank, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. Take advantage of my illness to seek my demise. But I'm not ill. Sun Xiaowu smirked disdainfully. Unperturbed, he slightly sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the iron-armored rhinoceros's reckless charge. Then, he performed an action that left everyone perplexed. He slowly raised his revolver, aiming the barrel at his own temple. What is he doing? Diao Xinxiang's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend Sun Xiaowu's actions. However, the next moment, before anyone could exclaim in shock, the revolver in Sun Xiaowu's hand swiftly switched to holy mode. Half of the black barrel was engulfed in silvery radiance, the entire gun radiating a solemn and majestic aura. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a holy silver bullet drilled into his skull through his temple. Strangely, Sun Xiaowu exhibited no signs of pain. On the contrary, he appeared to revel in the sensation. The next second, a gentle holy light enveloped his body, swiftly healing the burn on his arm, restoring it to its original state in the blink of an eye. What comes around goes around, Sun Xiaowu murmured softly, quickly switching his revolver back to annihilation mode. He suddenly bent his knees and leaped forcefully, soaring into the air like a cannonball, and without hesitation. He pulled the trigger that a black annihilation bullet whistled through the air, aimed at the iron-armored rhinoceros's brow. Bang! The bullet merely breached the thick armor of the iron-armored rhinoceros, failing to inflict a fatal wound. Sun Xiaowu was taken aback. Was its brow that resilient? The disciple who had summoned the iron-armored rhinoceros rejoiced at the sight, laughing maniacally, "Ha ha ha, but it's just." Before he could finish his sentence, bang bang bang. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, each bullet precisely striking the previously breached spot. Despite the iron-armored rhinoceros's tough hide and incredible defense, it could not withstand such concentrated fire. Ultimately, the bullet pierced through its skull from the wound on its brow. Blood gushing forth. The iron-armored rhinoceros staggered forward for a few steps before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The remaining 2 disciples of the Beastmaster sect exchanged alarmed glances, summoning their own beasts simultaneously. One was a nimble Gale Wolf, darting swiftly across the battlefield. The other was a robust mighty bear, its paws swinging and creating a gust of wind. Sun Xiaowu stood his ground, appearing relaxed. He first fired several annihilation bullets at the Gale Wolf, then turned his gaze towards the mighty bear. At that moment, he felt playful and, putting away his revolver, he began to bounce toward the mighty bear. Ha ha ha, has that kid gone mad? The disciples of the Beastmaster sect mocked him. After such a prolonged battle, they had discerned that his strength stemmed from that revolver. Now, he dared to engage in close combat with their mighty bear, truly overestimating his capabilities, unbothered by their taunts. Sun Xiaowu smiled mischievously, pulling out his revolver once more, swiftly switching it to holy mode, and shot himself in the head. Instantly, a shimmering aura enveloped his body like a shield, gaining the effect of enhanced body. Sun Xiaowu's strength surged, transforming him into a berserker. His eyes slightly reddened, and his physique enlarged. The mighty bear roared, claws bared, charging at him. Rather than retreating, Sun Xiaowu advanced, meeting the mighty bear's paw head-on with a powerful punch. Boom! A dull thud resounded, astonishing everyone as the mighty bear's massive paw was shattered by Sun Xiaowu's strike, bone splinters scattering. Immediately, Sun Xiaowu leapt onto the mighty bear's shoulder, seizing its jaws with both hands. "Here we go!" he bellowed, his muscles tensing as he exerted all his strength, forcibly tearing the mighty bear's head apart, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. The onlookers were left wide-eyed in shock at this gruesome display. Only Zhongli, who understood the context, lightly scoffed. Sun Xiaowu nimbly executed a backflip, gracefully landing from the mighty bear's corpse. He turned to the still astonished disciples of the Beastmaster sect, a smug smile gracing his face. In holy mode, Shang Luan heals wounds. If there are no wounds, then it's enhanced body. With that, Sun Xiaowu squinted at the flying python circling overhead. Diao Xinqiang summoned beast. "Your turn, little snake." Sun Xiaowu stomped heavily on the ground, causing it to crack with a resounding snap. He then shot into the sky, instantly positioning himself before the flying python, firmly wrapping one hand around its body, hanging in midair. The flying python sensed danger, its massive body twisting rapidly, its mouth agape to reveal sharp fangs, venom transforming into a thin stream aimed at Sun Xiaowu. What a stench! Sun Xiaowu swiftly dodged the venom in midair, pinching his nose with a look of disgust. Yet at the same time, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes as he clenched his right fist, power rapidly coalescing around him. Under the immense boost of the enhanced body buff, his fist felt as though it possessed the weight of 1,000 June. He swung his fist with tremendous force, striking the flying python at its vital spot. The flying python writhed in agony, trying to shake him off, but Sun Xiaowu clung to it like a nail, unleashing a flurry of punches, each one delivering immense impact, causing scales to fly and blood to spray. Seizing the opportune moment, he clamped his hands around the flying python's wound. With a roar, his arm muscles bulged, unleashing all his strength to tear the snake's body apart at the vital spot. Blood sprayed, and the upper and lower halves of the flying python fell limply to the ground with a dull thud. Thus, 5 summoned beasts were dealt with, 4 dead, 1 wounded, leaving only the frightened Gale Wolf cautiously navigating the battlefield's periphery, daring not to approach Sun Xiaowu by a hair's breadth. Nevertheless, Sun Xiaowu had no intention of sparing it. Bang! The gunfire rang out once more. The Gale Wolf, like a startled bird, immediately bristled, a whirlwind rising beneath its feet, vanishing from sight, narrowly evading the bullet. Sun Xiaowu, however, remained unfazed. He squinted, surveying the surroundings before suddenly firing a shot at the empty doorway. Bang! With the gunshot, a black bullet shot forth, and coincidentally, the Gale Wolf appeared at that precise spot, having its skull obliterated by the bullet. Blood gushed forth as the headless wolf carcass plummeted to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. What luck! Sun Xiaowu clapped his hands, a look of fortunate glee on his face. Zhongli cast a deep glance at him, understanding that this had nothing to do with luck. Sun Xiaowu possessed an exceptionally keen combat awareness, to the extent that he could almost predict his opponent's next move. Perhaps this was a certain talent that came with being a gun expert. He had anticipated that the Gale Wolf would flee towards the exit, prompting him to seemingly irrationally fire a shot into the air. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaowu turned his attention to the 4 disciples of the Beastmaster sect. Teasing, "Do you have any more interesting tricks up your sleeve? Come on, I'm not done playing yet." The 4 disciples froze at his words. So Strong Point, one of the disciples, a direct disciple of the Beastmaster sect, displayed fear, his voice trembling. They were not foolish. They recognized that Sun Xiaowu was merely using them to hone his skills. If he truly intended to kill them, he could have easily disposed of them while dealing with the summoned beasts earlier. After all, the abilities of Beastmaster sect disciples largely stemmed from their summoned beasts. The reality was that Sun Xiaowu sought not merely to eliminate his opponents, but to experience as many different systems and abilities as possible. Only in this way could his entropy value increase. As entropy increases, he may have a glimmer of hope to elevate the trust stage of the first spirit, Corpse Dog, from mere skepticism in the initial phase to a budding trust in the second phase. The first spirit, Corpse Dog, comprises 4 stages of trust. The first stage of skepticism, the second stage of preliminary trust, the third stage of deep trust, and finally, the 4th stage of complete trust. Upon reaching the stage of complete trust with the first spirit, Corpse Dog, one may attempt to establish a trust relationship with the second spirit, Falling Arrow. However, to elevate Corpse Dog's trust stage from skepticism to preliminary trust, an entropy value of 1,000 points is required. Observing Sun Xiaowu's current entropy value of merely 788 points, one might wonder if all hope is lost. Sun Xiaowu cast a glance at the 4 individuals, his expression betraying disappointment. It was truly a pity. Since they could not provide him with more amusement, he gradually let his smile fade, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Let them all perish with that, he swiftly vanished, appearing instantaneously behind a disciple of the Beastmaster sect. A gunshot rang out, and the disciple's head exploded, blood and brain matter splattering against the nearby wall. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 2 disciples of the Beastmaster sect could no longer contain themselves. They screamed and fled toward the inner courtyard. "Run! Find our master! We'll be safe with him." Chapley San found the situation somewhat amusing. "Brother, what are you thinking? If I kill you, I will leave this place and return to the surface world. What good will your summoning do? I have no intention of playing your little games of don't leave after school. Heh." Qiu Gaoi leisurely lifted his head, revealing a smug smile. "Leave? I would very much like to see where you think you can go. How will you escape?" "What do you mean?" Li San squinted, utterly perplexed by the source of Qiu Gaoi's confidence. Could it be due to his so-called senior brother? One thing was certain. That senior brother was definitely not nearby. If he were, given his superior strength compared to Qiu Gaoi, he would have easily caught wind of Li San and his companion's actions. If he intended to offer assistance, he would have shown himself long ago, without needing Qiu Gaoi to call for help. This implied that his senior brother was at least a considerable distance away, likely far at the headquarters of the Beastmaster sect. According to the memories of the outer disciples of the Beastmaster sect, the distance from here to the sect's headquarters was akin to traveling from the Martial District to the Yang District, no less than 100 kilometers apart. Setting aside Qiu Gaoi's senior brother, even if that Yuaning period elder from the Beastmaster sect were to come personally, it would still take time to cover such a distance. And that time was ample enough for Li San to eliminate Qiu Gaoi and safely retreat to the surface world. Li San had prepared meticulously for this operation. Not only was he well equipped, but also, his allies, Sun Xiaowu and Zhang Li from the Outer Academy, had methods to traverse the 2 realms. Even Wang Xie and Duan Wu, who were dozens of miles away, had the black kite Li San left with them, which also possessed the ability to traverse the 2 realms. This meant that once Li San gave the order, everyone could return to the surface world instantly, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. But why was Qiu Gaoi so composed? Did he truly know nothing of these circumstances? No, that seemed improbable. It was one thing for the outer disciples to be in the dark, but as the mastermind behind the dream merchants, he could not possibly be ignorant of the situation in the surface world. Noticing Li San's silence, Qiu Gaoi grew increasingly relaxed and spoke leisurely. "Stop guessing. You, mere ants from the human realm, think you are invincible, yet you are oblivious to the fact that from the moment you set foot here, You have been under my watchful eye. Do you really think I am unaware that you have two companions, currently many miles away? If you claim your senior brother cannot arrive in time to rescue me, then likewise, you cannot rush to save your two little friends. Can you? What do you mean? Li San's head jerked up, his pupils reflecting the mocking visage of Qiu Gaoyi. Heh, what do you think I mean? Qiu Gaoyi's lips curled into a victorious smile as he continued. Have you not realized? Out of my 7 direct disciples, only 6 have appeared, while the strongest, the 7th, has yet to be seen. Do you wish to know the reason? I do not wish to know. Li San felt a strong aversion to uncovering that answer, but with his keen intellect, he quickly grasped the source of Qiu Gaoyi's confidence. Indeed, just as you guessed, long before you sealed off this place, I had dispatched the 7th. If all goes as expected, your two little friends should have already fallen into his hands. Now, please, do proceed. Qiu Gaoyi spread his arms wide, tilting his head back. I offer you my life. Take it as you will, and I shall not resist. Of course, you could certainly kill me and then slip back to the human realm. However, Qiu Gaoyi's smile widened. The 2 companions who came with you will remain here forever, subjected to endless torment. Naturally, a person of your caliber surely does not concern himself with the fates of 2 mere children, right? After all, sacrificing the few for the many is a principle you humans often espouse. Is it not? Every word from Qiu Gaoyi struck Li San like a sharpened blade, completely severing his retreat. Now, Li San was faced with a harrowing decision. Either become the villain Qiu Gaoyi described, sacrificing Wang Xie and Duan Wu to eradicate the dream merchants, or concede, abandoning the opportunity to eliminate Qiu Gaoyi in exchange for the safety of Wang Xie and Duan Wu. Big brother. Why? Why have you abandoned us? In a daze, Li San once again heard that innocent voice, no, it's not. Li San's expression changed abruptly as he lifted his head. At that moment, Qiu Gaoyi had vanished, and Li San found himself in a border town ravaged by war. The streets were rife with the nauseating scent of blood, and wounded civilians groaned in agony, their tattered clothes soaked in blood and dirt. Some lay on the ground, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Others leaned on one another, desperately seeking refuge from the chaos. The cries of children echoed, particularly heart-wrenching amidst the cacophony of gunfire. The true culprit behind all this, Li San's body trembled involuntarily, murmuring, "It's my fault, all my fault. I am a sinner, an unforgivable sinner." Li San knelt on the ground, catching a glimpse of his reflection in a pool of blood below. Thick brows and large eyes, dark skin, and most importantly, a head of thick hair. This is me from 20 years ago. This place is Yunbian Town. Why am I here? 20 years ago, before the Crimson Rain descended, Li San was a border guard. At that time, a little-known regional war had erupted between Huaghua and Yuanghua. Dubbed a regional conflict, it was, in truth, the Yuanghua forces masquerading as illegal armed groups invading Yunbian Town. Since on the surface, this illegal armed group had no connection to Yuanghua, the incident did not escalate to a national level, and aside from a few participants, hardly anyone knew of the conflict. Yet, Li San was one of those participants, and arguably, the catalyst. Captain, make a decision. There's no time left. The scene suddenly shifted, and under the cover of night, Li San looked up to find a 17-year-old young recruit standing before him. The youthful face bore no trace of fear. Captain, we are not afraid of death. Exactly. We cannot hand over the deployment plan to them. Behind the young recruit stood 12 equally young comrades, all with steadfast gazes, unflinching in the face of mortality, prepared to face death without hesitation. However, Li San opened his mouth but could not bring himself to make that decision, his heart filled with endless torment and struggle. Chapter 86. Come, give him a shot. The small squad Li San belonged to was part of the Red Wolf Army, under the command of the armed forces stationed at the Yun province border. On that day, they patrolled the borders as usual, the night deep and silent. Suddenly, Li San keenly detected a 10-man team attempting to sneak across the border under the cover of darkness and complex terrain. Without hesitation, he decisively led his men to confront them, and the two sides soon engaged in a fierce firefight. This 10-man team was evidently no match for Li San and his comrades, quickly retreating in disarray, fleeing the border in a panic. However, the intensity of the battle had driven the squad members into a frenzy, disregarding the constraints of the border and recklessly pursuing the enemy. By the time Li San realized the gravity of the situation, It was already too late. As it turned out, the Tin Man team was merely a decoy. Once Li San and his men charged out, they were horrified to find a substantial force waiting beyond the border. Outnumbered, after a fierce battle, Li San and his comrades were unfortunately captured. The enemy leader wore a triumphant expression and laid down his terms. If Li San surrendered the defense deployment plan for Yunbian town, they would be released. Li San and his men were all stalwart warriors, unafraid of death. But Li San feared for the lives of his comrades. These men had trained and fought alongside him. Not blood relatives, but closer than family. In the dark, damp confines of a prison cell, Li San's heart was engulfed in endless turmoil. He understood that handing over the deployment plan would plunge Yunbian town into great peril. Yet, if he refused, his comrades would undoubtedly perish. Time ticked away, each second weighing heavily on his heart like a hammer. At that moment, the enemy leader revealed a cruel grin and began his torment. The comrades were dragged before Li San, subjected to various tortures, blood splattering everywhere, but none of them uttered a sound of surrender. Li San clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms. His eyes filled with rage and helplessness. Yet, it was not enough. The enemy leader's gaze fell upon the youngest recruit in the group, a mere 17-year-old boy, still bearing the innocence of youth. The leader laughed heartily, instructing his men to drag the boy to a water tank filled with water. No, let him go. Li San struggled desperately, but he was firmly held down, only able to emit a desperate roar. The boy kicked wildly, arms flailing in the air, grasping for any semblance of hope. Several burly men forced his head into the water, causing violent splashes to erupt. The boy's body thrashed in the water, legs kicking against the tank walls, splashing water onto the ground. Li San watched helplessly as the boy's struggles gradually weakened, bubbles emerging from his mouth and nose until he finally fell still. This scene pierced Li San's heart like a sharp dagger. His heart was filled with endless pain and fury, yet he found himself powerless. Deeply wounded by this sight, Li San feared that the other comrades would meet the same fate. And ultimately, he succumbed. He acquiesced to the other party's conditions and surrendered the defense deployment map of Yunbian town. However, the enemy did not uphold their promise. Even after acquiring the blueprint, they revealed their menacing fangs, preparing to eliminate them all. Just then, the sound of cannon fire echoed from outside the camp, since Li San's squad had failed to report the day's patrol situation in a timely manner. The Red Wolf Army, realizing something was amiss, dispatched the 1st and 3rd squads for reconnaissance under the cover of night. They encountered a fierce battle against a large enemy force comprised of the 1st and 3rd squads of the Red Wolf Army. Yet, the disparity in numbers was overwhelmingly vast. The combined forces of the 1st and 3rd squads of the Red Wolf Army barely numbered 100, while thousands of armed groups were stationed here. Nevertheless, the chaos outside provided an opportunity for the 2nd squad of the Red Wolf Army within the camp. In this life-and-death moment, the members showed no signs of retreat. Each fought valiantly, sacrificing their lives to secure an escape for Li San. Watching his comrades fall one after another, Li San's eyes reddened, filled with sorrow and rage. Under the cover of his team's sacrifice, he managed to escape, but all his comrades perished. Subsequently, as Li San had feared, the leak of the defense deployment map led to the swift downfall of Yunbian town. When he arrived at the town, it lay in ruins, corpses strewn about. The once lively and harmonious town had transformed into a hell on earth. He stood there in a daze, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. His heart was filled with regret. Regret for his impulsiveness, regret for his choices that led to the demise of countless innocent lives, and the loss of his comrades with whom he had shared every day. This erroneous decision would haunt him like a nightmare for the rest of his life, as he would dwell endlessly in self-reproach and anguish. In a certain sense, Li San was not the kind of hero who embraced death without fear. He was merely an ordinary person, capable of entanglement and confusion. Initially, he could have kept the information leak buried deep within, yet the guilt and self-blame shadowed him, denying him peace. Ultimately, he chose to confess, reporting the circumstances of his information leaked to the Red Wolf Army truthfully. Ordinarily, leaking state secrets is an unforgivable crime, punishable by death, yet General Red Wolf intervened against all odds to spare Li San's life. However, while he escaped the death penalty, the consequences he faced were no less severe. In 2021, a year after the arrival of the Red Rain, Li San finally emerged from prison. By then, he was no longer the spirited youth he once was. His once thick, lustrous hair had dwindled to a mere remnant. Although he stepped out of prison, he could never escape the shadow of that incident. He believed he deserved to die. Thus, on the very day he was released, hearing that anyone caught in that eerie red rain would vanish without a trace, he resolutely took to the streets after midnight. In his view, sinners like himself should indeed evaporate from this world. Yet, no one knew what transpired that night. At T6 the next morning, he astonishingly emerged alive from the inner world. Having activated a trait related to water, Ino-1 knew what he had experienced in the inner world. All that was certain was that he returned a changed man, his demeanor shifting from cold to irreverent. With his trait activated, Li San joined the Jiangxing 749 Bureau later that same year. From that point on, while dealing with various mysterious incidents, Li San learned to act with foresight. He had transformed, beginning to sacrifice the few for the safety of the many. Oh, is this the heart demon? Qiu Gaoi gazed down, his eyes clouded, observing Li San in an unsettling state, who suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, truly, heaven aids me. With that, Qiu Gaoi descended from the enlightenment platform, circling Li San to confirm he was trapped in an illusion of the heart demon before abruptly raising a hand. It seemed there was no need to wait for my senior brother to save him. Qiu Gaoi's eyes sharpened, and spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, aimed at Li San's head, ready to strike. However, at that moment, Li San abruptly turned his head. His eyes had regained their clarity. So, you practitioners of Shenzhou refer to cognitive disarray as the heart demon? How is this possible? Before Qiu Gaoi could unleash his strike, he felt an intense dryness in his throat, as if a raging fire were consuming him from within. Water, so thirsty, so parched. Qiu Gaoi, disregarding Li San, frantically dashed through the inner courtyard, searching for a source of water. The familiar inner courtyard now felt like a labyrinth, each corner imbued with strangeness and despair. Finally, he spotted the familiar fountain, akin to a life-saving straw, and rushed towards it without a second thought. Plunging his head into the water, he drank voraciously from the fountain, gulping greedily, splashes flying everywhere. Yet, no matter how much he drank, that deep-seated thirst remained unquenched. Simultaneously, his body began to wither rapidly. His skin became dry and rough, resembling cracked earth in a desert, with visible fissures. His lips cracked and bled, his eyes filled with fear and despair in mere moments. Qiu Gaoi had transformed into a desiccated corpse, collapsing straight into the pool, sending up a small splash of water. Li San watched this scene unfold, devoid of any joy. He slowly retracted the mist surrounding him, his heart a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, a voice resonated. See? I told you your esteemed master would likely die before you. Hearing the voice, Li San turned to see Sun Xiaowu dragging Diao Xinqiang inside, followed closely by a stern-faced Jiang Li. How is this possible? Diao Xinqiang exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the floating form of Qiu Gaoi, resembling a desiccated corpse in the water, leaving her stunned. Meanwhile, Jiang Li approached Li San. Her expression grave. The situation seems to have changed. She glanced at Diao Xinqiang and said, "This woman claims the strongest junior brother is not here but has gone to Wang Xia's side." "I know," Li San replied with a nod, his expression complex. "Then Jiang Li began, but Li San interrupted, "It's fine. He Yuan is over there. Even if they cannot win, they should be able to escape back to the outer world." But Jiang Li hesitated, knowing that He Yuan's perception of entropy was similar to Sun Xiaowu's, impacting only within a half-meter radius. While this might suffice in ordinary situations, during intense combat, could such a limited range ensure Wang Xia and Duan Wu's safe return? Jiang Li was unsure. Li San was certain. It was impossible. Bang! A gunshot rang out. After sending Diao Xinqiang to reunite with Qiu Gaoi, Sun Xiaowu remarked nonchalantly, "What are you all worried about? Don't forget. That kid still has a hidden state." These words, both Li San and Jiang Li were taken aback. Jiang Li was relatively unfazed, having not witnessed Wang Xia's second personality in full. However, Li San was different. Having seen Wang Xia's second personality's strength firsthand, he exhaled in relief. The tension and complexity on his face visibly eased. Just then, Sun Xiaowu's phone rang. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Sun Xiaowu raised his phone, the caller ID displaying Wang Xia. "Answer it," Li San urged excitedly. Sun Xiaowu shrugged and pressed the speakerphone button. What's up? Wang Xie's panicked voice immediately came through the receiver. Sun Gu, hurry and save someone. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances. Since Wang Xie had the time to call, it indicated that the surrounding environment was at least secure. But if it was safe, what was there to save? Moreover, since it was Wang Xie calling, it meant his second personality had not emerged. They were left perplexed until Wang Xie's voice rang out again. That fool Duan Go got one of his arms sliced off and insisted it didn't hurt. But now he's bleeding excessively and has fainted. Sun Gu, you need to shoot him. Chapter 87. Conditions for activating the second personality. Sun Xiaowu hung up the phone, directing his gaze at Li San. Boss, what do you say? Li San stretched his limbs, his tone relaxed. What else is there to say? Of course, we need to give Duan Wu a shot. Otherwise, what if he dies? Sun Xiaowu nodded in agreement. So, shall we head out now? Let us go if we delay. It might be too late. As soon as Li San finished speaking, he took a step forward, swiftly departing the inner world under Sun Xiaowu's puzzled gaze. What is going on? Sun Xiaowu scratched his head and turned to Zhang Li. Aren't we going to save someone? Why did the boss leave directly? Idiot, Zhang Li retorted, taking a step and vanishing as well. Sun Xiaowu stood there, glancing around to confirm that both had indeed left, and he couldn't help but shiver. Don't leave me behind. Deep within the Shenlong frame, Sun Xiaowu's figure suddenly appeared. He was about to question why Li San and Zhang Li had suddenly departed the inner world when, bang, 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 a thunderous noise erupted from above. Sun Xiaowu looked up to see a helicopter circling in the night sky, its blades whirring. This is... Sun Xiaowu's mouth dropped open as he seemed to grasp something. Although 30 to 40 kilometers isn't a long distance, none of us possess mobile-type traits, so by the time we arrive, that brat Duan Wu might have already succumbed to blood loss, Li San explained. Fortunately, there's a secret military base deep within the Shenlong framed I called in a helicopter. Through this helicopter, you can swiftly reach the surface world, corresponding to the location of Wang Xie and his companions in the inner world. Once you arrive, you can directly traverse the two realms and promptly stand before them, thus enhancing efficiency. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaowu's eyes glimmered with a moment of realization. Indeed, boss, you are truly astute. Wait, did you just refer to me? What, are you not going? Li San and Zhang Li ambled toward the red sedan, waving their hands dismissively. You just need to go over and give Duan Wu a shot, then come straight back. What do we need to go for? You can manage it alone. Sun Xiaowu wished to argue further, but Li San had already settled into the car, his voice drifting back. Stop dawdling. If you keep hesitating, Duan Wu will die, and I'll dock your wages. That won't do. Duan Wu may die, but my salary cannot be deducted. The thought of his 32-year mortgage loomed over Sun Xiaowu, compelling him to dash toward the helicopter in the distance. Is this wise? Leaving it to him alone, will there be no issues? Zhang Li inquired softly from the red sedan. What problems could arise? Li San rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and inhaled deeply. If I were to accompany you, it would only complicate matters. What do you mean? Zhang Li frowned slightly. Li San gazed out the window, his eyes flickering. Before his demise, Qiu Gaoi had sought rescue from his senior brother through a sound transmission talisman. Qiu Gaoi was already at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, and his senior brother was at least at the Golden Core stage. Compared to the Foundation establishment stage, the Golden Core stage not only boasts a substantial enhancement in power, but also possesses an additional practical skill. Are you implying spiritual consciousness? Zhang Li queried. Li San nodded. Precisely. I am uncertain about the extent of the Golden Core stage's spiritual consciousness range, or the detail of observable phenomena. However, a target as conspicuous as myself, once within their spiritual consciousness range, would undoubtedly be detected. After all, my entropy value has surpassed 2,000 points. In contrast, Sun Xiaowu and his companions possess entropy values below 1,000 points. Their focus on their journey may prevent them from noticing. At this point, Li San shook his head. Ultimately, in terms of methods, we ability users are still rather singular, unlike the cultivators of the Divine Continent, who at least have some spells to conceal their presence. Aside from those practitioners related to cognitive alterations, perhaps they can learn the spells of the Divine Continent cultivators. We, even if we possess related techniques, cannot master them. I digress. In short, my presence would only attract attention and yield more harm than good. Li San's reasoning was sound, yet Zhang Li merely scrutinized him coldly, neither refuting nor probing further. Her expression seemed to convey, Do you truly expect me to believe you? Despite Li San's articulate reasoning, Jiang Li discerned numerous flaws in his words. Perhaps from the moment they left the inner world, she sensed something amiss. Unlike Sun Xiaowu, who was rather naive, Jiang Li had spent the longest time with Li San in the Jiangxing 749 Bureau and understood the depths of this seemingly harmless middle-aged man's thoughts. If it were merely a matter of sending Sun Xiaowu to rescue someone, there would be no need for such complications. The helicopter should go directly to the surface world, to the location where Wang Xie and the others are situated. Upon arrival, Black Kite could deliver Duan Wu out, board the helicopter, and bring him over here. This would be the most time-efficient and safest approach, rather than making Wang Xie and his companions wait in the inner world while the helicopter first retrieves Sun Xiaowu before returning him to the inner world. Such a process wastes time and exposes Wang Xie and the others to unnecessary risks. Jiang Li's piercing gaze prompted Li San to sigh in resignation. Sometimes, he rather missed Sun Xiaowu, for he lacked the intellect to question him. All right, I shall be candid with you. I wish to ascertain the prerequisites for activating Wang Xie's second personality. What they truly are. Li San squinted slightly, his gaze fixed outside. As the time approached the latter half of the night, the red rain intensified, pattering against the car windows with a resounding clatter, with several droplets even splattering inside, resembling blood and rendering the interior as eerie as a crime scene. According to your reports, if Wang Xie works the night shift, he leaves the convenience store at midnight. If not, he retires to bed promptly before 10 p.m. This is quite intriguing. What you have observed does not align with what I gathered from Wang Xie. Li San continued. Wang Xie claims that every day he awakens, he randomly finds himself in a location. This location includes those for his morning run and dog feeding, but it is not merely confined to these spots. Given this, why do you see him only in these few locations daily? This implies that what you have witnessed is merely what Wang Xie, or rather, his second personality, wishes for you to see. Everything you have observed is a facade. Jiang Li had anticipated this, so she was not overly astonished, Li San added. Thus, the moment you perceive the illusory scene is precisely when Wang Xie's second personality emerges. Initially, I deduced that this moment is when he falls asleep. That is, once Wang Xie drifts off, his second personality would manifest, and from that point onward, all you see would be false. Yet, the reality is not so. Chapter 88. During the red rain and the glasses, what does this mean? Jiang Li was quite intrigued by Wang Xie's second personality and immediately perked up her ears. Li San continued. When Zhang Yun was apprehended by the Public Security Bureau, I sent a message to Xiao Tian, instructing him to release Zhang Yun and follow him, while also requesting that he bring Wang Xie along. This move, apart from gathering illegal evidence against the dream merchants, aimed to utilize Xiao Tian's traits to allow Wang Xie to enter Zhang Yun's dream. In doing so, I could determine whether Wang Xie's second personality was related to his state of sleep. If it indeed pertains to his slumber, then his second personality would emerge the moment he enters Zhang Yun's dream. At that point, the second personality would be within Zhang Yun's dream, and even if it were reckless, the worst outcome would be merely to eliminate a guilty Zhang Yun, causing no significant harm to the surface world. However, the truth was otherwise, at least when Wang Xie initially entered Zhang Yun's dream. It was not his second personality but his primary one. This indicates that the emergence of his second personality is unrelated to his sleeping state. Jiang Li nodded in contemplation, realizing that indeed, it bore no connection to sleep. Precisely, Li San inhaled deeply, then continued, since it is unrelated to sleep, then what is it tied to? Is it possible that sleep is merely one of the conditions for activating the second personality? While there exists another condition we have yet to uncover. Based on this hypothesis, I continued to review the situation and discovered that Wang Xie's second personality appears every time following the onset of the red rain. Specifically after midnight indeed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's eyes lit up. The first time in the bar was indeed after midnight. Yet, this too seemed incorrect. Li San shook his head. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned. What now? If the prerequisites for the emergence of Wang Xie's second personality are after midnight combined with sleeping, then what about that incident in the bar? The bar, Jiang Li recalled carefully. When they entered the bar, it was already after midnight. According to the condition of after midnight plus sleeping, assuming Wang Xie's state when Yue killed him was akin to sleeping, then he should have awakened his second personality at the moment he was killed. Yet, in reality, there was a considerable interval before his second personality manifested after Yue bit off his head. Exactly. Li San nodded. Thus, I believe the option of after midnight can be retained, but the option of sleeping requires further confirmation. Consequently, I shifted my perspective. Could it be possible that sleeping is merely an illusion, and he performed an action prior to sleeping that fulfilled a certain condition? Based on this line of thought, I reviewed the situation once more and discovered. Li San swallowed hard. Before each appearance of Wang Xie's second personality, he would remove those black-rimmed glasses. Are you suggesting? Jiang Li abruptly sat up straight, realizing that the second condition is not sleeping, but rather removing the glasses. This means that to awaken the second personality, both after midnight and removing the glasses must be satisfied. Li San exhaled, his eyes shimmering as he solemnly stated. To be precise, it is the conditions of during the red rain and removing the glasses. For every morning at 6 o'clock, Wang Xie awakens, reverting to his primary personality, and 6 o'clock coincides with the cessation of the red rain. Consequently, the second personality will only appear during the red rain and after Wang Xie has removed his glasses. Of course, all of this is merely my conjecture, and it still requires a chance for verification in a relatively safe environment. I understand, Jiang Li inhaled sharply, her gaze fixed upon Li San. Are you truly planning to abandon Wang Xie in the inner world and attempt to have him fulfill both conditions simultaneously? In such a scenario, even if his second personality emerges, the only one to suffer would be the calamity of the inner world. Suddenly, amidst the dense forest, Sun Xiaowu's silhouette materialized. Wang Xie's eyes instantly glimmered with joy as he exclaimed, "Brother Sun, you've finally arrived. Please, shoot Duan Go. He can hardly endure any longer." Sun Xiaowu cast a fleeting glance at Wang Xie before his attention fell upon the shadow beneath him. A fine shadowy thread, delicate as a strand of hair, had stealthily detached itself, entwining around the severed limb of Duan Wu, staunching the blood that gushed forth. Goodness, this is dreadful. Sun Xiaowu frowned and turned to regard Duan Wu, who lay on the ground in a state of disarray. His severed arm was a gruesome sight, his face as pale as parchment, and his body convulsed intermittently, clearly having succumbed to unconsciousness and excruciating pain. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Xiaowu swiftly retrieved the Wheel of Mourning, switching to holy mode, and aimed the barrel squarely at Duan Wu's forehead. Resolutely pulling the trigger, bang! A silver bullet, suffused with holy light, instantly penetrated Duan Wu's skull. What followed was miraculous. The wound at his severed arm began to heal with visible speed, white bones sprouting anew, flesh rapidly enveloping it, and in the blink of an eye, a complete arm was reborn. Duan Wu suddenly opened his eyes, confusion flickering within them. Just as he was about to speak, Sun Xiaowu raised a hand to interrupt him. "Hold your tongue. This is not a place for prolonged discourse. We shall speak once we return." With that, he placed a hand on Duan Wu's shoulder and cast a glance at Wang Xie, whispering, "Heiwen, that lad is entrusted to you." Before his words could fully settle, Sun Xiaowu propelled himself and Duan Wu, vanishing from the inner world. "Mr. He, so your name is Heiwen?" Wang Xie exclaimed, covering his mouth in feigned astonishment, then chuckling, "What a lovely name, reminiscent of the names of young ladies." Yet, the surroundings remained eerily silent, no one responding. "Mr. He?" Wang Xie called out again, but still, there was no reply. "How strange, where has Mr. He gone? Is he asleep?" Wang Xie scratched his head, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. "Mr. He, are you there? It is time for us to return." Silence persisted, leaving him utterly alone in the vast forest. The wind howled like a mournful spirit, sending a shiver down Wang Xie's spine. "Mr. He, do not jest. The mission is complete. We must return." "Return? To where?" A raspy, eerie voice suddenly emanated from behind him. "Mr. He." Wang Xie's heart leapt with joy, but as he turned, his pupils dilated in horror, his smile freezing into a mask of shock. "Why you? Who are you?" Before him stood not the familiar shadow of Mr. He, but an elderly Taoist clad in a gray robe, sporting a goatee. The old man's face was grotesquely bloated, devoid of eyebrows. His eyes almost entirely white, with pupils resembling horizontal lines, exuding an unsettling aura. He. The old man grinned, revealing a set of shark-like teeth, his voice hoarse and mocking. "Little child, you intrude upon my domain uninvited and question my identity? How utterly lacking in decorum." Chapter 89. The golden elixir pressing down. Sundog, wait a moment. After Sun Xiaowu departed the inner world with Duan Wu, he was about to board the helicopter when Duan Wu suddenly called out to him. Sun Xiaowu turned back with impatience. What is it now? Though Duan Wu's severed arm had been restored, his vitality had yet to fully recover, and his complexion remained pallid. He coughed lightly and pointed toward the direction they had just come from, urgency lacing his tone. Wang Xia has yet to emerge. Aren't you going in to bring him out? Sun Xiaowu waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual. Do not worry. Someone will escort him out. With that, he stepped onto the helicopter, glancing back at Duan Wu, extending a hand. Hurry up. Can you still muster the strength to climb aboard? Duan Wu swatted his hand away, leaping onto the helicopter, yet his gaze remained fixated on the vacant space. His brows knitted in unease, buzzing. At that moment, the helicopter suddenly roared to life and began to ascend slowly. What is happening? We still have someone inside. Duan Wu sprang to his feet, shouting at the pilot in anger. Sun Xiaowu also sensed that something was amiss and quickly added, Brother, we have a younger brother who has yet to return. The pilot, however, remained impassive, his gaze fixed ahead, coldly stating, My orders were solely to retrieve the two of you. What did you say? Both Sun Xiaowu and Duan Wu exclaimed in shock. Scoundrel, land this thing, land it now. Duan Wu's face paled as he prepared to charge at the pilot, but was seized by Sun Xiaowu. What are you doing? Duan Wu glared at Sun Xiaowu in fury. This guy is clearly suspicious. Wang Xia is still inside, and he just took off. Sun Xiaowu sighed in resignation. I have eyes and a brain. I can certainly tell he is problematic. But the issue is that he gestured toward the window. Can you fly? Duan Wu was taken aback. What do you mean? Sun Xiaowu motioned for him to look outside. The helicopter had already ascended to a significant height. If something goes awry, we both will meet our end. Calm yourself. Calm myself? What nonsense. That is the inner world. The enemy's lair. You left Wang Xia all alone there. He will die. He will die. Duan Wu's emotions spiraled out of control, struggling violently while he shouted at the pilot. You son of a bitch. Land this thing. I command you to land. The pilot remained unperturbed, focusing on navigating the helicopter. Soon, the aircraft had soared high into the sky. Realizing the situation was beyond redemption, Duan Wu even prepared to draw his red soul blade in desperation. That moment. A resounding crack echoed as a heavy blow struck the back of his neck, plunging him into darkness. Sun Xiaowu exhaled softly, settling Duan Wu back into his seat. He cast a deep glance at the pilot, then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. At this juncture, questioning the pilot was futile. He was merely executing orders. The true inquiry lay with the one who had issued those commands. The call connected swiftly, and Li San's voice came through the line. Do not ask anything. Just listen to me. The violet moonlight filtered through the interwoven branches, casting a dappled glow upon Wang Xia's anxious face. He stared at the peculiar old Taoist opposite him, swallowed hard, and said softly, I apologize, uncle. I did not mean to intrude upon your home. May I leave now? Hee. The old Taoist observed the youth's earnest demeanor and burst into laughter. Exasperated. Your comrades murdered my junior brother and still wish to depart? Surely, something must be left behind. The old man's smile faded, his expression turning sinister. Wang Xia's brow furrowed with difficulty. But uncle, I have no money. The old man nearly choked in disbelief. He felt utterly mocked, yet lacked evidence. This boy seemed too sincere, devoid of any hint of mockery in his expression or tone. Yet, it was precisely this earnest visage that incited a profound irritation within him. Child, have you mistaken something? What I desire is not silver, but your life. With that, the old Taoist's gaze sharpened, and as he was about to act, Wang Xia suddenly brightened, shouting towards behind him, Director. For the first time lying. Wang Xia's face flushed slightly, but when weighed against his own life, telling a small fib felt acceptable. Perhaps his earlier sincerity had led the old Taoist to unwittingly believe him. Upon hearing this, the old man promptly turned to look. However, upon discovering the emptiness behind him, devoid of anyone, the old Taoist's expression shifted dramatically, realizing he had been deceived. You little rascal! The old man seethed with fury. Simultaneously, he sensed a terrifying energy coalescing behind him, a presence potent enough to pose a threat to him. At that moment, Wang Xia, though feeling a twinge of guilt, firmly gripped his gun, the needle-like barrel aimed at the old man's back. Click, click. As he pulled the trigger, a dark luminescent pattern suddenly illuminated the stock of the Gun. In an instant, this dark pattern spread to the muzzle, coalescing into a black energy sphere the size of a fist. Boom! The gunshot shattered the stillness of the night. The black energy sphere, imbued with a bizarre force, obliterated everything in its path, swiftly reaching the old Taoist's rear just as he turned around. Seeing the approaching black sphere, the old man's eyes flashed with disdain, and with a cold huff, he waved his sleeve, summoning a golden light barrier behind him, resembling an impenetrable shield. How dare a mere mortal's strength be so audacious before me? He brimmed with confidence, believing this defensive spell would withstand any assault. Yet, in the next instant, his expression changed dramatically. The moment the black sphere made contact with the golden barrier, it was torn asunder like thin paper, offering no resistance whatsoever, vanishing into nothingness. How is this possible? The old Taoist's pupils dilated in horror. He had no time to ponder further. His figure flickered, transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Boom! The black sphere exploded in the empty space, creating a bottomless pit in the ground, reducing the surrounding trees and rocks to mere dust, leaving no trace behind. The old Taoist's figure reformed a short distance away. His expression darkened to a terrifying degree. He, a dignified practitioner in the early stages of the Golden Core, was actually forced into a state of disarray by a mere mortal. This was nothing short of a profound humiliation. You seek death, brat? The old Taoist, seething with rage, chuckled darkly, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. Yet at that moment, Wang Xie felt an icy chill creep into his heart. He had expected that this shot would at least buy him a moment's respite, but he never anticipated that his opponent would evade it with such ease. Gazing into the unfathomable depths of the massive pit, his hand trembled slightly around the gun, a wave of profound helplessness washing over him. This fellow, is he truly that powerful? Wang Xie murmured to himself, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Just then, the figure of the old Taoist suddenly materialized in midair, looking down at him from above. You can fly? Wang Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. The old Taoist smirked ominously, his voice as chilling as ice. Not only can I fly, but I am also quite adept at killing with that. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing down, and pressed gently. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted. A colossal azure hand materialized out of thin air, blotting out the sun, descending upon Wang Xie like a mountain. The intricate patterns on the hand resembled countless runes, exuding an overwhelming pressure that was suffocating. Wang Xie felt his body sink, as if an invisible force had shackled him in place, making even the act of breathing a challenge. He looked up at the looming azure hand, despair flooding his eyes. It's over, he whispered. His heart enveloped in silence, as the azure hand slowly descended. The air was compressed to produce a deafening crack. The ground began to crack, and surrounding trees splintered, as if the apocalypse had arrived. In this dire moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Wang Xie's ear. Don't give up, kid. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Xie felt a surge of joy, exclaiming almost instinctively, Mr. He! The speaker was none other than the long-vanished He Yuan. At this moment, she was residing within Wang Xie's shadow, her voice low and calm. Don't panic. Follow my lead.